For years ago, the delivery man Chen Feng unexpectedly found himself entangled with the affluent heiress and princess of the capital, Jiang Yingxue. 4 years later, Jiang Yingxue arrives at Chen Feng's doorstep, accompanied by an adorable 3-year-old girl, instructing the child to call him Daddy. Chen Feng is bewildered as a voice echoes in his mind. The Super Daddy system has been activated. Raising a child will enhance various abilities. You are currently cooking. Your culinary skill proficiency has increased by 15 points. Your painting proficiency has surpassed 1,000 points, elevating your painting level from proficient to master. Chapter 1. A fortuitous start as a father, with the child's mother being the princess of the capital. Chen Feng enjoys a day off, refraining from his delivery duties. Clad in a tank top and oversized shorts, he lounges on an old, creaking sofa, engrossed in a mobile game. The room is somewhat disheveled, with several takeout containers yet to be tidied away. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent knocking reverberates, imbued with an undeniable insistence. Chen Feng is slightly puzzled. Who could be seeking him at this hour? Surely it can't be the landlord. As he contemplates, he shuffles in his slippers towards the door to answer. Who is it? Upon opening the door, Chen Feng is taken aback. A woman stands at the threshold, a woman of extraordinary beauty. She is clad in a meticulously tailored white suit, tall and exuding an air of cool elegance. Her face is exquisitely crafted, resembling a work of art, yet devoid of expression, her gaze distant, emanating a sense of aloofness. It's you? What brings you here? Chen Feng recognizes her instantly. Jiang Yingxue, the daughter of the Jiang group, renowned as the princess of the capital. He often glimpses Jiang Yingxue's visage in various news articles, and his mind buzzes with confusion. How could she be here? How'd she find this place? Before Chen Feng can recover from his astonishment, his gaze is drawn to the small figure beside Jiang Yingxue. It is a little girl around 3 or 4 years old, donning a pink dress, her hair styled in 2 tiny pigtails, her cherubic face plump, with large, round eyes resembling 2 black grapes, curiously gazing up at him. The child is remarkably beautiful, akin to a little angel. Chen Feng muses instinctively. Observing Chen Feng's stupefied expression, Jiang Yingxue's brows slightly furrow, as if displeased by his disheveled appearance. She parts her crimson lips, her voice cool and even, yet it strikes Chen Feng like a thunderclap. She is your daughter. Chen Feng, what? He is utterly flabbergasted, his eyes widening as he glances between Jiang Yingxue and the tiny girl, who is sucking her finger. His daughter? His? One absurd joke. He does not even have a girlfriend. Where could such a daughter come from? Especially one with Jiang Yingxue? This is more outrageous than winning the lottery. At that moment, memories of that fateful night 4 years prior surge uncontrollably from the depths of his mind. He had been delivering food that night, and as he passed a secluded street, he noticed 2 men in black forcefully attempting to shove a seemingly intoxicated woman into a car. The woman was strikingly beautiful and dressed in an extraordinary manner. Chen Feng sensed something amiss. It was not right to treat a drunken person so rudely. He halted his electric scooter and approached, questioning, "Hey, what are you doing?" One of the men glared at him impatiently. "Get lost. Mind your own business." Another voice, harsh and menacing, declared, "My sister has had too much to drink. We shall take her home." The woman struggled, mumbling incoherently, clearly lacking the strength to resist. Chen Feng's heart brimmed with suspicion, relying on his considerable physical strength, honed through years of delivering takeout. He approached the 2 men and asserted, "Did she say she knows you? If you continue this way, I shall call the police." Amidst the shoving, Chen Feng indeed managed to drive the 2 men away. They spat a few harsh words before hastily departing in their vehicle. He turned to glance at the beautiful woman, who was unsteady on her feet, leaning against the wall. He asked, "Miss, are you all right? What is your name? Where do you live? Shall I call the police for you? Or would you prefer I escort you home?" However, the beautiful woman shook her head, her gaze hazy as she looked at him, her voice soft yet insistent. "Take me to your home." Chen Feng was taken aback, exclaiming, "Ah, that doesn't seem appropriate. I should really help you call the police." "No." The woman suddenly grasped his arm tightly. "Do not call the police. Take me to your home." Chen Feng was momentarily rendered speechless. What was happening? Here he was, a mere delivery man, bringing a drunken beauty home in the dead of night? This could lead to trouble. Yet, observing her demeanor, it was clear she was not feigning her condition and appeared genuinely frightened of something. Torn and with no viable alternative, he ultimately decided he could not abandon her on the street. What if those two men returned? All right, fine, you may come with me, and we shall sort this out once you have sobered up. He sighed, supporting her as they made their way back to his modest rented room, barely a dozen square meters in size. To his astonishment, as soon as they entered, and before he could fully close the door, the woman began to shed her clothing and pressed herself against him, embracing him willingly. Chen Feng stood there, dumbfounded and rigid. As a young man brimming with vigor, he was ill-prepared for such an encounter. The delicate scent of alcohol mingled with her alluring fragrance enveloped him, and in his arms lay warm, soft beauty. The subsequent events became a blur. He only recalled, amidst the dizzying passion, a fleeting realization that this was indeed her first time. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window as Chen Feng awoke, feeling as though the previous night had been but a dream. The beautiful woman had vanished. The room was impeccably tidy, leaving not a trace of her presence. Chen Feng stood in a daze for quite some time, genuinely believing he had indulged in a fantastical yet wonderful dream. It wasn't until later, while idly scrolling through news on his phone, that he stumbled upon a report about the Jiang group, featuring a photograph of the Jiang family. At once, he recognized the striking young woman with an aloof expression standing beside Chairman Jiang. She was the beauty from that fateful night. The article stated that she was Jiang Yingxue, the daughter of the Jiang family, renowned in high society, with suitors queuing from east to west of the city. Chen Feng's heart sank. He was merely a delivery man, struggling to make ends meet, while Jiang Yingxue belonged to a world of opulence and privilege. The disparity was monumental. Even if he sought her out, what could he possibly say? That they had shared a night together? She would likely dismiss him as a lunatic and have security throw him out. Perhaps it was best to consider it all a dream. He smiled bitterly, burying the experience deep within his heart, and continued with his life. For years passed, and he had nearly forgotten that night. Yet now, the leading lady of his dreams stood vividly before the door of his shabby rental, accompanied by an adorable child, claiming this was his daughter. How surreal! Chen Feng stood agape, utterly speechless, frozen in place. Jiang Yingxue appeared unfazed by his reaction. She bent down and softly instructed the little girl beside her, "Xiaoming, this is your father. Call him Daddy." Her tone softened slightly as she spoke to the child. The little girl named Jiang Xiaoming blinked her large, expressive eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering as she curiously scrutinized Chen Feng. Seemingly shy, she nestled her small head against her mother's leg, yet ultimately mustered the courage to call out in a sweet, clear voice, "Daddy." This single utterance, both sugary and innocent, tugged at the very core of Chen Feng's heart. He gazed at the exquisitely crafted child before him. A strange wave of emotions surged within him. He felt dazed, anxious, and incredulous, yet there was also an indescribable softness. At that moment, ding! A clear notification echoed in his mind. Detection of successful recognition with biological offspring. Super Dad system officially activated. Binding daughter, Jiang Xiaoming. Chen Feng's body stiffened abruptly, the shock in his eyes eclipsing even his earlier astonishment upon seeing Jiang Yingxue. A system? A Super Dad system? Moreover, the system confirmed that this adorable little girl was indeed his biological daughter. The magnitude of this revelation was overwhelming. He felt as if his CPU were on the verge of overheating. Jiang Yingxue observed the myriad expressions flitting across Chen Feng's face with impatience. She had no time to watch his display of emotions. "Chen Feng," she called his name, her tone reverting to its previous coolness. "I've been quite busy with work, juggling several important projects that require frequent travel, leaving me little time to care for Xiaoming." She paused, glancing at her daughter who was subtly tugging at her clothing, and continued, "She does not like being looked after by a nanny. She's been insisting on finding her father. I had no choice but to bring her to you. During this time, you'll take care of her." Chen Feng, still reeling from the dual shock of becoming a father and the system's arrival, instinctively questioned, I will take care of her. Otherwise." Jiang Yingxue's tone was flat, yet undeniably authoritative. "You are her father." Chen Feng found himself at a loss for words. He looked at Jiang Xiaoming, who was gazing at him with wide eyes, her expression compelling him to swallow the words. How is that possible? With the system's endorsement, how could there be any doubt? But Chen Feng glanced around at his disheveled room, then at his informal attire of a tank top and shorts. In this state, how can I care for a child? That is your concern, Jiang Yingxue replied, unwavering. Now, tidy up and come with me. Chapter 2. The soft and adorable daughter. Chen Feng remained ensnared in a dual shock, both at the revelation of having a daughter and the existence of a system, rendering him somewhat dazed. Jiang Yingxue, however, had already furrowed her brows slightly, surveying the cramped, cluttered rental apartment, which bore a faint scent of takeout. Her gaze swept across the creaking sofa and the pile of unwashed clothes in the corner. Though her disdain was not overt, Chen Feng could certainly sense it. Please tidy up your belongings, Jiang Yingxue stated bluntly, her tone devoid of warmth. Come with me. Huh? Chen Feng was taken aback. Where to? Instinctively, he glanced at Jiang Xiaoming, who was gazing up at him with her innocent, large eyes, seemingly waiting for his response. The conditions here are inadequate, Jiang Yingxue remarked directly, without a hint of subtlety. Moreover, the distance to Xiaoming's kindergarten is quite far. I have arranged a residence for you, conveniently located near the kindergarten, making it easier for you to drop her off and pick her up every day. She paused momentarily, her gaze settling on Chen Feng's face, conveying an undeniable directive. Once Xiaoming returns home, you must accompany her and attend to her daily needs. This is something you can manage, correct? As Chen Feng absorbed her words, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. Accompany her? To the place she had arranged? He understood that Jiang Yingxue and he were fundamentally from disparate worlds. She was a lofty heiress, while he was merely an ordinary delivery man. For years ago, that fateful night had been an accident, and today, for years later, their lives intersected once more because of their daughter. He had never dared to dream of any other possibilities with her. Yet, his gaze fell once again upon Jiang Xiaoming. The little girl stood there quietly, her tiny hands clutching the hem of her mother's garment, resembling a small angel. This was his daughter, his own flesh and blood. The concept of a super dad system that had flitted through his mind earlier, though seeming absurd, appeared to affirm this reality. An unprecedented sense of responsibility surged from the depths of his heart. In the past, he had been content to feed himself alone, with no ties to bind him. But things were different now. He had a daughter who sweetly called him daddy. As a father, wasn't he at his inherent duty to care for his child? Moreover, he now possessed a system. Though he had yet to grasp the specifics of this super dad system, it sounded impressive enough to assist him in raising his child. With this thought, Chen Feng's lingering doubts and anxieties dissipated, replaced by a newfound resolve. He must take good care of his daughter. He nodded emphatically, his tone resolute. All right. I will go with you. Rest assured, I will look after Xiaoming. Jiang Yingxue seemed slightly taken aback by his decisiveness, raising an eyebrow, yet she said nothing more, merely responding with a faint Without hesitation, Chen Feng began to gather his belongings. He did not possess much. After living in this rental for several years, his possessions were limited. A few changes of clothes, some of which had faded, a handful of daily necessities, and his essential delivery helmet and power bank. A modest suitcase contained nearly all of his worldly goods. He zipped up the suitcase and cast one last glance around the small space he had inhabited for years, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. Who would have thought he would leave for such a reason? Let us go, Jiang Yingxue said as she noted he was finished. She bent down effortlessly to scoop up Jiang Xiaoming. The little girl obediently nestled against her mother's shoulder, her large eyes fixed curiously on Chen Feng. Taking a deep breath, Chen Feng grasped the suitcase and followed Jiang Yingxue, who was cradling their daughter, out of the rental apartment, closing the door behind him. Upon reaching the roadside, Chen Feng immediately spotted a red car. He did not recognize the emblem, but the sleek lines and gleaming paint spoke of considerable value. Jiang Yingxue unlocked the car with a key, and it emitted a soft beep. She opened the rear door and placed Jiang Xiaoming inside, fastening her seatbelt securely. Xiaoming sat on the spacious back seat, her short legs dangling, curiously exploring her surroundings. You sit in the back with Xiaoming, Jiang Yingxue instructed Chen Feng before taking her place in the driver's seat. Chen Feng nodded, placing the suitcase in the trunk before awkwardly opening the door and settling beside Jiang Xiaoming. The interior was roomy, with soft, comfortable seats imbued with a pleasant, subtle fragrance reminiscent of Jiang Yingxue. Chen Feng felt somewhat out of place in his tank top and shorts amidst such an elegant environment. As Jiang Yingxue started the car, the engine emitted a deep rumble, smoothly merging into the flow of traffic. The car was enveloped in silence. Chen Feng was uncertain of what to say, so he sat upright, gazing forward. Suddenly, he felt a gentle tug at the hem of his shirt. Looking down, He saw Jiang Xiaoming peering up at him, her big, dark eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Daddy," she called softly, her voice imbued with the sweet innocence characteristic of young children. "Ah," Chen Feng responded quickly, his heart fluttering as if brushed by a feather. He endeavored to make his smile appear more natural and warm. Xiaoming tilted her head, earnestly asking, "Why didn't you live with mommy before?" The question struck Chen Feng like a small stone tossed into a pond, sending ripples through his heart. He momentarily froze, instinctively glancing at Jiang Yingxue through the rearview mirror. Her expression remained unchanged, focused on the road ahead. How could he respond? Should he tell her that her mother was a wealthy heiress while he was merely a poor delivery man, and that they were never meant to intersect? That night had been an accident. Such truths were certainly not meant for a child's ears. Chen Feng's mind raced. A somewhat sheepish smile crept across his face as he gently ruffled Xiaoming's hair, his tone laced with self-deprecation. "Because Daddy got lost. Mommy only found Daddy today." The response clearly exceeded Xiaoming's expectations. She first gaped in surprise before bursting into laughter, revealing a few small white teeth. "Daddy is a big silly goose." She giggled, her eyes twinkling like crescent moons. "How can a grown-up get lost? I would never get lost." Her innocent words were charmingly candid. Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle, his earlier awkwardness and discomfort melting away. "Indeed, Daddy is quite the silly goose. Otherwise, how could he have lost you and Mommy for so long?" He continued, casting a furtive glance at the rearview mirror. In the reflection, Jiang Yingxue's previously impassive face seemed to twitch slightly. The corners of her mouth appeared to lift ever so slightly before returning to their original state. Her gaze, too, seemed to soften just a fraction. "A interaction with your daughter has increased your familial bond by 5 points. A notification chimed in Chen Feng's mind. He felt a surge of joy. It turned out that interacting with his daughter could enhance their bond. In an instant, Xiaoming seemed to open up, eager to engage in conversation. She extended her little pinky and pointed to the sky outside the car window. "Daddy, look, that cloud resembles a little rabbit." Chen Feng hurriedly leaned closer to observe. "Indeed, its long ears truly resemble one." "Daddy, do you like candy?" "My favorite is strawberry-flavored lollipops." Chen Feng pondered for a moment. As a grown man, he seldom indulged in sweets, yet he smiled and replied, "Of course. I also enjoy strawberry flavor." "Really?" Little Meng's eyes sparkled, as if she had found an ally. "Then let us eat together next time." "All right, together it is." "Daddy, can you tell bedtime stories?" "Mommy sometimes does, but she's always so busy." There was a hint of grievance in Little Meng's tone. Chen Feng's heart softened instantly, and he assured her, "Yes. Daddy can tell you countless stories. How about I share one every night?" "Yes, yes." Little Meng clapped her tiny hands joyfully. "You're the best, Daddy." "Daddy, do you like my little dress? It's pretty, right? Mommy bought it for me. It looks beautiful." Our Little Meng looks stunning in anything, like a little princess. "Daddy, your hands are so big." Little Meng extended her small hand to compare with Chen Feng's palm, giggling. Chen Feng carefully grasped her soft little hand, a wondrous warmth swelling within him. This was indeed his daughter. The bond of blood felt so real and intense. Throughout the journey, Little Meng's questions came one after another, brimming with a child's curiosity about the world and her exploration of her suddenly present father. Chen Feng exhibited no hint of impatience. He answered each inquiry earnestly and in the most engaging manner possible. His gaze toward Little Meng was filled with tenderness and the clumsy love of a new father. He found himself instinctively knowing how to communicate with this little one. Perhaps this was the magic of blood relations? "Your interaction with your daughter has increased your familial bond by 6 points." In the front seat, Jiang Yingxue quietly listened to the lively conversation from the back. Her daughter chirped like a joyful little bird. The man's voice was gentle, filled with patience, even possessing a touch of childishness that made Little Meng laugh heartily. Through the rearview mirror, she could see the warmth and joy nearly overflowing from Chen Feng's eyes as he looked at Little Meng. It was not a facade. Seeing her daughter so close to Chen Feng during their first meeting, without any barriers, caused Jiang Yingxue's previously suspended heart to gradually settle. She had harbored worries, fears that Chen Feng might be reluctant to acknowledge them, that he wouldn't care for the child, that Little Meng might struggle to adapt. But now, it seemed her concerns were unfounded. This man named Chen Feng might not provide Little Meng with a life of material abundance, but his genuine affection and patience for her could not be feigned. Perhaps it was truly safe to entrust her daughter to his care for the time being. The corners of her once cold lips softened ever so slightly. Within the car, the cheerful laughter of Little Meng and Chen Feng's gentle responses transformed the previously somber atmosphere into a warm and vibrant one. Chapter 3. Little Meng is my life's treasure. The car drove into an underground garage. Chen Feng carried Little Meng out, feeling that this place was brighter than his entire previous rented apartment. The floor was polished enough to reflect their shadows, and the parked cars gleamed, appearing quite luxurious. Jiang Yingxue locked the car and naturally reached out to take little Meng from Chen Feng's arms, cradling her. Little Meng wrapped her arms around her mother's neck, her big eyes still curiously scanning the surroundings. Chen Feng hastily went to the trunk to retrieve his somewhat shabby suitcase, trailing behind the tall and elegant Jiang Yingxue. The elevator entrance was quite impressive, and inside was spacious. Jiang Yingxue pressed the button for the 19th floor. The elevator operated swiftly and steadily, and they arrived almost without sensation. With a chime, the doors opened, and Chen Feng stepped out, momentarily stunned. This floor seemed to lead directly to a grand door. Is this what they mean by 2 elevators serving 1 unit? Jiang Yingxue unlocked the door with her fingerprint and pushed open the heavy entrance. Come in, she said, entering with little Meng first. Chen Feng hesitated before stepping inside, and once he did, he felt almost disoriented. The living room was immense and brilliantly lit. The floor was adorned with shiny tiles, an exquisite crystal chandelier hung overhead, and the sofa was large and plush, exuding comfort. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of a significant portion of the city. The entire apartment was meticulously decorated, with each item exuding a sense of wealth. It was a stark contrast to his cluttered, takeaway box-filled rental. Jiang Yingxue set little Meng down and gently patted her head. Little Meng, why don't you go watch some cartoons in the living room for a while? Mommy needs to talk to Daddy. Okay. Little Meng nodded obediently, using her short legs to dash to the gigantic television, where she skillfully turned it on and found the cartoon channel. Soon, joyful cartoon sounds filled the living room. Jiang Yingxue glanced at Chen Feng, signaling him to follow, and then turned toward one of the rooms. Chen Feng quickly set down his suitcase and followed her into the bedroom. Jiang Yingxue gently closed the door behind them. The bedroom was tranquil, with excellent sound insulation, muffling the sounds of the cartoons outside. It was spacious, featuring a private bathroom, with a large, comfortable double bed placed in the center. Chen Feng stood awkwardly in the middle of the room, unsure where to place his hands and feet. Jiang Yingxue turned to face him, her demeanor still cold and businesslike. This apartment, she began, her voice resonating clearly in the quiet room, is one I purchased temporarily. It is specifically for you and little Meng to stay in. Chen Feng's heart sank. Temporarily purchased? Just for them to stay for a while. He couldn't fathom the cost. Truly, she belonged to a wealthy family. Once I finish this busy period of work, Jiang Yingxue continued, her tone devoid of emotion, I will come to take little Meng away. At that time, your responsibility will be fulfilled. She paused, her gaze steady on Chen Feng, delivering the final statement that caused his heart to plummet. Then, everything will return to how it was before. As if nothing had happened. As if nothing had happened? Chen Feng's mind buzzed. A surge of blood rushed to his head. If he had never known he had a daughter, that would have been one thing. He could continue his aimless existence. But now he knew. Little Meng was so adorable. So dependent on him when she called him daddy. Their blood connection undeniable. He had just resolved to be a good father. How could he pretend as if nothing had occurred? No. Chen Feng abruptly raised his head, his voice trembling with emotion. Miss Jiang, that is unacceptable. Jiang Yingxue seemed taken aback by his intense reaction, her brow slightly furrowing. What is unacceptable? Little Meng is my daughter. Chen Feng clenched his fists, striving to make his voice sound resolute. I am her father. I have the right to have her live with me. You cannot just take her away like this, right? Jiang Yingxue appeared to have caught wind of something amusing, the corners of her mouth curling into a faint, sardonic arc. Chen Feng, what do you possess to wield such authority? She stepped forward, and despite her flat-soled shoes, the aura of superiority she exuded pressed heavily upon Chen Feng. Look at yourself, she said, her gaze sweeping over his faded t-shirt, her tone icy. What can you offer Xiao Meng? A residence like this? The finest kindergarten? The best education? Can you guarantee her a future free from want, allowing her to thrive joyously as she does now? With each question, Chen Feng's complexion paled further. We inhabit entirely different worlds, Jiang Yingxue declared, her voice resolute, and we do not tread the same path. I appreciate your care for her during this time, but the prospect of a prolonged cohabitation is unrealistic. It is not the best choice for either of you. Her words struck Chen Feng like daggers, piercing his heart. He recognized the truth in her statements. He was indeed devoid of any means. Yet, since we belong to disparate realms, Chen Feng could not suppress his rising voice, laced with a sting of anger and grievance. Then why did you choose to bring Xiao Meng into this world? If you deem me unworthy, why allow her existence? This question had lingered in his heart for far too long. The events of that fateful night 4 years prior had been an accident, one he could comprehend. But to bear a child, for a woman of her stature, was certainly no trivial matter. Jiang Yingxue's body seemed to stiffen momentarily. She fell silent for several seconds. The room enveloped in an eerie quiet. When she spoke again, her voice was tinged with a suppressed, complex emotion. Do you think I desired this? She gazed at Chen Feng, her eyes for the first time revealing more than just coldness. Within them resided heartache, helplessness, and even a hint of trepidation. For years ago, that night, she inhaled deeply, as if recalling the incident was profoundly uncomfortable for her. I was drugged. Chen Feng's pupils dilated. Drugged? He had assumed she had merely been intoxicated. I sensed something was amiss, struggled fiercely, fled the vehicle, and then encountered you. Jiang Yingxue's voice dropped to a whisper. Later, I awoke, believing it to be a nightmare. I departed swiftly, her fingers unconsciously clenched. Then, I discovered I was pregnant. She tugged at the corner of her mouth, revealing a bittersweet smile. I had been oblivious, as my menstrual cycle was always irregular. 3 months had passed without a visit, and I had not even considered it. Until, eventually, I experienced abdominal pain and sought medical attention. She paused, seemingly transported back to that moment of helplessness. The doctor informed me that I was already beyond 3 months. Moreover, due to my physical condition, terminating the pregnancy posed a significant risk to my life. Chen Feng's heart plummeted. Life-threatening? I had no choice. Jiang Yingxue's voice trembled slightly. I could only bring her into this world. She raised her head, meeting Chen Feng's gaze directly, her eyes slightly reddened yet resolute, imbued with a stubbornness. When I gave birth to Xiao Meng, I faced complications and nearly lost my life on the operating table. The calmness in her tone struck Chen Feng with immense force. Xiao Meng is my life's bargain. She enunciated each word with unwavering conviction. I will not allow anyone to take her from me. Her gaze was sharp as it bore into Chen Feng's face. No one, including you, Chen Feng. Chen Feng stood frozen, as if ensnared by an invisible force. Unable to move, he had harbored grievances, feeling wronged by Jiang Yingxue's domineering nature, believing she had stripped him of his rights as a father. Yet now he realized that night had not been a simple drunken encounter. She had been ensnared. She had discovered her pregnancy when it was already too late to turn back. She had endured tremendous suffering to bring Xiao Meng into the world, almost at the cost of her life. A profound sense of guilt washed over him like a tidal wave. For years prior, he had stumbled into intimacy with her. For years later, all he knew was his role as the child's father, yearning for rights he had never considered the sacrifices she had made to bear their child. What right did he have to question her so vehemently? What face did he have to utter the word rights? He gazed into Jiang Yingxue's defiant and guarded eyes, feeling a pang of sorrow and discomfort swell within him. Lowering his head, his voice hoarse and laden with regret, he murmured, I am sorry. I did not know. Jiang Yingxue turned her head away, seemingly unwilling to let him witness her current emotions. After a moment of silence, when Chen Feng lifted his gaze once more, it bore a weightier resolve. Miss Jiang, he spoke earnestly, thank you. Thank you for fighting to bring Xiao Meng into this world. He inhaled deeply, continuing. I understand that I currently lack the means to provide Xiao Meng with the best material life. However, I am her father, and that is an unalterable truth. He directed his gaze toward the bedroom door, as if he could see through the door to the small figure outside, engrossed in watching cartoons. Xiao Meng needs a father. His voice was soft yet firm. You witnessed how joyful she was to see me today. If we allow her to have a father now, only to forcibly take her away from me again after a while, think about the greater harm that might inflict upon her. She is so young. She does not comprehend these two worlds. All she knows is that her father returned, only to vanish again. Chen Feng's voice held a plea. We cannot do this to her. Jiang Yingxue paused, her body slightly stilling as she absorbed his words. She recalled the warmth between her daughter and Chen Feng in the car, the way Xiao Meng gazed at him with shining, trusting eyes, and countless moments when Xiao Meng nestled in her embrace, softly inquiring about her father's whereabouts. Chen Feng's words struck a chord in the most tender yet conflicting part of her heart. She desired nothing more than for Xiao Meng to be happy. Yet, she ultimately said nothing. She neither agreed nor rejected him coldly. She approached the bedside, retrieving an elegantly crafted handbag that exuded an air of sophistication. From within, she extracted a thick envelope made of brown craft paper. Handing the envelope to Chen Feng, her tone reverted to its previous neutrality, devoid of any discernible emotion. Inside, there are 100,000 yuan in cash. It is designated for your use while caring for Xiao Meng. Her needs, including clothing, food, and kindergarten expenses, will be covered from this. Chen Feng stared at the bulging envelope, hesitating to take it. 100,000 yuan. To him, this was an astronomical sum. How long would he have to toil as a delivery driver to earn that amount? Take it. Noticing his reluctance, Jiang Yingxue pressed the envelope into his hands. Take good care of Xiao Meng. If any issues arise, you can call me. With that, she no longer looked at Chen Feng, instead turning and striding out of the bedroom. Jiang Yingxue emerged from her bedroom, her expression having returned to a serene calm, though the subtle redness around her eyes hinted at lingering emotion. She made her way to the living room and settled beside her engrossed daughter, Xiao Ming, who was captivated by an animated show. The sofa sank slightly under her weight, prompting Xiao Ming to turn her head and, upon seeing her mother, break into a radiant smile. "Mommy." Jiang Yingxue gazed at her daughter's innocent face, her eyes instantly softening. The cold, distant aura that typically surrounded her dissipated, replaced by an almost indulgent tenderness. She reached out, gently stroking Xiao Ming's soft hair with an exquisite delicacy. "Xiao Ming." She spoke in a voice that was light and gentle, a stark contrast to her earlier conversation with Chen Feng in the bedroom. "Mommy has to go to work now." The smile on Xiao Ming's face quickly faded, her little lips pouting slightly, eyes filled with reluctance. "Is Mommy leaving again?" "Yes," Jiang Yingxue nodded, pulling her daughter close and resting her chin atop the small head. "You will stay with Daddy now, and you must listen to him, all right?" She meticulously imparted her advice, her tone laced with concern. "Do not eat anything strange, especially candies from strangers. Absolutely refuse them. When you go out to play, hold on to Daddy's hand and be careful. Do not run off on your own. Also, remember to go to bed on time and take care of yourself. Do not watch too much television." She continued to murmur her worries, as if the list of admonitions was endless. Xiao Ming nestled against her mother, nodding understandingly. "Mommy, I know. I will definitely listen to Daddy. You don't have to worry about me." She looked up, her face bright with a small request. "Then, Mommy, you must video call me often. I want to see you." Seeing her daughter so obedient and understanding melted Jiang Yingxue's heart. A faint yet genuine smile emerged on her face as she nodded. "All right, Mommy promises to video call you whenever she can." At that moment, standing at the bedroom door, Chen Feng caught sight of that smile and was momentarily entranced. Jiang Yingxue was smiling? She looked truly beautiful when she smiled, like the first thaw of ice and snow. As sunlight broke through the clouds, radiant and warm, illuminating the entire living room, her already stunning features became even more vivid and captivating, drawing his gaze irresistibly. Chen Feng felt as though his heart had been struck, beating wildly in response. This was the first time he had witnessed Jiang Yingxue smile, and also the first time he beheld her in such a gentle, maternal light. He stood there, momentarily frozen, forgetting to move or breathe. Jiang Yingxue whispered a few more words to Xiao Ming before releasing her and standing up. In that instant, her tender smile receded like a tide, reverting to her usual cool demeanor. She directed her calm gaze towards Chen Feng, who stood at the door, momentarily dazed. "Chen Feng," her voice regained its previous chill. "Take good care of Xiao Ming." With no further words, she picked up her designer handbag from the sofa, turned, and, in her high heels, strode towards the door. "Goodbye, Mommy." Xiao Ming waved her small hand from the sofa. Jiang Yingxue paused for a moment, not looking back, but raised her hand in a wave before opening the door and stepping outside. "Daddy, shall we go see Mommy off?" Xiao Ming looked up at Chen Feng, her large eyes filled with anticipation. "Yes, let us see Mommy off," Chen Feng replied, snapping back to reality as he hurried over to take Xiao Ming's soft little hand. The father and daughter arrived at the elevator just in time to see Jiang Yingxue stepping inside. As the elevator doors slowly closed, they were separated from her striking profile, as well as from each other's view. It was not until the doors completely shut and the floor numbers began to change that Chen Feng exhaled softly. He bent down and lifted Xiao Ming into his arms. "Let us go home," he said, carrying her back to the apartment that felt somewhat excessively spacious for him. "Your bond with your daughter has increased by 5 points." He set Xiao Ming down on the plush sofa in the living room, unbothered by the expense of the furniture as he plopped down beside her. The room fell silent, the only sound emanating from the television still playing the animated show. As he watched his exquisitely delicate daughter, Chen Feng felt an indescribable sense of wonder. This was his daughter, the child he shared with Jiang Yingxue. He found himself yearning to know more about her past. "Xiao Ming," he softened his voice, asking, "How do your grandparents treat you when you're at their house?" "They're great." Xiao Ming nodded vigorously, her happiness palpable as she spoke of them. "They always give me so many delicious treats. There's chocolate, little cakes, and gigantic lollipops." She extended her little arms, trying to illustrate the enormity of the lollipops. "And they also bring me lots of fun toys." She continued excitedly. "There are singing dolls, beautiful building blocks, and even a little wooden horse I can ride." Seeing his daughter so animated eased Chen Feng's worries. It seemed that Zhang's family treated her well. He had previously feared that Xiao Ming might feel out of place in such a grand household. "And what about Mommy?" Chen Feng paused before asking again. "Does she spend much time with you? Is she very busy?" At the mention of her mother, Xiao Ming's smile waned slightly. She nodded. "Mommy is very busy. She often comes home late, and sometimes I'm already asleep when she gets back. In the mornings, she is sometimes already gone by the time I wake up." She fiddled with her little fingers, her voice softening. "Usually, it's the nanny who takes care of me. The nanny is nice, but I prefer when Mommy is with me." She lifted her head, her big eyes sparkling with pure joy as she added, "But now I have Daddy too. I like it when both Mommy and Daddy are with me." The innocent words of the child brushed against Chen Feng's heart like a feather, both soft and poignant. He reached out, gently pulling her into an embrace, rubbing his chin against her silky hair, his voice thick with emotion. "All right, from now on, Daddy will be with our little Ming every day. How does that sound?" "Daddy promises." "Really?" Xiao Ming immediately lifted her head from his embrace, her eyes bright and full of expectation. "Daddy can't lie. Daddy never lies." Chen Feng replied earnestly, meeting her gaze. "Then let us make a pinky promise." Xiao Ming extended her chubby little finger, her expression serious. "Pinky swear, 100 years without changing. If you break it, you're a puppy." Chen Feng chuckled at her little adult demeanor, the tinge of sadness in his heart dissipating somewhat. He extended his own pinky finger, solemnly linking it with her tiny one. "All right, pinky swear, 100 years without changing. Daddy promises to be with our little Ming every day, absolutely no tricks." "Yay, that is wonderful," Xiao Ming exclaimed, joyfully diving into Chen Feng's embrace, nuzzling her little head against his chest. "Daddy is the best. Your bond with your daughter has increased by 6 points." Holding his soft, fragrant little daughter, Chen Feng's heart brimmed with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and responsibility. He silently resolved to cherish this bond. Xiao Ming is his daughter, and he is determined to strive for a long-lasting life together with her. This is not only his duty as a father, but also the deepest longing of his heart. If possible, he muses. The gentle smile of Jiang Yingxue spontaneously flits through his mind. Marrying her would undoubtedly be an ideal outcome. She is so beautiful, and their bond through Xiao Ming is a profound connection. Moreover, he senses that Jiang Yingxue genuinely loves Xiao Ming. Yet, Chen Feng is acutely aware that this is merely his wishful thinking. The chasm between him and Jiang Yingxue is vast. The words she spoke earlier in the bedroom echo in his ears. If she is unwilling, Chen Feng tells himself, he cannot impose his desires upon her. After all, the disparity between them is significant. Nevertheless, one thing is certain, he must fight for Xiao Ming. He cannot afford to miss out on his daughter's growth any longer. With this thought, Chen Feng's gaze hardens with resolve. He glances at the uniquely designed clock hanging on the wall, realizing time has flown by and is nearing noon. Lowering his gaze, he inquires of the little one still nestled in his arms. "Xiao Ming, are you hungry? It's time for lunch." Xiao Ming pats her small belly and obediently nods. "I'm hungry. Then I shall prepare a meal for you, all right?" Chen Feng speaks softly. "You stay here and watch television. Don't wander off. I'll call you when the food is ready, okay?" "Okay." Xiao Ming obediently climbs down from Chen Feng's lap. Settling back down, her large eyes intently focused on the television. Seeing his daughter so considerate and adorable warms Chen Feng's heart. He smiles, stands up, ruffles Xiao Ming's hair, and then turns to head towards the spacious, brightly lit open kitchen. Chapter 5. Cooking, Rapid Improvement in Culinary Skills. Chen Feng enters the expansive and luminous open kitchen. This kitchen is larger than the bedroom of the rental he previously lived in, equipped with gleaming utensils that exude a sense of luxury. He approaches the double-door refrigerator, curious to see what's inside. Wow! It is brimming with an assortment of fresh produce, all stored in transparent containers, vibrant and glistening. Clearly a far cry from what one would find at a market, with labels boasting organic. There are also separate compartments filled with tender meats, fish, shrimp, and even some unfamiliar but seemingly expensive ingredients. Chen Feng estimates that these provisions could sustain him and Xiao Ming for 3 to 4 days. Yet, the cost of just this amount likely exceeds what he used to earn from 2 to 3 months of hard work delivering takeout. He sighs inwardly, acknowledging that Jiang Yingxue truly belongs to a wealthy family. The standard of living is entirely different from his own world. This realization stirs a discomfort within him. But soon another emotion rises. He has the system, that super daddy system. Although he has yet to fully comprehend it, he believes that, through diligence and the power of this system, he can quickly earn money and become affluent. At that point, he would be able to provide a good life for his daughter. Even, a bold thought crosses his mind. If he truly becomes capable and wealthy, could he possibly support Jiang Yingxue if she were willing to live with him? This notion quickens his heartbeat, but he quickly shakes his head. Such thoughts are premature. The immediate priority is to prepare a delicious lunch for his daughter. He rolls up his sleeves and retrieves several suitable ingredients for lunch from the refrigerator. A handful of organic greens, a few fresh mushrooms, a small exquisitely packaged piece of tenderloin, and 2 eggs. Having lived in the capital for many years, he has honed his cooking skills while living alone. While he may not rival a restaurant chef, he is confident in his culinary abilities, likely surpassing many small eateries and probably able to outshine 90 of homemakers. He begins by rinsing the rice clean and placing it in the rice cooker, pressing the cook button. Next, he starts preparing the ingredients. Turning on the tap, Clear water cascades down. He takes the greens and meticulously washes each leaf. At that moment, a clear prompt resonates in his mind. You are washing vegetables. Culinary skill proficiency increases by 10 points. Chen Feng pauses, nearly dropping the vegetables into the sink. It's here. The system notification. Washing vegetables can enhance proficiency? This system is intriguing. He feels a surge of delight in his heart and focuses intently, washing each leaf with greater care. You are washing vegetables. Culinary skill proficiency increases by 12 points. Another notification. It seems that as long as he works diligently, he can enhance his skills. Moreover, according to his understanding from the system, the proficiency gained from performing these daily tasks with the system is exponentially higher than that of an ordinary person. This is practically a cheat code. He revels in this thought while placing the washed greens in a colander. He then picks up the mushrooms and begins cleaning them. You are washing vegetables. Culinary skill proficiency increases by 11 points. Next, he starts slicing the meat, cutting the tenderloin into thin, even pieces. You are cutting vegetables. Culinary skill proficiency increases by 15 points. Then he proceeds to slice the mushrooms and julienne the ginger and garlic. You are cutting vegetables. Culinary skill proficiency increases by 13 points. The notifications continue to chime in his mind. Although the points gained each time are modest, their frequency is exhilarating. This sensation is akin to leveling up in a game, utterly addictive. According to the system's classification, culinary skills range from beginner to advanced, master, grandmaster, epic, legendary, mythical, and eternal. He is currently just starting out, with his culinary level indicated as beginner. He wonders how much proficiency is required to advance to the next level. As he works, curiosity piques his interest. All the ingredients are now prepared, and the rice is nearly done. Chen Feng ignites the gas stove. The blue flames dancing cheerfully beneath the pot. He pours a bit of oil into the pan. Once heated, he adds the ginger and garlic to release their fragrance. With a sizzling sound, the aroma fills the air. He then adds the sliced meat, quickly stir-frying until the meat changes color, before incorporating the mushrooms. You are stir-frying. Culinary skill proficiency increases by 18 points. He skillfully tosses the ingredients to ensure even cooking. Next, he adds the washed greens, stir-frying over high heat. The greens cook quickly, turning a vibrant green in mere moments. He seasons with an appropriate amount of salt and a splash of soy sauce, swiftly mixing everything together. Just as he prepares to turn off the heat and plate the dish, ding! Your culinary skill proficiency has surpassed 100 points, elevating your skill level from beginner to advanced. A peculiar sensation coursed through his body in an instant, as if a wealth of culinary knowledge and skills had suddenly surged into his mind. His hands seemed to acquire an unprecedented dexterity, and an inexplicable intuition regarding the nuances of heat and seasoning emerged within him. Gazing at the seemingly ordinary stir-fried vegetables with mushrooms and meat in the pan, he perceived them anew. Their colors and aromas appeared more vibrant and distinct in his awareness. According to the system, his mastery of culinary arts had reached a level that could rival that of chefs in upscale restaurants. How astonishingly swift this transformation was. From novice to proficient after just one meal, Chen Feng felt an overwhelming surge of joy. This system was truly remarkable. At that moment, a small head peeked through the kitchen door. "Daddy," little Meng sniffled, her large eyes sparkling with delight. "It smells so good. What delicious food are you making?" Drawn in by the tantalizing aroma wafting from the kitchen, she approached. Seeing his daughter's eager expression, Chen Feng's heart melted. He turned off the heat and plated the vegetables. Bending down, he scooped up the rushing little Meng into his arms. "Daddy made your favorite vegetables, along with mushrooms and meat." He directed her gaze towards the vibrant dish on the counter. You embraced your daughter, increasing your familial affection by 5 points. Unable to resist, Chen Feng leaned in and planted a kiss on his daughter's tender, cherubic face. You kissed your daughter, increasing your familial affection by 6 points. "Wow, it looks so delicious," little Meng exclaimed, her mouth nearly watering at the sight of the dish. "Dinner is almost ready," cradling his fragrant, soft daughter. Chen Feng glanced at the enticing dish he had just prepared, resonating with the soothing chimes of the system in his mind, filling his heart with warmth and hope. Chapter 6. Culinary arts captivate his daughter's palate. Observing little Meng's eager expression reminiscent of a greedy kitten, Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle. All right, let's eat." He ruffled her hair. "But first, we must wash our hands. Little Meng is a clean and good child, isn't she?" "Yes." Little Meng nodded vigorously, though her eyes remained glued to the aromatic dish. Chen Feng carried her to the gleaming sink and fetched a small stool for her to stand on. Perfectly suited to her height, he held her tiny hand, turned on the faucet, adjusted the water temperature, and squeezed out a bit of children's hand soap, encouraging her to create a multitude of bubbles. "Wash your palms, wash the backs of your hands, And don't forget to scrub between your fingers. He demonstrated while teaching. Little Meng found it amusing, giggling as she mimicked him diligently. You taught your daughter to wash her hands, acquiring teaching skills. The prompt in his mind startled Chen Feng momentarily before he became even more focused. It turned out that teaching children could also trigger skills and enhance proficiency. This system was truly considerate. After they had thoroughly cleaned up, Chen Feng handed her a soft towel to dry her hands. All right, little Meng. Go ahead and sit at the dining table. Daddy will bring the food over, and we will eat soon. Okay. Little Meng jumped down from the stool and, with her short legs, bounced over to the dining room, climbing onto a chair that was slightly too tall for her. She sat up straight, her big eyes eagerly watching the kitchen, waiting for dinner to begin. Chen Feng brought the stir-fried vegetables, mushrooms, and the steamed egg custard to the dining table. The white plate showcased the vibrant green vegetables, the brown mushrooms, and the tender meat, while the golden custard quivered enticingly, making it all the more appetizing. Little Meng gazed at the food before her, unable to resist inhaling the delicious aroma, her mouth moving in anticipation. Chen Feng served her a small bowl of rice, using the adorable cartoon-printed bowl prepared by Jiang Yingxue for Little Meng. He then brought over a pair of tiny learning chopsticks. Here you go, Little Meng. It's time for you to eat. He placed the chopsticks and bowl before her. However, Little Meng blinked her big eyes and looked at Chen Feng, pouting, Daddy, feed me. Chen Feng's heart softened, yet he knew he couldn't indulge her every time. Looking affectionately at his daughter, his tone was gentle yet firm. Little Meng, you're already 3 years old. You're a big girl now. Big kids need to learn to eat by themselves. You can't always rely on others to feed you, right? Little Meng pouted her lips, muttering softly, But before, it was always Auntie or Mommy who fed me. Chen Feng sat beside her, patiently explaining, that was because you were younger. Now that you have grown up and found Daddy, you need to learn to eat by yourself. Look, using chopsticks to pick up food is so much fun. He hoped to cultivate his daughter's independence. Little Meng regarded her father's encouraging gaze, then glanced at the cute chopsticks. Seemingly swayed. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded. All right, Little Meng will eat by herself. She stretched out her little hand, attempting to grasp the pair of children's chopsticks. However, the little one had indeed been pampered too much in the past, rarely doing things on her own. Her grip was awkward, and the chopsticks wobbled in her hands. Refusing to cooperate, she struggled to pick up a piece of vegetable, but the chopsticks kept slipping. After several attempts, the little girl began to feel anxious, her brows furrowing. Chen Feng remained patient. He gently held her small hand, adjusting her fingers. Look, this chopstick goes here, and this finger needs to press down like this. Yes, just like that, and then move this finger. He demonstrated with utmost patience. You taught your daughter how to eat, increasing your teaching proficiency by 10 points. That's it. Gently use your wrist. Take your time. No need to rush, Chen Feng encouraged softly. With her father's assistance, Little Meng's tiny hand finally found its rhythm. Holding her breath, she carefully attempted to grasp the piece of vegetable she had been eyeing for some time. She succeeded. Though it wobbled slightly, she slowly lifted the vegetable leaf, cautiously bringing it to her mouth. Ah, yum. She took a bite. Daddy, I did it. I picked it up by myself. Little Meng exclaimed, her face glowing with joy, her eyes shining like stars. Chen Feng beamed back at her, genuinely praising. Little Meng, you're amazing. So impressive. See, isn't it fun to eat with chopsticks? Yes, it's fun. Little Meng nodded vigorously, her excitement making her cheeks flush. She began to chew the vegetable in her mouth, her eyes widening in surprise. Daddy, it's so delicious. Her voice brimmed with delight. This dish is super tasty, much better than what Mommy makes. She distinctly remembered that her mother's occasional culinary endeavors often resulted in peculiar flavors. Your daughter praised your culinary skills, increasing your familial affection by 8 points. The system's prompt made Chen Feng feel as though he had just tasted honey. Indeed, his culinary mastery was not to be underestimated. He had swiftly won over his daughter's discerning palate. Enjoy it then, Chen Feng chuckled, using chopsticks to add more mushrooms and meat to her bowl. Here, try this mushroom and meat. Thank you, Daddy. Xiao Meng is now brimming with energy, adeptly grasping the chopsticks. Though her movements remain somewhat clumsy, she is already able to manageably convey food to her mouth. She devours her meal voraciously, her cheeks bulging with morsels. Slow down, Xiao Meng, Chen Feng promptly reminds her, emphasizing the importance of savoring each bite rather than rushing through the meal. With her mouth full, Xiao Meng inquires, albeit indistinctly, what does savoring mean? Savoring means, Chen Feng replies, deliberately slowing his speech and gesturing with his hands, to chew your food thoroughly, breaking it down into smaller pieces before gradually swallowing it. Like this. He exaggeratedly mimics the act of chewing. Amused by her father's antics, Xiao Meng mimics him, decelerating her pace. Yet, a new question arises. Daddy, why should we savor our food? Chen Feng patiently elucidates, By thoroughly chewing our food, our stomachs can digest it better and absorb all the nutrients it contains. This way, Xiaoming will grow taller, healthier, and more beautiful. If you eat too quickly and the pieces are too large, your stomach may feel uncomfortable, and you want to absorb the nutrients. Listening to her father's words, Xiaoming grasps some of the concepts, particularly the phrases about growing taller, healthier, and more beautiful. She nods earnestly, her expression turning serious. Xiaoming will savor her food. With that declaration, she genuinely begins to take small bites, chewing each morsel diligently for an extended period before swallowing. Her earnest demeanor is utterly adorable. Chen Feng, watching his daughter, feels an immense sense of accomplishment. If Jiang Yingxue were present at this moment, witnessing this scene, she would surely be left speechless. In the past, when caring for Xiaoming, she required assistance with every meal, was notoriously picky, and each dining experience felt like a battle. Yet now, under Chen Feng's care, Xiaoming not only proactively attempts to use chopsticks, but also shows no signs of fussiness, eagerly consuming whatever her father prepares and enjoying it thoroughly. This remarkable transformation can be attributed, on one hand, to Chen Feng's culinary skills, which rival those of a professional chef, captivating Xiaoming's palate. On the other hand, and perhaps more importantly, it is the silent influence of the super dad system in Chen Feng's mind. As the bond of affection between him and Xiaoming deepens through countless hugs, kisses, patient guidance, and joyful interactions, she subconsciously grows increasingly attached to and reliant on her new father, naturally becoming more inclined to heed his advice. This profound connection forged by both blood and system is subtly transforming everything. Chapter 7. Teaching my daughter to draw. After finishing lunch, Xiaoming contentedly pats her round little belly. Daddy, I'm full. Excellent, Xiaoming. You finished all your food. Chen Feng praises her, reaching for a tissue to wipe her little greasy mouth. Why don't you go watch some television while I tidy up the dishes, all right? Okay, Xiaoming obediently replies, sliding off her chair and skipping to the living room, expertly turning on the television and finding her favorite cartoon, engrossed in the show. Observing his daughter's focused profile, Chen Feng smiles and begins to clean the dining table. He stacks the bowls and plates neatly, gathers the chopsticks, and carries them into the kitchen. Turning on the faucet, warm water cascades over the greasy dishes. He squeezes a bit of dish soap and meticulously scrubs them with a sponge. You are cleaning the dishes, gaining 3 points in vitality. A notification suddenly echoes in his mind. Chen Feng pauses momentarily. Cleaning dishes can increase vitality? This system even tracks household chores? He continues rinsing the dishes. You are washing dishes, gaining 5 points in vitality. You are wiping the stove, gaining 4 points in vitality. You are cleaning the sink, gaining 3 points in vitality. The notifications come in rapid succession. Although the points gained are modest, they accumulate over time. Chen Feng feels a surge of delight, pleasantly surprised by the benefits of doing housework. It seems he should embrace this newfound incentive to keep the house tidy while simultaneously exercising. Truly a win-win situation. Energized, he cleans every nook and cranny of the kitchen until it sparkles. Once the kitchen is immaculate, Chen Feng strides into the living room. Finding Xiaoming still perched on the sofa, her eyes glued to the television screen, laughing and gasping in response to the animated scenes. Chen Feng muses that while cartoons are entertaining, it's not advisable for children to fixate on screens for prolonged periods. He should find other activities to engage her and foster her interests. What could he do? He contemplates teaching her to draw, a splendid idea. However, his own artistic abilities barely extend beyond doodling stick figures in his childhood textbooks. He hardly possesses any talent. Yet, he has the system. If he cannot draw, he can learn. Perhaps self-teaching will enable the system to grant him drawing skills, just as it did with cooking and teaching. He surveys the spacious living room, his gaze landing on a bookshelf against the wall. Upon closer inspection, he discovers it brimming with books, most of which appear to be children's literature. It seems Jiang Yingxue has made ample preparations for their daughter. Chen Feng approaches the bookshelf and begins to sift through the titles. Indeed, he uncovers several books dedicated to introducing children to drawing, including those that teach how to sketch animals, flowers, and even recognize colors. Nearby, he spots a set of pristine drawing pads and a complete assortment of vibrant, child-safe drawing pens. What a thorough preparation! Chen Feng marvels to himself. He picks up a book titled 100 Examples of Children's Drawing, a box of 24 colored crayons, and a blank sketchbook, settling down at the dining table. Opening the book, he attempts to draw a simple flower, following the most basic pattern. His hands feel somewhat clumsy, and the lines he produces are crooked, with uneven petal sizes. Just then, a notification chimes. You are self-learning to draw, acquiring drawing skills. You have drawn a flower, increasing your drawing proficiency by 10 points. It worked. Chen Feng feels a rush of joy. The system is indeed reliable. Encouraged, He tries to draw a blade of grass. You have drawn a blade of grass, increasing your drawing proficiency by 11 points. He then sketches a simple sun. You have drawn a sun, increasing your drawing proficiency by 9 points. He continues to draw, creating clouds, little houses, and birds. Although his artwork remains simplistic and reminiscent of a child's creations, he senses his hand growing steadier, and his control over the lines improving gradually. Notifications ring out continuously, his drawing proficiency incrementally accumulating. Before long, he fills an entire page with drawings. Suddenly, ding. Your drawing proficiency has exceeded 100 points, elevating your drawing level from beginner to proficient. A familiar warmth envelopes him as a wealth of artistic knowledge and techniques floods into his mind, dramatically enhancing his control over the drawing tool. He looks down at the page he just filled, feeling a profound transformation. Although he is still drawing those basic shapes, the lines flow more smoothly. The composition is far more pleasing to the eye, and even the color combinations begin to exhibit a subtle harmony. According to the system, the proficiency in painting has surpassed that of some ordinary art instructors. The speed of self-learning is akin to riding a rocket. Dad, what are you doing? A small head peeked out from beside the dining table. Little Ming was drawn over by the rustling sounds from her father. Her curiosity piqued. Upon seeing the open sketchbook and the array of colorful crayons, her big eyes immediately sparkled with delight. Dad is learning to paint. Chen Feng chuckled as he gently lifted his daughter onto the adjacent chair. I want to learn to paint too, Little Ming exclaimed eagerly, stretching her small hands towards the beautiful crayons. All right, Daddy will teach you how to paint right now, okay? Chen Feng picked up a red crayon. Let us start by drawing a little red flower, shall we? Yes. Little Ming nodded enthusiastically, her gaze fixed on her father's hand. Chen Feng took hold of her tiny hand, guiding her to draw a circle for the flower's center, followed by several smaller circles for the petals. Look, this is the flower center, and these are the petals, he explained patiently. You teach your daughter to paint. Teaching proficiency increases by 15 points. Can I try it myself? Little Ming asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Chen Feng released her hand, encouraging her with a warm smile. Mimicking her father, Little Ming clutched the crayon tightly and diligently began to draw on the paper. The circles she drew were slightly flattened, and the lines wobbled, yet her concentration was palpable. Yes, just like that. You're doing great, Little Ming. Chen Feng provided timely encouragement. You encourage your daughter, teaching proficiency increases by 12 points. He continued to teach her how to draw the stem and leaves, and how to add color to the little flower. You guide your daughter in coloring. Teaching proficiency increases by 18 points. With her father's guidance, Little Ming became increasingly engrossed in her artwork. Although the final product still bore the hallmark of childhood whimsy, the shapes were recognizable. Chen Feng taught with remarkable patience and discovered that his mastery of painting, combined with his adept teaching skills, made the process of instructing his child particularly effortless. He knew how to simplify explanations, break down steps, and encourage her effectively. Ding! Your teaching proficiency has surpassed 100 points, elevating your teaching level from beginner to proficient. The upgrade in his teaching skills filled Chen Feng with joy. After Little Ming successfully produced a flower that was barely recognizable, yet charmingly colorful, she gleefully lifted her sketchbook. Daddy, look, I painted a flower. Wow, Little Ming. That is truly wonderful. What a beautiful flower. Chen Feng praised without reservation, marveling at the vibrant yet innocent flower created by his daughter, which he found more exquisite than any masterpiece. Hee. Little Ming set down her sketchbook and leaped into Chen Feng's embrace, planting a kiss on his cheek. Her face beaming with pride and joy. Daddy teaches so well. Little Ming loves learning to paint with Daddy. Your daughter kissed you, increasing the affection value between you and your daughter by 10 points. As he absorbed the prompt echoing in his mind, holding his fragrant, soft, and exuberant little girl, Chen Feng felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Isn't painting fun? So fun. Little Ming nodded vigorously, wriggling out of her father's embrace to grab a brush. Her enthusiasm unabated as she declared, I want to paint a big tree next. Chapter 8. Telling stories to lull his daughter to sleep. Little Ming continued to create several more drawings, including crooked trees, a round sun, and figures resembling little tadpoles. She was thoroughly engrossed in her art, her face adorned with smudges of red crayon. Chen Feng glanced at the time and decided it was about time, softly saying, Little Ming, we have created so many beautiful drawings. How wonderful. Now it's time for your nap. Little ones must sleep soundly to grow tall and strong. Although Little Ming was caught up in her creative flow and reluctant to stop, she eventually set down her crayons, rubbed her eyes, and admitted her fatigue. Looking at Chen Feng, she sweetly asked, Daddy, can you tell me a story to help me sleep? Of course, Chen Feng replied with a smile. But he added a small request. However, before we dive into the story, let us tidy up the crayons and sketchbook and return them to their rightful place. Little Ming, being a big girl who could eat by herself and draw, also needed to learn to organize her belongings, right? She pondered the mess of drawings and crayons on the table and realized her father was right. With a bright voice, she agreed, okay. Little Ming will help Daddy clean up. What a good girl. Chen Feng gently patted her head. The father and daughter began to tidy up. Chen Feng closed the drawing books while Little Ming clumsily waddled to the bookshelf, trying to tiptoe and return the books. Chen Feng stood nearby, ready to assist when she couldn't reach. Crayons must go back in the box. Not a single one should be missing, he instructed while demonstrating. Little Ming diligently picked up the scattered crayons one by one, sorting them by color and carefully placing them back into the crayon box. You teach your daughter to organize. Teaching proficiency increases by 15 points. The prompt resonating in his mind made Chen Feng smile slightly. Cultivating good habits begins with small actions. Once they finished tidying up, the table was neat again. Chen Feng selected a colorful children's storybook from the shelf, then bent down and scooped Little Ming into his arms. Let us go. It's time for bed. You embraced your daughter, increasing the affection value between you and your daughter by 10 points. Little Ming joyfully wrapped her arms around her father's neck, resting her small head against his sturdy shoulder. As they entered the bedroom, Chen Feng gently placed her by the soft bed. Daddy, help me take off my clothes. Little Ming naturally opened her arms, waiting for her father's assistance. However, Chen Feng did not act immediately. He crouched down to meet her gaze and gently said, Little Ming, look, you can eat by yourself, draw by yourself, and even tidy up your things. How impressive. Taking off your clothes is something we can try doing ourselves, right? Being able to do your own tasks makes you a real big kid. Little Ming blinked her big eyes, finding her father's reasoning sound. She nodded. Little Ming will do it herself. All right, Daddy will teach you. First, let us sit down and take off our shoes and socks. Chen Feng guided his daughter to sit on the edge of the bed, demonstrating how to unfasten the Velcro, remove the shoes, and pull off the socks. You teach your daughter to dress and undress. Teaching proficiency increases by 12 points. Little Ming, mimicking her father, awkward yet determined, tackled her little shoes and socks. When she successfully removed one shoe, she exclaimed joyfully, Daddy, look, I did it. Wonderful. Little Ming learned so quickly. Chen Feng immediately praised her. You encourage your daughter. Teaching proficiency increases by 10 points. Next came the outerwear and pants. Chen Feng patiently instructed her on locating the zipper, unbuttoning, and pulling her arms out of the sleeves. You guide your daughter in removing her outerwear. Teaching proficiency increases by 15 points. After a bit of a fumble, Little Ming finally managed to take off her jacket by herself, her cheeks flushed with a sense of accomplishment. Little Ming is amazing. Chen Feng lifted her up and kissed her cheek. Now let us snuggle into bed. Little Ming giggled like a nimble fish, swiftly diving beneath the covers, revealing only her tiny head as she eagerly gazed at the storybook in Chen Feng's hands. Chen Feng settled beside the bed, opened the storybook, cleared his throat, and began to narrate in a gentle tone. Once upon a time, in a beautiful forest, there lived an adorable little white rabbit. You are telling a story to your daughter. You have acquired the skill of storytelling. You are currently narrating to your daughter. Your storytelling proficiency has increased by 10 points. Chen Feng felt a stir of excitement within. He had gained a new skill. He became more engrossed in the tale, not merely reading from the book, but attempting to mimic the voices of the little animals within the story. The big bad wolf gruffly exclaimed, Little rabbit, open the door. The little rabbit trembled and replied, I want to open it. You are using different voices to tell the story. Your storytelling proficiency has increased by 15 points. Little Ming was captivated, her large eyes fixed on her father, completely absorbed in the narrative. After finishing the first story from the book, Chen Feng felt an insatiable desire for more. He glanced at his daughter, noticing her expectant gaze. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Could he create a story of his own? He recalled the patterns from the stories he had just read, combined them with the small animals Little Ming adored, organized his thoughts, and began to improvise. All right, the stories from the book are finished. Now, Daddy will tell Little Ming a brand new story, one that only she has heard. How does that sound? Good. Little Ming joyfully wriggled in her blanket. This story is called The Little Cloud Who Loved to Paint. In the sky, there was a chubby little white cloud that adored painting. As Chen Feng narrated, although the story was simple, it brimmed with childlike wonder. He described how the little cloud used sunlight as a golden paintbrush and a rainbow as colorful paint, creating all sorts of delightful patterns on the blue canvas of the sky. He painted the scene vividly with his words, and Little Ming's eyes sparkled as if she could truly see that mischievous little cloud. You have independently created and narrated a story. Your storytelling proficiency has increased by 20 points. Just as he concluded this self-composed tale, a notification chimed. Ding! Your storytelling proficiency has surpassed 100 points. Your storytelling level has advanced from beginner to proficient. A wave of information flooded his mind, and he felt a newfound understanding of story rhythm, plot construction, and language usage. This storytelling skill was indeed more than mere recitation. At the proficient level, he truly possessed the ability to craft engaging children's stories. This was wonderful. From now on, he could create exclusive tales for his daughter anytime, anywhere. He had shared 2 stories in total, one from the book and one of his own creation. As he prepared for a third, he looked down and discovered that, at some point, little Meng had closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes resembling delicate fans resting on her rosy cheeks, her breathing steady and deep, her little mouth slightly ajar, sound asleep. Clearly, the stories had worked their magic. A tender smile spread across Chen Feng's face. He gently closed the storybook, took great care to tuck her blanket, and softly kissed her smooth forehead. Then, he tiptoed to his feet, moving stealthily as if he were a thief, and slowly exited the bedroom, closing the door without making a sound. He returned the storybook to the shelf in the living room, then approached the sofa, feeling as if he had shed a heavy burden, filled instead with immense joy, and sank into the soft embrace of the couch. He slightly closed his eyes, and the events of the day flashed before him like scenes from a film. For years ago, the chaotic and bewildering night, the ethereal woman who had appeared and vanished like a celestial being. The mundane life of delivering food over the past 4 years. This morning, the dilapidated door that had been knocked open, revealing the cold, stunning Jiang Yingxue standing outside, alongside the angelic little girl at her feet calling him daddy. The shock and confusion upon learning the truth. The exhilaration and bewilderment upon acquiring the system. The tenderness and responsibility felt while holding his daughter, cooking for her, teaching her to use chopsticks, drawing with her, and lulling her to sleep, all filled with the scent of milk and laughter. Everything felt so surreal, yet undeniably real. He, Chen Feng, a delivery man living on the fringes of society, had unexpectedly gained such a lovely and beautiful daughter due to an incident 4 years prior. And her mother was none other than the unreachable Heiress, a princess of the capital. Even more astonishingly, because of this daughter, he had received what seemed an absurd yet immensely powerful superdad system. In just half a day, his culinary, teaching, drawing, and storytelling skills had all reached proficiency. And even his physical condition had improved through household chores. He was no longer the Chen Feng who knew nothing but delivering food. He opened his eyes and looked at his hands, roughened from years of gripping the handlebars. Now these hands could create delicious meals, craft beautiful drawings, write engaging stories, and patiently guide his daughter. An unprecedented surge of confidence and strength welled up from within him. He clenched his fists, his gaze growing resolute. He must make good use of the abilities bestowed by the system and strive to earn money. He would support his daughter through his own efforts, providing her with the best life possible. He was determined to prove to Jiang Yingxue that he, Chen Feng, was worthy of being little Meng's father. Chapter 9. Masterful Skills in Painting and Storytelling. Leaning back on the sofa, Chen Feng pondered deeply. Now he had acquired a wealth of skills. Culinary arts, teaching, drawing, and storytelling were all at a proficient level. Even his physical fitness had improved significantly. But how could he monetize these abilities? Should he utilize his culinary skills to become a chef? Or perhaps open a restaurant? No, he was a full-time dad now, revolving around his daughter. With no time to spend all day in the kitchen or a restaurant, could he use his teaching skills to open a tutoring center for children? That wouldn't work either. He lacked the time, and starting such a venture required capital and space. Thus, it appeared that the most suitable option for him was to engage in work that could be done at home. Drawing and storytelling were perfect for this. He could illustrate fairy tales and leverage his storytelling skills to create original tales, recording them as audio stories. He could then upload the artwork and stories online, and perhaps earn some income. However, he felt that his current proficiency in drawing and storytelling was still insufficient. He needed to elevate his skills further for greater assurance. With determination, he sprang into action. He rose quietly and returned to the bookshelf, this time with a clear purpose. Gathering every book related to drawing, be it for children's enlightenment or slightly more advanced topics, and stacking them on the table. He then retrieved his sketchbook and a set of colored pencils. He opened a book on basic sketching, practicing lines and geometric shapes as illustrated. You are practicing sketching lines. Your drawing proficiency has increased by 12 points. He then found a beginner's book on watercolor painting, attempting to mix colors and paint simple still life. You are practicing watercolor mixing. Your drawing proficiency has increased by 15 points. He tirelessly sketched, painted, and experimented with various styles, from watercolors to whimsical cartoons. The rhythmic chime of system notifications echoed in his mind, signaling a steady ascent in his proficiency. You have replicated a landscape painting, and your painting proficiency has increased by 18 points. After completing a substantial stack of copyworks, Chen Feng felt a newfound steadiness in his hand, and his grasp of color and composition had become considerably clearer. He set aside the tutorial book, ready to create something of his own. What a paint! He envisioned his daughter's sweet smile. Yes, he would depict the little darling. Closing his eyes, he recalled the way her eyes curved when she laughed. Then picked up his brush to outline her on the blank canvas. He painted a little girl with 2 playful pigtails, dressed in a beautiful fluffy skirt, joyfully holding a red balloon and smiling up at the sky. The background featured a rainbow and a candy house, born from his imagination. You have created an original children's illustration, and your painting proficiency has increased by 25 points. The proficiency gained from this original work far surpassed that from mere imitation. Encouraged, he began his second piece. This time, he illustrated small woodland creatures holding a concert. A rabbit played the drums, a bear strummed the accordion, and a bird sang melodiously. You have created a whimsical scene, and your painting proficiency has increased by 28 points. One after another, he painted, completely immersed in the joy of creation. The notifications in his mind grew increasingly frequent. You have created an original painting, and your painting proficiency has increased by 22 points. You have created an original painting, and your painting proficiency has increased by 30 points. You have created an original painting, and your painting proficiency has increased by 26 points. He lost track of how many pieces he had completed when he finished a painting of a clever little squirrel clutching a pine cone. Ding! Your painting proficiency has surpassed 1,000 points, elevating your painting level from proficient to master. A torrent of knowledge and insights, even more profound and intricate than before, surged into his mind. Different painting styles, techniques, color theories, and creative philosophies seemed to imprint themselves in his consciousness as if they were innate. He glanced down at the little squirrel he had just painted, feeling an unmistakable transformation. His strokes were more seasoned, the expressions more vivid and lifelike, and the entire piece radiated a vibrant essence. Master level. He was now a master painter. Effortlessly navigating various styles, he could create truly evocative works of art. Chen Feng stifled his inner euphoria and took a deep breath. With painting accomplished, it was time to weave tales. He carefully set aside his art supplies and returned to the bookshelf, this time gathering all the children's storybooks, fairy tales, and even a few volumes of children's poetry. Settling onto the sofa, he began to read fervently. He delved into Andersen's fairy tales, Grimm's fairy tales, and various modern picture books. You are reading fairy tales, and your storytelling proficiency has increased by 11 points. You are analyzing story structure, and your storytelling proficiency has increased by 15 points. You are studying character dialogue, and your storytelling proficiency has increased by 13 points. Like a parched sponge, he eagerly absorbed the nourishment from these classic works. The system's notifications accompanied the rustle of pages turning, unceasing. After extensive reading, he closed the final book and shut his eyes. It was time to create his own story. Reflecting on the narrative patterns he had encountered, combined with the tender moments spent with his daughter that day, a brand new story began to take shape in his mind. He picked up his pen and inscribed the title, The Magical Daddy. He commenced crafting the plot, an ordinary father who suddenly discovers he possesses a wondrous magic. He can conjure the most delectable meals, paint moving pictures, and tell enchanting stories that mesmerize children. In truth, this is the magic of love. As he pondered, he jotted down the story outline and key plot points on paper. You are conceptualizing a fairy tale, and your storytelling proficiency has increased by 23 points. You have established the main storyline, and your storytelling proficiency has increased by 25 points. You have created engaging characters, and your storytelling proficiency has increased by 28 points. With the outline in place, he began refining the details, crafting specific sentences. He paid close attention to the rhythm and imagery of the language, ensuring the story was as pleasing to hear as it was to visualize. You have written the story's opening, and your storytelling proficiency has increased by 21 points. You have optimized character dialogue, and your storytelling proficiency has increased by 26 points. You have devised a satisfying conclusion, and your storytelling proficiency has increased by 30 points. As he penned the final period for his original tale, ding! Your storytelling proficiency has surpassed 1,000 points, elevating your storytelling level from proficient to master. Another wave of vast information flowed into him. Not only did it encompass storytelling techniques, but it also included the myriad paths of literary creation, character development, plot weaving, atmosphere crafting, and linguistic refinement. He now felt that he was not merely a storyteller. He could truly become a writer. Creating literary works across various styles, including fairy tales, was well within his grasp. With both painting and storytelling reaching master levels, Chen Feng excitedly clenched his fist. With skills honed, the next step was to find a way to monetize them. He immediately grabbed his phone and began searching for online platforms to publish his fairy tales and illustrations. After perusing several options, some with limited traffic and others misaligned with his genre, he stumbled upon a platform called Bale Fairy Tales that piqued his interest. This platform appeared highly professional, dedicated to collecting various fairy tales, audio tales, illustrations, and even short animations adapted from fairy tales. He examined the platform's introduction and the works featured, noting its substantial traffic, making it a leading presence in the realm of children's content. This was it. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. This platform perfectly matched his requirements. Without hesitation, he clicked on the registration page, filled in his information, and established a pen name. After some contemplation, he entered Feng, drawing from the Shui in Jiang Yingxue's name and the Feng in his own. Registration was swiftly completed. A creator account belonging to him was born. Chapter 10, Monetizing Fairy Tale Creation. Chen Feng, holding his phone, swiftly tapped the screen, quickly finalizing the registration for his creator account on the Bale Fairy Tales app. His pen name was Feng. Looking at this freshly registered account, he felt a mix of excitement and anticipation. The next step was to populate his account with content. He needed to craft a brand new fairy tale, create an audio version, and accompany it with appealing illustrations. Leaning back on the sofa, he closed his eyes and began to brainstorm. What story should he tell? It couldn't be too cliched. It needed a touch of novelty. He thought of his daughter and reflected on his heritage as a Chinese. An idea suddenly sparked. Why not narrate a story about Chinese history, presenting it in a way that children could understand and appreciate, allowing them to learn about their country's past? This notion seemed promising. A rough outline of a story quickly formed in his mind. This is a series of stories, each capable of unfolding sequentially. At the heart of the tale are two young protagonists, a boy named An and a girl named Yu. By mere chance, they stumble upon a wondrous time-traveling machine that whisks them back to ancient China. They are destined to witness the monumental events that have transpired over 5 millennia. Encounter historical figures from the pages of their textbooks, and engage in delightful interactions with these illustrious characters. He has already conceived a title for this series of adventures, The Adventures of An and Yu. What shall the first episode entail? Let us commence from the very beginning, the creation of the universe by Pangu. With this idea firmly in mind, Chen Feng felt a surge of excitement. He gathered paper and pen, setting about to compose the inaugural episode. Pangu opens the heavens and the earth. He pondered how to narrate this ancient myth in a manner that is both entertaining and memorable for children. He depicted Pangu as an extraordinarily strong and patient giant who had slumbered in chaos for an eternity. Upon awakening, feeling stifled, he exerted his strength to separate the heavens from the earth, fearing that they might close in again. He held up the sky with his hands and pressed down on the earth with his feet, remaining in this stance for an interminable duration until he finally collapsed, his body transforming into all the myriad forms of nature. As he wrote, he carefully considered his word choices, striving to render the narrative both magical and heartwarming. You are crafting the fairy tale Pangu opens the heavens and the earth. Storytelling proficiency increased by 25 points. You have optimized story details. Storytelling proficiency increased by 22 points. You have refined character development. Storytelling proficiency increased by 28 points. The system's prompt resonated in his mind, providing encouragement. His writing flowed with increasing ease, his masterful storytelling ability guiding his pen with divine inspiration. Before long, the manuscript for the first episode was complete. With the story finished, it was time to illustrate. He retrieved his sketchbook and colored pens. This time, he would draw the characters from his tale. First, he sketched the male protagonist, An. He envisioned An with a spirited and inquisitive demeanor, his bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. Dressed in a simple t-shirt and shorts, he resembled an endearing neighborhood boy. You have created a cartoon image of the character An. Drawing proficiency increased by 23 points. Next, he illustrated the female protagonist, Yu. He portrayed her as charming and playful, sporting 2 adorable pigtails, dressed in a lovely little dress, her smile revealing a delightful dimple. You have created a cartoon image of the character Yu. Drawing proficiency increased by 26 points. Then came the highlight, Pangu. He aimed to depict Pangu as tall and formidable, yet not overly intimidating, embodying a sense of innocence and kindness. He illustrated a muscular giant with long hair and a thick beard, his determined gaze fixed as he exerted his strength to part the chaos. Surrounded by the freshly separated pure and turbid energies, you have created a cartoon image of the character Pangu. Drawing proficiency increased by 30 points. With the character sketches complete, he began to create the story's illustrations. The first illustration depicted the chaos before creation, resembling a colossal egg. The second captured Pangu awakening and stretching. The third illustrated him forcefully separating the heavens and the earth, and the final scene depicted his collapse, his body transforming into mountains, rivers, and celestial bodies. He continued to produce several illustrations, vividly portraying the pivotal moments of the narrative. You have created scene illustrations for the story. Drawing proficiency increased by 27 points. You have illustrated Pangu supporting the sky. Drawing proficiency increased by 29 points. Having completed the final stroke, he gazed at the lifelike characters and scenes in his sketchbook and nodded in satisfaction. With the text and illustrations ready, only the audio remained. He took out his phone and activated the recording function. Clearing his throat, he began to narrate the freshly penned story with heartfelt expressiveness into the microphone. Hello, dear children. Welcome to Daddy Ming's Fairy Tale Cottage. Today, we shall embark on a journey through a very ancient story, titled Pangu Opens the Heavens and the Earth. He deliberately slowed his pace, ensuring his voice resonated with warmth and allure. When recounting Pangu's slumber, he lowered his voice to evoke tranquility. During Pangu's awakening and separation of the heavens and the earth, he amplified his volume, brimming with vigor, and as he described Pangu collapsing and transforming into all things, his tone took on a touch of emotion and tenderness. You are recording the audio story Pangu Opens the Heavens and the Earth. Storytelling proficiency increased by 24 points. You are employing vocal expression to narrate the story. Storytelling proficiency increased by 26 points. You have completed the recording of the audio story. Storytelling proficiency increased by 28 points. In a seamless flow, he recorded nearly 10 minutes of the audio story. Upon playback, he found the results quite satisfactory. His voice was clear and imbued with emotion. All was ready. He picked up his phone again and accessed the creator's backend of Bale Fairy Tales. The first step was to publish the written story. He meticulously reviewed the manuscript for the first episode of The Adventures of an Un-Yu, titled Pangu Opens the Heavens and the Earth, then copied and pasted it into the publication box, clicking upload. The second step involved publishing the illustrations. He photographed the completed illustrations with his phone, adjusting angles and lighting, uploading them one by one to accompany the written story. The third step was to publish the audio story. He retrieved the recently recorded audio file and clicked upload. As he watched the screen display the words publication successful, Chen Feng let out a long sigh of relief. The first step was finally accomplished. Soon after, he received a contract notification and he completed the signing process according to the procedure. He silently hoped that his carefully crafted creations would be well received and yield some income. Even if modest, it would mark a promising beginning. Merely relying on hope was insufficient. He needed better tools. He quickly ordered several items online via his phone: a professional microphone to ensure clearer audio for future recordings, a scanner, allowing him to digitize his illustrations directly into the computer with clarity, and he replenished his supply of pens and sketchbooks to prepare for forthcoming creations. Having completed these tasks, he glanced at the time. Little Ming would soon awaken from her nap. He stood up and walked toward the bedroom, contemplating that he would need to have his daughter guide him around the kindergarten to familiarize himself with the route, ensuring he could take her to school the following day. He gently pushed open the bedroom door and approached the bed. Little Ming was still blissfully immersed in sweet slumber, her cheeks rosy and reminiscent of a ripe apple. Leaning down, he tenderly caressed his daughter's face and softly called out, Little Ming, it's time to wake up. Have you had enough sleep?" Chapter 11. The social butterfly daughter boasts about her father. Chen Feng gently opened the bedroom door and approached the bedside. Little Ming remained lost in her delightful dreams. Her face flushed like a perfectly ripened apple, long eyelashes resting peacefully upon her eyelids, her small mouth slightly ajar, breathing evenly, gazing at his daughter's unguarded, adorable sleeping visage. Chen Feng's heart melted entirely. He leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead. "You kissed your daughter," increasing the affection value between you and her by 6 points. The prompt resonating in his mind caused a smile to unconsciously grace his lips. Perhaps sensing her father's kiss, Little Ming's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she gradually opened her eyes, still drowsy. Upon seeing her father, she instinctively broke into a sweet, sleepy smile. "Daddy, Little Ming is awake. Did you sleep well?" Chen Feng inquired gently. Xiao Ming rubbed her eyes and propped herself up to sit. As she gazed at her father's face, which was so close, she suddenly leaned in and imitated him by planting a loud, resounding kiss on Chen Feng's cheek. "Your daughter kissed you," increasing the affection value between you by 7 points. Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, but soon felt enveloped in a warm current of happiness bubbling within him. He chuckled as he tousled his daughter's messy hair. "Little lazy pig, it's time to get up." "I'm not a little lazy pig," Xiao Ming protested with a pout, yet she obediently prepared to get out of bed. "Come on, Xiao Ming, let's try dressing ourselves, shall we?" Chen Feng picked up the neatly folded little dress and socks from the end of the bed. "Okay." Xiao Ming was now brimming with enthusiasm for doing things by herself. Chen Feng first handed her the dress, teaching her how to locate the neckline, how to thread her head through, and how to slide her arms into the sleeves. "You taught your daughter to dress," increasing teaching proficiency by 12 points. Xiao Ming's small hands fumbled a bit as she struggled to find the armholes. Growing anxious with soft whines, Chen Feng remained patient, offering gentle guidance while occasionally lending a small hand. Yes, that hand. It's excellent to stretch it out through that hole. You guided your daughter to stretch her arms, increasing teaching proficiency by 15 points. After considerable effort, she finally donned her dress and moved on to her socks and shoes. Chen Feng instructed her on how to distinguish the right and wrong sides of the socks, how to slide them onto her little feet, and how to fasten the adorable little buckles of her shoes. You taught your daughter to wear shoes and socks, increasing teaching proficiency by 18 points. Although the process took significantly longer than if an adult had assisted her, when Xiaoming finally managed to dress herself completely, her small face radiated immense pride and a sense of accomplishment. "Daddy, look, I'm all dressed," she exclaimed. "Xiaoming is so capable." Chen Feng gave her a thumbs up. "From now on, you're a big girl." He took her tiny hand. "Let us go. Xiaoming, show Daddy your kindergarten. Shall we? We need to familiarize ourselves with the route, so I can take you to school tomorrow." "Yes, yes." Xiaoming instantly replied with glee, feeling particularly proud to guide her father. "I know the way. Is the kindergarten far?" Chen Feng casually inquired as they walked together. "Not far." Xiaoming vigorously shook her head, pointing with her free hand towards the direction of the main gate. "It's right across from our community. Just cross the road, and we're there." Chen Feng thought to himself, since it was so close, they might as well walk. Although carrying his daughter would increase their affection value, he believed it was more important for the little one to walk on her own and exercise. Hand in hand, the father and daughter left the apartment and took the elevator down to the first floor. Stepping out of the unit, Chen Feng could more tangibly appreciate the upscale nature of the community. The environment was clean and beautiful, with excellent greenery and a plethora of well-maintained facilities. Not far along their path, they encountered a vibrant children's playground, where numerous children were gleefully sliding down slides, swinging, and playing joyfully. With her father by her side, Xiaoming appeared especially excited, transforming into a little social butterfly. Spotting a cleaning lady tidying up, she immediately lifted her chin and proudly pointed at Chen Feng. "Annie, look. This is my daddy." The cleaning lady chuckled at the adorable little girl, responding, "Oh, wonderful. Your daddy is so handsome." Xiaoming, invigorated by the compliment, continued to boast. "My daddy cooks delicious food, better than what mommy makes." Chen Feng felt a bit embarrassed by the praise and quickly smiled at the lady, leading his daughter onward. A few steps later, they encountered a grandmother walking with her grandson. Xiaoming began again. "Grandma, this is my daddy. He tells the most interesting stories." The grandmother smiled kindly. "Oh really? How lucky you are." Chen Feng was both amused and perplexed. He hadn't anticipated that his daughter would be so outgoing in front of strangers, showing no signs of shyness. He looked down at Xiaoming, whose expression seemed to declare to the world, "I have a daddy." His heart swelled with warmth and amusement. Thus, under Xiaoming's enthusiastic guidance, Chen Feng walked with her out of the community gates. After crossing the pedestrian crossing, Xiaoming pointed excitedly at a particularly charming building across the street, exclaiming, "Daddy, look. That's my kindergarten." Chen Feng looked up to see the building designed like a fairy tale castle, with bright fencing and beautiful cartoon sculptures at the entrance. Most striking of all was a conspicuous sign that displayed the name of the institution in both Chinese and English: Stephen International Bilingual Kindergarten. Stephen International Bilingual Kindergarten? Chen Feng felt a jolt in his heart. Although he wasn't entirely familiar with the specifics, he had heard that international bilingual often equated to exorbitant fees. Unable to help himself, he scrutinized the promotional materials at the entrance, where the tuition standards were clearly stated. When he saw the figure, he was left speechless, gasping in disbelief. 200,000 a year. His heart skipped a beat. 200,000. That was nearly the amount he had painstakingly earned over 2 years delivering takeout. And this was merely the annual tuition for his daughter's kindergarten? He was aware that Jiang Yingxue came from a wealthy family and that their lifestyle was elevated, but it was only at this moment, confronted with that glaringly exorbitant number, that he truly grasped the chasm between their worlds. This outrageous tuition shattered all his previous notions. Chapter 12. Jiang Yingxue was stunned. Having familiarized themselves with the route to kindergarten, Chen Feng held Xiaoming's hand as they made their way back. Just a few steps into the community, Xiaoming began to shake Chen Feng's hand, playfully coaxing, Daddy, can we go play at the playground over there for a little while? Just for a bit." She extended a tiny finger, gazing at him with hopeful eyes. Seeing the anticipation shimmering in his daughter's large eyes, Chen Feng felt he could not refuse. He smiled and nodded. "All right, just for a little while. But remember, we can't stay too long. We still need to go back and make dinner." "Yay, Daddy is the best." Xiaoming cheered, pulling Chen Feng's hand eagerly toward the playground. Arriving at the playground, it was even livelier than when they had passed earlier. Slides, swings, sandpits, and seesaws were bustling with children's laughter and playful energy. The moment Xiaoming stepped in, she transformed into a little star returning to her stage. tightly holding Chen Feng's hand. Spotting a little boy building with sand, she rushed over, puffing out her chest, and proudly exclaimed, "Look, this is my daddy. I found my daddy." The little boy looked up at Chen Feng with a puzzled expression, then returned to his sandcastle. Unfazed, Xiaoming noticed a little girl standing by the slide and ran over, enthusiastically declaring, "My daddy cooks the most delicious food. It's the best in the world." The little girl blinked, showing little reaction. Xiaoming's social exuberance was now in full swing. She boldly ventured to the center of the playground. Raising her voice for all to hear, "My daddy can paint. His art is beautiful. He tells stories that are way more interesting than the kindergarten teacher's." At this, a little boy in suspenders stepped forward defiantly, arms crossed, and declared, "Humph. My daddy is already 100 years old." In his limited understanding, 100 years old seemed to him the pinnacle of age and wisdom. Another little girl, her hair styled in exuberant pigtails, eagerly boasted, "My daddy is exceptionally tall. He must be 100 meters high." She strained on her tiptoes, arms stretched skyward, attempting to convey her father's impressive stature. A chubby little boy pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "My daddy has the greatest strength. He can lift 100 pounds with one hand." The children began to compare their fathers, each claiming increasingly exaggerated feats, as if 100 was the utmost limit of their imagination. Standing nearby, Chen Feng and several other parents couldn't help but chuckle at the innocence of these little ones, who possessed no real grasp of numbers. Indeed, the world of children is pure and delightful, where they perceive that the larger the number, the mightier the claim. Chen Feng chose not to interrupt Xiaoming's socializing. Instead, he watched over her playfully. When she ran to the slide, he awaited her at the bottom. When she climbed onto the seesaw, he sat on the other end, gently playing along. When she dug in the sandpit, he squatted beside her, observing her every move. Your companionship in the children's playground has increased your bond with your daughter by 8 points. Playing on the seesaw together has increased your affection for your daughter by 5 points. The system's notification chimes occasionally punctuated this tender parent-child moment. After some time, small beads of sweat began to appear on Xiaoming's forehead. Chen Feng glanced at the clock and gently approached her, saying, "Xiaoming, it's time to head home. Daddy has something delicious prepared for you." Xiaoming, though thoroughly enjoying herself, was indeed a bit tired. She obediently nodded and took her father's outstretched hand, saying, "Okay, let's go home." Hand in hand, the father and daughter returned to their apartment. "Xiaoming, you can watch some television while Daddy prepares dinner, all right?" "Okay." Xiaoming eagerly turned on the TV, finding her favorite channel, and nestled into the sofa. Chen Feng tied on an apron and entered the kitchen, busily preparing the evening meal. He deftly handled the ingredients, chopping and stir-frying with fluid motions. Your chopping skills have increased by 12 points. Your stir-frying skills have increased by 15 points. Despite having reached a masterful level of culinary expertise, his skills continued to improve with each endeavor, a gratifying sensation. Before long, a simple yet nutritious and delicious dinner was ready. He placed the dishes on the dining table and called out to Xiaoming, "Xiaoming, wash your hands. It's time to eat." "Coming." Xiaoming jumped off the sofa, ran to wash her hands, and then climbed onto her chair, sitting properly and waiting for dinner. Chen Feng served her food and handed her a pair of children's chopsticks. Xiaoming was now quite accustomed to feeding herself. Though her movements were still a bit slow, she managed quite well. Holding the chopsticks, she began to focus intently on her meal. Just then, Chen Feng's phone, resting on the table, rang with a video call invitation. He picked it up to see the name Jiang Yingxue flashing on the screen. He promptly pressed the answer button. The screen displayed Jiang Yingxue's cool and beautiful face, the background appearing to be a hotel room. "Hello, Yingxue," Chen Feng greeted. Jiang Yingxue's voice came through the speaker. Still lacking warmth. "Where's Xiaoming? I want to see her." "She's eating," Chen Feng replied, immediately turning the camera towards Xiaoming, who was engrossed in her meal. Upon seeing her daughter on the screen, Jiang Yingxue's expression, previously impassive, instantly froze, her eyes wide with disbelief. What had she witnessed? Her daughter, Xiaoming, the little princess who required feeding at home or would throw tantrums, was now skillfully using her children's learning chopsticks, albeit slowly, but with remarkable focus and precision, bringing food to her mouth. The way she held the chopsticks was even more proper than many older children Jiang Yingxue had seen. The ease with which Xiaoming was eating made it seem as though she had been doing this for ages. How could this be possible? "Mama," Xiaoming, spotting her mother on the phone, immediately exclaimed joyfully, her face breaking into a wide smile. "Mama, I miss you so much." Jiang Yingxue, momentarily snapped back to reality by her daughter's voice, suppressed her astonishment and endeavored to make her tone softer. "Mama misses you too, Xiaoming." "Xiaoming, how come you are eating by yourself?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. Upon hearing her mother's question, Xiaoming became animated. Putting down her chopsticks and excitedly gesturing toward the screen, "Daddy taught me. Daddy said Xiao Ming has grown up and should eat by herself. He also taught me how to hold the chopsticks. Look, she demonstrated her grip, her little face brimming with pride, clearly eager for praise. Jiang Yingxue, observing her daughter's proud demeanor and hearing her declaration of Daddy taught me, felt a whirlwind of complex emotions within her. It wasn't that she hadn't attempted to teach Xiao Ming to eat independently. Each time, Xiao Ming either refused to learn, claiming it was tiring, or lost patience after a few attempts, tossing the chopsticks aside, leading to her relying on Jiang Yingxue and the nanny for feeding. With her busy work schedule, she lacked the time to dedicate to this endeavor, and over time, she simply acquiesced. She couldn't fathom how Chen Feng managed to achieve such a remarkable transformation in such a short time, enabling their delicate daughter to not only willingly use chopsticks, but also do it so proficiently. It was nothing short of astonishing. Chapter 13. Teaching Xiao Ming to bathe. Upon hearing her mother inquire about dinner, Xiao Ming became even more animated. She nodded vigorously, her little mouth glistening with food, and exclaimed towards the screen, "Yes. Daddy's cooking is so delicious. It's the best in the world. 100 times better than Mommy's." Jiang Yingxue's lips twitched slightly at the mention of her cooking. To prove her point, Xiao Ming immediately showcased her eating skills. She picked up her chopsticks, skillfully grabbed a piece of stir-fried greens, popped it into her mouth, and chewed loudly, exclaiming, "Mama, look, greens. I used to not like them, but now I do." Then she took a spoonful of steamed egg custard, devouring it in one bite. Egg custard. So tasty. Following that, she proudly displayed her favorite meat slices and several mushrooms, savoring each bite with evident delight, her face radiating pure enjoyment. Jiang Yingxue was utterly astonished. Greens? Egg custard? Mushrooms? These were foods she had to coax, and sometimes even threaten Xiao Ming to eat. And now she was consuming them so eagerly and happily? Xiao Ming had tried a bit of everything on her plate without being picky at all. Was Chen Feng's cooking truly magical? Could it have made their notoriously picky daughter so easy to please? After showcasing her dining prowess, Xiao Ming was not finished yet. As if recalling something even more significant, she quickly set down her chopsticks and slid off her chair. "Mama, Daddy can also draw. He has been teaching me to draw. I've made so many pictures. Let me show you," she called out, running with her little legs to the bookshelf in the living room, pointing excitedly. "Daddy, quickly, bring the drawings I made to Mom." Chen Feng laughed as he approached, retrieving the several drawings created by Xiao Ming that afternoon and handing them to her. Xiao Ming clutched the artwork as if it were a treasured possession, scampering back to the dining table, tiptoeing as she endeavored to hold the drawings up to the camera of her mother's phone. "Mom, look, this is the little flower I drew. This is the little tree. This is the sun. And this one is the little rabbit that Dad taught me to draw." She showcased each piece, her childish voice brimming with pride. Jiang Yingxue's gaze fell upon the drawings, leaving her momentarily stunned. Could these truly be Xiao Ming's creations? She vividly recalled the times she had purchased art supplies for Xiao Ming, but the results had been nothing more than a chaotic jumble of lines and colors, hardly recognizable as art. Yet what lay before her now? Although the strokes remained somewhat juvenile and the lines crooked, the flowers bore petals. The tree had a trunk and leaves, the sun radiated beams of light, and the little rabbit even had long ears and a round tail. Such remarkable progress. It seemed as though Xiao Ming had attended an art class for months to achieve this level of skill. A tumult of emotions surged within Jiang Yingxue. How had Chen Feng managed to teach her? Not only had he instructed Xiao Ming in self-feeding, but he had also guided her to draw so proficiently. What else could he possibly do? Moreover, Xiao Ming's excitement had not waned. Her little mouth continued to chatter about her father's many virtues. "Dad even told me stories at noon to help me take a nap. His stories are so interesting. More interesting than the ones Mom tells." She counted on her little fingers. "Dad taught me how to take off my clothes and put them on. He also taught me to tidy up my toys after playing. Dad says I should do my own things." Jiang Yingxue found herself at a loss for words. Dressing and undressing, tidying up toys, these tasks, which she believed required immense patience and time for Xiao Ming to grasp, Chen Feng had managed to accomplish in a single day. Moreover, judging by Xiao Ming's excited and proud demeanor, she appeared entirely willing and even delighted to engage in these activities. What kind of magic had Chen Feng cast upon her? How had he transformed this occasionally willful and spoiled little girl into someone so obedient and eager to learn? Xiao Ming continued to prattle on about her father's many merits, her large eyes sparkling with joy, and her unabashed affection for him evident. Even through the screen, Jiang Yingxue could feel it profoundly. She had never anticipated that Chen Feng could forge such a deep and harmonious bond with her daughter in just one day. Xiao Ming's acceptance and fondness for him had even surpassed that of the nanny, who had cared for her for much longer, and even exceeded that of her own. Often absent due to work, mother. This man was truly remarkable. Watching her daughter lively and radiant on the video call, Jiang Yingxue's previously anxious heart finally settled. All her prior worries, that Chen Feng would not care for Xiao Ming properly, that Xiao Ming would struggle to adapt, now seemed utterly unfounded. Entrusting Xiao Ming to Chen Feng had been the right decision. Chuckling softly, Jiang Yingxue could not suppress a small yawn, fatigue evident on her face. "Mom." Xiao Ming immediately noticed, leaning closer to the screen with concern. "Are you tired? You should rest soon." The warmth of her daughter's thoughtful words melted Jiang Yingxue's heart, softening the lines of her face. She nodded, her voice tinged with weariness. "Yes. Mommy has been busy all day and is a bit tired. Xiao Ming must listen to Daddy and be good, understand?" "I understand. Good night, Mommy." Xiao Ming waved her tiny hand. "Good night, Xiao Ming." Jiang Yingxue waved back, concluding the video call. Setting down her phone, Xiao Ming turned to Chen Feng and said, "Dad, Mommy works so hard every day and is always so tired." Chen Feng gently ruffled his daughter's hair. "Yes, Mommy works very hard. So, Xiao Ming must be even more obedient and not make Mommy angry. When you grow up, you must take good care of Mommy, understand?" "I understand." Xiao Ming nodded enthusiastically. Her voice bright and clear. "Xiao Ming will listen to Mommy and Daddy. As I grow up, I will take good care of Mommy and Daddy." Hearing his daughter's innocent, yet sincere promise filled Chen Feng with warmth, akin to being bathed in sunlight, and he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. He scooped her up in his arms, planting kisses on her cheeks. "All right, Daddy is waiting for our little Ming to grow up." After dinner, as was his custom, Chen Feng tidied the dishes and took them to the kitchen to wash. "You are washing dishes, gaining 4 points in physique. You are wiping the dining table, gaining 3 points in physique." Engaging in household chores while unknowingly enhancing his physique felt quite gratifying. Once everything was in order, he took Xiao Ming's hand. "Come, Xiao Ming, Daddy will take you downstairs for a walk to help with digestion." "Okay." Xiao Ming cheerfully agreed. The father and daughter strolled leisurely through the community, enjoying the cool evening breeze and watching the streetlights illuminate one by one, engaging in light-hearted conversation. By 8 o'clock, noticing Xiao Ming starting to rub her eyes, Chen Feng understood she was sleepy and led her back to the apartment. "Xiao Ming, it's time to take a bath and go to bed." He guided her to the bathroom. "Now, let us try to undress by ourselves, just like before our nap this afternoon, shall we?" Chen Feng encouraged. "Yes." Xiao Ming was now brimming with confidence in her abilities. She sat on a small stool and began to tackle the buttons of her little dress, followed by her socks. Chen Feng watched patiently, occasionally offering guidance. "You are instructing your daughter on how to undress, increasing teaching proficiency by 12 points. You are encouraging your daughter to be self-sufficient, increasing teaching proficiency by 10 points. Once she had removed her clothes, Chen Feng adjusted the water temperature and began teaching Xiao Ming how to wash herself. "Now, first wet your body with water, just like that. Now, rub the shower gel to create some bubbles. Let us start by washing your little arms. Don't forget to wash your neck too, as it can easily collect dust." He patiently guided her step by step, instructing her on how to cleanse each part of her body. "You are teaching your daughter the steps to bathe, increasing teaching proficiency by 15 points. You are demonstrating how to scrub, increasing teaching proficiency by 18 points. Xiao Ming was earnest in her learning. Although her movements were slow and somewhat clumsy, resulting in water splashing all over the bathroom floor, she diligently imitated her father's actions, covering herself in bubbles before rinsing off. Under Chen Feng's attentive and detailed instruction, Xiao Ming quickly grasped the basic steps of bathing. She began attempting to do it herself, using a small towel to dab here and rub there, though she still required her father's occasional reminders and assistance. She had made significant progress compared to her previous total dependence on adults. Seeing his daughter, bathed in the warm yellow light of the bathroom, diligently washing herself, Chen Feng wore a satisfied smile. Chapter 14. The fairy tale received over 3,000 yuan in tips. Xiao Ming finished her bath, and although she had drenched the bathroom floor and her little face was flushed from effort, she felt an immense sense of accomplishment. Chen Feng fetched a soft, dry towel, meticulously drying her hair and body, then encouragingly said, "Xiao Ming, why don't you try to put on your pajamas by yourself, all right?" "Okay." Xiao Ming picked up the cartoon pajamas neatly folded beside her and began to clumsily, yet earnestly pull them over her body. The buttons proved a bit challenging for her small hands, so Chen Feng patiently observed until she truly struggled, at which point he gently offered his assistance. Once she was dressed in her pajamas, Chen Feng took her tiny hand and led her to the bedroom, tucking her into the cozy embrace of the blankets. As soon as she lay down, she blinked her big eyes at Chen Feng and exclaimed, "Daddy, tell me a story. Please tell me a story to help Xiao Ming sleep." Chen Feng chuckled and patted her head, saying, "All right, Daddy will tell you a story. But first, Daddy needs to wash off a bit of sweat and change into clean clothes before coming back to tell you. Can you be a good girl and lie down for a while? Then hurry up." Xiaoming nodded understandingly. Chen Feng quickly dashed to the bathroom for a shower. Donning comfortable pajamas upon his return to Xiaoming's room, he sat down at the bedside, and Xiaoming immediately nestled closer to him, her face brimming with anticipation. Today, Daddy would share a brand new story, one he had crafted himself, titled The Adventures of an N.N.U.U. Great. Upon hearing that the story was authored by her father, Xiaoming's interest intensified. Chen Feng began narrating the first installment he had created that afternoon, Pangu Creates the World. With a gentle and vividly evocative voice, he recounted how Pangu awakened from chaos, how he forcefully separated heaven and earth, and how he transformed into all living things. Xiaoming listened, entranced, her wide eyes fixed upon him. As the story concluded, Xiaoming was far from sleepy. Instead, she was even more exhilarated. She tugged at Chen Feng's arm, exclaiming, "Daddy, that story was amazing. It's more interesting than any story I've ever heard. Please tell me another one." Chen Feng gazed at his daughter's sparkling eyes, feeling a mix of helplessness and amusement. "All right, but we must agree that after this one, Xiaoming has to go to sleep obediently, okay? Okay, pinky promise." Xiaoming immediately extended her little finger. Chen Feng mirrored her gesture, sealing the promise. "Pinky swear. We won't change for 100 years. What to tell next?" Chen Feng's mind raced. Since the first episode was about Pangu, it was only natural that the second would feature Nuwa creating humanity. After a brief contemplation of the plot, he began, "All right. Now Daddy will narrate the adventures of an N.N.U.U. Nuwa creates humanity. Once upon a time, an N.N.U.U. traveled back to a very ancient era in a time machine." He described how the two protagonists observed the goddess Nuwa, who found the world too lonely, and thus shaped small figures from yellow earth, which sprang to life upon touching the ground. Later, when Nuwa grew weary, she flung mud from a vine, and the splashes also transformed into little beings. You are creating and narrating the fairy tale Nuwa Creates Humanity. Storytelling proficiency increased by 18 points. You enriched the story's details. Storytelling proficiency increased by 22 points. He narrated vividly, and Xiaoming listened with rapt attention. As the second story concluded, Xiaoming seemed even more spirited. Curiously, she asked, "Daddy, Nuwa is so amazing. What happened next? Can those little beings talk? Do they wear clothes?" Questions poured forth, showing no sign of her desire to sleep. Chen Feng patiently answered each one, but seeing his daughter's enthusiasm, he realized that mere storytelling would not lull her to sleep. He had to resort to his final tactic. "Xiaoming, look, it's really late now." Chen Feng softened his tone. "Let's close our eyes, and I'll sing you a lullaby, all right? Listen to the song, and you'll soon drift off to sleep." Though Xiaoming still wished to hear more stories, she indeed felt a bit drowsy, so she obediently nodded, "Okay," and closed her eyes. Chen Feng gently patted her back, beginning to hum a simple lullaby he had heard somewhere, its melody soothing. He hummed without lyrics, simply following the tune. You are humming a lullaby. Music skill proficiency increased by 12 points. You are utilizing a calming rhythm in your humming. Music skill proficiency increased by 15 points. As he continued to pat and hum, the prompts in his mind chimed in. Ding! Your music proficiency has surpassed 100 points, elevating your music level from beginner to proficient. A wealth of knowledge about music theory, vocalization, and rhythm control flooded his mind, making his humming more melodious and the tempo increasingly smooth and calming, imbued with a magical quality that instilled comfort and relaxation. While humming, he gently patted his daughter. After a while, he glanced down to find Xiaoming's breathing had become steady and deep, her little mouth slightly parted. She had fallen into a deep slumber. A gentle smile graced Chen Feng's face. He ceased humming and sat quietly for a moment, ensuring his daughter was soundly asleep before carefully rising, tucking her blankets snugly around her, and stealthily exiting the bedroom, softly closing the door behind him. In the living room, he settled onto the sofa, exhaling deeply. A day spent caring for his child was both fulfilling and exhausting. Habitually, he pulled out his phone and opened the Bell Fairy Tales app to check if anyone had viewed the work he had published that afternoon. As he entered the creator's backend, a flurry of notification messages dazzled his eyes. Tips notifications. So many tip notifications. He was momentarily taken aback. Quickly opening the details and adding them up, the total left him astonished. Over 3,200 yuan. In just one afternoon? More than he used to earn from several days of hard delivery work. His heart raced, and he hurriedly clicked on the text version of The Adventures of an N.N.U.U. Pangu Creates the World. The comments section was already filled with numerous messages. My baby listened to this story and kept asking where Pangu went afterward. Author, please update soon. Wrote one mother. Such a creative way to tell mythology in a way kids can understand. I've tipped, and am looking forward to the next installment. Commented another parent. So enjoyable. An N.N.U.U. are so brave. I want to visit ancient times too. Read a child's comment. He then clicked on the illustration section. The art style is so cute. Bright colors that kids love at first sight. Penga looks so majestic. Children are captivated. Another comment praised the character design's uniqueness and expressed anticipation for more characters. Finally, he opened the audio story section. Daddy's voice is so pleasant. He tells the story with such emotion. The background music fits perfectly. My baby quieted down while listening. It's been played 3 times in a row. We want more of the audio version. Seeing these encouraging and expectant reviews, along with the tangible tips, a wave of exhilaration and accomplishment surged within Chen Feng. He had truly succeeded. With his own abilities, he could earn money from home. Witnessing so many readers and listeners urging for more filled him with renewed motivation. Since he wasn't sleepy anyway, he decided to create the story of Niuhua Creates Humanity that he had just narrated to Xiao Meng. He promptly gathered paper and pen. Leveraging his masterful storytelling skills to refine the impromptu tale, crafting a detailed manuscript. You are creating the fairy tale Niuhua Creates Humanity. Storytelling proficiency increased by 20 points. After completing the written manuscript, he retrieved his sketchbook and brushes, commencing the creation of illustrations to accompany the tale. He depicted the gentle act of Niuhua molding clay to create humanity, captured the astonishment of the little beings coming to life, and illustrated the grandeur of mud splattering as the vines whipped through the air. You have created illustrations for the story, increasing your illustration proficiency by 25 points. Subsequently, he took out his phone, found a quiet corner, and, with his mastery of musicality, skillfully modulated his voice and rhythm to record an audio version of the story Niuhua Creates Humanity. You recorded the audio story Niuhua Creates Humanity, increasing your storytelling proficiency by 18 points. Once everything was completed, he followed the afternoon routine, uploading the text version, illustrations, and audio version of Niuhua Creates Humanity onto the Bale Children's Tales platform. Seeing the successful publication notification, Chen Feng's heart brimmed with anticipation. He hoped this new story would garner as much affection as the first, bringing in some revenue. After finishing all these tasks, he finally felt a hint of fatigue. Yawning, he turned off the lights in the living room and tiptoed into the bedroom, lying down beside Xiao Meng, quickly drifting into slumber. Chapter 15. Observing Grandpa practice Tai Chi and learning Tai Chi the next day, as dawn broke, Chen Feng awoke naturally. He rose quietly, careful not to disturb the slumbering Xiao Meng beside him. After freshening up, he donned an apron and ventured into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. He scrambled eggs, warmed milk, toasted slices of bread, and sliced some fruit. You are scrambling eggs, increasing your culinary proficiency by 10 points. You are preparing fruit, increasing your culinary proficiency by 8 points. While engrossed in his tasks, he heard soft footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Xiao Meng, clad in her adorable cartoon pajamas, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she approached in her little slippers. "Good morning, Daddy," the little one greeted, her voice still tinged with the remnants of slumber. "Good morning, Xiao Meng," Chen Feng replied with a smile. "Have you brushed your teeth and washed your face?" Xiao Meng shook her head, her small face reflecting a hint of embarrassment. "No, Mama or Auntie always help me with that. I don't know how." Chen Feng set aside his tasks, turned off the stove, and knelt before his daughter, looking at her earnestly. "Xiao Meng, you are growing up now and have found your daddy. From now on, you must learn to brush your teeth and wash your face by yourself, all right? It's something all big kids need to know." Xiao Meng gazed into her father's encouraging eyes and nodded. "Okay, Xiao Meng will learn. Excellent. Come, Daddy will teach you." Chen Feng took Xiao Meng to the bathroom. He brought over a small stool for her to stand on, perfectly elevating her to the sink. He produced a new toothbrush prepared for her and squeezed some children's toothpaste onto it. "All right, Xiao Meng, watch Daddy. When we brush our teeth, we must brush up and down, ensuring we reach every corner to chase away the little bugs hiding in your teeth." As he spoke, he demonstrated the technique. You are teaching your daughter to brush her teeth, increasing your teaching proficiency by 12 points. Xiao Meng imitated her father's actions, clumsily inserting the small toothbrush into her mouth and beginning to scrub in circles, quickly covering her lips in white foam. Yes, just like that. Xiao Meng is so clever. After brushing her teeth, Chen Feng taught her how to wash her face, how to wet the towel, wring it out, and to first wipe her cheeks, then her ears and the back of her neck. You are teaching your daughter to wash her face, increasing your teaching proficiency by 15 points. Xiao Meng earnestly practiced. Despite her movements lacking coordination and the towel not being wrung out properly, splattering water across the sink. Nevertheless, she approached the task with utmost seriousness. When she finally held the small towel and wiped her face clean, she looked into the mirror at her fresh visage and beamed with joy. "Daddy, I can brush my teeth and wash my face all by myself. Indeed, our Xiao Meng is amazing." Chen Feng praised sincerely. He asked his daughter to wait in the living room while he returned to the kitchen, swiftly preparing a simple breakfast and bringing it to the dining table. "Time for breakfast." Xiao Ming dashed over and climbed onto her chair. As she savored the tender eggs her father had cooked and sipped the warm milk, her cheeks puffed out with delight. She exclaimed, "Daddy's breakfast is the best. Xiao Ming loves it." Watching his daughter enjoy the meal filled Chen Feng's heart with contentment. After breakfast, he helped Xiao Ming into her little backpack adorned with cartoon patterns, taking her tiny hand. "Let us go. Daddy will take Xiao Ming to kindergarten." "Let us go." Xiao Ming excitedly raised her other hand. The father and daughter took the elevator down and walked out of the community. The kindergarten was indeed just across the street, remarkably close. Upon reaching the entrance, Chen Feng noticed several cars parked outside. To his astonishment, they were predominantly luxury vehicles. BMWs and Mercedes were commonplace, alongside many he could hardly name, appearing even more expensive. Well-dressed parents accompanied equally well-groomed children into the kindergarten. Chen Feng couldn't help but marvel. This truly is a kindergarten for the affluent. He escorted Xiao Ming to the entrance. Crouching down to adjust the straps of her little backpack, "Xiao Ming, remember to listen to your teachers and play nicely with your classmates, all right? Got it. Goodbye, Daddy." Xiao Ming waved her small hand, her backpack bouncing as she skipped into the kindergarten, turning back to wave at her father once more. Chen Feng watched her petite figure disappear from view before turning to leave. Instead of heading directly back to the apartment, he decided to take a leisurely stroll through the beautifully landscaped community. The morning air was refreshing. As he wandered, he noticed an elderly gentleman dressed in white martial arts attire gracefully practicing Tai Chi in a small square ahead. The movements were slow and harmonious. Intrigued, Chen Feng paused to watch for a while. Just then, you were observing someone practicing Tai Chi, acquiring the Tai Chi skill. A notification resonated in his mind. Chen Feng was taken aback. Could mere observation yield a skill? The system was indeed remarkable. He decided to remain and observe intently. He watched the elderly man's every move. The initiation, the wild horse parts its mane, the white crane spreads its wings. You are observing Tai Chi, increasing your Tai Chi proficiency by 15 points. You have comprehended the techniques of Tai Chi energy flow, increasing your Tai Chi proficiency by 18 points. Notifications continued to sound. Before long, ding, your Tai Chi proficiency has surpassed 100 points, elevating your Tai Chi level from beginner to proficient. A surge of knowledge regarding the principles of Tai Chi, its movements, and the synchronization of breath flooded his body and mind. He felt as though he had practiced this form for years, each movement's essence clear in his mind. This unexpected gain left Chen Feng both astonished and delighted. At that moment, the elderly gentleman completed a full set of movements and stood still. Noticing the young man who had been watching attentively, he approached with a smile. "Young man, are you interested in Tai Chi?" The elderly man inquired kindly. Chen Feng nodded and politely responded, "Yes, sir, I think you perform it wonderfully." "Hee. Just stretching my limbs," the old man chuckled and casually asked, "Do you know how to practice?" Chen Feng, being an honest person, replied earnestly, "I didn't know yesterday. But after watching you just now, I feel like I've learned a little bit." The smile on the old man's face momentarily faltered, quickly replaced by an expression that suggested, "You certainly know how to boast." Having practiced Tai Chi for several decades, he had never heard of anyone mastering it after a single viewing. Assuming Chen Feng was jesting, he replied in a half-joking manner, "Oh? You learned it after just one look? Well, that is remarkable. Come, show me a few moves so I can see for myself." Chen Feng, eager to test the proficiency of his Tai Chi, nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll give it a try, but please don't mock me if I don't perform well." He stepped into the center of the open space, inhaled deeply, and recalled the insights he had gathered from the system and his observations. He began his movements slowly at first, but soon they became fluid and natural, each posture and transition harmonious and seamless, exuding a tranquil grace that was quite impressive. "You are practicing Tai Chi. Tai Chi proficiency increased by 12 points. You have grasped the essence of Tai Chi. Tai Chi proficiency increased by 20 points. The old man watched in increasing astonishment, his eyes widening and his smile transforming into one of surprise. "This young fellow is quite skilled," he thought. His stances and rhythm, though still in need of refinement, certainly do not resemble those of a novice. He seems more like someone who has practiced for 4 or 5 years. Once Chen Feng completed several basic forms and paused, the old man could no longer contain himself, stepping forward to pat Chen Feng on the shoulder with a grin. "You sly lad, you're not being honest. Clearly, you are a practitioner, yet you pretend to have just learned it." A few onlookers, drawn in by the spectacle, chimed in with laughter. "Indeed, young man, your performance is exceptional. You must have trained for quite some time. Such precision in your movements. You surpass even us old codgers." Chen Feng felt somewhat helpless and earnestly explained, "Sir, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. I truly just learned from watching you." The old man and the surrounding crowd shook their heads in amusement, evidently disbelieving. Who can learn to such a degree after just one glance? This young man is far too modest. Realizing that further explanation would be futile, Chen Feng chose to remain silent. He smiled at the old man and the gathering spectators, bade them farewell, and turned to walk back to his apartment. Upon returning, Chen Feng's first action was to take out his phone and log into the Bale Fairy Tale app. Indeed, there was a flurry of new notifications awaiting him. Tips and rewards. He quickly opened the statistics page and discovered that from the previous night until now, in just a few short hours, he had received over 1,000 yuan in tips. Opening the story interface for Nuwa Creates Humanity, he noted an abundance of positive reviews. The author updates so quickly. The story of Nuwa creating humans is truly delightful. After listening, my child insisted I mold little figures out of clay. The illustrations are beautiful, the narration is pleasing, and the tale is captivating, a trifecta of support. When will the next episode be released? As he perused these enthusiastic comments and tangible earnings, Chen Feng felt an invigorating surge of motivation. He resolved to capitalize on this momentum and create several more episodes. Sitting at his desk, he retrieved paper and pen and immersed himself in the creative process. The Adventures of an Un-and-Yu-Yu. Shenong Tastes 100 Herbs narrates how the young protagonist witnessed Shenong personally tasting various plants to discover medicinal herbs and food for his people. The Adventures of an Un-and-Yu-Yu. Songjia creates characters illustrates their experience observing Songjia as he studies animal tracks and the contours of mountains, ultimately inventing the earliest form of writing. His creativity flowed abundantly as he skillfully intertwined his storytelling and illustration talents to transform ancient myths into vibrant and engaging fairy tales, complemented by exquisite illustrations and audio recordings. You created Shenong Tastes 100 Herbs. Storytelling proficiency increased by 22 points. You illustrated Songjia Creates characters. Drawing proficiency increased by 25 points. He tirelessly created and uploaded several new stories, thoroughly engrossed in his work. Observing the growing collection within his charming fairy tale nook on the platform, Chen Feng brimmed with hope for the future. With his dedication and the system's assistance, he was determined to provide a better life for his daughter. Chapter 16. Mastering 3 Foreign Languages, Master Level. After a busy morning of story creation, illustration, and recording, Chen Feng began to feel a pang of hunger. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was nearly noon. Little Meng was having lunch and napping at kindergarten, and he wouldn't need to pick her up until 3:30 in the afternoon, leaving him with a fair amount of free time. He quickly prepared a simple lunch for himself, and after eating, cleaned up the dishes. You are washing dishes. Physical fitness increased by 3 points. Looking at the tidy kitchen, Chen Feng felt he could not afford to waste time in idleness. He needed to find another task to occupy himself. Remembering that little Meng attended an international bilingual kindergarten, which focused on both Chinese and English, he pondered whether he should also learn some English. Perhaps he could even assist his daughter with her studies in the future. However, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he instinctively shook his head. He hadn't even completed high school, and his English was dismal back in junior high. He had failed every exam. So many years had passed. His already meager grasp of English had long since faded away. As it stood, he was virtually at a zero foundation level. Sighing, he thought it best to abandon the idea, convinced he would never succeed. But then he reconsidered. Wait, he had the system. His prior successes in cooking, painting, and storytelling were all thanks to the system that had enabled him to improve so significantly. Surely, learning English should be within reach as well. This realization invigorated him. He promptly took out his phone and searched online for basic English learning materials. He found a highly rated set of beginner English video tutorials and downloaded some introductory ebooks from a cloud storage service. With the materials prepared, he sat at his desk, took a deep breath, and began his studies. He started with the foundational 26 letters, following along with the video to practice pronunciation. Next came simple words: apple, banana, cat, dog. You are learning English letters. English skill proficiency increased by 10 points. You are practicing English words. English skill proficiency increased by 12 points. He absorbed this entirely new knowledge like a parched sponge, with the system enhancing his memory and comprehension. After just one viewing or a few readings, he could retain the information. He progressed to learning basic grammar, such as subject-verb-object structure and the present simple tense. You studied basic English grammar. English skill proficiency increased by 15 points. You attempted to read English sentences. English skill proficiency increased by 18 points. The notification chimes echoed in his mind as his proficiency steadily climbed. Hours passed, and after he completed a simple self-introduction along with the video, a notification rang out. Ding! Your English skill proficiency has surpassed 100 points, elevating your English skill level from beginner to proficient. A torrent of information flooded into his mind. An extensive vocabulary. Intricate grammatical rules and authentic expressions seemed to imprint themselves into his consciousness, as if innate. He felt an overwhelming clarity, suddenly able to comprehend numerous English sentences and even instinctively form simple English dialogues in his mind. Proficient level English. This level was roughly equivalent to passing the college English test band 4. He could effortlessly engage in daily conversations with foreigners. Chen Feng was overwhelmed with joy, nearly leaping from his seat in excitement. Reflecting on his middle school days, when he struggled for 3 years, grappling with tenses and feeling a headache at the mere sight of English, he was astounded by his current proficiency. Thanks to the system. How little time had passed since he began studying. And yet, he had achieved mastery. This system was undeniably formidable, truly astonishing. He quelled his exuberant delight and resolved to capitalize on this momentum and continue his studies, eager to see how much further he could advance. He commenced reading more intricate English texts, watched subtitled film clips, and attempted to listen to English broadcasts. Your reading of English short articles has increased your English proficiency by 20 points. Your viewing of English films has raised your English proficiency by 22 points. Your English listening practice has boosted your English proficiency by 25 points. His proficiency soared at an astonishing pace. After a while, the system chimed, ding. Your English proficiency has surpassed 1,000 points, elevating your English skill level from proficient to master. A vast and profound torrent of knowledge flooded his consciousness. Not only did he excel in daily communication, but he also grasped a plethora of specialized terminology, intricate literary devices, and even the techniques of simultaneous interpretation, along with the ability to translate various professional documents. Master-level English. This level was comparable to a professional grade 8. Achieving simultaneous interpretation and translating academic texts was entirely within his capabilities. As Chen Feng gazed at the computer screen, where once the English professional articles appeared as incomprehensible scripts, he now read them with ease, understanding each line clearly. An indescribable surge of excitement and confidence welled up within him. This skill could undoubtedly be monetized. He immediately considered translation work. Taking on translation tasks online offered flexible hours, perfectly suiting his current responsibilities of caring for his child. He swiftly downloaded a well-known freelance translation platform called Jiang Yingxue. After registering and logging in, he eagerly perused the translation tasks available. There were indeed numerous English translation opportunities, but the competition was fierce. Upon examining the prices, he found them generally low, with translations averaging around 800 yuan. For someone with master-level English, this price seemed rather unappealing. He continued scrolling through the listings. Suddenly, some high-priced urgent tasks caught his attention. These tasks were not English translations, but rather languages he had never even heard of. For instance, Somali from Africa. Additionally, Khmer from South Asia. Due to the rarity of these languages, the number of learners was minimal, and mastering them posed significant challenges, resulting in exceptionally high rates for these obscure translations, often several times that of English translations. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. While learning these rare languages might be time-consuming and inefficient for others, it posed no issue for him. He had the system as his formidable ally. Learn. He must learn. He would pursue whichever language offered the highest price. He immediately set to work, first searching for learning materials for Somali online. Fortunately, the internet was replete with resources, and he discovered foundational video tutorials and electronic dictionaries. He began to follow the videos, learning the somewhat convoluted pronunciations and unique grammatical structures of Somali. You are learning Somali pronunciation, increasing your Somali proficiency by 15 points. You are memorizing basic Somali vocabulary, increasing your Somali proficiency by 18 points. With the foundation of master-level English and the system's powerful learning capabilities, his speed in acquiring this new language was astonishing. Ding! Your Somali proficiency has surpassed 100 points, elevating your Somali skill level from beginner to proficient. He had done it. Proficient in Somali. Without pausing, he continued to delve deeper, attempting to read Somali news websites and listen to Somali broadcasts. You are reading Somali articles, increasing your Somali proficiency by 22 points. You are practicing Somali listening comprehension, increasing your Somali proficiency by 25 points. Soon enough, ding! Your Somali proficiency has surpassed 1,000 points, elevating your Somali skill level from proficient to master. Somali. At the master level. Accomplished. Chen Feng wasted no time and immediately turned his attention to Khmer. He similarly found learning materials online and began studying diligently. You are learning Khmer script, increasing your Khmer proficiency by 16 points. You are memorizing Khmer grammar, increasing your Khmer proficiency by 20 points. With the system's formidable assistance, his progress in learning Khmer accelerated at a visibly rapid pace. Your Khmer proficiency has surpassed 100 points, elevating your Khmer skill level from beginner to proficient. Your Khmer proficiency has surpassed 1,000 points, elevating your Khmer skill level from proficient to master. Khmer. At the master level. Accomplished as well. Observing the addition of 2 master-level language skills to his skill list filled Chen Feng with confidence. He reopened the Jiang app and filtered for translation tasks in Somali and Khmer. Indeed, the compensation for these rare language tasks was exceptionally high. Generally, they were around 3,000 yuan per piece. He even noted several listings for medical literature translation, which, due to the involvement of specialized terminology, commanded an impressive 4,000 yuan per piece. The prospect excited Chen Feng immensely. After carefully reviewing the requirements for the 4,000 yuan medical translation tasks and confirming that his master-level language skills were more than adequate, he unabashedly tapped the accept button on his phone screen. 1, 2, 3. He accepted 5 medical literature translation tasks, each priced at 4,000 yuan. Chapter 17. Effortless Translation. Effortless earnings of 20,000. Upon completing the 5 tasks, Chen Feng immediately began his work. He opened the documents, and those densely packed texts in Somali and Khmer, which would appear as indecipherable scripts to others, became clear and comprehensible in the face of his master-level language skills. His fingers danced over the keyboard, fluently converting those obscure texts into precise Chinese. You are translating Somali literature, increasing your Somali proficiency by 15 points. You are translating Khmer literature, increasing your Khmer proficiency by 18 points. You are handling specialized medical terminology, increasing your translation proficiency by 20 points. The system's notification chimes accompanied the rhythmic tapping of the keyboard, becoming the only sound within the room. He was entirely immersed in the realm of translation, his focus razor-sharp, his efficiency remarkable. Within just an hour, he completed the translation of 5 substantial medical documents. He quickly reviewed them once more, confirming their accuracy before submitting them on the Jiang platform. Done. Chen Feng stretched, glancing at the time. It was nearly time to pick up Xiaomeng. He shut down his computer and prepared to head out. Meanwhile, in a technology company, a young man named Zhuang Wentao, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of refinement, was diligently engaged with his computer. He is the publisher of 5 obscure language translation tasks. Suddenly, his computer began to display a series of platform notifications. The translation task you posted no. ST Medical 0891 has been completed and submitted by user phone. The translation task you posted no. KH Medical 1045 has been completed and submitted by user phone. Zhuang Wentao was momentarily taken aback, instinctively pushing up his glasses. Just an hour ago, he had indeed received a notification from the platform indicating that a user had taken on those 5 challenging and rare assignments. At that time, he was quite surprised, considering the scarcity of translators proficient in Somali and Khmer. However, he never anticipated that within merely an hour, the user had completed all of them. Moreover, upon closer inspection, he realized that it was the same user, Feng, who had accomplished all 5 tasks. One person, 1 hour, successfully translating 5 exceptionally difficult and obscure medical documents. How could this be possible? It was faster than a rocket. Zhuang Wentao's immediate reaction was skepticism. Could it be that the user had hastily cobbled together a translation to meet the deadline? Had they relied on translation software for a haphazard rendition? If that were the case, it would jeopardize his significant undertaking. He dared not delay and promptly forwarded the 5 translation drafts he received to the trusted Somali and Khmer language instructors with whom his company had a long-term partnership, requesting them to urgently review the quality. As he anxiously awaited their responses, Zhuang Wentao felt a tumult of emotions. Before long, his phone buzzed. It was the Somali language instructor calling. Mr. Zhuang, I have finished reviewing the translation you sent. The instructor's voice carried a hint of surprise and admiration. It is exceptionally well done. The technical terminology is precise, the writing flows seamlessly, and it adheres perfectly to the rigorous standards of medical literature. Even the nuances in expression are quite authentic. This level of proficiency is undoubtedly top tier. Zhuang Wentao was somewhat bewildered. Are you sure? Is there truly no issue with the quality? Absolutely no problem. It's far superior to many translations I have encountered before, the instructor confirmed. Just as he hung up from the Somali instructor, a message from the Khmer instructor arrived, echoing similar sentiments of high praise for the translation quality. Zhuang Wentao stared at his phone in utter astonishment. One person, in 1 hour, had achieved the high-quality translation of 5 exceedingly challenging and obscure languages. This was beyond impressive. It was nothing short of miraculous. He no longer hesitated and immediately logged into the EU platform to confirm the completion and authorize the payment to the user. 5 tasks, each worth 4,000, totaling 20,000. After completing the transaction, he felt exhilarated and couldn't resist clicking on User Feng's profile to send a private message. Dear Mr. Ms. Feng, I am Zhuang Wentao, the publisher of those 5 translation tasks. Your speed and quality have left me utterly astonished and deeply impressed. I wonder if it would be possible to establish a long-term collaborative relationship with you. Our company frequently requires high-difficulty, high-reward translation services. Chen Feng had just arrived near the kindergarten when his phone chimed with a notification, a text alert. He took it out to find a bank notification. Your account ending in XXXX has received a deposit of 20,000 RMB on X date, balance 20,000. It had truly been credited. Chen Feng felt a wave of ecstatic joy, his hand trembling slightly as he held the phone. In just 1 hour, sitting at home and merely tapping his fingers, he had earned 20,000. This was more than he had ever made in a month of delivering takeout, and it was infinitely easier. System, you are incredible. He couldn't help but internally applaud the SuperDad system. At that moment, he noticed a private message alert from the EU app. Upon opening it, he found the long-term collaboration invitation from the publisher, Jiang Yingxue. Chen Feng pondered for a moment before replying. Hello, Mr. Zhuang. Thank you for your acknowledgement. However, I usually need to care for my child and have limited time, so I may not be able to take on too many tasks. Jiang Yingxue almost immediately replied. No problem, no problem. I completely understand. We can reserve the most urgent and challenging tasks for you. The quantity will certainly not be excessive, ensuring it won't take up too much of your time. The compensation will be absolutely preferential. Then, Jiang Yingxue tentatively inquired, additionally, to save on platform fees. Could we bypass the platform and collaborate privately? I can make the payment up front. Chen Feng frowned slightly at this suggestion. Bypassing the platform, while it might yield more profit. Without the platform's guarantee, what if the other party defaulted? He had a family to support. Stability was paramount. He replied, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhuang, but I believe it is more secure to conduct transactions through the platform. There was a brief pause from Jiang Yingxue, seemingly filled with disappointment, but he quickly responded, Understood. Understood. Then we shall proceed as you suggested, collaborating through the platform. I will contact you first regarding any high-difficulty tasks in the future. All right, Chen Feng replied, concluding the conversation. By this time, he had reached the kindergarten entrance. Just as it had been in the morning, a variety of luxury cars were parked outside, with many parents waiting to pick up their children. Soon, the kindergarten gates swung open, and the teachers led the little ones from each class, lining them up to walk out. Chen Feng instantly spotted his daughter, Xiaoming, in the crowd. She was carrying a small backpack, tightly clutching a few crumpled yet vibrant paper flowers, her small head held high as she scanned her surroundings. Chen Feng waved at her with a smile. Xiaoming immediately spotted her father, her eyes lighting up. She excitedly pointed out to her nearby friends, chattering away, and from her lip movements, it was clear she was exclaiming, That's my daddy. As soon as she stepped out of the kindergarten gates, Xiaoming dashed toward Chen Feng like a joyous little bird. Daddy, Daddy! She ran up to him, eagerly raising the wrinkled yet bright flowers, her little face flushed with excitement and pride. Look, these are the flowers the teacher rewarded me. Chen Feng crouched down to take the flowers from her, smiling as he asked, Wow, so many flowers. Our Xiaoming is amazing. Why were you rewarded? Because I drew well. Xiaoming's voice was bright and clear, filled with pride. The teacher praised me for my drawing. I told the teacher that it was Daddy who taught me. The teacher even said my daddy is really impressive. Seeing his daughter so joyful and proud, and hearing her sweet words of praise, Chen Feng felt a warmth in his heart, as if he had just tasted honey. He couldn't resist leaning in to kiss her smooth little face. You kissed your daughter, increasing your familial affection by 6 points. Xiaoming giggled, wrapping her arms around her father's neck and giving him a hearty kiss on the cheek. Your daughter kissed you, increasing your familial affection by 6 points. Come on, Xiaoming, let's go home. Daddy will make you something delicious to celebrate all your flowers. Chen Feng scooped her up, cradling her in his arms. Yay, let's go home. Xiaoming joyfully hugged her father's neck, and the pair chatted and laughed as they walked toward home. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed them in warmth, casting a long, affectionate shadow behind them. Chapter 18. He casually painted a few landscapes. That evening, after lulling Xiaoming to sleep, Chen Feng quietly made his way to the living room and settled onto the sofa. He habitually retrieved his phone and logged into the Bale Fairytale app. The notifications on the interface were particularly striking. Upon clicking on the earnings details, he discovered that he had received over 5,000 yuan in tips today alone. Including previous amounts, his cumulative earnings from this platform had nearly reached 9,000 yuan. When factoring in the 20,000 yuan earned from translation today, his total income for the day approached an impressive 29,000. As he gazed at the clear figures on his phone, Chen Feng felt both secure and exhilarated. This was several times more than what he had earned in a month while delivering takeout. His resolve to earn a living through creating fairy tales and accepting translation orders was further solidified. In the following days, Chen Feng's life became both structured and fulfilling. When Xiao Meng was at home, he devoted himself entirely to her, teaching her to dress and eat independently, engaging her in drawing, narrating stories, and taking her outside to play. When Xiao Meng attended kindergarten, he seized the opportunity to focus on his creative endeavors and translation work. On Bale Fairy Tale, he gradually created and uploaded over a dozen episodes of the adventures of an Yu, encompassing numerous ancient Chinese legends such as Shinnong tasting herbs, the Yellow Emperor's battle against Qiyu, and Yu's flood control efforts. His stories were vivid and captivating, adorned with exquisite illustrations and professional audio recordings, quickly garnering a substantial following. The text version had surpassed 1 million reads, while the illustrated version boasted over 800,000 views. The audio stories had been streamed more than 600,000 times. These works had earned him tips and platform subscription shares totaling 69,000 yuan. Meanwhile, his translation work proved even more lucrative. To secure higher-paying assignments, Chen Feng utilized the system to swiftly learn several obscure languages, including Mongolian, Kashi, Hua, Mang, Berber, Hausa, Amharic, and Oromo, tongues that most people had never even heard of. He completed 25 translation projects, with an average price of approximately 4,500 yuan each, accumulating an impressive income of 111,250 yuan. Most of these challenging and rare language assignments were issued by the ever-impressed Zhuang Wentao. Each time Zhuang received Chen Feng's swiftly completed, impeccably high-quality translations, he was astounded beyond measure. Unable to contain his admiration, he messaged Chen Feng, his tone brimming with awe. "Teacher Chen, you are simply remarkable. Somali and Khmer are one thing, but now you are proficient in Mongolian, Kashi, and Hua, languages whose names I can scarcely remember. You are truly a linguistic genius. I must ask, is there any language you cannot master?" Chen Feng chuckled at the message and replied, "Mr. Zhuang, you flatter me. As long as there is a need and the price is right, feel free to send any language my way. I can learn and translate on the spot." Upon reading learn and translate on the spot, Zhuang Wentao nearly spat out the coffee he had just sipped. Holding his phone, he muttered to himself, "My goodness, learn and translate on the spot? This is beyond genius. It's terrifying." In addition to earning money, Chen Feng also found time for his personal interests. He spread out rice paper, prepared ink, and, with his masterful painting skills, created several profound landscape paintings. One titled Autumn Winds in the Valleys depicted layers of mountains under a melancholic autumn sky. Another, Cold River and Snowy Forest, illustrated a solitary boat on a frigid river, snow weighing down the pine branches. A third piece, Peach Blossom Cottage, showcased a stream meandering around a cottage hidden among blooming peach trees. In the corner of each painting, he meticulously inscribed the pseudonym Xiefeng Shanren. The characters Xiefeng were derived from the character for snow in Jiang Yingxue's name, combined with the peak in his own name, harboring thoughts he had not fully acknowledged. He carefully framed these paintings and hung them on the blank wall of the living room, instantly infusing the space with elegance and cultural ambience. During these days, regardless of how busy Jiang Yingxue was, whether she was in the country or abroad, she unfailingly made video calls to Xiao Meng every evening. Through the screen, Chen Feng could distinctly feel her deep longing and affection for their daughter. Observing her occasional signs of fatigue and the softness that enveloped her expression when speaking to Xiao Meng, something within Chen Feng began to subtly shift. He found himself increasingly drawn to this woman, whose exterior appeared cold yet possessed an inner strength. He even began to secretly hope that perhaps one day, they could become a legitimate family, providing Xiao Meng with a complete and warm home. He consciously started teaching Xiao Meng English, focusing primarily on everyday conversational skills. Xiao Meng was quite clever and learned quickly. She could now engage in simple dialogues, such as "Good morning, Daddy, I love you, and this is an apple." Your teaching of your daughter in spoken English has increased your English proficiency by 12 points. Your daughter has mastered a new sentence structure, increasing your teaching skill proficiency by 15 points. As he taught his daughter, his own skill proficiency steadily improved, and he relished this gratifying feeling. Meanwhile, on Hong Kong Island, in a restaurant at the Peninsula Hotel, Jiang Yingxue had just concluded an extensive business meeting and was enjoying a delayed lunch alone. Elegantly cutting her food, her mind wandered to thoughts of her daughter. Although she could see Xiao Meng's lively and joyful demeanor daily through video calls, where she would chatter excitedly about what delicious food Daddy had prepared or what new skills he had taught her, a nagging concern lingered in her heart. After all, Chen Feng was a sudden stranger who had never cared for a child before. With Xiao Meng being so spirited and imaginative, could he truly take good care of her? Were Xiao Meng's enthusiastic reports merely exaggerations to reassure her? The more she pondered, the more unsettled she felt. Setting down her knife and fork, she picked up her phone and sent a video call invitation to her closest friend, Lin Ruashi. The call connected almost immediately, revealing a fashionable, bright-eyed girl on the screen. "Hey, my beautiful Jiang. What brings you to think of me at this hour? Aren't you in a meeting?" Lin Ruoshi's voice was lively. Jiang Yingxue sighed softly. A trace of barely perceptible worry etched on her brow. "I just finished. Ruoshi, I need to ask you for a favor." "Oh? What could possibly make our esteemed Miss Jiang frown?" "Speak up. I'll do anything for you," Lin Ruoshi exclaimed, striking a heroic pose. "It's about Xiaoming." Jiang Yingxue hesitated, choosing her words carefully. "During my business trip, I've entrusted her care to her father." "What?" Lin Ruoshi's eyes widened in astonishment, her voice rising several octaves. "Xiaoming's father. The one who delivered takeout 4 years ago. Yingxue, are you out of your mind? How can you leave Xiaoming with a complete stranger? That is so dangerous." Jiang Yingxue had anticipated her friend's reaction and rubbed her temples. "I've observed for a few days. Through the videos, Xiaoming seems to be doing well and genuinely enjoys his company. But ultimately, I still feel uneasy. If you have time this evening, could you go to the apartment for me? I want to see if Xiaoming is truly as happy as she appears in the videos, and whether Chen Feng is indeed reliable." As soon as Lin Ruoshi heard this, she immediately understood her friend's concern. She sobered, nodding earnestly. "Leave it to me. I'll find out what kind of man has captured our little princess's heart and has our Jiang beauty so worried. Send me the address. I'll go right after work." "Thank you, Ruoshi." Jiang Yingxue let out a sigh, a hint of fatigue gracing her smile. "The meeting on my end will take a few more days to conclude. I appreciate your effort to come all this way. There's no need to be so polite with me. Rest assured, I shall thoroughly investigate this mysterious child's father." Lin Ruoshi winked at the camera, exuding an air of confidence that suggested she could be relied upon. Chapter 19. Encountering a ferocious dog in the community on the other end of the video call. Lin Ruoshi's curiosity was piqued, and she leaned closer to the screen, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Hey, Yingxue, let me in on a little secret. Is Chen Feng handsome?" Jiang Yingxue, holding her phone, maintained a calm demeanor, responding with the same neutrality as one might when discussing the weather. "He's passable, I suppose." "Passable?" Lin Ruo, she clearly found this answer unsatisfactory, a mischievous smirk playing on her lips as she pressed further. "Do you perhaps feel even the slightest hint of affection for him? Just a smidgen?" Jiang Yingxue lowered her gaze, her long lashes casting shadows over her eyes. Her tone devoid of any emotion. "My thoughts are entirely devoted to the family business. I have no intention of entangling myself emotionally with any man." She deftly sidestepped the question. Lin Ruoshi pouted, clearly skeptical but not wanting to press further. She shifted the topic. "So what's he doing now? Still delivering takeout? Can he manage to care for Xiaoming all by himself?" Jiang Yingxue took a sip from her water cup, her response remaining bland and unremarkable. "He no longer delivers takeout. He is at home taking care of Xiaoming. You'll learn more about the specifics when you see for yourself tonight." Having exhausted her quest for intriguing information, Lin Ruoshi relented. All right. You are quite the enigma. You focus on your tasks. I'll await your news tonight." "Thank you for your trouble," Jiang Yingxue concluded, ending the call. Setting down her phone, Chen Feng reflected on his recent earnings. He retrieved his ledger and meticulously calculated his income. The total from the Bale Children's Literature platform amounted to 69,000, while his translation earnings reached 111,250. Altogether, he had accrued a remarkable sum of 181,500 yuan. Coupled with a few scattered rewards and the initial 20,000 translation fee, his available funds had exceeded 220,000. Gazing at this figure filled Chen Feng with a profound sense of pride. This was the fruit of his own hard work. Tomorrow was Saturday. He planned to take Xiaoming to purchase a car, budgeting around 150,000 for a modest vehicle. Although Jiang Yingxue had left the keys to a luxury car worth $1 million at the entrance, he had never considered using it. Not even a penny of the 10,000 yuan living expenses she had left behind had been spent. It remained untouched in a drawer. He was determined to use his own earnings to provide for himself and his daughter. He refused to be labeled a man living off a woman's fortune. He aspired to create a better life for his daughter through his own labor. After diligently completing 2 small translation tasks, Chen Feng glanced at the time. It was time to pick up Xiaoming. He tidied up and walked to the kindergarten. At the kindergarten entrance, parents bustled about. Soon, the class containing Xiaoming emerged. The little one returned home today with an armful of vibrant red flowers, her face radiating a smile brighter than the sun. As soon as she spotted her father, she dashed towards him like a little cannonball. "Daddy, Daddy," she exclaimed, excitedly raising the small red flowers in her hand. "Look. The English teacher awarded me these flowers again today. The teacher said I speak English the best. I collected the most flowers in the whole class." Her little chest puffed up with pride as she eagerly shared her joy. "I told the teacher that my daddy taught me." The teacher praised my daddy too. Seeing his daughter so proud and happy filled Chen Feng's heart with warmth, making all his efforts feel worthwhile. Xiao Ming joyfully tiptoed and planted a kiss on her father's face. Your daughter kisses you, increasing the bond between you and her by 6 points. Chen Feng's heart softened, and he bent down to kiss her rosy cheek, genuinely praising, our Xiao Ming is truly amazing. You've made your daddy proud. You kiss your daughter, increasing the bond between you and her by 6 points. Hee hee. Xiao Ming giggled, eagerly taking her father's hand. Daddy, let's go home. All right, home it is. The father and daughter walked hand in hand toward their apartment complex. As they entered the community, not far ahead, they spotted a young woman, elegantly dressed and stylish, leisurely strolling. She was holding her phone, seemingly engrossed in sending a voice message. What caught Chen Feng's attention was the large dog trotting in front of her. It was a robustly built dog, deep brown in color, reminiscent of a Doberman, with a somewhat fierce countenance. Most concerning was that the dog was not on a leash. It roamed freely between the lawn and the pedestrian path, sometimes sprinting, sometimes stopping to sniff about. Upon seeing the large dog, Xiao Ming, particularly intimidated by its powerful movements and the occasional flash of its teeth, immediately retreated behind her father. Clutching his pants tightly, her voice barely above a whisper, Daddy, I'm scared of the big dog. Chen Feng furrowed his brow. A dog of that size running loose in a public area posed a grave danger. The consequences of a sudden attack could be dire, especially with so many children and elderly residents around. He raised his voice to the woman. Excuse me, miss, could you please put your dog on a leash? This is quite dangerous. It may frighten or bite someone. The woman, engrossed in her conversation, looked up with evident annoyance upon hearing his voice. She scrutinized Chen Feng with palpable disdain. With a dismissive pout, she replied flippantly, What is it to you? My baby is well behaved and never bites. It's just playing around. There's no need for you to make a fuss. She even called out to the dog, Sweetheart, come here to mommy. The dog glanced back at her call, but showed no inclination to return, continuing to meander in place. Seeing such disregard, Chen Feng recognized that reasoning with her was futile. He had no desire to engage further, yet his vigilance remained unwavering. His concern was that if the dog were startled or became aggressive, it could pose a threat to Xiao Ming. He swiftly bent down, preparing to lift his daughter to safety. Just as he reached for Xiao Ming, the previously stationary dog, perhaps drawn by something or perceiving Xiao Ming's retreat as a game, suddenly changed direction, muscles tensed, and lunged towards her with a low growl. The speed was astonishing. Fortunately, Chen Feng had anticipated this and reacted swiftly. Just as the ferocious dog was about to pounce, he securely lifted the startled Xiao Ming into his arms. Shielding her tightly, the dog missed its target, baring its teeth and growling threateningly as it circled around Chen Feng and the child in his embrace, malevolence glinting in its eyes. Chapter 20. A kick to defeat the ferocious dog, Daddy the great hero. Chen Feng was remarkably quick on his feet, having already secured Xiao Ming in his arms at the moment the dog lunged. The animal, having missed its mark, seemed incensed, growling as it stood on its hind legs and lunged at Chen Feng. Despite holding his daughter, Chen Feng moved with surprising agility. At this moment, the master's extraordinary Tai Chi skills came into play. With a subtle shift of his form, he effortlessly evaded the vicious dog's lunges by mere inches. Occasionally, when the dog charged too aggressively, he seized the opportune moment to deftly flick it aside with the back of his foot, sending the creature staggering away. Unable to approach him, securely cradled in her father's arms, little Ming's initial fear transformed into exhilaration as she clapped her tiny hands and exclaimed in her sweet, childish voice, Daddy's amazing. Daddy's defeating the bad dog. Summoning her courage, she shouted at the snarling beast, Bad dog. How dare you? Don't bite my daddy. The elegant woman, witnessing her dog not only fail to attack, but also being toyed with by Chen Feng, showed no remorse or intent to intervene. Instead, she folded her arms defiantly and shrieked, Baby, bite him. Yes, do it. Tear apart this meddlesome pauper. Chen Feng was left speechless. The woman was utterly unreasonable. However, as the ferocious dog continued its futile assaults, it grew increasingly agitated and abruptly shifted its target. Its bloodshot eyes fixated on a nearby young mother who was strolling with her small son. With a feral bark, the dog lunged with all its might, resembling a brown flash of lightning as it hurtled towards the seemingly defenseless boy, who appeared to be no older than 3 or 4 years. Ah! The young mother screamed in terror. The events unfolded too swiftly for her to react, and she could only watch in horror as the large dog knocked her son to the ground. Little bow. The mother's heart dropped. The vicious dog, unrelenting, clamped its jaws onto the boy's delicate arm. Wow, Mommy, it hurts. It hurts so much. The boy cried out in a piercing wail, blood oozing from his arm. Let go of my son, you wretched beast. Release him. The mother, though pale with fear and trembling, was propelled by her maternal instinct to summon extraordinary courage. She rushed forward, kicking and striking the dog desperately, attempting to pry its jaws apart. Yet, the dog held on tenaciously, refusing to relent, growling threateningly in response to her efforts. The boy continued to cry out in agony, his face ashen. Little Meng, witnessing this harrowing scene from her father's embrace, felt her own face blanch in fright. She clutched her father's neck tightly, crying out in distress, "Daddy, Daddy, please save that little brother. The bad dog is biting him. Quickly, fight the bad dog." Chen Feng's expression darkened. He understood that if he did not act soon, the boy's life could be at stake. Without further hesitation, he held Little Meng close and sprang into action, sprinting towards the scene. Aiming for the exposed soft underbelly of the ferocious dog, he unleashed a powerful kick without a moment's pause. The strike was swift and fierce, infused with Chen Feng's recently honed physical prowess and the techniques of his Tai Chi. A resounding thud echoed as the sizable dog was sent soaring through the air by his kick. It arced through the air and crashed to the ground several meters away, rolling multiple times before finally coming to a halt, emitting a series of anguished howls. "Wow, Daddy's incredible. Daddy kicked the bad dog away," Little Meng exclaimed, her tears replaced by delight as she clapped her hands in excitement. The neighbors and passers-by, who had gathered in alarm, now exhaled in relief at the sight of the subdued dog, many praising, "Well done, my friend. That was fantastic. That was too close. Thank goodness for you. What a satisfying kick." The young mother seized the opportunity to tightly embrace her son, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at his bleeding arm, her heart aching. She looked up at Chen Feng, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she repeatedly expressed, "Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for saving my son." At that moment, the elegant woman, seeing her dog being kicked away, screamed in anguish, "Ah, my baby. How dare you kick my baby? I will not let this go." She hurriedly rushed towards her dog in her high heels. No one anticipated that the dog, surprisingly resilient and vengeful, would shake off its pain after a few whimpers and struggle back to its feet. It seemed to fixate on the young boy once more, its eyes ablaze with fury, completely disregarding its owner as it lunged again, growling fiercely, determined to attack the boy once more. "Ah, it's coming again." The young mother clutched her son tighter, retreating in fear. Chen Feng's gaze turned icy. This beast truly had no regard for its own life. This time, he showed no mercy. As the dog leapt through the air, he timed his strike perfectly, delivering a powerful side kick that landed squarely at the junction of the dog's neck and chest. The creature howled in a heart-wrenching cry. Propelled by the immense force of the kick, it flew sideways, crashing heavily against the edge of a nearby green space with a thunderous thud. The dog writhed violently on the ground, rolling several times, its limbs flailing, blood and foam oozing from its mouth. After struggling for less than 10 seconds, its movements grew weaker until finally, it lay still, utterly motionless. "Yay! The bad dog is defeated. Daddy is a superhero." Little Meng cheered jubilantly. The crowd erupted in applause, exclaiming, "Well struck. This rabid dog deserved to be put down." It was terrifying. Had it not been for this young man, that child would have been in grave danger. Truly, it had it coming. The young mother, still trembling and holding her son, approached Chen Feng with overwhelming gratitude, struggling to find the right words. "Sir, I cannot thank you enough. I truly don't know what I would have done without you today." Her eyes reflected a mixture of relief and appreciation. Meanwhile, the refined woman had collapsed beside her lifeless dog. Disbelief etched across her face as she observed the blood pooling from its mouth and its rigid body. Trembling, she picked up her dog, shaking it desperately. Baby, wake up. Don't scare mommy like this. Baby." But regardless of her frantic calls and shaking, the dog showed no signs of life, its body beginning to stiffen. Suddenly, she lifted her head, her eyes ablaze with fury, as though ready to unleash her wrath. She cast the lifeless dog aside and rushed towards Chen Feng, her elegantly manicured hands gripping his arm with a vice-like grip, her sharp nails nearly piercing his flesh. You owe me for my baby. You killed my baby. You murderer. You owe me. You owe me for my baby's life." She shrieked, her voice laced with madness. Little Meng, cradled in Chen Feng's arms, immediately protested, puffing up her cheeks in indignation as she shouted at the woman, "You are the bad person. Your bad dog bit people. It bit the little brother. My daddy is a hero. Daddy did the right thing." The young mother quickly joined in, pointing an accusatory finger at the woman. "How dare you demand compensation? If it weren't for your negligence in not leashing your dog and allowing it to attack, this wouldn't have happened. My son's arm could have been severely injured. I haven't even held you accountable yet. This gentleman acted courageously to save my son." The bystanders, having witnessed the unfolding drama, could no longer remain silent, voicing their support. "Exactly. You have no right to complain when you lack basic decency. What were you thinking, letting such a large dog roam unleashed? We have all witnessed that it was your dog that first lunged at the child. and then attempted to bite the young man holding the baby. The other party was merely acting in self-defense. What happened is utterly deserved. We must call the police. Let us see who is in the right. Even several neighbors, who themselves owned dogs, could not bear to remain silent and stepped forward to voice their disapproval. We dog owners uphold the principles of responsible pet ownership. Leashes are mandatory when out in public. This is basic common sense. Your actions tarnish the reputation of all dog owners. With a dog that has gone so wild, how could it not be restrained? It would be absurd if no incident occurred. In that moment, all blame and disdain were directed towards the exquisitely dressed woman. Clutching Chen Feng's arm, she faced the crowd's vitriol, her complexion fluctuating between shades of green and white, trembling with rage yet unable to utter a single retort. All that remained was her impotent fury and the aching sorrow for her deceased baby. Chapter 21. The irresponsible dog owner calls the police. Lin Ruoshi drove her striking red sports car smoothly into the underground parking of the upscale apartment complex where Chen Feng and Xiao Ming resided. After parking, she elegantly hoisted her limited edition handbag, her stilettos clicking against the floor as she made her way to the elevator. Pressing the button for the 19th floor, the elevator ascended steadily. With a chime, the doors opened, and Lin Ruoshi approached the apartment door, adjusting her hair before ringing the doorbell. The chime echoed several times, yet there was no response from within. Puzzled, she glanced at her expensive wristwatch. It was nearly 4 in the afternoon. Xiao Ming had finished school at 3:30 and should have returned home by now, given that it was only a brief walk from kindergarten. Why was there no answer? Had they gone out, or was something amiss? A sense of unease gripped her heart as she quickly dialed Jiang Yingxue, who was far away in Hong Kong. Hello, Ruoshi. Have you arrived? Have you seen Xiao Ming? Jiang Yingxue's voice held a note of anticipation. Yingxue, I'm here, right at the apartment door. But I've rung the doorbell repeatedly, and no one is answering. Lin Ruoshi replied, her tone laced with confusion and a hint of underlying worry. At this hour, they should surely be home. Could something have happened? A sudden dread washed over Jiang Yingxue. Had something happened to Xiao Ming? The thought sent her into a panic. I need to hang up. I'll call him, Jiang Yingxue said, her voice quickening as she hastily ended the call and nervously dialed Chen Feng's number. Meanwhile, in the small plaza at the center of the complex, the conflict raged on. The elegantly dressed woman continued to grip Chen Feng's arm fiercely, her nails nearly embedding themselves into his flesh as she relentlessly cried out, You owe me for my baby. You kicked him to death. You must compensate. Do you have any idea how precious my baby was? Even if you cannot afford it, you must pay. Chen Feng, exasperated by her incessant shouting, was about to shake her off when his phone buzzed in his pocket. Dismissing the woman's outcry, he steadied his hold on Xiao Ming with one arm and retrieved his phone with the other. Seeing Jiang Yingxue's name on the screen, he hesitated momentarily. Why was she calling at this hour? After a brief pause, he swiped to answer the call. Hello? Chen Feng, where are you? Why aren't you home? Jiang Yingxue's voice was tinged with evident anxiety and a hint of accusation. Chen Feng was taken aback. How did Jiang Yingxue know they were not home? However, he didn't dwell on it and answered truthfully. We're in the complex. We've encountered a minor issue, but it will be resolved shortly. An issue? Jiang Yingxue's heart sank, her voice tightening. What sort of issue? Does it involve Xiao Ming? What has happened? Xiao Ming, nestled in her father's embrace, perked up her ears at the sound of her mother's voice, immediately comprehending that it was a call from her mother. Without waiting for her father to respond, she leaned closer to the phone and exclaimed in her bright, melodious voice, Mom, I'm fine. Xiao Ming is great. Daddy is protecting me. Don't worry, Mom. Upon hearing her daughter's spirited voice, which indeed sounded unharmed, Jiang Yingxue's racing heart finally settled, and she exhaled a long breath. However, the commotion on the other end of the line did not subside. If anything, it grew louder. She distinctly heard a woman's shrill voice demanding, You owe me for my baby. You shall not leave, intermingled with various accusations from the crowd. Chen Feng, what is going on over there? I can hear a woman demanding compensation for a baby. Jiang Yingxue's heart raced anew, her tone filled with concern and confusion. This did not sound like a minor issue at all. Chen Feng surveyed the deranged woman still gripping his arm and the gathering crowd of increasingly agitated neighbors. Realizing that he could not adequately explain the situation to Jiang Yingxue over the phone, he could only respond ambiguously. It's nothing serious, just a small dispute. I'll handle it and bring Xiao Ming home afterward. I need to hang up now. Without waiting for Jiang Yingxue to ask further questions, he abruptly ended the call. As the busy tone echoed in his ear, Jiang Yingxue stood frozen in her hotel room, phone in hand. A dispute? Compensation for a baby? What on earth was going on? A surge of intense worry rendered her restless. She immediately dialed Lin Ruoshi's number once more. Ruoshi, they're in the complex. It seems Chen Feng has encountered some trouble. It's quite chaotic, and I heard a woman incessantly shouting for him to pay for something regarding a baby. I fear he may be dealing with a difficult person. Hurry down and check." Jiang Yingxue's voice was frantic and urgent. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoxi raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Ah, so something has indeed occurred, and it involves a woman? All right, I'll head down immediately to see what is transpiring. I want a witness who dares to bully our Xiao Meng and her father." Lin Ruoxi responded enthusiastically, turning briskly toward the elevator. In the plaza, despite the surrounding neighbors vehemently denouncing the exquisite woman, "Are you even reasonable? It's clearly your fault. Let go of him. Have you no shame?" She seemed to filter out all external sounds, stubbornly clinging to Chen Feng's arm, as if to say he could not leave without compensating her. Seeing Chen Feng's unyielding demeanor and the lack of support from those around her, her face turned ashen with fury, and she pulled out her phone. "Fine. You refuse to pay? I'll call the police. Let them adjudicate this matter. You have intentionally harmed my personal property. Prepare to be arrested." As she spoke, she began dialing 110. Chen Feng regarded her, unperturbed by her threats, his demeanor calm and composed. Holding Xiao Meng, he coolly replied to the woman, "Call the police? Excellent idea. Let the officers handle this. Let us see whose responsibility it is when a dog is not leashed and a vicious creature injures someone. I'll be waiting." His poise starkly contrasted with the woman's frantic state, and among the onlookers, a few even murmured their approval, finding Chen Feng's words immensely satisfying. Chapter 22. The exquisite woman plays the rogue. Lin Ruoxi descended to the first floor via the elevator, hastening toward the entrance of the complex. Not far ahead, she spotted a gathering of people in the small plaza, clearly indicative of some unfolding incident. Being tall, she easily peered over the crowd and immediately discerned Xiao Meng cradled in the arms of a tall man. The little one's position was quite conspicuous. Lin Ruoxi's heart sank. It was evident that something was amiss. She immediately quickened her pace towards them. In Chen Feng's arms, the adorable little Meng had a clear view and soon spotted Lin Ruoxi approaching, her small face lighting up with delight as she vigorously waved her tiny hand, exclaiming, Auntie Lin, I'm over here." She eagerly turned to her father, saying, "Daddy, look, Auntie Lin is here." Chen Feng followed the direction of his daughter's finger and saw a young woman striding towards them. She was extraordinarily beautiful, with striking and graceful features, fair skin, and particularly expressive eyes. Dressed in a neatly tailored cream-colored casual suit, complemented by stylish straight-leg trousers and a pair of minimalist flats, she exuded an air of both fashion and approachability. Her beauty radiated vitality and confidence, rivaling Jiang Yingxue, albeit with a distinctly different aura. As Chen Feng observed this unfamiliar yet stunning woman, he inquired of little Meng with a hint of confusion. "Meng, who is this?" Little Meng chirped excitedly in response, "Daddy, this is Auntie Lin. She is Mommy's best friend. Auntie Lin is wonderful. She often brings me delicious treats and pretty dresses." At that moment, Lin Ruoxi had reached the edge of the crowd and caught sight of the man holding little Meng. He was tall, with a well-proportioned physique, regular features, and a straight nose, exuding a sense of calm as he held the child. She inwardly exclaimed, "Jiang Yingxue, you have quite the discerning eye. This Chen Feng is not merely handsome. He is strikingly attractive, far surpassing many so-called handsome men in the circle who are overly groomed." Her gaze then shifted to a finely dressed woman who, at that moment, appeared somewhat disheveled. The woman clutched a visibly deceased large dog in one hand, while tightly gripping Chen Feng's arm with the other. Lin Ruoxi's brow furrowed slightly. What on earth was happening? She pushed through the crowd and approached Chen Feng, her eyes locking onto his face as she crisply stated, "You must be Chen Feng. I am Lin Ruoxi, Yingxue's close friend." Chen Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "Hello, Miss Lin." Lin Ruoxi wasted no time and directly inquired, "What is going on here?" Before Chen Feng could respond, little Meng eagerly pointed at the elegantly dressed woman and began to recount the tale. "Auntie Lin, this bad person, her vicious dog bit someone. It was going to bite the little brother. Daddy kicked the bad dog to protect the little brother. And then this bad person grabbed Daddy, and Wu Ti let him go. She is a big bad person." The refined woman, already in a foul mood, was incensed by little Meng's accusations. She glared at the child and shouted, "You little brat, what are you saying? You are the bad one. You are the bad dog. Your whole family are bad people. Your whole family are bad dogs. Who are you cursing?" Upon hearing this woman's vile words directed at little Meng, Lin Ruoxi's expression darkened instantly. She stepped forward, her piercing gaze slicing through the air like a blade as her voice, though not raised, carried an undeniable weight of authority. "I warn you, watch your mouth. If you dare insult my little Meng again, I will ensure you have no peaceful days in this place. Try me." Lin Ruoxi's words were not mere threats. Her family's influential background was formidable. Her brother was a key member of the municipal police force. Her father held significant power as the deputy mayor overseeing urban construction. And her grandfather, though retired, had once been a provincial leader. Other family members held prominent positions in major state-owned enterprises or significant governmental roles. While she typically refrained from flaunting her connections, when it came to dealing with unreasonable individuals, she could easily handle the situation. Unbeknownst to Chen Feng, Lin Ruoxi possessed such a daunting background. The finely dressed woman found herself momentarily intimidated by Lin Ruoxi's sudden commanding presence and fierce words. She observed Lin Ruoxi's seemingly simple, yet undeniably expensive attire, coupled with her cold and resolute eyes, and felt an inexplicable sense of apprehension. Realizing that this woman was not to be trifled with, though she opened her mouth, the woman refrained from further insults towards little Meng. But her grip on Chen Feng's arm remained unyielding, insisting, "He kicked my baby to death. He must pay." At that moment, the neighborhood security and the property manager rushed into the crowd. "What is going on? What is happening? Everyone, please disperse." The property manager, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wiped the sweat from his brow as he attempted to mediate. "Ma'am, please let go. We can discuss this calmly. Holding on to him like this is inappropriate." "I won't let go. He must pay for my dog, or I won't release him," the refined woman stubbornly insisted. The property manager, having already gathered information from the surrounding security and residents, patiently explained, "Ma'am, our community regulations clearly state that dogs must be leashed during walks for everyone's safety. Your dog was not leashed and attacked a child. Mr. Chun was acting to protect the child, so morally and legally, he bears no responsibility for this incident. This persistent behavior is unwarranted. Please release him so we can discuss this properly, shall we?" "Why should I? This is absurd," the refined woman retorted sharply, as if she had suffered a grave injustice. "Are you saying it's my fault? Is it my baby's fault?" Her words ignited outrage among the onlookers, who vocally condemned her. "Of course, it's your fault. Whose fault could it be if not yours? You didn't leash your dog, and you have the audacity to complain? Your vicious dog nearly attacked a child, and he acted in self-defense." "Exactly. We all witnessed it. It's clearly your fault. Your dog is at fault. You are entirely at fault." A cacophony of accusations flooded towards the refined woman, overwhelming her with their collective fury. Alone against the tide of indignation, her face paled, and her grip on Chen Feng's arm trembled slightly, yet she stubbornly refused to release him. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "The police are here." Everyone turned to see two uniformed officers striding purposefully towards the scene. The refined woman, seeing the police arrive, seized upon the opportunity like a lifeline. She released Chen Feng and rushed to the officers, pointing at him with a tearful voice. "Officers, you've finally arrived. It was him. He deliberately kicked my baby to death. You must arrest him." "Baby?" The two officers exchanged alarmed glances, their hearts racing at the implication of a potential homicide. The older officer immediately inquired sternly, "Where is the body?" The refined woman quickly pointed at the deceased dog cradled in her arms, lamenting, "Right here. My baby is right here. It died so tragically." The officers exchanged incredulous looks at the sight before them. The baby she referred to was merely a dog. What a false alarm. Both individuals simultaneously sighed in relief, grateful that a life had not been lost. The elder police officer cleared his throat, resuming his professional demeanor, and inquired, "Who made the call to report this incident?" "It was I. I called the police." The refined woman promptly raised her hand. "What is your surname?" "My surname is Fan." "Miss Fan, please elucidate the specifics of the situation. What transpired?" The officer retrieved his notebook. Miss Fan immediately began her tearful lament, deliberately omitting any details that might cast her in an unfavorable light, pointing at Chen Feng and declaring, "Officer, it was him. For no reason at all. He rushed over and kicked my baby to death. My baby was so gentle, never bit anyone." As her sorrow intensified, she added, "I spent 100,000 yuan to purchase my baby. I've cared for it for many years. It was like family to me. Our bond was profound. Now that it has been killed by him, I demand not only compensation for my baby, but also for my emotional distress. A total of 1,100,000 yuan. Not a cent less. 1,100,000. At her proclamation, not only the two police officers, but also all bystanders erupted in disbelief. Goodness, what audacity! A dog worth 110,000? Has she lost her mind? And 1,000,000 for emotional distress? Why doesn't she just rob a bank? Among the crowd, a dog aficionado exclaimed, "I know her dog. It's just an ordinary mixed breed Doberman, of average appearance. At most, it's worth 1,000 yuan. It's hardly valuable." "Exactly. She claims she spent 100,000? What a farce." Many others rallied in defense of Chen Feng, clamoring to explain the truth to the officers. "Officer, don't listen to her nonsense. It was not without cause. Her dog was unleashed, suddenly went berserk, and attempted to bite that little boy. This gentleman acted out of necessity to save the child. He is a hero. Yes. We all witnessed it." Her dog was the aggressor. Moreover, given its size and ferocity, it might be a prohibited breed. We suspect she doesn't even have a dog license. She is illegally keeping a dog. Upon hearing the chorus of voices from the crowd, the expressions of the two police officers turned serious, realizing that the situation was far more complex than Ms. Fan had portrayed. The elder officer turned to Chen Feng, who was holding the child with a calm demeanor, and asked, "Sir, what is your name? Please recount the events in detail." Chen Feng nodded and responded coolly, "Hello, officer. My surname is Chen Feng." He succinctly narrated the entire sequence of events. "This afternoon, I was picking up my daughter from kindergarten. As we entered the community, I saw Ms. Fan walking her dog without a leash. I kindly reminded her that dogs should be leashed to avoid frightening or biting people. However, she ignored me, insisting that her dog was well behaved." He paused before continuing. "Fearing that the dog would lunge at my daughter, I picked her up. To my dismay, the dog indeed charged at us, but I managed to evade it. Unexpectedly, it turned to attack the nearby lady's son." He pointed to the mother, who was clutching the injured boy, blood staining her arm. In that urgent moment, the dog bit the boy's arm and wouldn't let go. To save the child, I kicked the dog away. However, the dog was extremely aggressive. After being kicked, it immediately lunged at the boy again. In my desperation, I kicked it once more, and perhaps in my haste, I inadvertently killed it. That is the entirety of the incident, and many neighbors can corroborate my account." Chen Feng's narrative was coherent, and his tone steady, lending credibility to his words. As he finished, the surrounding crowd immediately voiced their agreement. "Indeed, Mr. Chen is speaking the truth. We can all testify. It was this woman who unleashed her dog, allowing it to attack first. Her dog was a menace and deserved to be stopped. Furthermore, she is unlawfully keeping a dangerous breed. Officers, you must check if she has a dog license." Faced with the collective condemnation and the revelation of the truth, Ms. Fan's complexion shifted from pale to flushed, yet she persisted in her obstinacy, attempting to grasp Chen Feng's arm while repeatedly shouting, "I don't care. He killed my baby. He must pay 1,100,000. Not a penny less. Officers, you must uphold justice for me." The two officers, observing the chaotic scene, felt a headache coming on. The elder officer pondered for a moment, attempting to mediate and quell the unrest. He turned to Chen Feng, speaking in a conciliatory tone, "Mr. Chen, while the incident did have its provocations, the fact remains that her dog has died. How about you compensate Ms. Fan 1,000 yuan, which is the market rate, and we consider the matter settled? What do you think? 1,000 yuan? Absolutely not." Before Chen Feng could respond, Ms. Fan shrieked as if her tail had been stepped on, "It must be 1,100,000. If not, I will sue him. I won't let this go." The crowd erupted in opposition. Why should he pay? Mr. Chen is a savior, a hero. He shouldn't owe a single cent. If compensation is to be discussed, it should be her responsibility to cover the boy's medical expenses. At this juncture, Lin Ruoxi, who had been observing silently, interjected. She approached the police officers, her beautiful face etched with dissatisfaction and skepticism, her voice clear and assertive. "Officers, is your proposed resolution not somewhat biased towards her? It was she who unlawfully walked her dog, allowing it to injure others, while Mr. Chen acted heroically. How can it be that the victim is the one expected to compensate?" Without waiting for a response from the officers, she turned to the property manager, commanding in a tone that brooked no dissent, "Manager, please retrieve the surveillance footage from the area where this incident occurred. Let everyone see who instigated the violence and how the dog went mad and attacked. Let the facts speak for themselves." Lin Ruoxi's remarks were cogent and her presence commanding, immediately commanding the attention of the crowd. The two police officers exchanged glances, assessing the obstinate Ms. Fan and the agitated crowd, and agreed that reviewing the footage would be the most equitable course of action. The elder officer nodded and instructed the property manager, "Yes, please fetch the surveillance footage." Chapter 24. One's own misdeeds lead to ruin. The property manager, not daring to delay, promptly took out his phone and called the surveillance room. "Hello, it's me. Please send me the surveillance footage from the central square where the dog attack occurred, immediately. Hurry." Within 2 minutes, the manager's phone chimed with a notification. He quickly opened the received video file and handed it to the elder police officer. "Officer, here is the surveillance footage from earlier." The two officers leaned in, scrutinizing the screen of the phone. The footage was clear, capturing the entire sequence of events. Chen Feng entered the community with his jubilant daughter. Noticing the unleashed dog, he approached Ms. Fan to speak. She disdainfully turned her head away. Chen Feng bent down to lift his daughter. Suddenly, the large dog lunged at them, but Chen Feng adeptly dodged. The dog then redirected its attack towards a passing little boy, knocking him down and biting his arm. The mother, panicking, attempted to kick the dog, but it refused to let go. Chen Feng rushed forward, cradling the little girl, Xiao Meng, in his arms, and with a swift kick, sent the vicious dog sprawling. The dog, having regained its footing, lunged again towards the small boy held tightly by his mother. Once more, Chen Feng intervened with a powerful kick, sending the beast flying, after which it lay twitching on the ground, motionless. Miss Fan dashed over and grasped Chen Feng's arm. Every facet of this sequence perfectly aligned with Chen Feng's earlier account, leaving no room for doubt. After reviewing the footage, the two police officers were fully enlightened. The elder officer returned the phone to the manager, his expression grave as he turned to Ms. Fan. Ms. Fan, we have reviewed the surveillance footage. The situation is abundantly clear, the police officer stated with an air of undeniable authority. Your dog is classified as a dangerous breed, and it was not leashed in a public area, actively attacking a child. This is a highly critical situation. Had it not been for Mr. Chen's timely intervention, the consequences could have been dire. His actions fall under the legal definitions of heroism and emergency avoidance, aimed at safeguarding the health and safety of others. He bears no responsibility. He then shifted his gaze sternly towards Ms. Fan. Conversely, as the dog's owner, your failure to leash a potentially aggressive breed constitutes a violation of the Public Security Administration punishment law and relevant dog ownership regulations. Consequently, you are hereby fined 1,000 yuan. Upon the announcement of this verdict, the crowd of onlookers momentarily froze, before erupting into enthusiastic cheers and applause. Well done. The police acted wisely. This is exactly how it should be. A triumph for justice. Even Xiao Ming, nestled in Chen Feng's arms, clapped her tiny hands in delight, mimicking. Good. Uncle Police is very wise. Lin Ruoshi stood nearby, a subtle smile gracing her lips, satisfaction evident in her expression. She felt a deep sense of gratification regarding the police's adherence to the law in this instance. However, upon hearing the verdict, Ms. Fan erupted in fury, akin to a lit firecracker. What? What are you saying? Her shrill voice pierced the air, disbelief and rage contorting her features. Doesn't he have to compensate me? You're fining me. 1,000 yuan. What kind of nonsense is this? Are you in cahoots with him? This is favoritism. This is bullying. She pointed accusingly at the two officers, trembling with anger as she unleashed a torrent of profanities. The police officers frowned, delivering a stern warning. Ms. Fan, please watch your language. We are enforcing the law. If you disagree with the penalty, you may legally request an administrative review or file an administrative lawsuit. However, you must pay the 1,000 yuan fine immediately. I want to pay. Why should I pay? I refuse. Ms. Fan screamed hysterically, completely losing her composure, resorting to slanderous insults. You corrupt officers. Have you accepted his bribes? Why are you siding with him? You'll get what is coming to you. Ms. Fan, I warn you again. Cease your abusive behavior. The officer's tone grew more severe. Yet, far from heeding his words, Ms. Fan escalated her tirade. Like a madwoman, she continued to hurl the most vile insults, and to everyone's shock, she brandished the lifeless dog she had been cradling in her arms as a weapon, hurling it fiercely at the young officer. The dead dog flew through the air, hurtling towards the officer's face. This sudden act stunned everyone present. Fortunately, the young officer reacted swiftly, instinctively sidestepping. The lifeless dog landed with a thud, rolling a couple of times before coming to rest. Enough is enough. The elder officer shouted in fury, and alongside his younger colleague, they swiftly subdued the still flailing Ms. Fan, pinning her down with resolute efficiency. What are you doing? Let me go? The police are attacking me. Help. Ms. Fan, now restrained, struggled futilely, attempting to distort the reality of the situation. With a click, cold handcuffs clasped around her wrists. Only upon being cuffed did Ms. Fan appear to grasp the gravity of her predicament, yet she refused to relent, threatening, You dare to cuff me? Do you know who I am? Release me at once, or you'll regret it. The officers ignored her threats, accustomed to such empty bluster. The elder officer signaled to his younger colleague, Take her away. They guided the still screaming and thrashing Ms. Fan towards the police vehicle parked at the entrance of the community. As the once arrogant woman was finally led away in handcuffs, the crowd erupted into even more fervent applause and cheers. Excellent. Truly a victory for justice. Such people deserve to be apprehended. They brought this upon themselves. Xiao Ming echoed the sentiments of the crowd, her face flushed with excitement as she exclaimed, The bad auntie is being taken away by the police. Lin Ruoshi observed Ms. Fan's retreating figure with a cold smile, shaking her head slightly, as she remarked to Chen Feng and Xiao Ming, You see, this is what is meant by divine retribution. It is forgivable to err inadvertently, but one cannot escape the consequences of their own folly. What began as a trivial matter spiraled into chaos because she insisted on complicating things. Truly, she is not in her right mind. Chapter 25. Xiao Ming boasts about her father to Aunt Lin with the troublesome Ms. Fan finally taken away by the police. Chen Feng felt a sense of relief wash over him. He looked down at Xiao Ming in his arms and said, All right, the trouble has been resolved. Let us head home. Okay, let us go home. Xiao Ming chirped, her face bright with ease. Chen Feng cradled his daughter as they made their way towards their apartment building. Lin Ruoxi naturally fell into step beside them. Xiao Ming, resting on her father's shoulder, looked up with curious eyes and asked, Aunt Lin, what brings you here today? A radiant smile spread across Lin Ruoxi's face as she playfully pinched Xiao Ming's cheek. Aunt Lin just missed you, Xiao Ming, so I came to see you. She skillfully sidestepped, revealing that Jiang Yingxue had sent her, and after witnessing the earlier scene, her impression of Chen Feng had greatly improved. He certainly appeared to be a responsible man capable of protecting children. Before long, the trio entered the elevator. Ascending directly to the 19th floor, Chen Feng used his access card to unlock the apartment door, stepping aside to allow Lin Ruoxi to enter first. Upon entering the spacious and well-lit living room, Chen Feng set Xiao Ming down and casually turned to Lin Ruoxi, inquiring, Ms. Lin, have you had dinner yet? If not, would you care to stay for a meal? Before Lin Ruoxi could respond, the eager Xiao Ming dashed over to her, grabbing her hand and excitedly proclaiming, Aunt Lin, you should stay for dinner. My dad cooks so well. It's the best food in the world. Lin Ruoxi found Xiao Ming's enthusiastic endorsement amusing. She was somewhat skeptical about whether a man, especially one who had previously delivered takeout, could truly whip up an exquisite meal. However, seeing Xiao Ming so enthusiastic piqued her curiosity. She smiled and nodded, saying, All right, Aunt Lin will enjoy a taste of your father's culinary skills today. Yay, that's wonderful. Little Ming exclaimed, leaping with joy. Upon seeing Lin Ruoxi agree, Chen Feng remarked, You two take a seat, I will prepare the meal. And then turned to head into the kitchen. Lin Ruoxi remained in the living room, accompanying Little Ming, who was brimming with excitement and immediately began showcasing her accomplishments. Aunt Lin, look, this is the drawing I created recently. Daddy taught me. Little Ming dashed to the desk, picked up a stack of drawing papers, and proudly presented them to Lin Ruoxi. Lin Ruoxi accepted the drawings, initially viewing them with a mindset of indulging a child, but as she examined the content, her relaxed demeanor gradually transformed into astonishment. She distinctly recalled that Little Ming had previously drawn, but those earlier works were merely chaotic lines and color splotches, entirely indecipherable, purely the whimsical doodles of a child. However, what lay before her now? Although the strokes were still somewhat juvenile, the subjects, flowers, small trees, bunnies, and the sun, were distinctly recognizable. The composition was commendable, and the color coordination exhibited significant improvement. Such rapid progress was astonishing. It was as though a child who had diligently studied art for several months had produced these pieces. Did you truly create these, Little Ming? Lin Ruoxi asked, somewhat incredulous. Yes. Little Ming nodded vigorously, her small face alight with pride. Daddy taught me. He's really amazing at painting. A great question mark arose in Lin Ruoxi's mind. Chen Feng taught her? Did he possess such talent? Just then, Little Ming tugged at her hand, pointing to several landscape paintings adorning the living room wall. Aunt Lin, look. Those big, beautiful paintings on the wall were painted by Daddy too. Aren't they stunning? Lin Ruoxi followed Little Ming's direction, having not paid close attention upon entering. She now focused and was utterly taken aback. The landscape paintings displayed a mastery of technique, with rich ink and expansive compositions, exuding a profound artistic essence. One piece, Autumn Winds in the Mountain Valleys, was grand and imposing. Another, Cold Forest in the River's Snow, was serene and solitary. And yet another, Peach Blossom Paradise, was tranquil and harmonious. The quality and spirit of these works were remarkable. Had Little Ming not claimed so, she would have assumed they were masterpieces by contemporary or even ancient masters of Chinese painting. How could it be that Chen Feng painted these? She crouched down, looking intently at Little Ming, and earnestly inquired once more, Little Ming, please tell Aunt Lin, did your father truly paint these large pictures on the wall? He didn't buy them, did he? Little Ming's little head bobbed like a chick pecking at grains, her tone unwavering. He painted them. I saw Daddy painting. He spread out large sheets of paper and used a brush dipped in black ink, working on them for a long time. If you don't believe me, after dinner, I can ask Daddy to paint one for you right then. Observing Little Ming's unwavering confidence, which bore no semblance of deceit, Lin Ruoxi's astonishment surged like waves crashing upon the shore. Just how many talents did Chen Feng possess that she was unaware of? Little Ming's endorsements were far from over. She recalled something else, puffing out her small chest with pride. Aunt Lin, my daddy can even speak foreign languages. He teaches me English. And I'm really good at it now. Lin Ruoxi raised an eyebrow, her disbelief deepening. It was true that Little Ming attended an international bilingual kindergarten. But having only been there for less than half a month, how could such brief exposure lead to a significant leap in her spoken English? Curious to test her, Lin Ruoxi posed a simple question in English. Hello, Xiao Ming. How are you today? Little Ming responded almost without hesitation, her English clear and fluent. I'm very happy today because I saw my Aunt Lin. Lin Ruoshi was slightly taken aback and proceeded to ask a few more basic questions, such as, what's your favorite color? And do you like your daddy's cooking? Little Meng answered effortlessly, her pronunciation still tinged with a childlike lilt, yet her intonation was natural, and her word choice precise. At that moment, Lin Ruoshi was thoroughly astonished. Little Meng's spoken English proficiency was undoubtedly far beyond that of a child who had attended an international kindergarten for merely half a month. This level of fluency could only be achieved with a certain linguistic environment and sustained practice. But could it truly be attributed to Chen Feng's teachings? She vividly recalled her close friend Jiang Yingxue had privately mentioned having conducted a thorough investigation into Chen Feng's background. He was someone who had not even completed high school and had spent his early years struggling in society, delivering takeout. How could he possibly possess such an excellent command of English? Moreover, how could he teach his daughter so well? At that moment, as Lin Ruoshi gazed at the tall figure busy in the kitchen, her heart brimmed with immense questions and intense curiosity. This Chen Feng seemed to be entirely different from the simple, somewhat disheveled image of a delivery worker she had previously imagined. He was like a riddle, enveloped in a mist of enigma that was difficult to penetrate. Chapter 26. Lin Ruoshi is astonished by Chen Feng's culinary skills. Little Meng's display of talent was not yet finished. She suddenly remembered another matter of great pride, grabbing Lin Ruoshi's hand with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, Aunt Lin, my daddy can even make up stories. His stories are so delightful. They are even more interesting than those in storybooks. Lin Ruoshi, no longer underestimating Chen Feng, inquired with great interest, oh, really? Can Little Meng share a story that daddy made up with Aunt Lin? Sure. Little Meng perked up immediately. She cleared her throat and began narrating like a little teacher. The story daddy made up is called The Adventures of an Un-Yu. In the story, there is a brother named an Un and a sister named Yu, and they have a magical time machine. She gestured animatedly. One day, they zoomed back in time to a long, long time ago, before heaven and earth were separated, like a gigantic egg. Inside, there slept a giant named Pangu. Little Meng spoke with such enthusiasm, and although she occasionally used immature vocabulary, the storyline was remarkably coherent. What happened first, what happened next, why Pangu awoke, how he separated heaven and earth, and what his body transformed into, all were articulated in a logical manner. Additionally, she infused her own understanding and exaggerated expressions, making the story even more vivid and engaging. Lin Ruoshi's astonishment grew with each passing moment. For a child of 3 or 4 years old to recount a complex mythological story so clearly and logically was no small feat, showcasing expressive abilities far beyond that of her peers. Moreover, the story itself was indeed very creative, blending modern children's time travel with ancient mythology, demonstrating both imagination and educational value. If this was truly an original work by Chen Feng, then his imagination and storytelling prowess were genuinely impressive. At that moment, Chen Feng emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 plates, and called out, dinner is ready. Little Meng, Miss Lin, come and eat. Coming. It's time to eat. Little Meng cheered. Sliding off the sofa, Lin Ruoshi took Little Meng's hand, saying, come on, Little Meng, let's wash our hands first. After washing their hands, they arrived at the dining room, where a spread of 4 dishes and a soup awaited them on the table. A plate of stir-fried vegetables, glistening with a vibrant green hue. A dish of sweet and sour pork, its enticing red color gleaming. A serving of fragrant mushroom and tender chicken, the aroma wafting through the air. And a perfectly steamed base, adorned with shreds of scallion and ginger, exuding freshness. Beside these, a bowl of tomato and egg soup, its red and yellow hues intermingling, igniting one's appetite. Merely gazing at this exquisite presentation and inhaling the tantalizing fragrance, Lin Ruoshi could not help but swallow discreetly. Is this truly the level of home-cooked meals? It appears more refined than many dishes from restaurants. She recalled how Xiao Meng used to require feeding, and instinctively pulled out the chair next to her, saying, Xiao Meng, come, let Aunt Lin feed you, shall we? To her surprise, Xiao Meng climbed onto her special dining chair, skillfully grasping her child-sized chopsticks. A hint of pride on her small face. No need, Aunt Lin. Daddy has taught me to eat by myself, she exclaimed. With that, she adeptly picked up a small piece of sweet and sour pork and accurately delivered it to her mouth, squinting her eyes in satisfaction as she chewed. Lin Ruoshi watched Xiao Meng's seamless and proficient actions, her eyes widening in astonishment. Eating by herself, and using chopsticks so skillfully. She distinctly remembered that dining was once a battle for Xiao Meng, necessitating someone to chase after her with a spoon, and she was notoriously picky. Jiang Yingxue and the nanny had exerted countless efforts to coax her into taking a bite. Yet now, Chen Feng had quietly transformed this little culinary challenge into a proficient eater. Furthermore, she savored her food with such relish not a hint of fussiness. What kind of miraculous father is this? Noticing Lin Ruoxi still in a daze, Xiao Ming extended her chopsticks, laboriously lifting the largest piece of pork and shakily placing it in Lin Ruoxi's bowl, enthusiastically recommending, "Aunt Lin, you must try it. Daddy's dishes are delicious. Please, give it a taste." Snapped back to reality, Lin Ruoxi, filled with curiosity and anticipation, picked up her chopsticks. She lifted the enticing piece of sweet and sour pork and placed it in her mouth. A gentle bite revealed a slightly crispy exterior, yielding to a tender interior. As the sweet and sour sauce exploded on her taste buds, the flavor was rich and layered, perfectly cooked. Unable to resist, she sampled the steamed fish. Its flesh as delicate as tofu, incomparably fresh. The mushroom and chicken, the meat tender and the mushrooms soaked with savory broth. Even the simplest stir-fried vegetables were crisp, retaining the innate sweetness of the ingredients. It was utterly delectable. Lin Ruoxi felt as though her taste buds were dancing. This was undoubtedly the finest home-cooked meal she had ever experienced, surpassing the culinary skills of many five-star hotel chefs. She couldn't help but indulge in several more bites. Disregarding her image, Xiao Ming beamed at the sight of Aunt Lin enjoying her meal, and with a proud grin asked, "Aunt Lin, isn't Daddy's cooking delicious?" Lin Ruoxi, still chewing, nodded vigorously, her words muffled, "Delicious. Truly exquisite. Xiao Ming, you haven't deceived Aunt Lin. If it's delicious, you should eat more, Aunt Lin." Xiao Ming declared like an enthusiastic little host. After finally swallowing the food in her mouth, Lin Ruoxi, unable to contain her curiosity, turned to Chen Feng, seated opposite her, and asked, "Chen Feng, did you ever study to be a chef? Your culinary skills are astounding." Chen Feng, who was busy picking fish bones for Xiao Ming, looked up and casually shook his head. "No, I never studied. I used to deliver takeout, and when I got busy, I would grab a bite. And when I had the time, I would cook a bit." The notion that casual cooking could yield such results left Lin Ruoxi incredulous. "Is your talent not simply astonishing?" Chen Feng chuckled, offering no further explanation, merely stating, "Perhaps it's just practice makes perfect." Observing his calm demeanor, the questions in Lin Ruoxi's mind multiplied. This explanation seemed rather dismissive. Due to the meal being so delightful, she had initially eaten a bit hastily. Noticing this, Xiao Ming immediately set down her tiny chopsticks and, adopting a serious tone reminiscent of an adult, advised Lin Ruoxi, "Aunt Lin, one should chew slowly and savor their food. You mustn't eat so quickly." She continued, "Daddy said that eating too fast can upset your tummy and prevent proper nutrient absorption. You should eat like me, slowly." As she spoke, she demonstrated her point by taking small bites, her expression earnest. Lin Ruoxi found herself being schooled by a 3-year-old, initially taken aback, but soon unable to suppress a laugh. Feeling warmth in her heart, she set down her chopsticks, smiling as she ruffled Xiao Ming's hair. "All right, Aunt Lin will listen to Xiao Ming and chew slowly. It's just that your daddy's cooking is too delectable, and I couldn't help myself." Satisfied, Xiao Ming nodded and resumed her own dining experience, continuing to enjoy her father's delicious dinner. Chapter 27. A delivery man who can paint landscapes? After dinner, Chen Feng swiftly tidied up the dishes and took them to the kitchen for washing. Once he dried his hands and returned to the living room, he found Lin Ruoxi standing before several landscape paintings, examining them with great seriousness, her brows slightly furrowed, as if pondering something. Upon hearing his footsteps, Lin Ruoxi turned, pointing at the paintings on the wall, and directly inquired, "Chen Feng, Xiao Ming said you painted these. Is that true?" Chen Feng nodded, his tone casual. "Yes. I just doodle when I have some free time." His words were delivered with such nonchalance, as if he had merely sketched a few lines. Yet Lin Ruoxi, gazing at the paintings with their skilled brushwork and profound artistic intent, found it utterly unbelievable. Could such exquisite pieces be the result of casual doodling? The caliber of these works could warrant an exhibition. Observing that Lin Ruoxi appeared unconvinced, Xiao Ming dashed to her father's side, hugging his leg and shaking it. Daddy, please paint a picture for Aunt Lin right now. Let her see for herself if you really can paint. Please, Daddy." Chen Feng always indulged his daughter's requests. He smiled, ruffling Xiao Ming's hair. "All right, Daddy will paint a picture for both Xiao Ming and Aunt Lin." With that, he walked to a corner of the living room where he had previously set up his painting supplies. He spread out rice paper on the spacious coffee table, weighted it down with paperweights, and began grinding ink. Lin Ruoxi, arms crossed, stood beside him, her expression one of eager anticipation. Chen Feng lifted the brush, saturating it with ink, paused for a moment, and then, without a hint of hesitation, began to sweep it across the rice paper. His movements were fluid and unhesitant, sketching mountains and rocks, embellishing trees, and depicting rippling waters. You are creating a landscape painting. Painting proficiency increases by 15 points. You are employing the technique of texture strokes to depict the quality of the rocks. Painting proficiency increases by 18 points. The system's prompt echoed quietly in his mind, yet he was wholly immersed in the world beneath his brush. He painted a corner of the Jiangnan water town. In the foreground, several willows swayed gracefully. In the distance, mountains loomed faintly, shrouded in mist. At the center of the composition lay a lotus pond, the leaves sprawling. With a few lotus flowers standing tall, and beneath the crystal-clear waters, koi fish could be seen frolicking. The entire painting radiated freshness and elegance, brimming with life. In the blank space of the artwork, he inscribed the title Lotus and Fish Playing, signing it as Xiefeng Shanren. As Chen Feng set down his brush, indicating the completion of the painting, Lin Ruoxi was utterly astounded. Her mouth agape, she stared, unblinking, at the freshly painted artwork on the coffee table. If she had not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would undoubtedly have believed that this was the masterpiece of a renowned artist deeply immersed in traditional Chinese painting for decades. The composition, the brushwork, the artistic conception, how could they possibly be the creation of someone merely passing time with a casual sketch? She felt her previous perceptions utterly shattered. Chen Feng, a mere delivery man? This was completely inconceivable. Xiaoming beamed with pride, rushing to Lin Ruoxi's side, tugging at her sleeve, and gazing up with her innocent face. She asked, "Aunt Lin, do you believe it now? Isn't my dad incredibly talented?" Lin Ruoxi, shaken from her stupor by the overwhelming astonishment, looked at Xiaoming's beaming face and instinctively nodded, her voice slightly hoarse. "I believe it now. Aunt Lin truly believes it." Turning her gaze towards Chen Feng, she regarded him with a complex expression, unable to restrain her curiosity. "Chen Feng, from whom did you learn this landscape painting? One cannot achieve such depth without at least a decade or two of practice." Chen Feng maintained his usual calm demeanor, tidying up his brushes as he replied, "I just tinkered around on my own, studying some ancient paintings, and gradually picked up a bit." Tinkering around on his own? Studying ancient paintings? Lin Ruoxi shook her head vigorously in disbelief. What a preposterous explanation. This was even more absurd than his earlier claim about cooking. She found the man before her increasingly enigmatic. An idea suddenly sparked in her mind as she looked at Chen Feng, her tone laced with curiosity. "Chen Feng, can you draw sketches? You know, the kind that are very realistic and done with pencils?" Chen Feng nodded. "I can do a little." Lin Ruoxi's spirit brightened instantly. She pointed to a single armchair in the living room, smiling as she asked, "Could you possibly draw a portrait sketch of me? I would love to see just how proficient you really are." Chen Feng glanced at Lin Ruoxi's eager expression and then at his daughter, who was also gazing at him with anticipation. After a moment's hesitation, he finally nodded. "All right." He retrieved an easel, secured a sheet of sketch paper, and took out a set of professional sketching pencils, instructing Lin Ruoxi to sit comfortably on the sofa in a natural pose. Lin Ruoxi complied, secretly harboring a sense of amusement. Landscape painting and sketching were entirely different disciplines. She was eager to see if Chen Feng was indeed as versatile as he claimed. Setting up the easel a few steps away, Chen Feng paused to observe Lin Ruoxi's face for a brief moment before lowering his head, his pencil swiftly dancing across the paper. The lines flowed seamlessly and accurately, sometimes shading with the side of the pencil to create light and shadow, at other times using the tip to delineate details. "You are creating a portrait sketch. Drawing proficiency increased by 12 points. You are manipulating the light and shadow of the subject's face. Drawing proficiency increased by 20 points." The notifications accompanied his strokes. Xiaoming quietly leaned beside her father. Her big eyes filled with curiosity as she watched the figure on the paper gradually take form. Before long, Chen Feng set down his pencil, gently blowing away the eraser shavings, and announced, "It's done." Lin Ruoxi, who had been waiting impatiently, instantly sprang from her seat and hurried to the easel. When she beheld the sketch on the paper, she was once again rendered speechless. The portrayal of herself was strikingly lifelike. The proportions of her features were precise. Her expression captured with remarkable accuracy. Even the hint of curiosity and mischief in her eyes was portrayed. The treatment of light and shadow was masterful. The contours of her face rendered with a palpable three-dimensionality, and every strand of hair was distinctly visible. This was undoubtedly a portrait sketch of exceptionally high professional caliber. "Wow. Dad's drawing looks just like Aunt Lin. It's beautiful," Xiaoming exclaimed with genuine admiration. Lin Ruoxi gazed at her realistic likeness in the sketch, then looked up at Chen Feng, whose expression remained serene as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. The astonishment in her heart was beyond words. She pointed at the sketch, her voice trembling with disbelief. "Chen Feng, is this really just you being a little skilled? With this level of proficiency, you could easily surpass the instructors at art academies. You can create both traditional landscape paintings and Western sketches. What other talents do you possess that I am unaware of?" Chapter 28. Yingxue, you've discovered a treasure. Holding the vividly lifelike portrait sketch, Lin Ruoxi found herself increasingly enamored with it. A thought crossed her mind, and she looked up at Chen Feng. Her voice tinged with anticipation. Chen Feng, may I keep this drawing? Without hesitation, he nodded. Of course. He carefully removed the sketch from the easel and handed it to Lin Ruoxi. Her face lit up with a radiant smile, as if she had received a precious treasure. And she meticulously rolled up the drawing, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Thank you. I truly appreciate it, Chen Feng. It's magnificent. I adore it. Xiaoming, witnessing her aunt receiving such a striking likeness from her father, felt a surge of envy. She rushed to Chen Feng's side, tugging at his hand. Daddy, can you draw a picture for Xiaoming too? I want one that looks exactly like me. Chen Feng had always readily agreed to his daughter's requests, smiling as he patted her head. All right, Daddy will draw a picture for our little Xiaoming. Yay, that's wonderful. Xiaoming cheered excitedly, mimicking her aunt's earlier demeanor as she joyfully bounced to the armchair, sitting up straight and striving to maintain a pose without moving, her big eyes twinkling adorably. Chen Feng placed a fresh sheet of sketch paper onto the easel, adjusted the angle, and let his gentle gaze fall upon his daughter as the pencil began to make soft scratching sounds on the paper. You are creating a portrait sketch for your daughter. Drawing proficiency increased by 15 points. You are capturing your daughter's expressive features. Drawing proficiency increased by 18 points. Lin Ruoxi stood quietly nearby, watching as Chen Feng skillfully rendered Xiaoming's chubby little face, her round eyes, playful nose, and the tightly pressed lips that struggled to feign seriousness but couldn't conceal her delight, gradually emerging on the paper, becoming clearer and more lifelike. She was in awe of Chen Feng's artistic prowess, feeling a profound respect for his talent. This was no mere ability to draw. It was undoubtedly the caliber of a master artist. Before long, Chen Feng set down his pencil, gently addressing the little one, who had become somewhat stiff from holding her pose. All right, Xiaoming, it's finished. You can move now. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming sprang from the chair like a coiled spring, rushing to the easel and tiptoeing to take a look. Wow, it really looks like Xiaoming. It's amazing. Daddy, you're incredible, Xiaoming exclaimed, her face brimming with excitement and pride as she gazed at the drawing that mirrored her perfectly. She tugged at Chen Feng's hand, pointing at the sketch. Daddy, can we hang this in my room? Right above my bed. I want to see it every night before I sleep. Sure, we'll hang it in your room. Chen Feng replied with a smile, taking the drawing and leading the exuberant Xiaoming into the bedroom, carefully taping the sketch to the wall beside her bed. Xiaoming looked at her portrait on the wall, bursting with happiness, as she twirled around in delight. Lin Ruoxi gazed at the heartwarming scene before her, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Glancing at the time, she deemed it late, and turned to Chen Feng and Xiaoming, saying, It's getting late. I must be on my way. Chen Feng took Xiaoming's hand, declaring, We'll see you off. The trio made their way to the elevator, where Chen Feng pressed the button. As the elevator doors opened, Lin Ruoxi stepped inside, turning to wave at them. No need to see me off. Hurry back. Goodbye. Xiaoming. See you, Aunt Lin. Xiaoming waved her small hand vigorously, watching the elevator doors slowly close as the numbers began to change. Chen Feng led Xiaoming back home. Lin Ruoxi descended to the underground parking garage and settled into her car. She retrieved her phone, intending to call Jiang Yingxue to report on the investigation, only to find that the line was busy. She's probably still discussing matters with a client, Lin Ruoxi murmured, deciding to wait a bit longer. Just as she fastened her seatbelt and prepared to start the engine, her phone rang. Jiang Yingxue was calling back. Lin Ruoxi promptly answered, Hello? Yingxue. On the other end, Jiang Yingxue's voice came through, slightly weary yet clear. Ruoxi, I just finished speaking with a client and saw your missed call. How did it go? Did you meet with them? Chen Feng mentioned some minor troubles over the phone. What was that about? Is it serious? A hint of concern colored her tone, as the earlier commotion and the mention of compensation still lingered in her mind. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoxi launched into an animated recounting. Oh, you wouldn't believe it. Today, I witnessed quite the spectacle. When Xiaoming and her father returned, they encountered a particularly unreasonable woman in the community, walking a large dog without a leash. The dog was ferocious, first lunging at Chen Feng and Xiaoming. And when it missed, it turned to bite a little boy passing by, clamping onto his arm and refusing to let go. It was incredibly dangerous. Jiang Yingxue held her breath on the other end. And then? Xiaoming is all right, isn't she? Xiaoming is fine. Chen Feng reacted swiftly. Keeping her in his arms, Lin Ruoxi reassured her. The key was Chen Feng. He rushed to save the little boy and kicked the mad dog away. But the dog was particularly fierce, getting back up and lunging again. Chen Feng had no choice but to kick it once more, and unfortunately, the dog ended up dead. She paused, her tone laced with disdain. And that dog owner? A complete shrew. Not only did she refuse to take responsibility, but she also insisted that Chen Feng pay her, starting with a demand of 1 million. It was utterly outrageous. Thankfully, the police arrived, reviewed the surveillance footage, and determined that Chen Feng acted heroically, bearing no responsibility whatsoever. Instead, they fined that harassing woman and took her away. Rest assured, both Chen Feng and Xiao Ming are perfectly fine. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yingxue finally exhaled a long breath, her previously anxious heart settling at last. I'm relieved to hear that. Yet, Lin Ruoshi was far from finished. Her voice took on an excited tone. Yingxue, let me tell you. The father of the Xiao Ming you found is truly remarkable. I am thoroughly impressed today. She began enumerating Chen Feng's admirable qualities. First and foremost, he genuinely cares for Xiao Ming and is incredibly patient. She is particularly attached to him. You could see that from the videos, so I want to elaborate further. The most crucial part is his exceptional skills. Do you know, he cooks extraordinarily well. Better than any 5-star chef I've ever encountered. Xiao Ming can now eat with chopsticks on her own and is not picky at all. She says he taught her. And there is something even more astonishing. He can paint. He excels at both traditional Chinese landscape painting and Western sketching. His work is nothing short of professional mastery. I witnessed him painting today and could hardly believe my eyes. He even sketched a portrait for both Xiao Ming and me, which looked just like photographs, so lifelike. Xiao Ming is now also quite adept at English speaking, thanks to Chen Feng's guidance. She shares many fascinating stories, all of which are his own creations. Yingxue, honestly, you've struck gold finding this man as your child's father. He is incredibly reliable. You needn't worry about Xiao Ming feeling wronged or not learning anything under his care. On the other end of the line, Jiang Yingxue was momentarily taken aback by her best friend's unabashed praise. Lin Ruoshi was her closest confidant, known for her discerning taste and straightforward demeanor. She seldom lauded anyone, especially a man. Is Chen Feng truly that remarkable? Listening to Lin Ruoshi's animated description, and recalling the increasingly cheerful smiles and newly acquired skills of her daughter in recent videos, Jiang Yingxue found herself deep in thought, gripping her phone. The man who had merely been a serendipitous encounter 4 years ago, living on the fringes of society, seemed to be far more extraordinary than she had ever imagined. Chapter 29. The fairy tale ascends to the bestseller list. Around 9:30 in the evening, as was his custom, Chen Feng completed his evening routine and headed to Xiao Ming's bedroom to tuck her in. He sat by the bedside, picking up a notebook containing a new fairy tale he had conceived that day. Xiao Ming, tonight Daddy will tell you a new story. One about an N and Yu encountering Chang'e. Does that sound good? Okay. Xiao Ming burrowed under the covers, revealing only her little head. Her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation as they gazed up at her father. In a gentle and captivating voice, Chen Feng began to narrate the latest chapter of the adventures of an N and Yu. Xiao Ming listened, entranced, and even after the story concluded, her big eyes remained wide open, devoid of any drowsiness. Daddy, tell me another one. The little one pleaded, employing her most endearing charm. Chen Feng chuckled, shaking his head as he ruffled her hair. No, dear, story time is over for today. It's time for you to sleep. Otherwise, you won't have the energy for kindergarten tomorrow. He lay down, facing his daughter, gently patting her back with one hand while tenderly stroking her hair with the other. Lowering his voice to hum a lullaby he had grown quite adept at singing. His voice was deep and soothing, imbued with a magical quality that could lull anyone to sleep. You are humming a lullaby to soothe your daughter to sleep. Music skill proficiency increases by 15 points. You are controlling your breath and pitch. Music skill proficiency increases by 18 points. As he continued to hum, he felt a newfound mastery over the melody and his breath control, as if entering a realm of greater ease and fluidity. The knowledge of music theory, composition, and arrangement became astonishingly clear and profound in his mind. Ding! Your music skill proficiency has surpassed 1,000 points, elevating your music level from proficient to master level. An immense expanse of musical knowledge and insight flooded his consciousness. Master-level musical skills. This meant he was no longer merely capable of singing. He now possessed the comprehensive ability to compose, write lyrics, and arrange music independently. He could create complete musical works that belonged solely to him. This new revelation ignited a warmth in his heart. It undoubtedly opened a new avenue for him to earn money by creating and releasing original music. As he contemplated ordering some necessary instruments and more professional recording equipment online shortly, he continued to hum the lullaby. He instinctively adjusted the melody he was humming, infusing it with delicate variations of his own improvisation that harmonized beautifully with the tranquil atmosphere of the moment. The effect was unexpectedly enchanting. Under the gentle and magical cadence of his voice, accompanied by the rhythmic, soft patting, Xiao Ming's eyelids began to flutter. Her long eyelashes trembled lightly before gradually closing, her breathing becoming deep, and even as she drifted into a sweet slumber. Chen Feng waited a moment longer, ensuring his daughter was fast asleep before rising with the utmost care. He tucked her in snugly, pressing a goodnight kiss upon her forehead, and then stealthily exited the bedroom, gently closing the door behind him. In the living room, he settled onto the sofa and took out his phone, promptly ordering some essential musical instruments online, such as a guitar, an electronic piano, and some more professional recording equipment. He planned to try his hand at composing and recording songs once the items arrived, intending to upload them to a music platform. Each additional avenue would bring forth another stream of income, allowing him to provide a better life for his daughter more swiftly. Next, he logged into the Bell Fairy Tales app. Upon viewing the backend data, he could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. His creation, The Adventures of an Un-Yu, had astonishingly soared to the top of the daily and weekly bestsellers across all formats: text, illustrations, and audio. The combined earnings from tips, subscriptions, and platform shares exceeded an incredible 50,000 yuan in just one day. This sum was greater than what he had earned in several months of laboriously delivering takeout. It was simply astounding. This series of fairy tales had already accumulated over 30 chapters, ranging from the creation of the universe by Pangu, the crafting of humanity by Nuwa, to Shinnong tasting the 100 herbs, the Yellow Emperor battling Qiyu, and culminating in today's tale of Chang'e ascending to the moon. Almost every chapter update instantly attracted a multitude of reads, comments, and tips. He opened the comments section, finding a chorus of praise and requests for more updates. One user, named Mama Dodo, commented, "The author is truly remarkable. My child had no interest in history, but now insists on hearing an N-N-U-U every night and eagerly asks me what happens to those mythological figures next. It's an absolute treasure for historical enlightenment. I've tipped, and I hope for more updates soon." Another user, Happy Baby, remarked, "The illustrations are stunning. My baby can't take their eyes off them. The story is incredibly engaging." There was also a comment from a young reader, mixing pinyin with Chinese characters. Watai 11 Huan and He Yu Yu La, Ta Men Hao Li Hai, Kwai Gung Xin. Additionally, a user who appeared to be an educator commented, "It's a meaningful way to narrate the origins of Chinese civilization in a manner appealing to children, blending education with entertainment. The author's skills are profound. Well done." Reading these enthusiastic messages filled Chen Feng with a profound sense of accomplishment. He realized that while the initial income from crafting fairy tales might not match the rapid returns of high-paying translation jobs, the stability and ongoing revenue they generated, as his popularity and the narrative length grew, were gradually surpassing his earnings from translation. Of course, translating still remained a lucrative and easy endeavor. Spending just an hour or two each day tackling a few challenging, obscure language tasks sent by Zhuang Wentao could yield a profit of 20 to 30,000 yuan. The following morning, before dawn had fully broken, Chen Feng awoke naturally. He rose quietly and made his way to the gym. Standing still, he took a deep breath and gradually began his Tai Chi routine. His movements flowed like a gentle stream, sometimes slow and soft, akin to a spring breeze rustling through willows. At other times, they erupted with sudden power, like a nimble cat pouncing on its prey. Each posture contained a unique grace. You are practicing Tai Chi. Tai Chi proficiency has increased by 12 points. You comprehend the principles of Yin and Yang in Tai Chi. Tai Chi proficiency has increased by 20 points. Ever since he fortuitously acquired the skill by observing an elderly gentleman practicing in the community, he had adhered to a strict morning regimen. Just yesterday, he had easily evaded an attacking dog while carrying Xiao Meng, and was even able to subdue it with a single kick, all thanks to the remarkable body control and explosive power that Tai Chi had bestowed upon him. As he completed his routine and exhaled a breath of stale air, a notification chimed. Ding! Your Tai Chi proficiency has surpassed 1,000 points, elevating your Tai Chi level from proficient to master. A wave of profound insight surged within him. In that instant, he felt as though he had grasped the true essence of Tai Chi, overcoming rigidity with softness, controlling movement through stillness, and achieving the ability to redirect immense force with minimal effort. At that moment, he sensed a harmonious flow of energy throughout his body, reaching a new pinnacle of control over his strength. This transcended mere physical exercise. It had evolved into a martial art with formidable practical capabilities. Even when faced with a professional boxing expert, he felt a profound confidence in his ability to respond with composure. Feeling the surge of power within and the exquisite mastery over his body, a confident smile graced Chen Feng's face. Chapter 30. Buying a car like grocery shopping. After finishing his Tai Chi, Chen Feng felt invigorated. He proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a simple breakfast of fried eggs, toasted bread, and warm milk. Just as he placed the breakfast on the table, Xiao Meng emerged from her bedroom, donned in adorable cartoon pajamas, her tousled hair still in disarray. "Daddy, good morning." "Good morning, Xiao Meng," Chen Feng replied with a smile. "Have you brushed your teeth and washed your face?" I have I did it all by myself. Xiao Ming proudly puffed out her little chest, seeking praise. Fantastic. Our Xiao Ming is becoming more capable. Chen Feng complimented. Breakfast is ready. Come and eat. Okay. Xiao Ming bounced over to the dining table and climbed onto her chair. Chen Feng placed her portion of breakfast in front of her. As she ate, she habitually exclaimed, Daddy's breakfast is the best. While enjoying their meal, Chen Feng said to his daughter, Xiao Ming, after we finish eating, Daddy will take you to buy a car. Okay. Xiao Ming tilted her head, a look of confusion crossing her face. Buy a car? But Mama has lots of cars. Why does Daddy need to buy one? Chen Feng chuckled softly and patiently explained, Mama's car belongs to her, and Daddy isn't used to driving it. I want to buy a new car that belongs to us, so we can go out and have fun together, alright? Sounds good. Xiao Ming nodded enthusiastically, then curiously asked, Daddy, can you drive? Yes, Daddy has a driver's license, Chen Feng replied with a smile. Daddy is amazing. You can do everything. Xiao Ming immediately gazed at him with admiration. Though he spoke casually, Chen Feng felt a flutter of apprehension within. Indeed, he had obtained his driver's license 5 years ago, but at that time, he had neither the money nor the need for a car, and had not touched a steering wheel since passing the test. By all accounts, he was a quintessential 5-year license holder, a complete novice. If he bought a car but was too afraid to drive or encountered an accident on the road, especially with Xiao Ming in the car, how perilous that would be. Contemplating this, he furrowed his brow subtly. After finishing breakfast, Chen Feng took Xiao Ming's hand and stepped outside. They took the elevator down and walked to the entrance of the community. He refrained from using the luxury car keys left by Jiang Yingxue, opting instead to summon a ride via a ride-hailing app on his phone. Soon, the vehicle arrived. Chen Feng opened the door, first placing Xiao Ming in the back seat and fastening her child's safety belt before sitting down himself and buckling up. The driver inquired about Chen Feng's phone number's last digits before starting the vehicle, merging into the flow of traffic as they headed towards the automobile city. In the back seat, Chen Feng and Xiao Ming engaged in casual conversation, with him asking her about the amusing events from her day at kindergarten. As they chatted, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the driver in front, observing the man skillfully shifting gears, signaling turns, and smoothly managing the accelerator and brake. At that moment, a familiar chime resonated in his mind. You are observing another person driving. Your driving proficiency has increased by 15 points. Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, only to be struck by a sudden realization. He recalled how he had similarly acquired Tai Chi skills and proficiency by watching an elderly neighbor practice in the community. This system was indeed formidable. It enabled one to learn driving through mere observation. This revelation invigorated him. He immediately ceased his idle chatter with Xiao Ming, redirecting most of his attention to the driver's maneuvers, meticulously studying how he navigated various road conditions, anticipated situations, and precisely controlled the vehicle. You are focusing on observing driving. Your driving proficiency has increased by 12 points. You grasp the coordination techniques of acceleration and braking. Your driving proficiency has increased by 18 points. You learn to time lane changes and overtakes. Your driving proficiency has increased by 20 points. The notifications cascaded one after another. A steady stream of understanding regarding vehicle control, road judgment, and traffic regulations merging seamlessly into his body and consciousness. He felt his initial unfamiliarity and trepidation about driving swiftly transform into familiarity and confidence. Before long, ding, your driving proficiency has surpassed 100 points, elevating your skill level from novice to proficient. It was accomplished. He had attained proficiency in driving. In that moment, Chen Feng sensed that the steering wheel, accelerator, brake, and clutch had become extensions of his body, their manipulation as instinctive as breathing. At this level, he was akin to a seasoned driver with 4 to 5 years of practical experience, fully capable of navigating the roads independently without any concerns. All previous worries and anxieties evaporated in an instant. Chen Feng felt utterly reassured. Daddy, are we there yet? Xiao Ming's voice jolted him from his elation. Raising his gaze, he noticed they had indeed arrived at the grand entrance of a large automobile city, with one particular domestic brand-S dealership standing out prominently. We arrived. Let us get out. Chen Feng took Xiao Ming's hand and exited the vehicle, making their way towards the dealership. Upon entering the spacious and brightly lit showroom, a uniformed sales representative greeted them with a smile. Good day, sir. Are you here to look at cars? Chen Feng nodded. Yes, I'm interested in purchasing a vehicle. Do you have any models that pique your interest? I can provide you with an introduction. The sales representative enthusiastically began the process, but Chen Feng waved his hand, directly pointing at an SUV, stating, no need for an introduction. I've already researched it online. I'm interested in this particular SUV, mid-range configuration. Just give me the best price. The sales representative was momentarily taken aback. having never encountered such a straightforward customer who bypassed the usual viewing and went straight for the pricing. Quick to recover, she retrieved her tablet to check. Reporting a price. Sir, this model is currently available at a discount for 148,000 yuan. Including insurance and registration fees, the total comes to approximately 165,000 yuan. What do you think of this price? That is acceptable. Chen Feng nodded before she could elaborate further. Prepare the contract. I'll be taking the car today. The sales representative was again caught off guard. Was it really that swift? From entry to decision took less than 3 minutes? She had never witnessed such efficiency. Good sir. Please, have a seat over here. I'll prepare the contract immediately. The unexpected delight left her slightly stammering as she hurriedly guided Chen Feng and Xiao Ming to a nearby waiting area while she dashed off to prepare the paperwork. The contract was swiftly ready, and after Chen Feng carefully reviewed the terms and confirmed their accuracy, he signed his name. Then, through mobile banking, he promptly paid the full amount of 165,000 yuan in one go. The entire transaction flowed effortlessly, leaving the nearby sales representative and several colleagues who had been discreetly observing utterly astonished. Buying a car felt akin to purchasing groceries. Once the formalities were completed, the sales representative led Chen Feng to the new car, which had been thoroughly cleaned and fitted with temporary plates. The brand new SUV gleamed under the lights. Chen Feng bent down to lift his curious daughter, Xiao Ming, and stood before the vehicle. The sales representative, holding her phone, cheerfully suggested, Sir, may I take a picture of you and your lovely daughter to commemorate this moment? Sure, thank you. Chen Feng nodded. All right, look here. Smile. The sales representative adjusted her angle. Xiao Ming, sweetly draping her arms around her father's neck, beamed a charming smile at the camera. Chen Feng also smiled gently, cradling his daughter beside their very first car, the scene radiating warmth and hope. Click. The moment was immortalized. Chapter 31. The Commotion at Belle Fairy Tale's chief editor. Chen Feng guided Xiao Ming around to the back seat of the new car, pulling open the door. Inside, a brand new child safety seat had already been installed. Earlier, when he inquired whether the dealership had child safety seats, he was pleasantly surprised to find they indeed had one available. When he casually asked if they could provide one, the sales representative readily agreed, likely impressed by his straightforwardness in purchasing a vehicle. Come, Xiao Ming, take your special seat. Chen Feng laughed as he lifted his daughter and carefully placed her into the safety seat, ensuring the harness was properly secured and adjusted to her comfort. My chair, Xiao Ming exclaimed, wiggling her small body in delight. Once his daughter was settled, Chen Feng took his place in the driver's seat. Although he had not driven in 5 years, gripping the steering wheel now felt incredibly familiar and natural, as if he had traveled countless kilometers. Taking a deep breath, he started the engine, and the vehicle smoothly glided out of the dealership, merging into the flow of traffic on the road. He drove steadily, his attention fully engaged, observing the road conditions, skillfully changing lanes, and maintaining distance. You are driving steadily. Your driving proficiency has increased by 12 points. You proficiently manage complex road scenarios. Your driving proficiency has increased by 18 points. You precisely control speed and distance. Your driving proficiency has increased by 20 points. The system's notifications rang out continuously as he drove. He felt his command over the vehicle becoming increasingly instinctive, as if he and the car were one. Each maneuver executed with perfect precision and an effortless confidence. Just as he was about to enter the main road leading to the community, dang. Your driving proficiency has surpassed 1,000 points, elevating your skill level from proficient to master level. A surge of exquisite, almost innate driving intuition washed over him. At this moment, he sensed an unbreakable bond with the vehicle, enabling him to anticipate every situation on the road and respond with the utmost perfection and speed. His skill level had reached that of seasoned professional race car drivers. Chen Feng's heart soared with joy. This system was truly remarkable. From the back seat, Xiao Ming, swinging her little legs, suddenly remarked, Daddy, you drive so steadily. I'm not dizzy at all. In days of yore, when my mother was at the wheel, there were moments when the car sped and swayed, leaving little Ming feeling somewhat dizzy. Father, you are truly remarkable. Upon hearing his daughter's praise, Chen Feng glanced at her through the rearview mirror. His heart warmed, and with a smile, he replied, Thank you for the compliment, little Ming. The paramount concern while driving is safety. One must always prioritize it, understood? I understand. Little Ming responded obediently. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of their residential community, where a barrier stood in their way. Chen Feng lowered the car window and addressed the security guard at the booth, saying, Good day, sir. I would like to rent a parking space. The guard peered in, and, feeling a sense of familiarity, suddenly recalled. Isn't this the man who bravely dispatched a rabid dog to protect a child just yesterday? Now, the entire security team recognized him. Ah, it's Mr. Chen. The guard's demeanor turned notably courteous as he checked the apartment number Chen Feng provided on the computer. However, a perplexed expression soon crossed his face. Mr. Chen, the system indicates that you already possess a parking space under your apartment, and it also shows a registered luxury vehicle valued over $1 million. The guard glanced at the brand new, yet evidently modestly priced domestic SUV Chen Feng was driving, inwardly puzzled. Why would he drive this when he has a luxury car worth millions? Unfazed, Chen Feng calmly explained, "Oh, I'm not accustomed to that car. I prefer to use this one." The guard was taken aback, further bewildered by the mindset of the wealthy. Not daring to inquire further, he responded with a smile. "I see. So, you wish to rent another parking space?" "Yes, my current space is rather inconvenient. Could you check if there are any available spaces near the one registered under our apartment?" Chen Feng inquired. The guard checked again and nodded. "Indeed, Mr. Chen. There is an available space for rent not far from your purchase space." "All right, let us go with that one. Please lead the way," Chen Feng said. The guard raised the barrier and walked ahead, guiding Chen Feng into the underground garage. He pointed to one of the vacant standard parking spots, saying, "Mr. Chen, this is the space." Next to it was a luxury imported vehicle worth over $1 million, belonging to Jiang Yingxue. "Perfect, I'll take this one. Please assist me with the paperwork," Chen Feng readily agreed. "No problem. I'll register it for you right away," the guard cheerfully replied, adding, "Mr. Chen, your vehicle has a temporary license plate. Once you obtain the official one, please come to the property center to register the plate number so the system can automatically recognize it for access." "Understood. Thank you," Chen Feng acknowledged, skillfully maneuvering the new car into the space with precision and speed. After securing the vehicle, he opened the rear door, unfastened the seatbelt, and eagerly lifted little Meng out. "We're home," she exclaimed, wrapping her arms around her father's neck. Chen Feng locked the car, took his daughter's small hand, and they made their way to the elevator. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Bale Children's Fairy Tale Network Technology Company, located in the heart of Beijing CBD, the chairman, Dong Shuai, a spirited man in his 50s, was engrossed in reviewing documents. A knock echoed from the door. "Come in," he called without lifting his gaze. The door swung open to reveal a middle-aged man with glasses and an elegant demeanor, Tang Wenyuan, the chief editor of the Bale Fairy Tale platform. "Chairman, may I have a moment of your time? I have something to report," he said, approaching the desk with an unmistakable excitement in his voice. "Oh, what is it, Wenyuan?" Dong Shuai inquired, finally looking up. "There is a writer on our platform who is quite exceptional and rapidly gaining traction." Tang Wenyuan adjusted his glasses and began to elaborate. "This writer goes by the pen name Feng. He has created a lengthy series of fairy tales titled The Adventures of an Un-Nu-Yu, which uniquely reinterprets our ancient myths and historical legends through the adventures of two modern children traversing time. It is exceptionally innovative and engaging." He paused, emphasizing his next point. Most notably, Mr. Feng does not merely craft written stories. He simultaneously updates 3 entirely different forms of content on our platform: the textual story, his hand-drawn illustrated version, and an audio version featuring his voiceover. Dong Shuai's eyebrows raised slightly, clearly intrigued. The prospect of a single individual producing 3 distinct forms of high-quality content was indeed rare. Tang Wenyuan continued, his enthusiasm building. "Even more astonishing is the fact that all 3 types of his works are of remarkable quality. The written story is lively and engaging, blending knowledge with entertainment seamlessly. The illustrations display profound artistic skill with adorable character designs and exquisite scene compositions, and the audio version is extraordinary, as his voice is rich and magnetic, narrating the stories with compelling eloquence. Currently, his The Adventures of an Un-Nu-Yu in all 3 formats has soared to the top of our platform's daily and weekly sales charts." Chapter 32, Not Selling for 1 million? Upon hearing Tang Wenyuan's report, Dong Shuai's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He swiftly picked up his smartphone and adeptly opened the Bale Fairy Tale app. Indeed, in the course sections of the platform, original fairy tales, story illustrations, and audio theater, he found the same title at the top, The Adventures of an Un-Nu-Yu, authored by Feng. He casually browsed through several chapters of text, flipped through the accompanying illustrations, and finally donned his headphones to listen to a segment of the audio story. Even with a cursory glance, he could not deny that Tang Wenyuan's assessments were not exaggerations. The text, the artistry, the voice performance, each element stood at a pinnacle of excellence, especially when combined within a single work. Dong Shuai set down his phone, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk as he pondered. Is it possible that there is a professional team operating behind the scenes to produce 3 different forms of top-tier content? Tang Wenyuan adjusted his glasses and concurred, "Chairman, to be honest, I initially harbored the same suspicion. However, Feng's registration details are quite simple, and all content uploads originated from a highly consistent IP address, often released in rapid succession. If it were a team, their collaborative efficiency would indeed be extraordinary. Dong Xue nodded, his keen business acumen detecting the immense commercial potential lurking behind this work. No longer preoccupied with whether it was an individual or a team, he decisively commanded, regardless of the author's identity, the value of this work is substantial. Wen Yuan, immediately reach out to Chen Feng and gauge his interest. Our company wishes to acquire the full rights to the adventures of an and Yu. Acquire? Tang Wenyuan sought clarification. Chairman, what would our offer be? Dong Xue contemplated briefly before replying. He is, after all, a novice author. While his current data is impressive, the future remains uncertain. Let us start with an offer of 500,000 to test the waters, with a maximum limit of 1 million. You handle the negotiations. Understood, Chairman. I shall proceed immediately. Tang Wenyuan, having received his directive, promptly exited the chairman's office. Upon returning to his editorial office, Tang Wenyuan promptly accessed the platform's backend to locate the contact information left by Chen Feng during registration, attempting to add him on WeChat. Before long, his friend request was accepted. Tang Wenyuan meticulously organized his thoughts and sent a message. Hello, Mr. Chen Feng. I apologize for the intrusion. I am Tang Wenyuan, the chief editor of the Bale Children's Fairy Tales platform. At that moment, Chen Feng had just finished a drawing session with Xiao Ming. Upon seeing the message on his phone, he replied, Hello, Chief Editor Tang. Is there something you need? Tang Wenyuan immediately got to the point. Indeed. Our platform has conducted an evaluation and holds your work, The Adventures of an and Yu, in high regard. Our company wishes to acquire the complete rights to this work, including electronic rights, print publication rights, and derivative development rights, among others. May I inquire about your thoughts on this? Chen Feng, glancing at the term buyout on the screen, furrowed his brow slightly. He was well aware of the current earning potential of this work, and it certainly held great promise for the future. He directly asked, What is the buyout price? Following Dong Xue's instructions, Tang Wenyuan quoted a figure. We are willing to offer 500,000 RMB for the complete rights to this work. 500,000. That's far too low, Chen Feng replied without hesitation. His daily earnings sometimes surpassed this amount. How could he possibly sell the golden goose for such a sum? Tang Wenyuan, upon receiving the response, was not surprised. He had already prepared for negotiation. Mr. Chen Feng, you must understand that as a new author, this price is quite generous. How about this? In light of the exceptional quality of your work, I will request the company to consider 600,000. Not enough. Chen Feng's response remained succinct. Then how about 700,000? Not acceptable. 800,000? Still too little. Tang Wenyuan gritted his teeth and revealed the chairman's bottom line. Mr. Chen Feng, 1 million. This is the highest buyout price we can offer. I urge you to give it serious consideration. He believed this price would surely sway any new author. However, Chen Feng's response remained unwavering. Chief Editor Tang, I appreciate your company's interest, but I do not wish to sell the rights to this work. Tang Wenyuan was taken aback. 1 million. For a newcomer, this was undoubtedly a staggering sum. How could Chen Feng dismiss it without a second thought? He endeavored to persuade him further, discussing the platform's resources and future promotional plans. Yet Chen Feng's stance was resolute. He simply did not wish to sell. Tang Wenyuan, feeling helpless, recognized that further discussion would yield no results. Yet a burning question lingered in his mind, compelling him to inquire. Mr. Chen Feng, if I may be so bold, did you truly complete all the text, illustrations, and audio narration for the adventures of an and Yu entirely on your own, without any team assistance? After a moment, he received a reply consisting of just 4 simple words. It was all me. Staring at those 4 succinct words, Tang Wenyuan sat in shock, his mind racing. One person? Truly just one individual? What kind of genius was this? Taking a deep breath to steady his astonishment, he returned to the chairman's office. Chairman, Chen Feng has refused to sell the rights, Tang Wenyuan reported. Refused. Dong Xue was somewhat taken aback. What amount did you quote him? I followed your instructions and ultimately quoted 1 million. Yet he rejected it without hesitation. Tang Wenyuan's tone reflected disbelief. He turned down 1 million? Dong Xue's brow furrowed. A new author, confronted with a 7-figure buyout, remained unmoved. This could either indicate extreme confidence or a lack of financial need. He inquired, what else did he say? Tang Wenyuan's expression grew complex as he replied. I couldn't help but ask if he completed the work himself. He confirmed that all the text, illustrations, and audio were indeed his own independent creations, without any team involvement. What? Now it was Dong Xue's turn to be astonished. He sat upright in his chair. One individual. To achieve top-tier quality across 3 completely different forms of creation and simultaneously top the bestseller lists in all 3 categories. This was nothing short of extraordinary talent. He had initially assumed there might be a small studio involved, but to discover it was a one-man show was beyond expectation. This was not merely a talented individual. This was a prodigy. Observing the chairman's astonishment, Tang Wenyuan seized the opportunity to propose. Chairman, although he is unwilling to sell the rights, perhaps we could explore an alternative collaboration. For instance, physical publication? Our group does have its own publishing house, does it not? Dong Xue's eyes lit up, and he immediately affirmed, yes. Physical publication. While ebooks are on the rise, the children's book market remains distinct. Many parents prefer purchasing printed books to protect their children's eyesight. You must contact him immediately to discuss a collaboration for the physical publication of the adventures of an and Yu. See if he has any interest. Understood, Chairman. I will take care of it right away. Tang Wenyuan complied and swiftly reached out to Chen Feng. Chapter 33, Physical Publication. This time, Tang Wenyuan did not rush back to his modest office. Instead, he settled comfortably onto the inviting sofa in Dong Xue's office, pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and found the familiar avatar. His fingers deftly tapped on the screen as he composed a message to Chen Feng. Mr. Feng, if you're not interested in selling the rights, that is quite all right. We can explore alternative avenues. For instance, how about publishing your book The Adventures of an and Yu as a physical edition? What do you think of this idea? After sending the message, he felt a twinge of uncertainty, unsure of how the recipient would respond. Before long, his phone buzzed, and Chen Feng replied succinctly, physical publication is a possibility for collaboration. What royalty rate can you offer? Seeing Chen Feng's interest in publishing a physical book brought a flicker of delight to Tang Wenyuan's heart. He quickly began to brainstorm. This matter required careful consideration. If the royalty rate was set too high, the company would earn less. If too low, Chen Feng would certainly be displeased. He mentally calculated the figures and then responded, Mr. Feng, considering you are a new author, we can offer a royalty rate of 7. To put it simply, if the book is priced at 100 renminbi, you would receive 7 renminbi in royalties for every copy sold. This is indeed a very generous offer for a debut author. He deliberately emphasized the term new author, hoping to leverage this phrasing to negotiate a slightly lower cost. However, Chen Feng's response remained direct and unyielding. 7? That's far too low. Tang Wenyuan found himself frowning at the screen. His fingers flew across the keyboard as he continued to explain. Mr. Feng, to be candid, in the publishing industry, the royalty rate for new authors typically ranges from 6 to 8. Our offer of 7 is indeed made with sincerity. We are not attempting to mislead you. Yet it appeared that Chen Feng was wholly unconvinced, replying, the sales data for my work on your platform is visible to you. It's evidently doing quite well. When negotiating terms, I shouldn't be treated as an inexperienced newcomer who knows nothing. Tang Wenyuan gazed at the words on his phone screen. Feeling somewhat perplexed, unsure of what figure to propose next, he lifted his head to look at the chairman, Dong Xue, who had been observing him from the executive chair, and spoke. Chairman, I quoted him a royalty rate of 7, but he finds it too low. He claims that his work is currently thriving, with impressive metrics, and that we cannot negotiate based on the standards for newcomers. Upon hearing this, Dong Xue furrowed his brow, his expression darkening with discontent as he responded. He thinks 7 is low? Most newcomers in the industry are offered this rate. Providing him with 7 is hardly a slight. Is this Feng's appetite a bit too grand? Tang Wenyuan shrugged helplessly, indicating his own inability to resolve the matter. He is adamant about the strong performance of his work, feeling justified in his demands. Chairman, what is the highest royalty rate we can offer him? Dong Xue leaned back in his chair, contemplating, not responding immediately. His mind was racing, calculating the potential outcomes. The long-form fairy tale, The Adventures of an and Yu, was currently gaining significant traction with a growing audience. If they could swiftly release a physical copy while the momentum was high, it would likely sell well and yield a profit. Yet, the thought of missing this opportunity over a mere royalty dispute was painful to consider. Having reached a decision, he looked up at Tang Wenyuan and declared, tell him we can increase the royalty rate to 10. Furthermore, make it clear that in our industry, only those who have established a reputation and achieved some notoriety can negotiate for a rate between 10 and 15. Offering him 10 is already an exception. It displays our utmost sincerity. Understood, Chairman. Tang Wenyuan felt reassured by the clear directive. He quickly lowered his head, tapping on the screen of his phone to message Chen Feng. Mr. Feng, we have just held an urgent internal discussion. Considering the exceptional performance and market popularity of your work, we have decided to raise the royalty rate to 10. This is truly the highest and most sincere offer we can extend. It must be emphasized that such a rate is typically reserved for well-known authors. After sending the message, he pondered whether this generous offer would finally elicit a positive response from Chen Feng. To his dismay, Chen Feng's reply was once again succinct and blunt. 10? Still too low. Tang Wenyuan's brow furrowed deeply, his frustration mounting. 10 is considered insufficient? This Xie Feng is exceedingly difficult to negotiate with. He is utterly unyielding, with no alternative. He raised his head once more to address Dong Xue, his tone laced with resignation. Chairman, he still thinks 10 is too low. What? He finds 10 inadequate? Dong Xue's expression darkened, his irritation bubbling to the surface as his voice rose. Is this Xie Feng overly greedy? As a newcomer, we are already extending him the same treatment as established authors. What more does he want? Tang Wenyuan sighed. Attempting to analyze Chen Feng's perspective, I suspect he is emboldened by the strong metrics of his work, believing it to be a rare commodity, which gives him the confidence to demand a higher price. Dong Xue, increasingly agitated, abruptly stood from his chair and began pacing the spacious office. The reality was that the copyright was firmly in Chen Feng's hands. If their publishing house wished to capitalize on this wave of popularity, they had no choice but to negotiate under pressure, with the initiative not in their favor. He halted his pacing, facing Tang Wenyuan, and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Enough. Don't play guessing games with him. Simply ask him to state his desired figure. Let us see how much he truly expects." Understood. Tang Wenyuan concurred, realizing that at this juncture, this was likely the most prudent course of action. Continuously offering conjectural figures had proven ineffective, rendering them too passive. He promptly picked up his phone and messaged Chen Feng. "Mr. Xie Feng, it appears our previous offers have not met your satisfaction. What royalty rate do you deem appropriate? Please share your ideal figure, and we will see if a consensus can be reached." Chapter 34. Who does he think he is? J.K. Rowling. Tang Wenyuan's eyes widened in disbelief upon receiving Chen Feng's reply. He nearly thought he had misread it. A royalty rate of 20? He couldn't help but repeat it softly, his expression turning grim. This was an outrageous demand. In the realm of book publishing, especially within the children's literature sector, royalty rates are generally modest. A typical best-selling author might receive between 10 and 12, which is already quite commendable. Only the few superstars at the pinnacle, whose works dominate the charts year after year, could negotiate for rates nearing 18 or even 20, and such instances are exceedingly rare. Yet here was Xie Feng, an absolute newcomer, boldly demanding 20? Dong Xue, observing Tang Wenyuan's troubled countenance, immediately inquired, "What did he say? What does he want?" Tang Wenyuan, lifting his gaze with an expression of incredulity, turned his phone screen slightly towards Dong Xue and replied, "Chairman, he is asking for a royalty rate of 20. How much? 20. Dong Xue erupted, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, springing from his chair in a fit of fury. Is he out of his mind? A rookie author daring to demand a 20 royalty rate. Does he think he is J.K. Rowling? Or does he believe his book can sell millions of copies as a blockbuster? This is sheer folly. Greed beyond measure." He stormed around the office, his chest heaving with indignation. Tang Wenyuan, witnessing the chairman's fury, refrained from interjecting. After a moment, Dong Xue forced himself to regain his composure. He approached the window, gazing at the towering buildings outside, his mind racing with calculations. Anger aside, business must continue. The potential of the adventures of an and Yu was undeniable. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Tang Wenyuan and instructed, "Tell him that 20 is absolutely out of the question. The maximum we can offer is 15. That is our final bottom line. There can be no further negotiation." Tang Wenyuan was taken aback. 15. This was a rate that many established authors could not even obtain. The chairman was truly making a considerable concession. He acted quickly, sending a message to Chen Feng. "Mr. Xie Feng, 20 is simply too high, far exceeding industry standards, and we cannot accept it. After careful consideration, we can extend a maximum royalty rate of 15. This is genuinely the utmost we can offer. Please give it serious thought." After dispatching the message, Tang Wenyuan and Dong Xue both stared intently at the phone screen, awaiting a response. Soon enough, Chen Feng's reply arrived. Straightforward and to the point. 15 is too low. 20 is a must. There is no room for negotiation. Upon reading this message, Tang Wenyuan felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. He handed his phone to Dong Xue, whose expression instantly turned a shade of iron gray. Grabbing the phone, he glared at the screen, his hands trembling with rage. He slammed the device onto the table with a resounding thud. "No more discussions. No more discussions." Dong Xue bellowed furiously. Does he think he can demand such a thing? Not even 15? Does he truly believe his book is a golden nugget? Let him dream about his 20. Wenyuan, sensing the chairman's fury, felt a profound sense of regret. As the editor-in-chief, he understood all too well the value of the adventures of an and Yu. After a moment's hesitation, he mustered the courage to speak up. "Chairman, please calm down. I acknowledge that his demands are excessive. However, consider that the popularity of his book on our platform is undeniable, and the reader base is exceptionally strong. I have observed the comments section, where numerous parents express their desire for a physical copy, wishing to provide their children with something tangible rather than allowing them to be glued to screens. He paused briefly before continuing his analysis. Moreover, I have roughly calculated the figures. Even if we grant him a 20% royalty rate, pricing the book at around 28 yuan after deducting printing costs, distribution fees, marketing expenses, and his royalties, we would still have a profit margin per book. Although the profit per unit may be slim, if sales surge, the overall profit could still be considerable. He looked earnestly at Dong Shui, his tone sincere. Most importantly, if we fail to reach an agreement over this royalty, we risk losing this book entirely, especially if he is poached by another publisher. That would mean we have squandered a golden opportunity, effectively sewing garments for others. Chairman, please reconsider. Listening to Tang Wenyuan's reasoning, Dong Shui's anger gradually subsided, replaced by a contemplative calm. He sank back into his chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. Wenyuan's points were valid, the demand was evident, and the market's appetite was clear. Even conceding to a 20% royalty, with proper management, there would still be profits to be made. However, should a competitor snatch it away, that would be the real loss. He pondered for several minutes in silence. The office enveloped in quietude. Finally, he exhaled deeply, as if arriving at a difficult decision. Very well. Dong Shui waved his hand. His voice tinged with exhaustion and a hint of resignation. Let it be as he says, 20. However, make it clear to him that he must sign an exclusive licensing agreement with us. The rights for the physical book can only be granted to our publishing house and cannot be authorized to any other publisher. That is our bottom line. Upon hearing this, Tang Wenyuan's heart leaped with joy, and he promptly replied, Understood, Chairman. I will convey this to him right away. He swiftly picked up his phone, messaging Chen Feng, Mr. Feng, following special approval from our chairman, we agree to your proposed 20% royalty rate. He paused deliberately before sending the subsequent condition. However, we have a prerequisite. You need to grant us exclusive rights for the physical publication of the adventures of an UU. You cannot collaborate with any other publishing house. Do you find this condition acceptable? After dispatching the message, Tang Wenyuan anxiously awaited a response, fearing that Chen Feng might reject even this stipulation. Fortunately, Chen Feng's reply was prompt and unequivocal. Agreed. Upon reading those two words, the tension that had gripped Tang Wenyuan's heart dissipated, replaced by a relieved smile. He quickly informed Dong Shui, Chairman, he has agreed. He consents to the exclusive licensing. Leaning back in his chair, Dong Shui rubbed his temples. His expression one of complex emotions, relief mingled with a hint of frustration. This Chen Feng is indeed no simple character. He is remarkably difficult to negotiate with. In all my dealings with authors, I have never encountered such a resolute and tenacious newcomer. Tang Wenyuan nodded in agreement, a wry smile gracing his lips. Indeed, he is impervious to persuasion, steadfast in his valuation. Yet, we have no choice but to acquiesce. He is quite the formidable figure. Chapter 35. Acquiring writing skills while playing with his daughter on the carousel. Chen Feng had not anticipated that Bale Children's Literature would ultimately acquiesce to his proposed 20% royalty rate. This was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. Subsequently, he and the editor-in-chief, Tang Wenyuan, communicated in detail via WeChat regarding the contract and publication specifics. Tang Wenyuan informed him, Mr. Feng, we plan to publish the first 3 volumes of the adventures of an UU initially, with a first print run of 10,000 copies to gauge the market response. We are tentatively pricing each volume at 28 yuan. Based on the 20% royalty rate, you will receive 56,000 yuan in royalties. He continued to outline the prospects. Of course, this is merely the beginning. If the market response is favorable, we can reprint or even publish subsequent series. And should sales reach 100,000 or even 1,000,000 copies, your royalty income would be substantial. We hope your work achieves great success. This prospect piqued Chen Feng's interest. If they indeed published 1,000,000 copies, he stood to earn 560,000 yuan in royalties, a considerable sum. He replied, Thank you. I too hope for strong sales. Soon after, Tang Wenyuan sent over the electronic contract. Chen Feng downloaded it and scrutinized it meticulously, verifying each clause, ensuring that the royalty rate, settlement method, and scope of exclusive rights were all in order, with no hidden traps. Once he confirmed everything was correct, he completed the electronic signature via the link provided by Tang Wenyuan. The entire process was convenient and efficient. After finalizing the contract, Tang Wenyuan messaged, Pleasure to collaborate, Mr. Feng. The first royalty payment will be settled upon the book's release, at which time we will promptly pay you the 56,000 yuan. Looking forward to a fruitful partnership. Chen Feng replied, Likewise. Just as he wrapped up this significant matter, his daughter, who had been playing with her toys nearby, ran over and clung to his leg. Looking up with eager eyes, Daddy, are you done? Can you take me to the children's amusement park? I want to go to the children's amusement park. Seeing the hopeful gleam in his daughter's eyes, Chen Feng smiled and lifted her up. All right, Daddy has some free time today. Let's take you to the amusement park. Yay! You're the best, Daddy. Little Ming joyfully wrapped her arms around her father's neck. Chen Feng carried his daughter, keys in hand, and descended the stairs. Starting the new car, he drove towards a large outdoor amusement park in the city, maintaining a steady and focused demeanor. You are driving smoothly on city roads, increasing driving skill proficiency by 12 points. Soon, they arrived at the amusement park's parking lot. After parking, Chen Feng took Little Ming's hand as they walked towards the entrance. This amusement park was open, free of entrance fees, but each attraction required separate tickets. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with the laughter and joy of parents and their children. As soon as Little Ming entered, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She immediately spotted the colorful carousel, adorned with cheerful music, and pointed with enthusiasm. Daddy, I want to ride that. I want to ride the horse. All right, let's go ride the horse. Chen Feng replied with a smile, leading her to the ticket booth for the carousel to purchase tickets before joining the queue. It wasn't long before it was their turn. Chen Feng gently placed Xiao Ming onto a quaint white wooden horse, encouraging her to grasp the front railing firmly. Xiao Ming, hold on tight. I've got it. She replied, nodding vigorously, her small face alight with excitement and a hint of nervousness. Chen Feng settled himself onto another horse, positioned closely beside his daughter. As the bell rang and the music swelled with fervor, the carousel began to turn slowly, gradually picking up speed. The undulating wooden horses carried them up and down, as though they were truly galloping. Wow, we're flying. This is so much fun, Daddy. Xiao Ming exclaimed joyfully, her laughter ringing like silver bells in the air. At that moment, a notification echoed in Chen Feng's mind. You are riding the carousel, gaining horseback riding skills. He was momentarily taken aback, hardly able to process it. Riding a carousel could enhance his equestrian abilities? This system certainly had a knack for providing unexpected delights. Simultaneously, another notification chimed in. Playing on the carousel with your daughter has increased your familial bond by 15 points. This message warmed his heart even further. As the carousel spun and rose and fell, a wealth of techniques regarding how to maintain balance, coordinate with one's steed, and navigate the bumps began to seep into his body and consciousness. You are experiencing the rise and fall of the carousel. Your horseback riding proficiency has increased by 10 points. You have mastered the technique of riding balance. Your proficiency has increased by 15 points. You have grasped the rhythm of synergy with your steed. Your proficiency has increased by 18 points. The notifications continued to pour in. As the carousel began to slow down, nearing its conclusion, a final notification chimed. Ding! Your horseback riding proficiency has surpassed 100 points, elevating your riding level from novice to proficient. A profound and solid knowledge of equestrian skills flooded his mind. He felt as if he had transformed into an experienced rider, capable of effortlessly commanding a real horse and executing various riding maneuvers. Chen Feng was filled with astonishment and joy. Just from accompanying his daughter on a carousel ride, he had inexplicably mastered horseback riding, achieving a level of proficiency. The surprise was utterly unexpected. As the music ceased and the carousel came to a complete stop, Chen Feng lifted the still exhilarated Xiao Ming down. The little one, upon touching the ground, immediately spotted a new target. She pointed towards a nearby area bustling with the sounds of collisions and laughter, tugging at her father's hand as she ran towards it, exclaiming excitedly, Daddy, Daddy, let us go play bumper cars. Xiao Ming wants to drive. All right, let us go for bumper cars. Chen Feng laughed, allowing her to lead him towards the bumper car arena. After purchasing tickets and waiting in line for a short while, it was finally their turn to enter. Chen Feng selected a vibrant red bumper car, carefully placing Xiao Ming in the passenger seat and fastening her with the simple safety belt. Only then did he settle into the driver's seat. The starting bell rang. Chen Feng pressed the accelerator, steering the red bumper car as it surged forward. Wow, let us go. Xiao Ming cheered, waving her little hands. Daddy, to the right. There's a car. Hit it. All right, watch Daddy. Chen Feng laughed in response, turning the steering wheel, and their car bumped lightly into the side of a neighboring blue bumper car. Ha, we hit it. Xiao Ming laughed joyfully. To the left. Daddy, there's another one coming. Chen Feng deftly maneuvered to avoid a collision, then intentionally bumped into another car. The arena was filled with the sounds of collisions, cheerful background music, and the excited screams and laughter of children. Xiao Ming was completely immersed in the fun, her little face flushed with excitement as she directed her father to zigzag through the chaos. You are driving a bumper car. Your driving proficiency has increased by 8 points. You are engaging in collision avoidance and impacts. Your driving proficiency has increased by 12 points. You are collaboratively driving the bumper car with your daughter. Your driving proficiency has increased by 10 points. Chen Feng was astonished to find that even playing bumper cars was subtly enhancing his driving skills. Though the increments were modest, they accumulated significantly over time. Meanwhile, that heartwarming notification chimed again. Playing bumper cars with your daughter has increased your familial bond by 15 points. Listening to his daughter's carefree laughter and feeling the system's delightful notifications in his mind, Chen Feng felt that this moment of happiness was priceless. Chapter 36. Accompanying my daughter in balloon shooting to acquire shooting skills. After finishing with the bumper cars, Xiaoming, still brimming with energy, began to scan her surroundings for new adventures. She was soon captivated by a nearby balloon shooting booth, where the sounds of popping balloons filled the air. Daddy, let us go shoot those balloons. Xiaoming wants to play, she exclaimed excitedly, tugging Chen Feng's hand towards the booth. All right, let us give it a try. Chen Feng replied, smiling as he followed his daughter to the shooting booth. In front of the booth, a boy around 7 or 8 years old was playing, wielding a toy gun as he aimed at the colorful balloons hanging on the wall. Chen Feng said to Xiaoming, let us watch how that big brother plays first. Shall we? Okay. Xiaoming nodded, quieting down as she curiously observed. Chen Feng casually watched the boy as he aimed and pulled the trigger. Just then, a notification echoed in his mind. You are observing someone shoot balloons, gaining shooting skills. Chen Feng was momentarily stunned, a wave of surprise washing over him. Can this really be? Simply watching someone play the balloon shooting game could enhance his shooting skills? This system truly had a knack for delivering unexpected surprises at any moment. He immediately focused, paying closer attention to the boy's movements, even though the child was not particularly accurate. You are observing shooting actions. Your shooting proficiency has increased by 12 points. You are analyzing the relationship between aim and firing. Your shooting proficiency has increased by 15 points. The notifications continued to resonate. Soon, as the boy finished his last shot, a final notification chimed. Ding. Your shooting proficiency has surpassed 100 points, elevating your shooting level from novice to proficient. A wealth of knowledge regarding proper gun posture, breath control, aiming techniques, and trigger pressure was instantaneously etched into his body and consciousness. He felt as if he had undergone extensive shooting training, his skill rivaling that of a professional marksman. This unexpected gain brought immense joy to Chen Feng. At that moment, the boy finished shooting. The booth owner counted the shots, 25 in total, with 18 balloons popped. The owner handed him a small lantern as a prize. The boy accepted the lantern, his face tinged with disappointment as he mumbled, if I had just hit 2 more, I could have exchanged it for that big Ultraman. Seeing the older boy finish, Xiaoming eagerly jumped in place. Daddy, it's our turn. Xiaoming wants to play? All right, it's your turn, Xiaoming. Chen Feng said to the owner, we'd like to play. Sure thing. The owner quickly loaded new plastic bullets into the toy gun. Chen Feng did not hasten to let his daughter begin. Instead, he first picked up the gun and said to Xiaoming, my dear, let me teach you how to play. He demonstrated, you see. You must steady the stock against here, focus your eyes on that little dot inside, align it with the balloon you wish to hit, and then gently squeeze the trigger. With patience, he explained the essential movements, guiding Xiaoming hand in hand on how to hold the gun and aim. You have taught your daughter shooting techniques, increasing teaching proficiency by 10 points. You have instructed your daughter on aiming methods, increasing teaching proficiency by 15 points. Nearby, the little boy who had just fetched a small lantern scoffed, she's so small, she surely won't hit a single one. Chen Feng heard him, but chose to ignore the remark. After observing that Xiaoming was ready, he encouraged her. All right, Xiaoming, give it a try. Just as Daddy taught you. It's all right if you miss, we can try again. Xiaoming nodded vigorously, her small hands awkwardly lifting the toy gun, which felt a tad heavy for her, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The first shot went astray, the bullet lost to the air. Her little face fell, a hint of disappointment washing over her. It's all right. The first shot is always like this, Chen Feng quickly reassured her. Daddy noticed you were a bit off with your aim. Let us adjust and try once more, shall we? Okay. Encouraged by her father, Xiaoming gathered her courage again. The second shot. Bang! A red balloon burst with a pop. Wow! I hit it. Daddy, I hit it. Xiaoming exclaimed, jumping up with glee. Her previous disappointment evaporated, replaced by immense excitement and a sense of accomplishment. Wonderful. Our Xiaoming is truly remarkable. Chen Feng praised, giving her a thumbs up. The third shot missed. Xiaoming felt a tinge of disappointment again. No worries. Let us keep going. Take your time. Chen Feng continued to gently encourage her. Then, something magical happened. It seemed Xiaoming had found her rhythm. Perhaps her father's teachings had taken effect. She became increasingly accurate. Bang, bang, bang. In rapid succession, she hit balloon after balloon. Xiaoming's excitement soared, her little mouth cheering herself on. Hit. Another one. Xiaoming is amazing. Spectators nearby were captivated by this adorable and skilled little girl, murmuring their admiration. On the penultimate shot, she missed. But on the final shot, bang, she hit yet another. In the end, tallying up, out of 25 bullets, Xiao Meng had astonishingly hit 21 balloons. Wow, 21. You are incredible, little one. The stall owner was taken aback. Pointing towards the prize area filled with large toys, you may choose a big toy now. Yay, that is fantastic. Xiao Meng cheered, gleefully browsing among the towering Ultraman figures and plush toys, finally selecting a soft panda doll nearly her own height, hugging it joyfully. The boy who had earlier doubted her abilities now glanced at the large panda in Xiao Meng's arms, and then at his own small lantern, his expression darkening. Being several years older and a boy at that, he felt a sting of humiliation at having lost to such a small girl, and with his head down, he hurriedly ran away. Chen Feng paid for the prize, and with the giant panda nearly obscuring her, Xiao Meng left the balloon stall, her face flushed with excitement and satisfaction. Not far along, they passed a ring toss stall. A large cloth spread out on the ground displayed an array of toy prizes, cool Ultraman figures, clever Pleasant Goat, and Big Wolf characters, Sturdy Bear Brothers. Along with toy cars, dolls, blocks, and more, a dazzling assortment. Many children and parents gathered around the stall, some attempting to toss plastic rings, which either landed too close or too far, or bounced off the intended prizes without success. Xiao Meng's eyes lit up at the sight, and she immediately exclaimed, Daddy, Daddy, let us play that ring toss. I want to ring the Pleasant Goat. Seeing his daughter's eager demeanor, Chen Feng chuckled, all right, let us give the ring toss a try. He approached the stall owner and purchased 100 plastic rings. He did not rush to start tossing. Instead, he stood to the side, observing how others played. As expected, the system's notification chimed again. You are observing others toss rings, gaining throwing skills. Chapter 37, Daddy scores again. Daddy is super. Chen Feng took his time watching, carefully noting how other parents and children approached the game. He saw some throw with excessive force, sending their rings flying too far. Others lacked sufficient strength, causing their rings to fall midway. And some managed to ring a prize only to have it bounce back out. As he observed, he mentally analyzed angles, strength, and trajectories. You are observing the force and angle of ring toss. Throwing proficiency increases by 12 points. You are analyzing the trajectory of thrown objects. Throwing proficiency increases by 18 points. This newly acquired throwing skill felt immensely practical. It wasn't merely about tossing rings. Should he ever find himself in a situation requiring the throwing of weapons, darts, or other projectiles for self-defense or precise targeting, this knowledge would prove invaluable. Soon, as he witnessed another child fail due to poor force application, the notification chimed again. Ding! Your throwing proficiency has surpassed 100 points, elevating your throwing level from novice to proficient. A rush of understanding surged through him regarding the precise control of force, trajectory calculations, and how to adapt to different weights and shapes of thrown objects. He felt as though he could hit any target with whatever he held. In a game like this, with fixed distances and targets, he was confident he could achieve a perfect score. However, today, his primary purpose was to accompany his daughter. The joy lay in the experience, not the outcome. He decided to let Xiao Meng take the lead, offering assistance when needed. Xiao Meng, come here, Daddy will teach you how to toss the rings. Chen Feng picked up a lightweight plastic ring, crouched down, and explained to his daughter, you see, hold the ring like this, don't use too much force, mainly. Just flick your wrist forward. He demonstrated in slow motion as he spoke. You have taught your daughter ring toss techniques, increasing teaching proficiency by 10 points. You have guided your daughter on applying force, increasing teaching proficiency by 15 points. Xiao Meng listened intently, her big eyes fixed on her father's hands. Once Chen Feng felt she had grasped the concept, he handed her a ring. Now, Xiao Meng, give it a try. Xiao Meng took the ring, mimicking her father's actions, and with a determined throw, the plastic ring floated through the air, landing far from the nearest prize. Oh no, I missed. Her little face immediately fell, a hint of disappointment creeping in. It's all right. It's your first try? Chen Feng quickly encouraged her, pointing out the issue. Xiao Meng, you see, you were a bit too strong, and you threw it a little too high. Next time, let us ease up a bit and try tossing it forward horizontally. All right. Okay. Encouraged by her father, Xiao Meng reignited her determination. Chen Feng handed her another ring. This time, Xiao Meng adjusted her strength, flicking her hand forward. The plastic ring arced gracefully through the air and, with a satisfying plop, landed perfectly around the nearest cartoon sticker. Wow, I did it. Daddy, I got it. Xiao Meng immediately leaped up in excitement, her little face brimming with exhilaration and pride. How splendid. Xiao Meng learned so swiftly. Remarkable indeed. Chen Feng generously showered her with praise. Encouraged by his words, Xiao Meng continued to enthusiastically toss the rings. Despite her tender age, her aim was still a work in progress, and her success rate was modest. Yet, When compared to the other children nearby who had thrown numerous rings without hitting a single target, she was undeniably impressive. In no time, Xiaoming had used 90 rings and astonishingly secured over 20 prizes. Although most were merely inexpensive stickers, small bouncy balls, and trinkets, each time she succeeded. Her joy was palpable, her face alight with an exuberant and proud smile. The other children and parents, who had spent their money without much reward, looked on with envy. And one could not help but exclaim, "This little girl has such good luck. Her aim is quite precise." Hearing the compliments from others only swelled Xiaoming's pride, and her little chest puffed up with delight. After tossing 90 rings, Xiaoming began to feel a bit fatigued. She glanced at the remaining 10 rings in her father's hand and suddenly exclaimed, "Daddy, you haven't played at all. Here, you can have the rest of the rings. You should try too." Chen Feng smiled gently, replying, "I find joy just watching you play, dear. Why don't you continue?" "No, Daddy must play. Please," Xiaoming insisted, tugging at her father's hand, determined to have him join in. Seeing the eager anticipation in her eyes, Chen Feng relented. "All right, I will throw a few." Instead of aiming for the closer, easier prizes, he directed his gaze towards the farthest section of the booth, where the largest and most enticing toys were displayed. His eyes fell upon a particularly exquisite Barbie doll. He picked up a plastic ring, weighed it in his hand, focused intently on the target. And with a gentle flick of his wrist, the ring soared through the air in a graceful arc, as if enchanted, landing perfectly around the Barbie doll. "Wow. Oh my goodness. He actually hit it. From that distance? Incredible." Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers, as they had yet to witness anyone score a prize from the back row. "Hooray, Daddy won the Barbie doll. You're amazing, Daddy. Absolutely amazing," Xiaoming exclaimed, dancing with joy, clapping her hands, even more thrilled than if she had won the prize herself. The booth owner's smile faltered slightly, a pang of regret in his heart as he realized the loss incurred. The Barbie doll had not been inexpensive, and now he faced a significant deficit. Xiaoming, brimming with excitement, pointed to another prize at the very back, a gleaming ceramic piggy bank, nestled in the corner, presenting the greatest challenge. Daddy, can you get that piggy bank?" Before Chen Feng could respond, a nearby parent interjected, "That one is too difficult. The angle is quite tricky. Young man, that was just luck. This one is different." The booth owner silently echoed this sentiment, doubting Chen Feng's ability to replicate his earlier success with the piggy bank. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Chen Feng picked up another plastic ring, his gaze fixed intently on the golden piggy bank, mentally calculating the angle and force required. With another gentle flick of his wrist, the ring flew forth, navigating around the obstacles with uncanny precision, and landed flawlessly on the piggy bank. A moment of stunned silence fell over the crowd, quickly followed by an even louder eruption of astonishment. "My goodness, he really hit it. This is incredible. Wow. Daddy did it again. He is a superhero." Xiaoming's face flushed with excitement as she rushed over to hug her father's leg, gazing up at him with stars of admiration in her eyes. The booth owner, witnessing the prized piggy bank being claimed, felt his spirits plummet, his heart bleeding at the loss. This man had secured 2 of his most valuable items using just 2 rings. The day had turned into a dismal loss for him. As Chen Feng continued to utilize the remaining 8 rings, he consistently aimed for the most substantial and eye-catching prizes: the large remote-controlled car, the stylish Ultraman, and the exquisitely packaged building block set. With each flick of his wrist, the rings soared through the air, their trajectories calculated with precision, and each time, they landed perfectly on their targets. "You have successfully targeted your aim. Throwing skill proficiency increased by 15 points. You have consecutively hit high-difficulty targets. Throwing skill proficiency increased by 20 points." The system's notifications seemed to celebrate each of his successes. With 10 rings, he achieved a perfect score, hitting all 10 of the most valuable toys at the booth. The surrounding crowd erupted in disbelief. "Good heavens, 10 out of 10. Is this a professional player? This is outrageous. Am I seeing things? Daddy, you're amazing. I want that Ultraman," exclaimed one child, tugging at his father's sleeve. The air buzzed with gasps and awe, as all eyes turned towards Chen Feng, filled with shock and admiration. "Hooray, Daddy did it again. Daddy is super amazing. The best daddy in the world," Xiaoming exclaimed, bouncing with joy, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she clapped her hands, her eyes sparkling with endless admiration and pride for her father. In stark contrast to this jubilant atmosphere, the booth owner's face grew increasingly pale, almost green with distress. Watching his prized possessions being claimed, he felt as though his heart was bleeding, regretting the day he encountered such a formidable opponent. Chen Feng approached the visibly distraught owner, calmly stating, "Sir, please prepare these prizes for us." The owner, with a mournful expression, could scarcely speak, silently retrieving 2 large plastic bags. awkwardly stuffing in the 10 large toys along with the 20 small prizes Xiao Ming had previously won, and handed them to Chen Feng. His face was as grim as if he had just swallowed a bitter gourd whole. Chen Feng accepted the 2 heavy bags and gently asked his daughter, Xiao Ming, shall we continue playing? I still have some rings left. Before he could finish, the booth owner, as if startled, interjected with a quivering voice, please, no more. Young man, young lady, you've nearly cleared out all the prizes. There's nothing left. We're closing for today. He was genuinely frightened, allowing this father and daughter duo, especially this seemingly unassuming father, to continue would surely result in the complete depletion of his booth. Xiao Ming looked at the 2 large bags of prizes her father held, then at the giant panda plushie she was hugging, and with a satisfied shake of her head, she sweetly smiled. No more playing. I had so much fun today and won so many toys. Thank you, Daddy. Upon hearing these words, the stall owner finally exhaled a long breath. Feeling as though he had just emerged from the depths of water, his back dampened with perspiration, under the envious gazes of surrounding parents and children. And amidst the stall owner's profound frustration and silent tears, Chen Feng strolled away from the ring toss booth, one hand grasping 2 oversized plastic bags brimming with toys, while the other firmly held the jubilant Xiao Ming's hand. He also tucked a panda doll, almost as tall as Xiao Ming, under his arm, leaving behind the amusement park that had bestowed upon them countless moments of joy. Upon returning to their apartment, Chen Feng donned an apron and swiftly prepared a simple dinner. As father and daughter sat at the dining table, Chen Feng's phone chimed with a video call invitation from Jiang Yingxue. He answered the call and greeted Jiang Yingxue on the screen. Yingxue, aware that she primarily wished to converse with their daughter, he handed the phone to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming, your mother is calling for you. Xiao Ming immediately set down her little spoon, excitedly taking the phone and shouting at the screen, Mommy, have you eaten? Xiao Ming. Jiang Yingxue's gentle voice resonated. We're eating now. Daddy's cooking is so delicious. Xiao Ming instinctively complimented her father before eagerly sharing her day's adventures. Mommy, I went to the amusement park with Daddy today. We had an incredibly fun time. Is that so? What did you do? Jiang Yingxue inquired with a smile. Daddy taught me how to pop balloons. Xiao Ming's voice was bright and cheerful. I used that gun and bang bang bang. I hit 21 balloons. The owner praised me and gave me this gigantic panda doll. She held the panda up to the camera for her mother to see. 21. Jiang Yingxue expressed surprise. Xiao Ming, you're quite impressive. I know that game is not easy for little ones. It was Daddy who taught me. Xiao Ming eagerly credited her father. And there's more. Daddy also taught me to toss rings. I got more than 20 of those too. Look over there. She turned the phone camera to reveal the 2 large bags of toys and scattered little prizes piled in the corner of the living room. Jiang Yingxue gazed at the mountain of treasures and was even more astonished. Did Xiao Ming really win that many? Yes. Aren't I amazing? Xiao Ming beamed with pride, then shifted her tone to one of admiration. But Daddy is even more amazing. With just the last 10 rings, he went swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He got all the biggest toys from the farthest targets. Not a single one was missed. Mommy, look at that big car and that giant Ultraman. Those were all Daddy's. All 10 rings. And the farthest ones? Jiang Yingxue was utterly taken aback on the other side of the screen. She understood the challenge of the ring toss game. Hitting all 10, especially the most difficult targets, demonstrated an astonishing level of precision. Yes, Daddy is so strong. Xiao Ming nodded vigorously. Repositioning the camera to showcase the top-tier prizes her father had won, her little face radiating with pride and excitement. Witnessing her daughter's elation and hearing about Chen Feng's almost superhuman feats, Jiang Yingxue felt the palpable joy and admiration emanating from Xiao Ming, even through the screen. A soft smile crept onto her face as she praised. Xiao Ming, you're wonderful, and Daddy is remarkable. Knowing you are this happy puts my mind at ease. Hee. With her mother's compliment, Xiao Ming's smile grew even sweeter as she continued to chatter excitedly, sharing more delightful anecdotes from her day. Chapter 39. The landscape painting consignment. The following day, as per usual, Chen Feng escorted the exuberant Xiao Ming, who resembled a lively little rabbit, to kindergarten. Watching the small creature, laden with a tiny backpack, hop joyfully into the school, he then turned and made his way back home. Upon returning to the apartment, silence enveloped the space. With no particular tasks at hand, he stood in the living room, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the paintings adorning the walls. These few pieces were the fruit of his diligent efforts. The painting entitled Autumn Winds in the Valleys evoked a sense of vastness and grandeur. Cold Forest and Winter exuded a chilling solitude. Peach Blossom Retreat offered a sense of calm and leisure, while Lotus and Fish Playing overflowed with liveliness. These works were merely casual sketches from his hand once he had reached a masterful level. However, hung on the walls, they had become nothing more than decorative items. Chen Feng pondered that perhaps he could exchange them for a bit of money. He contemplated finding a dedicated venue to display them for sale. a practice commonly referred to as consignment. Resolute to test the waters and ascertain whether his creations held any value, he decided to proceed. Carefully, he removed the 4 paintings from the wall, cautious not to damage their edges. He slowly laid them out on the table, meticulously rolled them up, and gently secured them with a fine string before placing them into a dedicated art tube. Once organized, he set out with the tube in hand. Entering the elevator, he pressed the button for the basement. Arriving at his newly purchased car, he unlocked it and drove out of the community, heading towards Lilakang. This ancient street in the capital was renowned for its antique and calligraphy businesses. The buildings lining the street were constructed in a traditional style, each shop adorned with time-honored signs, exuding an air of historical significance. The atmosphere was suffused with the scent of ink and the unique aura of vintage artifacts. People visiting this locale varied widely, from seasoned collectors with a discerning eye to tourists seeking to bask in the sophisticated ambience, and many hopefuls hoping to stumble upon hidden treasures. Chen Feng found a parking spot nearby, and, carrying the art tube, ventured into Lilakang. As he walked, he inquired among familiar faces about where he might consign his paintings. After several inquiries, he was directed to a singular establishment, Rongbaozai, renowned throughout Lilakang and the nation. Rongbaozai was a prestigious old brand with a history dating back to the Kangxi era of the Qing dynasty, specializing in the business of calligraphy and painting, as well as stationery supplies. They were particularly noted for their craftsmanship in woodblock printing. Long ago, Rongbaozai established a practice of showcasing the works of already famous artists, such as Zhang Daqian, Qi Baishir, Su Beihong, and Li Karen, publicly displaying their pieces with fixed pricing, essentially serving as a high-end intermediary for artwork. To have a painting accepted by Rongbaozai was considered an achievement in itself, a source of pride. Chen Feng thought that if he were to consign his work, it would be wise to approach such a reputable establishment. Even if unsuccessful, at least he would gain insight. Thus, he made his way towards Rongbaozai. However, he was acutely aware of the high barriers to entry, as the establishment typically only accepted works from already renowned artists. As an obscure young artist, the likelihood of attracting their attention was slim. The location he had found was a division of Rongbaozai specifically handling contemporary art consignment, known as Rongbaozai Consignment. Upon entering, he immediately sensed a distinct atmosphere. The shop was exceptionally spacious and bright, impeccably organized, exuding an air of solemnity and elegance. The walls were adorned with meticulously framed paintings and calligraphy works. Chen Feng leaned closer to examine the small labels affixed below, the names of the artists resonating with familiarity: Fan Zeng, Sun Xiaoyan, Shen Peng, and others. Glancing at the prices beneath, he couldn't help but gasp. Each piece was valued in the hundreds of thousands, with many even surpassing 1 million. Just as he was absorbed in this display, a young attendant in a crisp uniform approached him, a standard smile gracing his face as he inquired, "Good day, sir. Which artist's work would you like to view? I can provide you with detailed insights." Chen Feng shook his head, lifting the painting tube in his hand slightly as he replied, "Hello. I am not here to purchase artwork. I would like to inquire whether I could consign a few pieces of my own paintings with you." "Consign?" The attendant's smile remained intact, yet his gaze now bore a hint of scrutiny and contemplation. "May I ask which renowned artist's work you wish to consign?" Chen Feng responded with unwavering composure, "It is my own work." Upon hearing this, the attendant scrutinized him from head to toe. The young man appeared to be just over 20, dressed rather ordinarily, lacking the distinctive aura often exhibited by seasoned artists. Nevertheless, he maintained his politeness, asking, "May I know your surname, sir?" Chen Feng, he replied. The attendant's mind raced with a quick mental inventory of contemporary artists, and he was certain there was no Chen Feng among them. The smile on his face waned slightly, and though he remained courteous, the implication of refusal was unmistakable. "Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize. Our consignment gallery primarily caters to artists who have achieved a certain level of recognition in the art world. Your works, I fear, may not meet our consignment criteria. Perhaps you could inquire at other galleries?" Chen Feng felt no significant disappointment. He had prepared himself for this outcome. Yet, he held confidence in his masterful skills and wished to make one last appeal. "Might I trouble you to take a look at the paintings I brought? Perhaps upon seeing the works themselves, you might reconsider." The attendant, evidently accustomed to such self-proclaimed talents who merely sought recognition, was growing impatient. Perceiving Chen Feng as a waste of time, he waved his hand dismissively, his tone tinged with indifference. "Sir, I truly have many responsibilities to attend to and cannot afford to examine your works in detail. I recommend you try other establishments. If you exit and turn right, there are several smaller galleries that may be willing to take your pieces." As he spoke, he gestured for Chen Feng to leave. The message clear, it was time to go. Frowning slightly, Chen Feng felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and was about to voice another thought, when suddenly a voice interjected nearby. "Xiaozhang, what is going on?" A middle-aged man, clad in a deep blue tang suit and appearing to be in his 50s, emerged from the back room. This man exuded an air of cultured elegance, radiating a calm demeanor, yet he possessed an undeniable authority that commanded respect. Upon seeing him, the attendant, referred to as Xiao Zhang, promptly wiped away any hint of impatience from his face, standing erect and respectfully addressing him. Manager Qiu. Chapter 40. Is he not a genius in calligraphy and painting? Qiu Zimo turned his gaze towards the attendant, inquiring, Xiao Zhang, what is the situation? The attendant, feeling a sense of grievance, quickly pointed to Chen Feng and explained, Manager Qiu, this gentleman wishes to consign his own calligraphy and painting works. I have informed him that we do not accept pieces from non-renowned artists, yet he insists on your review. Upon realizing that this man was the manager, Chen Feng stepped forward, his tone earnest. Manager Qiu, could you spare a few minutes to examine my works? I assure you, they will not disappoint. Qiu Zimo appraised Chen Feng with a discerning eye. The youth's attire was unremarkable, yet his gaze was clear, imbued with a sense of unwavering confidence that seemed genuine. Having spent decades in this industry, he had encountered countless individuals who claimed to be undiscovered geniuses, the majority of whom were indeed mediocre. Yet now and then, he had uncovered hidden gems. The young man's demeanor did not suggest he was one to cause nuisance. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, What do you wish to be called, sir? I am Chen Feng, he replied. Chen Feng. Qiu Zimo mentally scanned through the roster of notable figures in contemporary calligraphy and painting, confirming that he had not encountered this name before. Adhering to his professional decorum, he explained, Mr. Chen, our consignment gallery indeed has regulations that primarily cater to artists who have been recognized by the market. Your name, if I may be frank, does not appear in our records. However, Chen Feng did not waver in the face of this statement. He firmly asserted, regulations are rigid, yet works are alive. Manager Qiu, should you find my paintings devoid of value after viewing them, I shall leave immediately without further words. Qiu Zimo, intrigued by the undeniable confidence in Chen Feng's eyes, felt a flicker of curiosity ignited within him. After all, there was no pressing matter at the gallery. It would not hurt to take a look. Who knows? He might just discover a promising talent. He nodded in acquiescence. Very well, since you are so insistent, I shall take a moment to appreciate your masterpiece. Thank you. Manager Qiu. Chen Feng's heart soared with joy as he promptly unrolled the painting tube. Qiu Zimo signaled to the attendant Xiao Zhang with a glance, indicating that he should assist. Although Xiao Zhang harbored lingering skepticism, believing the manager was being overly accommodating, he dared not show any reluctance and hurried to comply. Together, they approached the long, narrow table designed for unfolding artworks, carefully receiving a rolled painting from Chen Feng. Each of them grasped an end, gently and slowly unfurling the scroll, wary of exerting too much force lest they damage the delicate paper. As the painting gradually revealed itself, Qiu Zimo's initially professional scrutiny transformed. His eyes became fixated on the artwork as if magnetically drawn, unable to divert his gaze. Before him lay a landscape painting titled Autumn Winds in the 10,000 Gorges. The scene depicted towering mountains, their majesty resonating with autumn's desolation. Ancient pines in the foreground swayed, their branches rustling in the wind. The undulating mountains in the mid-ground were shrouded in mist, enhancing the depth of the composition, while in the distance, peaks converged, merging seamlessly with the horizon. The entire piece was rendered with rich ink, employing vigorous brushwork that vividly conveyed the solitude and grandeur of the autumn mountains. Yet what astonished Qiu Zimo even more than the painting itself was the inscription adorning it. In the upper right corner, in the flowing script, was inscribed a 7-character quatrain. Amidst 10,000 gorges, pine waves shake the azure sky. In the myriad mountains, leaves of wood traverse the vastness. To capture the sound of autumn is a challenging task. Let us wander, staff in hand, into the ethereal mist. Such calligraphy. Qiu Zimo gasped internally. The strokes danced like dragons in flight, like serpents in motion. Each character bore strength, exuding a robust and majestic aura that resonated through the lines. This was certainly not the handiwork of someone who had merely practiced for a few years. The power of the strokes, the structural elegance, the overall ambience of the piece, all bespoke the mastery of someone who had immersed themselves in calligraphy for decades, truly deserving of the title of a grand master. Upon closer inspection of the signature, it read Xiefeng Shanren. Qiu Zimo was utterly captivated, his eyes wide with amazement as he lost all restraint. He bent down abruptly, bringing his face perilously close to the artwork, nearly touching the paper. His fingers instinctively lifted, suspended in the air, almost unable to resist the urge to touch the ink and the surface. His lips moved slightly, murmuring in a voice only he could hear. The texture of this mountain stone is remarkable. Look at this. It embodies the robust and vigorous essence of the Northern school, while simultaneously exuding the subtlety and grace of the Southern tradition. This is no mere imitation. It is a profound understanding of the characteristics of both schools, skillfully blended to create a distinctive style, truly unique. Such an accomplishment is exceedingly rare. His gaze shifted to the varying shades of ink on the paper, and this application of ink. My heavens! The transitions between thick and thin, dry and wet are executed with such finesse and artistry. It reaches a level of transcendence. Look here, just here. The treatment of the clouds and mist, ethereal in some areas and tangible in others, it feels alive, as if it is flowing and breathing. His words seemed directed at the nearby Xiaozhong, yet they were also a soliloquy. His eyes became somewhat glazed, as if he had entered the painting. The most extraordinary aspect is the ambience this artwork conjures. The autumn's chill and solemnity. The mountain's tranquility and grandeur. Capturing this is already a monumental task, yet it conveys an ethereal quality, as if transcending worldly troubles, floating like a celestial being. Marvelous. Absolutely exquisite. Simply sublime. Suddenly, he lifted his head as if jolted awake, his gaze igniting with fervor as it locked onto the inscription, fixated on the characters, and this calligraphy. I would wager my decades of experience that without years of arduous study and extraordinary talent, it is utterly impossible to produce such strength and spirit. Who is this Chen Feng? Is he a reclusive master of which we know nothing? His mind raced through all the names and aliases he had encountered in the art world, yet he could not recall anyone of such caliber. He was wholly absorbed in the overwhelming shock and delight that the painting had invoked, momentarily forgetting the presence of its creator, the young man named Chen Feng. Xiaozhong, who had initially been impatient, believing Chen Feng to be a source of trouble, now stood utterly dumbfounded, his mouth agape, as if an egg could fit inside. Having assisted manager Chiu for so long, he had encountered numerous esteemed artworks, yet he had never witnessed Chiu's almost unrestrained admiration for a piece. Nor had he heard such an exhilarating and high praise. Even when renowned artists presented their works, Chiu would typically offer polite, professional critiques, noting the brushwork or innovative composition. Never exhibiting such fervor, his face flushed with excitement, and his lips continually praising the work. Could it be that this seemingly ordinary young man, dressed in somewhat shabby attire, had brought forth something truly extraordinary, a treasure of immeasurable worth? Xiao Zhang's perception of Chen Feng transformed entirely, shifting from disdain to uncertainty, tinged with a hint of awe. Qiu Zimo finally wrenched himself from the artistic reverie, taking a deep breath as if needing the gesture to calm the tempest within. He regarded Chen Feng with an expression of intricate incredulity, his voice trembling slightly from excitement. Mr. Chen, forgive my boldness, but this Wanqua Qiufeng too, along with the accompanying poem and calligraphy, did you truly create all of this on your own? He struggled to reconcile the young man before him with the profound artistry and the exceptional calligraphy, finding the inquiry almost absurd. Chen Feng's demeanor remained calm, as though he had anticipated Qiu Zimo's reaction. He nodded affirmatively, responding clearly and without hesitation. Yes, Manager Qiu. I painted it myself. The poem is mine. And the calligraphy is also my work. Upon hearing this unequivocal confirmation, the astonishment on Qiu Zimo's face not only lingered but intensified. It was as if he were seeing Chen Feng for the first time, scrutinizing him up and down, over and over again, regardless of how one looked at it. This was a young man in his 20s, not exceeding 30, with an air of youthful innocence still lingering on his features. Yet the depth of this painting, the mastery of the ink, the ambience it conveyed, particularly the brilliance of the calligraphy, each element required decades of dedication, immense talent, and relentless study to achieve. This was simply incongruous with reason. If indeed everything, the painting and the calligraphy, was solely the work of this young man, then what was he? A prodigy indeed. This was a rare talent in the realm of art, one not seen in a century, if not several. Qiu Zimo felt his heart racing. The foundational beliefs he had cultivated over decades in this profession shaken to their core. He forcibly suppressed the overwhelming surge of excitement within him, striving to maintain a semblance of composure in his voice. His gaze, almost involuntarily, fell eagerly upon the scroll case in Chen Feng's hand, which evidently contained 3 more unopened pieces. At that moment, his curiosity blazed like a wildfire, impossible to restrain. With a tone imbued with a subtle urgency and desire, he inquired, Mr. Chen, might I be granted the privilege of admiring the other 3 pieces contained within your scroll case? His words were exceedingly polite, even respectful, a stark contrast to his earlier professional demeanor. Now, he was genuinely eager to discover what other breathtaking treasures this young man held. Chapter 41. A painting worth 500,000. Under the almost luminous gaze of Qiu Zimo, Chen Feng and the attendant Xiaozhong, one on each side, carefully unfurled the remaining 3 rolled scrolls on the long, wide table. The second piece was titled Jiang Yingxue Hanlin Tuesday. It depicted a world frozen in time. At first glance, the mountains were blanketed in thick snow, devoid of any signs of life. Not even a feather could be seen. The paths were pristine, without a single footprint. On a frigid river, a solitary boat drifted, occupied by an old man clad in a raincoat, huddled there, fishing. The canvas was predominantly ink, with only a few hints of light ochre in certain areas. Yet it perfectly captured the crisp, cold, and desolate essence of the snow-laden forest. The painting bore an inscription. In the snow-covered mountains, no trace of birds can be found. A lone boat, fishing in the cold river's soul. Amidst the frost-laden trees, silence envelopes the scene. A crystalline heart is entrusted to the evening clouds. Qiu Zimo leaned in closely, stifling even the sound of his breath, as if a single exhalation might dissolve the snow depicted in the painting. He murmured incessantly, "Marvelous. Truly marvelous. How could one conceive such a snowy landscape? Observe here, and here, there's no need for white pigment to pile up. The paper retains its natural hue, complemented by some delicate ink alongside. Ah, the snow's ethereal, chilly essence instantly emerges. Simply exquisite. And this little boat, the old man clad in his raincoat, placed here, infuses the entire piece with an aura of solitude and tranquility. Just look at these characters." He lightly touches the lines of poetry, which are slender and firm, exuding a sense of structure, imbued with a chill that harmonizes seamlessly with the painting's ambience. A crystalline heart entrusted to the evening clouds. This sentiment, this mastery of technique, is beyond compare. Having savored this frost-bitten scene, he turned to the third piece, Peach Blossom Source Cottage. This one was distinctly different, illuminating the surroundings and expanding the vista. The painting depicted a brook meandering around verdant fields, with lush grass flourishing and several thatched cottages nestled within a vibrantly blooming peach blossom grove. Petals cascaded gently, while the brook babbled joyfully, instilling a sense of serene comfort, as if all worries had vanished. The accompanying poem read, "In a humble dwelling by the azure brook, as peach rain flutters, I stroll leisurely on the mossy path. Do not inquire where the immortal source lies. A garden of spring colors separates me from the mundane world." Qiu Zimo's gaze softened, imbued with envy and longing. Many have attempted to depict the peach blossom source, yet few can authentically capture the essence of such leisurely detachment from worldly affairs. He pointed at the colors within the painting. Look at the harmony of these hues. How delightful and pristine. The pink of the peach blossoms, tender and fresh. The grass, a vibrant green. The brook, crystal clear. Together, they evoke joy and openness in the heart. Even the calligraphy, as his gaze shifted, transformed. It flowed elegantly, imbued with an ethereal quality, as if it were destined to soar away. A garden of spring colors separates me from the mundane world. How aptly put. This is not merely a painting. It is indeed a realm where scholars dream of retreating. Lastly, he unfurled the fourth piece, Lotus and Playful Fish. The style here shifted once more, portraying a corner of a summer lotus pond. Verdant lotus leaves blanketed the water's surface, while rosy lotus flowers stood tall, blooming perfectly. Colorful koi danced playfully in the clear water, frolicking about, sometimes hiding beneath the leaves, other times leaping joyfully from the depths, radiating vitality and charm. The accompanying poem read, "The azure waters reflect the lotus's crimson bloom. Fish frolic beneath the leaves, joy unbounded." Suddenly, tails flicker, stirring the clear waves, leaping into the pond's heart in search of the evening breeze. As Qiu Zimo gazed, a contented smile crept across his face, akin to the refreshing relief of sipping ice water on a sweltering summer day. Exuberantly vivid, so breathtakingly lively. Look at these fish, depicted as if they truly swim. The ripples of the water, the fresh vigor of the lotus flowers, all rendered with perfect finesse. The entire painting exudes the joy of life, brimming with vitality that cannot be contained. The calligraphy, too, became animated, written with a lightness and spontaneity that perfectly matched the playful essence of the fish. Leaping into the pond's heart in search of the evening breeze, the very utterance evokes a delightful taste, conjuring vivid imagery. Upon completing the 4 paintings, Qiu Zimo seemed momentarily frozen in place, silent and unmoving. It was not that he lacked words, but rather that the overwhelming impact of these masterpieces necessitated a moment of reflection to organize the tumult of excitement and astonishment swirling in his mind. Each painting presented a distinct theme, eliciting varied emotions, some grand and imposing, others cold and solitary, some tranquil and comfortable, and others vibrant and playful. Yet, regardless of the piece, the caliber was astonishingly high. The compositional structure, the deftness of brushwork, the harmony of colors, and the elusive ambience. All aspects were impeccable, representing the utmost quality. More astonishing were the inscriptions accompanying each painting, executed in regular script, running script, cursive script, and seal script, seemingly penned with effortless grace. Each style demonstrating a profound mastery that resonated deeply with the painting's essence. If indeed these 4 pieces were the sole creations of this young man, barely in his 20s, then he is no mere talent. He is an extraordinary phenomenon, an anomaly in the realm of calligraphy and painting, not seen for centuries. Given time to establish his presence, he is destined to become a figure of national prominence. Alas, it is a lamentable truth that he currently possesses no renown. Otherwise, based solely on the quality of these 4 paintings, any single piece could command a bidding war among wealthy collectors at prestigious auction houses, fetching astronomical prices. In an instant of clarity, Qiu Zimo resolved firmly, such exquisite works must not be allowed to slip away. Even if the artist remains unknown, they must be retained and displayed in the gallery for sale. He firmly believed that there exist discerning individuals capable of recognizing the intrinsic value of these paintings. Raising his head, his eyes sparkled with determination. Locking onto Chen Feng, he spoke with utmost seriousness and formality. Mr. Chen, our Rongbao Zhai Consignment Gallery has decided to accept your 4 works for consignment. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's face immediately lit up with a smile. A weight lifted from his heart. Wonderful. Thank you, Manager Qiu. Qiu Zimo waved his hand, signaling for him to not be overly courteous. Then promptly inquired about a crucial matter. May I ask, Mr. Chen, what is your bottom line for these 4 paintings? What are your thoughts? Chen Feng, being a novice in the current art market, found himself at a loss. Observing Qiu Zimo's professionalism and sincerity, he replied candidly, Manager Qiu, you are the expert in this field. I trust your judgment. Please suggest a price you deem appropriate. This left Qiu Zimo in a bit of a quandary. Pricing was indeed a vexing issue. Based solely on the artistic merit of the paintings, pricing each at several million would be entirely justifiable. However, given Chen Feng's current obscurity, setting a price too high might result in months or even a year of silence. Conversely, pricing them too low felt like a disservice to such remarkable art. A moral dilemma he struggled to reconcile. After much contemplation, weighing various considerations in his mind, he tentatively broached the subject with Chen Feng. Mr. Chen, how about we temporarily set the price at 500,000 for each painting and observe the market's reaction? He hastily elaborated that the price, quite frankly, is astonishingly high for a young artist without any notable reputation. Most individuals wouldn't even dare to entertain such a thought. However, for those connoisseurs who genuinely appreciate art and understand value, if they can discern what makes this piece remarkable and recognize its worth, then this price does not seem excessively outrageous. It could even be perceived as a fortunate bargain. Once your reputation begins to flourish, this price will naturally escalate. 500,000 per piece? Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, genuinely astonished. He never imagined that the few casual sketches he had hastily created, each taking less than half an hour to complete, could be valued at such a sum in Qiu Zimo's eyes. This was far beyond what he had initially estimated. He quickly suppressed the surprise within him, revealing little on his face, and readily nodded. All right, Manager Qiu, let us proceed as you suggested, at 500,000 each. Observing Chen Feng's prompt agreement, Qiu Zimo felt a sense of relief wash over him and immediately turned to instruct the staff member, Xiao Zhang, to prepare the necessary documents for the consignment contract. As he glanced at the 4 paintings soon to be displayed at Rongbao Zhai, awaiting their destined buyers, he couldn't help but feel a swell of anticipation. He was particularly eager to discover which discerning individual would ultimately acquire these exceptional pieces. Chapter 42. The physical book sells out. Exiting the Rongbao Zhai consignment shop, Chen Feng felt as though he were walking on air, as if treading upon clouds. He looked down at his empty hands, as though the 4 paintings were still there. The words of Manager Qiu reverberated in his mind. Mr. Chen, for these pieces, I personally suggest pricing them at 500,000 each to test the waters. 500,000. 500,000 for a single painting. For pieces amounting to 2 million. Chen Feng pinched his thigh hard, wincing at the pain. This was no dream. During his days as a delivery man, braving wind and rain, he could barely scrape together 10,000 a month. 2 million? How many years of deliveries would that take? How many pairs of shoes would he wear out? The thought was beyond his comprehension. Is painting truly this lucrative? He murmured, filled with excitement and disbelief. If this money materialized, he would be more than capable of providing for his daughter, Xiaoming, and even support Jiang Yingxue. He pondered that he needed to paint more whenever he had the chance, but the prerequisite was that these works must indeed sell. Regardless of how persuasive Qiu Zimo's words were, until it transformed into tangible wealth, he felt a lingering unease. In the days that followed, Chen Feng's life became both fulfilling and structured. Each morning, He rose punctually to prepare a nutritious breakfast for his daughter, whose cherubic face was still flushed with sleep. After sending Xiao Ming off to kindergarten, he returned home to immerse himself in his own endeavors. Sometimes, he would sit before the computer, typing away to continue crafting his adventures of an N and Yu. The enchanting tales that flowed from his mind, through his masterful storytelling ability, transformed into written words, accompanied by his own exquisite illustrations, which he uploaded to the Bale Children's Literature platform. Under the pen name Chen Feng, he became a prominent figure on the platform, garnering substantial income through daily tips and subscriptions. At times, he would check the Yai translation platform for new translation assignments, particularly for those esoteric languages with higher rates, which daunted many. It was a mere trifle for him, possessing mastery in Somali and several other obscure languages. The individual named Zhuang Wentao had almost become his exclusive customer service representative, always reaching out to him first when high-difficulty, high-reward tasks arose. "Teacher Chen, are you there? We have an urgent task, a business contract in Khmer with stringent requirements and a tight deadline, offering this amount." Zhuang Wentao's WeChat messages were always imbued with an excitement akin to discovering treasure. Chen Feng typically replied with a single word, "Accepted." Then, his fingers would fly across the keyboard, efficiently completing the assignment. Upon receiving the finished product, Zhuang Wentao would often respond with a flurry of astonished compliments. During moments of boredom, he would lay out drawing paper and pick up his brush. He had already created numerous landscape paintings, and recently began experimenting with oil paintings and meticulous brushwork. He discovered that regardless of the type of painting, as long as he took up the brush, an instinctive ease enveloped him, with lines, colors, and compositions flowing naturally, as though he had long mastered the craft. The proficiency in his painting skills quietly ascended on the system panel through this daily practice. Of course, the most important aspect remained caring for his daughter. In the afternoon, upon returning home with Xiao Ming, the little one would rush in like a small cannonball, wrapping her arms around his leg. "Daddy, I'm back. Today, my teacher praised me for my progress in painting," Xiao Ming reported proudly, tilting her round, cherubic face upward. Chen Feng scooped her up and kissed her cheek. "Really? Our Xiao Ming is the best. Are you hungry? Daddy made your favorite sweet and sour ribs." "Yay, Daddy is the best." Watching his daughter eat gleefully filled Chen Feng with immense satisfaction. His culinary skills had reached a masterful level, effortlessly creating delicious meals that completely cured Xiao Ming's previous picky eating habits. After dinner, the father and daughter would either paint together, Xiao Ming crafting her whimsical abstract masterpieces while Chen Feng guided her, or Chen Feng would narrate his newly created fairy tales in a voice that rivaled that of a professional storyteller, captivating Xiao Ming, who would blink her large eyes in rapt attention, often pleading for just one more story. The evening routine of lulling her to sleep became a cherished ritual. Sometimes, Chen Feng would softly hum soothing melodies, his masterful musical skills transforming into the gentlest of lullabies. Nestled in his arms, Xiao Ming would quickly drift into a sweet slumber, lulled by her father's voice. Days passed in a tranquil, yet heartwarming manner. Chen Feng felt the bond between him and his daughter deepening. He could also sense that his proficiency in various skills, culinary arts, painting, storytelling, teaching, driving, tai chi, and more, was steadily improving. The feeling of gradually enhancing their lives through his own efforts, safeguarding his daughter's growth, was truly gratifying. One day, after picking Xiao Ming up from kindergarten, his phone chimed with a WeChat notification. He picked it up to find a message from Tang Wenyuan, the chief editor of Bale Children's Literature. "Teacher Chen Feng, are you there? I have wonderful news. The physical edition of Adventures of an N and Yu has officially hit the shelves." Tang Wenyuan's message brimmed with uncontainable excitement. Shortly thereafter, a transfer notification appeared, amounting to 56,000 yuan, with a note stating, "Royalties for the first edition of Adventures of an N and Yu." Chen Feng was somewhat taken aback and replied, "Editor Tang, it's already on the market? Your efficiency is remarkable. The royalties have been received. Thank you." Tang Wenyuan promptly responded, "Haha, we are also pushing forward with great urgency. The market's anticipation is quite high. By the way, check our app. We are promoting it vigorously." Following his advice, Chen Feng opened the Bale Children's Literature app. Indeed, the splash screen featured a massive advertisement for the physical book of Adventures of an N and Yu. The imagery is exquisitely crafted, prominently displaying the announcement. The classic masterpiece by Chen Feng, The Adventures of Anin and Yeya, is now available in physical form. It can be purchased at the Bale Fairy Tale online store, as well as at major bookstores like the Xinhua bookstore in the capital. Oh, what a splendid advertisement. What treatment indeed. Chen Feng chuckled, his heart brimming with anticipation for the book's sales performance. He casually clicked into the Bale Fairy Tale online store and located the sales page for the physical book. The inventory indicated 5,000 copies were still available. After exiting the store, he went to play with Xiao Meng and her building blocks. Approximately 10 minutes later, his phone began buzzing incessantly, with numerous readers leaving messages on the platform. Confused, he reopened the store page. Upon viewing it, he was taken aback. The inventory that had previously displayed 5,000 copies now flashed in alarming red, sold out. How could it be? Just 10 minutes? Was that even possible? He scrutinized the time. From the moment he saw the advertisement until now, it certainly hadn't exceeded 10 minutes. 5,000 copies gone. The comment section and discussion forum erupted in chaos. What the heck? I just saw the advertisement and clicked in, and now it's gone? Are you kidding me? 5,000 copies. That's barely enough to fill a tooth gap. I specifically set an alarm to grab one, and when I was about to pay, it vanished? Is the platform employing a scarcity marketing strategy? This is outrageous. Just stock up more. My child is clamoring daily to read the physical copy of Anin and yeah. Those who manage to snag a copy, please come forward and let me experience some envy. Haha, I got 2 copies, one for collection and one for reading. Hey, how about sharing one with me? I'll pay extra. On the screen, complaints from those who missed out, requests for restocking, and boasts from those who succeeded streamed rapidly. Chen Feng gazed at this fervent scene, slightly bewildered. He was aware of his book's popularity, but he had not anticipated such demand for the physical edition. Meanwhile, at a large Xinhua bookstore in the capital, a genuine purchasing frenzy was unfolding. 2 young mothers, Sister Zhang and Sister Li, had coincidentally arranged to meet and buy books for their children today. I must tell you, my daughter has recently become infatuated with the adventures of Anin and yeah. She clings to her phone every day to listen and wishes she could hold a physical copy. Sister Zhang remarked, rummaging through the children's literature section. Sister Li's eyes lit up. What a coincidence. My son as well. Just yesterday, he pretended to be Shinong, using a blade of grass and claiming he wanted to taste it. It frightened me to death. Today is perfect. Let us see if there are any physical copies. As they spoke, they noticed a considerable crowd gathered around a display in the children's literature section. Curiosity piqued. They approached to find a prominent sign at the display. Best-selling picture book The Adventures of Anin and yeah new release. Wow, there really is one. Sister Zhang exclaimed. The staff had just opened several large boxes, revealing beautifully packaged, vibrantly colored books. On the cover, the adorable cartoon figures of Anin and yeah came to life. I'll take one. I want 2. Me too. One for my child. The surrounding parents eagerly extended their hands. Sister Zhang and Sister Li quickly pushed their way to the front. Hello, we'd like 2 copies. Sister Zhang said. Yes, we also want 2. Sister Li added. The staff, busy and focused, did not look up, efficiently processing payments and handing out books. The pristine books, carrying the scent of fresh ink, were received by eager hands. Just as Sister Zhang and Sister Li secured their copies and prepared to leave, they heard a frantic voice behind them. Is there any left? Save one for me. Turning around, they saw the display already emptied, and the large box nearly depleted. Several parents who had rushed over upon hearing the news wore expressions of disappointment. What? It's all gone already? I just arrived. Why doesn't the bookstore stock more? The disappointed parents surrounded the staff, voicing their complaints. The staff, looking helpless, replied, apologies. We didn't anticipate such swift sales. It's only been less than half an hour since they were shelved. We've already contacted the publisher for an urgent restock. Please stay tuned for updates from our bookstore. Sister Zhang and Sister Li exchanged glances, relief reflected in their eyes. Sister Zhang patted her chest, exclaiming, that was close. I nearly made a fruitless trip. Sister Li, clutching her freshly acquired, still warm book, laughed. It seems this book is indeed a hit. We've truly struck gold. The 2 left the bookstore, content with their purchases. At home, Chen Feng stared at the sold-out notification and the flurry of comments on the online store. Momentarily lost in thought, when his phone suddenly rang. It was a WeChat call from Tang Wenyuan. As Chen Feng answered, he was met with Tang Wenyuan's excited voice. Slightly strained with enthusiasm, Teacher Xiefeng. It's exploded. Completely exploded. Taken aback by Tang Wenyuan's exuberance, Chen Feng held the phone slightly away from his ear. Editor-in-Chief Tang. Please take your time. What has exploded? The book, The Adventures of Anin and yeah. The first print of 10,000 copies, both online and offline, was sold out in less than an hour. My phone is almost bursting from all the inquiries about restocking. Tang Wenyuan spoke rapidly, infused with excitement. Our chairman has just personally approved an immediate reprint. The second edition will be 20,000 copies. What do you think? Despite having sensed the fervor from the online interactions and the earlier phone call, hearing the news of 10,000 copies selling out in an hour and the decision to print an additional 20,000 still sent a jolt of joy and accomplishment through Chen Feng. He took a deep breath, striving to maintain a calm demeanor as he replied, "I have no objections. Please proceed with the reprint. I appreciate your hard work, Editor-in-Chief Tang." "Not at all. Haha. Witnessing the book's success brings us immense joy. You carry on. I'll swiftly arrange the reprint. We'll discuss further details later." After hanging up, Chen Feng felt a lingering sense of disbelief. 10,000 copies, gone in an hour? The speed was astonishing. Chapter 43, Composing Songs. After his conversation with Tang Wenyuan, Chen Feng silently calculated a figure in his mind. With the reprint of 20,000 copies, each priced at 28 yuan, and his royalty rate set at 20%, that amounted to 20,000 multiplied by 28, then multiplied by 0.2. Upon calculating that figure, Chen Feng was taken aback. 112,000. This was merely an estimated income for the second edition. Should sales continue to thrive, further reprints could follow. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his excitement. While the money was indeed substantial and came swiftly, it was earned through his masterful skill, providing him with a sense of security. More importantly, it signified that the stories he told and the illustrations he created were genuinely cherished and recognized by the market. This sense of accomplishment brought him greater joy than the financial gain itself. The following day, as per his routine, Chen Feng meticulously dressed his daughter, Xiaoming, and sent her off to kindergarten. "Goodbye, Daddy. Be good." Xiaoming stood at the kindergarten entrance, waving at him like a little adult. Chen Feng chuckled. "All right. Daddy will be very good. Xiaoming will also listen to the teacher." Watching his daughter skip joyfully into the classroom, Chen Feng then turned to head home. Upon returning to the apartment, he walked directly into his study, which he had completely transformed. Previously, a variety of equipment purchased online, microphones, audio interfaces, monitoring headphones, MIDI keyboards, small mixing consoles, and soundproofing materials, arrived a few days ago. He invested considerable effort in installing and fine-tuning everything, and now, the space has transformed into a rather respectable little recording studio. He intends to embark on a new venture to earn money through music creation. Having acquired master-level musical skills through the SuperDad system, he feels it would be a waste to let them go unused. He plans to experiment with children's songs and pop music alike. By uploading his creations to music platforms, he hopes to generate income if they gain listeners, thus diversifying his revenue streams. Seated before his computer, with professional music production software open, the first thought that flitted through Chen Feng's mind was to compose a song for his daughter, Xiaoming. Imagining her lively, energetic demeanor, bouncing around like a little rabbit, brought a smile to his lips. As his fingers rested on the MIDI keyboard, a cheerful, vibrant melody, imbued with a hint of childlike whimsy, flowed forth effortlessly. With the melody in place, lyrics began to spring forth as well. He softly hummed while adjusting the tracks in the arrangement software. Little feet, bouncing along, 1 2, 1 2, running ahead. Meeting a little bird, offering a morning greeting. Meeting flowers with a gentle smile. The sun rises early, golden rays spilling across the path. La la la, singing a song. How wonderful the world is. La la la. Spinning around, joy surrounds us. Little hands clapping, little feet hopping. We are all happy babies. Little bees buzzing, busy collecting nectar without rest. Little butterflies, adorned in floral garb. Dancing gracefully is truly delightful. Grandpa Tree with a long beard, smiling as he watches us do our morning exercises. La la la, singing a song. How wonderful the world is. La la la, spinning around, joy surrounds us. Little hands clapping, little feet hopping. We are all happy babies. As he composed a simple accompaniment using bright bell sounds and lively xylophone tones, he recorded his own singing voice. His master-level musical skills allowed him to navigate the entire production process with ease, from melody composition to harmony arrangement and instrument selection, all executed swiftly and proficiently. Within less than an hour, a complete demo of the children's song was ready. He titled the piece Bouncing Little Feet. Listening to the final product through his headphones, he felt a sense of satisfaction wash over him. The cheerful rhythm, catchy melody, and whimsical lyrics resonated delightfully. He envisioned Xiaoming bouncing along to the song, picturing how adorable that scene would be. He had registered an account on a music platform called Kulunet, the largest music platform in Huaxia, under the nickname Shuefeng. Logging in, he selected to upload his work, filled in the song title Bouncing Little Feet, categorized it as a children's song, and dragged in the audio file he had just created. With a click, it was uploaded. With the experience of his first upload behind him, Chen Feng felt a surge of inspiration. He proceeded to compose 4 more children's songs. One was titled Brushing Song, aimed at encouraging children to love brushing their teeth. Another was Clap Your Hands for Numbers, which combined singing with counting. There was also The Stars Are Sleeping, a gentle lullaby, and I Love My Little Animals, which imitated various animal sounds in a fun and engaging way. Each song was carefully arranged, recorded, and mixed. Once completed, he uploaded them one after another to the Kulu platform. Viewing his Shuefeng homepage, which had transformed from 0 songs to 5 brand new children's songs. He felt a small sense of accomplishment. After finishing the children's songs, Chen Feng felt inspired to try his hand at different genres. After sipping some water and taking a brief break, he began to conceive a pop song. For reasons unknown, a melody tinged with a touch of melancholy and nostalgia emerged in his mind. Following the feeling, he played it on the keyboard. While lyrics formed line by line in his thoughts, he entitled this song Next Stop, Encounter. He began recording the accompaniment, incorporating piano, guitar, and strings to create an atmosphere of urban artistry tinged with a sense of regret. Then, he sang softly into the microphone. That autumn, at the subway station where fine rain fell, you stood with a book, just to the left of the automatic door. The wind from the arriving train flipped through the yellowed pages. As I bent down, I caught your smiling eyes. With the enhancement of his master-level skills, his voice was imbued with emotion, delicately conveying the beauty of encounters and the sorrow of missed opportunities. But love, like a missed train, once you turn away, it becomes difficult to return to the starting point. After completing the recording, arrangement, and mixing of the entire song, Chen Feng listened to it once. The result exceeded his expectations. This song's quality could undoubtedly be considered a superior work within the current pop music scene. He logged back into Kulu.net, uploaded Next Stop, Encounter, and categorized it as pop. Having gotten started, he decided to prepare several more pieces. Fueled by momentum, Chen Feng composed 4 more pop songs of varying styles, some with a brisk rhythm and others more lyrical and slow-paced. Each maintained a high production standard. Once all were completed, he uploaded them sequentially to his Shui Feng homepage. Looking at his collection of 10 works, 5 children's songs and 5 pop songs, Chen Feng stretched contentedly. The fruits of his labor over the past half-day were commendable. As for how these songs would be received after uploading and whether they would generate income, he was not overly concerned. With his previous successes in fairy tales and translations, he remained confident in his masterful abilities. Even if there was little initial response, he was prepared to take it slow. Chapter 44. This story was made up by my dad. In the class where Xiao Ming attended at the Stephen International Bilingual Kindergarten, the children were getting ready for an activity lesson. The young teacher clapped her hands, smiling as she addressed the little ones. Children, quiet down, please. Today, I have a particularly interesting story to share with you, titled The Adventures of an and Yu. Pengu creates the world. As soon as the teacher announced the title, several children erupted in excitement. Ah, it's an and Yu. I've heard it before. My mom told it to me on her phone. I've heard it too. Pengu is a great hero. It's so fun. And Yu went to a place full of mist. Seeing the enthusiastic reactions from the children, the teacher was somewhat surprised yet amused. Oh my, so many of you have heard this story. It seems the story I chose today is quite popular. Just then, Jiang Xiaoming, sitting in the center, raised her hand high, her small face beaming with pride. Teacher, teacher. The teacher kindly looked at her. Xiaoming, do you have something to share with me? Xiaoming stood up, her voice clear and bright. Teacher, this story was made up by my dad. As soon as she said this, the previously noisy classroom fell silent for a moment. Then, several children began to shout. You're lying. How could your dad possibly have made up this story? Indeed, my mother mentioned that it was an uncle from the mobile phone who spoke of it. Little Meng is boasting. That is not true. Seeing that everyone was skeptical, Little Meng grew anxious, her small face flushing slightly. It was my father who crafted the tales. Every night, he regales me with the adventures of an and Yu. He has narrated stories of Pengu creating the universe, Niwa crafting humanity, and Shinong sampling myriad herbs. A chubby little boy pointed at Little Meng and exclaimed, You're talking nonsense. The stories come from the phone. I hear them every day. A nearby girl with braided pigtails chimed in. Exactly. I even have an and Yu stickers. The stickers don't feature your father. Little Meng, now more flustered, stamped her tiny foot. It is my father. I am not lying. The chubby boy made a silly face and taunted. Hee, the king of boasting. The other children joined in the ruckus. The king of boasting. Jiang Xiaoming is the king of boasting. Little Meng gazed at her friends, who were unconvinced, her eyes becoming slightly red-rimmed. Yet, she stubbornly pressed her lips together, holding back tears. At that moment, the sticker girl, eager to validate herself, produced a brand new sheet of cartoon stickers from her little backpack, proudly holding it up for all to see. Look, this is an and Yu. Aren't they beautiful? My mother bought them for me. The stickers depicted 2 endearing characters in charming ancient attire, vividly representing the protagonists of the tale. Upon seeing the stickers, Little Meng's eyes widened instantly, and her voice rose in excitement. Look, this and Yu is exactly how my father illustrated them. They look just like his drawings. You're talking nonsense, protested the girl with the stickers, hiding them behind her back. These were clearly purchased from a store. How could they be drawn by your father? The chubby boy shouted. Exactly. Stickers are printed. Your father can't possibly draw stickers. You're boasting without a draft. I am not boasting, little Ming exclaimed, both indignant and aggrieved. Her voice tinged with the threat of tears. It was my father who drew them. He is incredibly talented at drawing. He has created countless N and UU for me. The classroom erupted in clamor. The children divided into two factions, most disbelieving little Ming, while a few others watched, uncertain of whom to trust. Noticing the commotion, the teacher hurried over to restore order. All right, children, let us not shout. She gently clapped her hands. Everyone enjoys the stories and stickers of an N and UU, don't you? Now let us settle down so I can continue telling the story, shall we? She soothingly patted little Ming's head. Little Ming, why don't you sit down for a moment? We all know how much you love this story. However, the teacher herself held reservations about little Ming's claims. The Adventures of an N and UU is currently immensely popular, found both online and offline, and she had brought it specifically due to its appeal among children. She thought that perhaps little Ming was simply so enamored with the story that she fancied it was her father who had created it. Children often indulge in such fantasies. As little Ming observed the teacher's gentle yet disbelieving gaze, she glanced around at her peers, who were still whispering and casting doubtful looks her way. She pouted and suddenly declared loudly, "You all don't believe me. Tomorrow, I will bring the NN and UU my father drew for you to see." After uttering this, she sat down in a huff. The teacher seized the opportunity to redirect everyone's attention back to the story. All right, let us see how an N and UU witnessed Pangu creating the universe, shall we? The children gradually quieted down, though little Ming remained slightly sulky. Her mind resolutely made up. At the end of the school day, Chen Feng, as usual, walked to the entrance of the Stephen International Bilingual Kindergarten. He had barely settled when he spotted little Ming's classmates lining up to exit under the teacher's guidance. Most of the children were picked up by their respective parents. Little Ming immediately spotted her father and, like a joyful little bird, broke free from the teacher's hand and dashed towards Chen Feng. "Daddy!" Chen Feng smiled, squatting down with open arms, ready to catch his rushing daughter. "Slow down, be careful not to fall." As soon as he lifted her, he noticed that although she wore a smile, her little mouth was pouted high enough to hang an oil bottle. "What's the matter, little Ming? Were you unhappy at kindergarten today?" Chen Feng gently pinched her little cheek. Little Ming wrapped her arms around her father's neck, burying her face in his shoulder, and mumbled, "Daddy, today the teacher told us the adventures of an N and UU. Oh, is that so? That is wonderful. Did your friends enjoy it?" "They did." Little Ming looked up into her father's eyes. "But I told the teacher and my classmates that this story was made up by my father, and that an N and UU were drawn by him, and they don't believe me." The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she became. "That chubby Li Mingho even called me the king of boasting. And Jiang Xiaoya, she brought the N and UU stickers. I said they were drawn by my father, but she didn't believe me and said they were bought from a store. Even the teacher seemed to doubt me." Her small head drooped again, appearing despondent. Seeing his daughter looking so wronged, Chen Feng felt a mix of amusement and sympathy. He held her as they strolled home, gently saying, "Oh, so that's what's troubling you. If they don't believe, then they don't believe. It's all right. Daddy knows you're not lying. And that's what matters, right? We don't need to make others believe. That is not right." Little Ming immediately retorted, shaking her head vigorously like a rattle drum. "I want to prove it. I must prove that I am not boasting. An N and UU were indeed created by my father. He drew them." Her little face was filled with seriousness and determination. Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle at her earnestness. "How do you plan to prove it?" Little Ming had already devised a plan and promptly declared, "I will bring the drawings of an N and UU that you made to kindergarten tomorrow. I'll show them to the teacher and Li Mingho, Jiang Xiaoya, and see if they dare to call me the king of boasting again." As she spoke, she vigorously shook Chen Feng's arm. "Daddy, please? Let me take a few with me. I'm begging you, Daddy. The best Daddy." Little Ming employed her charming tactics, her voice sweet and her big eyes pleadingly gazing at Chen Feng. Seeing his daughter's eager yet slightly aggrieved expression, his heart softened. Initially, he thought it was not a significant matter and that there was no need to quibble with the child. However, since his daughter cared so deeply and wished to prove herself, as a father, he felt compelled to support her. He smiled and nodded. All right, Daddy agrees. When we get home tonight, you can choose a few of your favorite N and UU drawings, and tomorrow, Daddy will help you prepare them to take to kindergarten. Yay, Daddy is the best. I love Daddy the most." Little Ming instantly transformed from gloomy to joyous, cheering exuberantly, and planted a kiss on Chen Feng's cheek. All her earlier grievances and unhappiness vanished in an instant, her face blossoming into a radiant smile. "Your daughter kisses you," increasing the affection level between you and your daughter by 6 points. Watching his daughter's cheerful and lively demeanor return, Chen Feng felt a delightful warmth in his heart. Hand in hand, the father and daughter chatted and laughed as they made their way home. The setting sun elongated their shadows, casting a warm and tender glow. Chapter 45 of The Adventures of an Un and Yu. Is it truly a creation of little Meng's father? The following morning dawned bright and beautiful. Chen Feng strolled leisurely towards the kindergarten, hand in hand with his daughter, little Meng. Today, she was particularly animated, her little braids bouncing with each step. On her back was a small backpack, which contained not only the usual pencil case and water bottle, but also a carefully curated stack of drawings, her secret weapon. Daddy, do you think Li Mingho will still say I'm a braggart when he sees these drawings? Little Meng inquired, tilting her head back with sparkling eyes. Chen Feng chuckled. If he sees them, he certainly won't say that anymore. Our little Meng is a good child who never tells lies. Exactly. Little Meng nodded vigorously, clutching her backpack tightly, as if it contained the most precious treasures in the world. Upon arriving at the kindergarten entrance, Chen Feng knelt down to adjust her collar, saying, "Go on, have a good chat with your friends." "Got it, Daddy, goodbye." Little Meng waved and bounced into the classroom, her little figure brimming with enthusiasm. The classroom was already bustling with children playing with building blocks and perusing picture books. Little Meng approached her seat and carefully placed her backpack down. Rather than playing immediately as she usually did, she took a deep breath and retrieved her stack of drawings. First, she pulled out a drawing depicting two cartoon dolls in adorable ancient costumes, their smiles radiant. She held it aloft and announced with a clear voice, "Look everyone. This is my daddy SNN and Yu. Several nearby children were instantly captivated. "Wow, it's really an and Yu. The drawing is fantastic. It looks just like the stickers," exclaimed a little girl with horn braids, who was Zhang Xiaoyao from yesterday. She leaned in for a closer look, exclaiming, "It's true. It's even clearer than my stickers, and the colors are more beautiful." Upon receiving the praise, little Meng puffed out her chest even more. She then presented her second and third drawings. "This one is my daddy's Pangu. Look how strong he is. This is Nuwa. She's mending the sky with colorful stones. And this is Shinnong. He's tasting the herbs. And there's Swearin, Fushi, the Yellow Emperor, and Dayu." One vibrant, lively cartoon original after another was laid out on the table, drawing all the children closer, their little heads huddled together, exclaiming in awe, "Little Meng, did your daddy really draw all of these?" A previously skeptical boy asked, gazing at the imposing image of the Yellow Emperor with envy. "Of course," little Meng replied proudly, her voice ringing out, "My daddy drew each one. He is incredibly talented. He can draw anything." She then turned to the chubby Li Mingho, the one who had called her a braggart yesterday. "Li Mingho, do you believe me now? I wasn't boasting." Li Mingho stared at the muscular Pangu image, his eyes wide with astonishment. He sheepishly scratched his head and murmured, "I believe you, little Meng. Your daddy is really impressive." "That's great." Little Meng nodded contentedly, feeling like a small victor. At that moment, many children gazed longingly at the drawings. "Little Meng, can you give me the Shinnong drawing? I love it. I want the Nuwa one. Just one, please, little Meng." Upon hearing their requests, little Meng quickly spread her arms protectively over her drawings, shaking her little head like a rattle drum. No, these are my daddy's drawings. I can't give them away. I want to take them home." The children let out a collective sigh of disappointment, yet their eyes remained glued to the beautiful artworks, reluctant to look away. Just then, the teacher entered the classroom. Noticing the children clustered around little Meng's seat, chattering excitedly, she clapped her hands. "All right, children, return to your seats. We need to get ready for class." Reluctantly, the children began to disperse, though they occasionally glanced back at little Meng. Seeing the teacher, little Meng eagerly grabbed a few of her favorite drawings and rushed to the teacher's side. Teacher, look, these are my daddy's drawings. Anun, Yu, Pangu, and Nuwa are all drawn by my daddy. The story of the adventures of Anun and Yu was created by my daddy." The teacher paused upon receiving the drawings, examining them closely. To her astonishment, these were clearly original pieces. The lines flowed effortlessly, the colors were rich, and the details vivid, perfectly mirroring the exquisite illustrations on the platform, perhaps even more refined. The paper was professional grade, with faint pencil sketches still visible. This was undeniably not printed or copied. It was authentic artwork. The teacher met little Meng's expectant and proud gaze, then looked back at the undeniable originals in her hands. In an instant, she comprehended the truth. Jiang Xiaoming had not been lying. The wildly popular The Adventures of an and Yu, which thrived on the Bale Children's Literature platform, encompassing text, illustrations, and audio, was indeed the creation of this little girl's father. She had previously thought it was merely a child's innocent fantasy, never suspecting that little Meng's father was a hidden master of storytelling and artistry. The teacher crouched down to meet little Meng's eyes, her face radiating genuine admiration. "Little Meng, I see it now. These drawings are magnificent. Your father is truly remarkable to create such an engaging story and such beautiful illustrations. I was mistaken before, and I apologize." Hearing the teacher's acknowledgement and praise, little Ming's smile blossomed like a flower. It felt as if her heart was filled with sweet honey, warm and joyful. All her grievances and frustrations dissipated in that moment. "It's all right, teacher," little Ming replied sweetly, brimming with pride. "My daddy is the best daddy in the world." She carefully took the drawings from the teacher, cradling them like treasures, and meticulously returned each one to her backpack. She vowed to protect her father's artwork, ensuring none would be lost. Meanwhile, after safely dropping his daughter off at the kindergarten, Chen Feng returned to their apartment. Sitting on the sofa, he took a sip of water and suddenly recalled little Ming's words from the previous day. She had mentioned that some children at kindergarten had stickers of the adventures of an N and Yu. At the time, he had focused solely on soothing her feelings, not thinking deeply about it. Now, in the quiet of his thoughts, something felt amiss. Stickers? He distinctly remembered that the contract he signed with the Bale Children's Literature platform primarily concerned the publication rights for physical books. The revenue from the electronic version was shared according to the platform's agreement. However, he had never signed any agreement regarding peripheral products like stickers or toys. Had the Bale Children's Literature platform printed these stickers for sale without notifying him, and certainly without his authorization? Upon reflecting on this matter, Chen Feng's brow creased slightly. If this were indeed the case, then the platform's actions would be rather unscrupulous. This issue transcended mere finances. It was fundamentally about the respect owed to his intellectual property as a creator. He set down his cup and picked up his phone. Locating the WeChat of the chief editor of Bale Children's Tales, Tang Wenyuan, he resolved to seek clarification directly. After organizing his thoughts, he sent a message. "Hello, Editor Tang. I hope I'm not disturbing you. I would like to inquire about a matter." After sending the message, he held his phone, awaiting a response. Contemplating how he would respond should the platform have indeed utilized his character without permission. This situation required elucidation. Chapter 46. Chen Feng's original song becomes a sensation. Shortly after Chen Feng dispatched his message, his phone buzzed with an incoming voice call from Tang Wenyuan. As soon as Chen Feng answered, he was greeted by Tang Wenyuan's somewhat urgent voice. "Teacher Xiefeng, good day. I was just about to reach out to you. I didn't expect you to contact me first." Chen Feng got straight to the point. "Editor Tang, I apologize for the interruption. I would like to inquire about the stickers related to the adventures of an Un and Yu. My daughter mentioned that some children at her kindergarten are playing with them. Yet I recall that we did not authorize such peripheral products." "Oh dear, Teacher Xiefeng, you brought this up just as I was about to discuss this with you." Tang Wenyuan's tone bore hints of indignation and helplessness. "We have recently discovered that numerous stickers and small cards from the adventures of an Un and Yu have suddenly appeared online and in various small shops. The printing quality is inconsistent, yet the sales are surprisingly high. This is certainly not an official release from our company. It is unequivocally pirated. These individuals are remarkably swift." Hearing that it was not the platform acting on its own accord, but rather piracy, Chen Feng felt a sigh of relief, though he was still somewhat displeased. The characters he had painstakingly created were being exploited for profit without his consent. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "Editor Tang, given that there is such a demand in the market and that pirated stickers are selling like hotcakes, it indicates that children truly enjoy them. Why do we not pursue this ourselves in an open and legitimate manner? We could consider producing stickers and toys as peripheral products." "Ah, Teacher Xiefeng, you are on the same wavelength as I am." Tang Wenyuan's voice immediately brightened with excitement. "Our company has also discussed this matter in internal meetings. The market for legitimate peripheral products is vast. We were previously concerned that you might be reluctant to authorize the development of these, which is why we hesitated to bring it up. Since you are also inclined towards this, that is splendid. If you trust us, grant us authorization to operate on behalf of Bale Children's Tales, and we assure you that we will make the adventures of an Un and Yu peripherals thrive." Chen Feng smiled, feeling fairly satisfied with his previous collaboration with Bale Children's Tales. He readily replied, "Very well, I authorize you. Now let us discuss the specifics of the revenue sharing." "Excellent." Tang Wenyuan quickly responded. "Teacher Xiefeng, how do you believe it is most appropriate to divide the profits? Our platform will handle design, production, channels, sales, and promotion, which incurs considerable investment." Chen Feng had already considered this matter. He replied steadily, "Editor Tang, the core creative concepts and character rights reside with me. This is fundamental for the sale of peripheral products. I believe a division of 70-30 is reasonable, with me receiving 70 and the platform 30. There was a brief silence on the other end, seemingly a moment of contemplation. Tang Wenyuan's voice returned, tinged with a hint of negotiation. "Teacher Xiefeng, wouldn't a 30-70 split be somewhat low for our platform? After all, our operational costs are quite high. How about a 40-60 division instead? You at 60, and we at 40. Chen Feng maintained a calm, yet resolute tone. "Editor Tang, the value of the characters is paramount. Without an N and Yu, There would be no basis for any subsequent discussions. 70-30 is my absolute bottom line. I believe that even with only 30%, given the current popularity of an and UU, the platform could still earn a substantial profit. Tang Wenyuan chuckled ruefully on the other end, recognizing Chen Feng's firmness. It dawned on him that it was indeed his side that needed to rely on teacher Xie Feng for sustenance. He quickly adjusted his mindset and readily conceded, "Very well. Since you have stated it so, we shall proceed with your terms. 70-30. You 70, we 30. I will have our legal team prepare the authorization contract immediately and send you the electronic version for your review. Thank you for your efforts." Chen Feng felt quite pleased with this outcome. Shortly after hanging up, a detailed authorization contract for the peripheral products arrived in his email. After meticulously reviewing the terms and confirming their accuracy, he signed the electronic contract. Glancing at the finalized agreement, Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Initially, he had merely aimed to tell stories to his daughter and earn a little money, leading to the creation of the adventures of an and UU. He never anticipated that not only would the physical books sell remarkably well, but now even stickers and toys would be formally developed. Ironically, those pirated stickers purchased by children had inadvertently opened a new avenue of revenue for him. Life's occurrences can indeed be quite wondrous at times. In the supplementary clauses of the contract, Chen Feng specifically added a stipulation authorizing Bale Children's Tales to take full responsibility for combating pirated peripheral products related to the adventures of an and UU. His reasoning was sound. Editor Tang, I must ask that you and your platform take the lead in combating piracy. You have a professional legal team and expertise that surpasses my own. I have to care for my child and genuinely lack the energy to manage these troublesome matters. Tang Wenyuan readily agreed. Absolutely. Teacher Xie Feng, rest assured, upholding the rights of legitimate creators is our duty. We will endeavor to combat those pirates with great vigor. With all matters settled, Chen Feng felt significantly relieved. He had secured an additional stable source of income while delegating the troublesome issues to professionals, allowing him to enjoy a leisurely life and spend more time with his daughter. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoxi, having completed a full day of work, nestled into her comfortable sofa at home, habitually donned her headphones, and opened the Cool Music app. She had a penchant for discovering new songs during her downtime, seeking out delightful melodies. As she perused the new song dispatch and independent original sections, her fingers glided over a dozen tracks, casually sampling a few before losing interest and skipping ahead. Why are there so few enjoyable new songs lately? She murmured softly, feeling a twinge of boredom, finding either monotonous tunes or jarring noise. Just as she was about to close the app, her finger absent-mindedly swiped down, inadvertently catching sight of a song titled Next Stop, Encounter. The artist was named Xie Feng, a name that evoked no particular recollection. Next Stop, Encounter? The title piqued her curiosity. With a mindset of giving it a try, she clicked on the song. As the prelude began, a clean yet slightly melancholic piano melody flowed gently, instantly creating an atmosphere of urban tranquility tinged with nostalgia. Soon after, a deep and magnetic male voice entered her ears, accompanied by the soft strumming of a guitar. That autumn, at the subway station where fine rain fell, you stood by the automatic door, holding a book to your chest. The wind from the arriving train flipped the yellowing pages. As I bent down, I caught your smiling eyes. Lin Ruoxi was momentarily captivated. The melody was undeniably catchy. With a tinge of regret and nostalgia, the lyrics struck a chord deep within her heart. The imagery conjured by the words was vividly poignant. It was as if she could truly envision that drizzly subway station and that serendipitous encounter. The voice was nothing short of enchanting. Gentle, pure, imbued with an ineffable sense of storytelling. Each word seemed to delicately pluck at the strings of her heart. She instinctively sat up straighter, turned up the volume slightly, closed her eyes, and surrendered herself completely to the music. When she reached the chorus, "But love, like a missed train, once you turn away, it is difficult to return to the starting point," Lin Ruoxi felt a gentle tug at her heart. The song masterfully articulated the helplessness and regret surrounding lost love. As the final notes faded, only the faint sound of static remained in her headphones. Yet, Lin Ruoxi lingered in a reverie, filled with the satisfaction and thrill that only exquisite music can evoke. "It's simply marvelous," she murmured to herself, eagerly hitting the repeat button before diving into the comments section of the song. As anticipated, the comments section was ablaze with excitement, brimming with listeners equally entranced by the song. "Wow, I'm on my knees. This voice is utterly captivating. A serendipitous find of a divine song. The melody and lyrics are simply extraordinary. Who is Xie Feng? A newcomer? Such vocal prowess and songwriting talent. It's astonishing." It brought me to tears, reminding me of my ex who I lost at the subway station. I've been on repeat all day and can't stop. Please, Xie Feng, bless us with more songs. If this song doesn't become a hit, it would be a travesty. The lyrics, melody, and vocals all by one person? Chen Feng is incredible. I've already shared it with all my girlfriends. Ladies, rush to listen. Seeing the screen filled with awe and praise, Lin Ruoshi couldn't help but contribute her own thoughts to the chorus of admiration. I stumbled upon this and have been in a loop ever since. It's been ages since I heard such a soul-stirring original song. Chen Feng is truly remarkable. Looking forward to more works. After posting her comment, she leaned back contentedly on the sofa, allowing the gentle yet slightly melancholic melody to linger in her ears. She mused to herself that this original artist named Chen Feng was indeed a treasure. Chapter 47. The song raked in over 20,000 in revenue in a single day. Lin Ruoshi, still immersed in the melody of Next Stop, Encounter, felt an overwhelming curiosity and admiration for this creator named Chen Feng. Why did the name seem vaguely familiar? She mumbled to herself, her fingers unconsciously tapping against the armrest of the sofa. After a moment of contemplation, a light bulb went off in her mind. Of course. She sat up abruptly, recalling that it was likely Chen Feng. She remembered vividly her last visit to her friend Jiang Yingxue's apartment, which she had arranged for Chen Feng and Xiaoming. On the living room walls hung several landscape paintings created by Chen Feng himself, and they were truly exquisite. At that time, she had even closely examined the signature and seal, which read something like Chen Feng Shanqing. How did Chen Feng explain it? Oh right. He mentioned that the name was derived from Jiang Yingxue's shui and his own Feng. Chen Feng Shanqing, Chen Feng. Lin Ruoshi's eyes widened slightly as a bold hypothesis emerged in her mind. Could the songwriter Chen Feng be Chen Feng? However, as soon as this thought surfaced, she quickly shook her head in denial. Impossible, impossible. She muttered to herself, I must be overthinking this. It's just a coincidence that the names are similar. The more she pondered, the more absurd her notion seemed. Chen Feng, a food delivery guy, who could paint, tell stories, and cook. How extraordinary. If he could also write songs and sing so professionally, would he still be human? He would be a deity. She pursed her lips, convinced that the odds of that were slimmer than winning the lottery. It was probably just a coincidence. There are many people named Chen Feng or using it as a pseudonym. Despite dismissing her initial hypothesis, her curiosity about the singer Chen Feng remained unabated. She exited the song playback page and navigated to Chen Feng's personal profile to see if he had other works. To her astonishment, the page displayed 4 additional popular songs. She clicked on each one to listen. Every single one, truly every single one, was exceptionally beautiful. While the styles varied, the melody, lyrics, and performance maintained an extraordinarily high standard. They were on par with Next Stop, Encounter. My heavens. Lin Ruoshi couldn't help but exclaim. He truly is a musical genius. Even more astonishing was the fact that this Chen Feng had also composed 5 children's songs. She listened to those as well. The style of the children's songs was entirely different, with simple and cheerful melodies and lyrics brimming with childlike wonder, catchy enough to lift even her adult spirits. Moreover, these children's songs had impressive play counts, indicating their popularity among kids and parents alike. This Chen Feng, who could master both pop and children's music with such finesse, was an enigma. Lin Ruoshi gazed at the simple profile picture and name on her phone, her heart filled with a desire to explore further. Yet she refrained from linking this Chen Feng to the Chen Feng who took care of children. After all, that was simply too far-fetched. At 3:20 p.m., Chen Feng appeared punctually at the entrance of Stephen International Bilingual Kindergarten. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the children began to emerge one by one under the guidance of their teacher. Soon, he spotted that familiar little figure. Xiaoming dashed out of the classroom with remarkable speed, almost running, her eyes immediately locking onto her father. Like a joyful little deer, she bounded over, her face radiating an incredibly bright smile. Daddy, Daddy, Chen Feng chuckled as he squatted down to embrace his daughter, who leaped into his arms. Slow down. Be careful not to fall. He tousled her hair affectionately. Xiaoming, brimming with excitement, could hardly contain herself. Daddy, I showed my drawings to the other kids today. They all saw. Oh, is that so? What did they say? Chen Feng asked, playing along, though the joy on his daughter's face already revealed the answer. They all said it looked amazing. Xiaoming exclaimed animatedly. Li Mingho was the first to say he believed me. And Zhang Xiaoya said my daddy's painting of Anin and Yeye is prettier than the stickers. Other children chimed in, saying they believed too. No one called me a bragging queen anymore. She tilted her face up, her big eyes sparkling with pride. The teacher praised Daddy too. She said Daddy is amazing. Seeing his daughter so elated filled Chen Feng's heart with warmth. He smiled and asked, so now is our Xiaoming happy? Happy. Super duper happy. Incredibly happy. Xiaoming nodded vigorously, wrapping her little arms tightly around Chen Feng's neck. Thank you, Daddy. You're the best. Xiaoming's happiness brought joy to Chen Feng as well. He lifted her up in his arms and said, all right, let us go home. Daddy will make you something delicious. Yay. Xiaoming cheered. Hand in hand, The father and daughter walked home, engaging in laughter and chatter. Upon arriving home, Chen Feng tied on an apron and began preparing dinner. Today, he prepared several delectable dishes that Xiaoming particularly enjoys: tender shrimp with scrambled eggs, sweet honey-glazed chicken wings, and a vibrant stir-fry of colorful bell peppers and mushrooms with beef. Rich in nutrition. As the meal was served, Xiaoming picked up her little spoon and relished every bite. "Daddy, this shrimp is so delicious. Daddy, the chicken wings smell amazing. Your cooking is the best in the world." Hearing his daughter's innocent praise and watching her finish every morsel in her bowl, Chen Feng felt that this was his greatest happiness. As night fell and the clock struck 9:30, it was time for bed. Chen Feng gently lifted Xiaoming into bed and tucked her in. Without turning on the light, he sat by the bedside, illuminated by the faint glow from outside, and softly hummed the lullaby he had composed, "The stars have fallen asleep." His voice, deep and tender, flowed gently through the quiet room. Listening to her father's song, Xiaoming's eyelids gradually drooped, her breathing becoming steady and elongated. Before long, she fell into a deep slumber. Chen Feng lingered for a while, ensuring his daughter was sound asleep before quietly rising and slipping out of the bedroom, softly closing the door behind him. In the living room, he poured himself a glass of water and settled onto the sofa, instinctively reaching for his phone to check the day's earnings. He first opened the Bell Fairy Tale app. The back-end data revealed that his earnings for the day exceeded 60,000 yuan. This figure included subscriptions for the electronic version of an N and UU's adventures, along with reader donations and other revenues. Seeing this number, Chen Feng felt quite satisfied. The income generated by this story was indeed becoming increasingly substantial and steady. Next, he opened the Cool Music app to check on the songs he had uploaded. Upon doing so, he was taken aback. The 5 popular songs he had previously uploaded each garnered millions of streams. Next stop, Encounter was particularly far ahead. The comments section was flooded with new messages, all praising the beauty of the songs. The 5 children's songs also performed admirably, each accumulating hundreds of thousands to millions of streams. He hurried to check the back-end revenue data. When he saw the earnings for the day, he couldn't help but blink in disbelief and scrutinize the figure again. Indeed, over 23,000 yuan. Just for today, the 10 songs he uploaded had brought him more than 20,000 in earnings. This was far beyond his expectations. He knew the skills endowed by the system were of master-level quality, but he had not anticipated such a swift and enthusiastic market response. A wave of immense joy surged within him. It seemed that this musical endeavor was indeed a viable path, and the prospects appeared exceedingly bright. Chapter 48. Jiang Yingxue's grandfather was astonished by Chen Feng's paintings. In the bustling Lulikang of the capital, at the Rongbozai consignment shop, a well-dressed elderly gentleman, clad in a dark tang suit and meticulously groomed, strolled in leisurely. His name was Jiang Yingxue, the founder of the Jiang Group and grandfather of Jiang Yingxue, now semi-retired. He entrusted the company's major affairs to his descendants. He had no particular hobbies except for collecting antiques, calligraphy, and modern jade artifacts. Anything that caught his eye was a welcome addition to his collection. With some free time today, he decided to visit Rongbozai to see if he could unearth any treasures. The shop assistant recognized this esteemed regular immediately and hurried over, greeting him respectfully. "Jiang Lao, welcome. Please, come inside." Jiang Yingxue nodded slightly in acknowledgement and began to meander through the shop, his gaze sweeping over the displayed treasures. While there were indeed many new items, ceramics, jade carvings, modern oil paintings, after a thorough inspection, he furrowed his brow slightly, his expression revealing his disappointment. The assistant, following closely, eagerly introduced, "Jiang Lao. Take a look at this blue and white porcelain vase, crafted by a contemporary master, with exquisite detailing." Jiang Yingxue shook his head. "What about this oil painting? Its colors are bold and impactful." Still, Jiang Yingxue shook his head. "And here is a piece of Hetian jade, known for its smooth texture." Jiang Yingxue waved his hand, interrupting, "These are all commonplace items, lacking any vigor." The assistant felt a bit awkward, knowing well that this esteemed elder had exceptionally high standards and would not be impressed by ordinary pieces. Just then, the shop manager, Qiu Zimo, emerged from the office and immediately spotted Jiang Yingxue, his face lighting up with a warm smile as he approached swiftly. "Ah, Jiang Lao, what brings you here? It's been a while since your last visit." Qiu Zimo extended his hands for a handshake. Jiang Yingxue reciprocated, his tone tinged with mild reproach. "Zimo, there's nothing noteworthy here lately. I've looked around, but nothing has caught my eye." Qiu Zimo understood well that Jiang Yingxue's taste was exceptionally refined, particularly regarding paintings and calligraphy. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He recalled a few landscape paintings the young artist had delivered a few days prior. After a brief hesitation, with a smile, he tentatively suggested, "Jiang Lao, I know your standards are high, and ordinary items won't meet your expectations. However, We did receive a few paintings recently from an unknown artist named Chen Feng. They are landscapes, and I find them somewhat interesting. I wonder if you might be interested in taking a look? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yingxue's interest peaked. Oh, an unknown artist is not a problem. I collect based on the quality of the piece itself, not the artist's name. If the painting is excellent and possesses depth, I will cherish it. Quickly, lead me to see them. Qiu Zimo felt a surge of delight and promptly guided him. This way, please. Instead of heading to the bustling main exhibition hall, they took several turns and arrived at a quieter, more secluded exhibition room. Originally, Qiu Zimo believed that the paintings by Chen Feng were indeed impressive, so he had displayed them prominently in the main exhibition area. However, despite their quality, no one inquired about them, as the name Chen Feng was unfamiliar to the visitors. After several days of being overlooked, Qiu Zimo had no choice but to relocate them to this less frequented room to free up prime exhibition space. Stepping into this dimly lit exhibition room, with only a few paintings adorning the walls, Qiu Zimo pointed to 4 landscape paintings hanging on the inner wall, saying, Jiang Lao. Here they are. Jiang Yingxue's gaze followed Qiu Zimo's gesture. Upon seeing them, he halted in his tracks, his eyes lighting up as if he had discovered a treasure. He quickly approached the first painting, Autumn Winds in the Valleys, leaning in closely to examine it. The scene depicted towering peaks and deep valleys, with a breeze seemingly flowing from the painting, carrying a hint of coolness. The brushwork on the rocks was bold and vigorous, while the branches of the trees appeared to sway in the wind. The entire composition was majestic yet imbued with a sense of autumnal melancholy. Excellent. Truly excellent. Jiang Yingxue exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. These mountains, these rocks, this water. Look at the brushwork, so seasoned. The feeling of the autumn wind stirring the forest, it brings the painting to life. Truly, it has come alive. The grandeur and the essence are unparalleled. He was captivated, pointing out the details of the painting to Qiu Zimo, saying, Zimo, observe how the distant mountains are rendered. The interplay of reality and illusion creates an immediate sense of space. Such artistry is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary painter. It possesses an ancient essence, yet diverges from the past, infused with the artist's unique touch. Qiu Zimo nodded vigorously beside him, exclaiming, Indeed, Mr. Jiang. I felt profoundly moved upon my first encounter with it. Jiang Yingxue eagerly shifted to the second painting, Cold Forest and Snow, where an entirely different scene unfolded. The desolate river lay silent, snow blanketing the mountains and forests, enveloping the realm in a chill of solitude. The withered trees along the riverbank, their branches sturdy and laden with ice and snow, seemed to silently narrate the harshness of winter. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. Jiang Yingxue inhaled deeply, as if he could feel the coldness emanating from the painting. The serene yet desolate ambience was captured with exquisite precision. Observe the snow, rendered with such translucency. It appears almost real. This cold forest, so proud and stark, what a splendid depiction of cold forest and snow. The artist's tranquil mind is clearly reflected in this realm of artistry. He shook his head in rapture, unable to contain his praise. Then, he glanced at the third painting, Peach Blossom Retreat. The scene depicted a meandering stream surrounded by lush greenery, with several thatched cottages nestled within, exuding an aura of tranquility and peace, far removed from the clamor of the world. Ah, what a veritable paradise. A contented smile graced Jiang Yingxue's face, as the fresh brushwork and serene essence instantly calmed his spirit. These cottages, the flowing water, the vibrant flora, all radiating life and tranquility. Splendid. This painting is imbued with an ethereal quality, truly exceptional. Finally, he stood before the fourth painting, Lotus and Fish Playing. This piece, in contrast to the majestic or serene qualities of the previous works, exuded a lively vibrancy. In the pond, lotus flowers bloomed in various stages, while several koi danced playfully through the water, their movements so vivid they seemed ready to leap from the canvas. Haha, how delightful. Jiang Yingxue chuckled, finding this piece refreshingly different, full of vitality and rustic charm. Look at these fish, so animated. These lotus flowers, standing gracefully, exuding elegance. The harmony of movement and stillness, brimming with life. Wonderful. He scrutinized the 4 paintings repeatedly, growing increasingly enamored, his face aglow with amazement and admiration. Turning to Qiu Zimo, he inquired with ardent curiosity, Zimo, you mentioned the artist's name? Chen Feng? I must admit, I have never heard of him. Yet these paintings are truly remarkable, each a masterpiece. The profound meanings and exquisite brushwork are unparalleled. How did you come to acquire these works? Chapter 49. The president of the Huaxia Calligraphy and Painting Association also admired Chen Feng's paintings. Jiang Yingxue stood there, his gaze still affixed to the 4 paintings. Reluctant to look away, his face bore an expression of astonishment as he shook his head repeatedly. Zimo, It has been ages since I have encountered landscape paintings of such elevated artistry. The brushwork, the spirit, they are extraordinary. Pray tell, who is this Chen Feng? Is he a recluse of exceptional talent, or perhaps a favored disciple of a renowned master? Qiu Zimo wore a faint smile of resignation, raising his hands. Mr. Jiang. To be frank, I too am eager to learn more. However, my knowledge of this Chen Feng is rather limited. All I know is that he is a young man in his 20s, appearing quite ordinary, with nothing particularly remarkable about him. What? In his 20s? Jiang Yingxue abruptly turned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Are you saying the creator of these paintings is merely in his 20s? How is that possible? He pointed at the paintings on the wall, his voice rising in excitement. Look at the strength of his brushwork, the depth of his concept. Such mastery cannot be achieved without decades of experience and life-esque trials. A mere youth? Zimo, you are not jesting with me, are you? Qiu Zimo smiled helplessly. Mr. Jiang, I would never dare to jest with you. It is indeed true. He is simply a young man, and I was equally astonished at first, having confirmed it repeatedly. One can only conclude that he is a genius, a true prodigy. Jiang Yingxue inhaled deeply several times, barely managing to suppress his astonishment, murmuring, incredible, truly incredible. The youth is formidable indeed. The more he gazed at the 4 paintings, the more he appreciated them, turning to Qiu Zimo and asking, Zimo, how much are you pricing these works? Qiu Zimo promptly replied, Mr. Jiang, each of these 4 paintings is priced at 500,000. 500,000. Jiang Yingxue did not even flinch, waving his hand decisively. Not expensive at all. Not at all. They are worth every penny. I will take them all. Please wrap them up for me. Upon hearing this, Qiu Zimo's heart soared with joy. Finally, he had encountered someone with discernment. His face broke into a radiant smile as he responded eagerly, Excellent. Excellent. Mr. Jiang, you truly possess an eye for beauty. I shall ensure they are wrapped meticulously. He immediately turned and called out, Xiao Zhang, come in here at once. Help Mr. Jiang carefully pack these 4 paintings. A young clerk promptly entered, nimbly bringing a small ladder to begin taking down the paintings. At that moment, another individual walked into the exhibition room. An elderly gentleman, dressed in a gray Zhongshan suit, with neatly combed hair and an air of cultured elegance, entered. His name was Sun Weiguo, the president of the Huaxia Calligraphy and Painting Association, a distinguished collector and a frequent patron of Rongbio Zai. Ah, what a lively gathering today. Old Jiang, Zimo, you are both here. Sun Weiguo greeted them with a hearty laugh, his voice resonant. Jiang Yingxue and Qiu Zimo smiled in response. Old Sun, you have come as well? Mr. Sun, how delightful to see you here today. The 3 exchanged pleasantries. Sun Weiguo's gaze casually swept across the exhibition room until it landed on the clerk Xiao Zhang, who was poised to remove the painting Autumn Winds in 10 Valleys. The moment his eyes fell upon the artwork, it was as if he had been drawn by a magnet, and he halted in his tracks. Wait, young man, do not move. Sun Weiguo called out urgently, striding forward to stand before the painting, tilting his head to observe it intently. Jiang Yingxue, witnessing this, wore a knowing and pleased smile as he approached and asked, Old Sun, what do you think? This painting is quite remarkable, is it not? Without turning his head, Sun Weiguo waved his hand repeatedly, his tone fervent, not merely remarkable. Old Jiang, this painting is exquisite. Look at the grandeur of the mountains, the spirit it conveys, the essence of autumn's desolation captured down to the very marrow. The artistic quality is sublime. The brushwork is masterful, a truly rare gem. Upon hearing Sun Weiguo's praise, Jiang Yingxue felt a profound sense of camaraderie. His heart swelling with joy, he patted Sun Weiguo on the shoulder, gesturing towards the other 3 paintings. Old Sun, do not merely fixate on this one. Behold these as well, they are all by the same artist. Only then did Sun Weiguo notice the other 3 paintings hanging nearby. He hurried over, scrutinizing each one closely. The solitude of cold forest and snow, the tranquility of peach blossom retreat, and the vibrancy of lotus and fish playing. Each piece left him awestruck, eliciting gasps of admiration from his lips. After examining all 4 paintings, Sun Weiguo was so exhilarated he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. Each one is a masterpiece among masterpieces. Though each conveys a different essence, their quality is astonishingly high. Old Jiang, it has been ages since I have encountered so many exceptional paintings in one sitting. What a fortuitous day. He abruptly turned, grasping Qiu Zimo's arm, his urgency palpable. Zimo, pray tell, who is the artist behind these works? Who is this Chen Feng, this master of artistry? Has a retired old master from our capital emerged? Or is it a master we are unaware of? Qiu Zimo observed the excited Sun Weiguo and then glanced at Jiang Yingxue, whose expression conveyed that he had anticipated this outcome all along. With no choice left, he repeated his previous statement. President Sun, our knowledge of this person from Chen Feng Mountain is rather limited. We only know he is a young man in his 20s. What? Sun Weiguo's reaction was even more exaggerated than Jiang Yingxue's earlier response, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as he exclaimed at a high pitch, in his 20s? Zimo, you cannot be mistaken. Look at these 4 paintings, the depth of skill and the essence they convey. Such mastery cannot possibly be achieved without decades of devoted study and profound life experiences. You tell me a lad in his 20s created these? How can I trust that? He pointed at the paintings, his hand trembling slightly. This is simply impossible. Are you sure you haven't made an error? Qiu Zimo wore a pained expression. President Sun, I wish I were wrong. But the truth is, he is indeed a young man. I watched him take the paintings out of the tube myself. One can only say that such extraordinary talent exists in this world. Sun Weiguo stood speechless for a moment, glancing between the paintings, Qiu Zimo, and the grinning Jiang Yingxue, feeling as though his understanding of reality had been completely overturned. Having dedicated his life to the art of calligraphy and painting, he had never encountered such an astonishing phenomenon. After what felt like an eternity, he managed to process this shocking information, though the astonishment in his eyes remained unyielding. Taking a deep breath, as though making a momentous decision, he turned to Qiu Zimo and solemnly inquired, Zimo, speak to me honestly. How much are these 4 paintings going for? I wish to purchase them. Isn't the marked price 2 million? How did it sell for 10 million? Upon hearing Qiu Zimo's quoted price, Sun Weiguo's eyes sparkled with excitement. And he immediately declared, 2 million? Excellent. I shall take these 4 paintings. Hey, old son, this isn't fair. Jiang Yingxue interjected urgently, stepping forward. I was the first to express interest in these 4 paintings. I already said I wanted them. How can this be yours? Sun Weiguo, with a mischievous glint in his eye, turned to Jiang Yingxue and asked, Old Jiang, have you paid yet? Jiang Yingxue paused for a moment, instinctively replying, Not yet. Then that settles it. Sun Weiguo spread his arms wide, confidently asserting, If you haven't paid, the paintings have not been sold. Anyone can buy them. Zimo, am I right? 2 million for these 4 paintings. I am purchasing them. He reiterated, emphasizing his point. Jiang Yingxue was momentarily taken aback by this logic, his face reddening with frustration. You are being unreasonable. I was clearly the first to express my intent. Zimo was even preparing to wrap them for me. He frantically pulled out his checkbook. Ready to write. I will pay right now. 2 million, correct? Seeing this, Sun Weiguo immediately produced his own checkbook, declaring loudly, I will offer 1 million. These 4 paintings are mine. Though he and Jiang Yingxue were longtime friends, neither would relent when it came to acquiring valuable items. Neither would extend any courtesy to the other. Jiang Yingxue had not anticipated such a fierce competitor to emerge in the form of his old friend, and he was unwilling to concede. Old son, is this how you want to play? Jiang Yingxue glared, gripping his pen tightly, and shouted, 3 million. These 4 paintings are mine. At the utterance of that price, even Qiu Zimo was taken aback. He had initially thought the marked price of 2 million was already pushing the limits, yet here it was, suddenly increased by 1 million. Sun Weiguo was equally stunned, never having expected Jiang Yingxue to raise the ante by 900,000 in one go. However, his admiration for the paintings was genuine, and he too was unwilling to back down, defiantly responding, 5 million. 5 million. Jiang Yingxue's eyelids didn't even flicker as he swiftly announced an even higher figure, aiming to intimidate Sun Weiguo into retreat. The onlookers, including several staff members and customers, collectively gasped in astonishment. 5 million for 4 paintings by an unknown contemporary artist? This is utterly outrageous. Sun Weiguo's face twitched, clearly feeling the weight of the pressure, yet he gritted his teeth and countered, 5 million. 7 million. Jiang Yingxue wasted no time in seizing the moment again, raising the stakes with fervor. Qiu Zimo stood between the two, feeling as if his heart might leap from his chest. After years of running an auction house, he had never witnessed such an intense bidding war, especially for paintings that had previously languished without interest. This was a veritable windfall. Sweat began to bead on Sun Weiguo's forehead as he wiped it away, glancing at the determined Jiang Yingxue and then at the 4 paintings that stirred his desire. Finally, with gritted teeth, he declared, 75 million. This was nearly reaching his psychological limit. Seeing that his old friend was still holding firm, Jiang Yingxue huffed, crossed his fingers together, and boldly proclaimed, 10 million. I will offer 10 million for these 4 paintings. 11 million. Sun Weiguo was utterly dumbfounded, his mouth agape, unable to close it for several moments. Qiu Zimo and the nearby staff were equally astonished, the entire exhibition room falling into a stunned silence. While Sun Weiguo's family background was substantial, he was still dwarfed by a business titan like Jiang Yingxue. The figure of 10 million had completely surpassed his capacity to cope. His expression shifted through various shades, ultimately resembling a deflated balloon as he despondently shook his head and put away his checkbook. Old Jiang, you are ruthless. I concede. I cannot compete with you. With that, he angrily tossed his sleeve and stormed out, his back radiating a sense of unwillingness. Jiang Yingxue, watching his old friend depart in a huff, broke into a victorious smile. Without hesitation, he retrieved his checkbook and swiftly jotted down the amount of 10 million, tearing it off and handing it to Qiu Zimo. Zimo, take care of this. Ensure the paintings are wrapped meticulously. Of course. Absolutely. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang. Qiu Zimo replied, accepting the hefty check with trembling hands. He quickly directed the still-dazed staff, hurry. Be careful and take down the paintings, using the best packaging. The staff, now jolted from their stupor, scrambled into action, carefully removing the 4 paintings from the wall, gently rolling them up and placing them into specially designed tubes, respectfully handing them to Jiang Yingxue. With the tube containing the 4 paintings in hand, Jiang Yingxue departed Rongbiozai with a smile of satisfaction, resembling a triumphant general. Once Jiang Yingxue had distanced himself, Qiu Zimo and the staff remained enveloped in disbelief and elation. 11 million? Did those 4 paintings actually sell for 10 million? One staff member stammered, feeling as if they were in a dream. Indeed, 10 million. Qiu Zimo gazed at the check in his hand, also feeling it was surreal. He had been grateful for a sale at 2 million, yet it had quintupled. According to the auction house's rules, they would receive a commission of 10 of the sale price, amounting to a staggering 1 million. This was an unexpected delight. A windfall from the heavens. Overcome with excitement, Qiu Zimo spun in place twice before finally calming down. He quickly remembered the most important task. He needed to inform the person from Xiefeng Mountain without delay. Rushing to retrieve his phone, he found the number left by Chen Feng and dialed it. On the other side, Chen Feng was in the study of his apartment, unrolling a sheet of drawing paper, preparing to create something anew. Suddenly, his phone rang. He picked it up to see it was Manager Qiu from Rongbiozai. He wondered, could it be that a painting had sold? That was quite fast. He answered the call. Hello, Manager Qiu, how are you? On the other end, he immediately heard the slightly high-pitched voice of Qiu Zimo, brimming with excitement. Mr. Xiefeng, wonderful news. Tremendous news. The 4 paintings you consigned have just sold. Chen Feng smiled and said, oh, they've sold? That's great. How much did they go for? Did they sell at the listed price? Qiu Zimo exclaimed loudly. Not at the listed price. They sold for 10 million. A full 10 million. What? Chen Feng's smile instantly froze. He thought he had misheard and instinctively asked, Manager Qiu, did you say how much? Those 4 paintings were listed at 2 million, right? How could they sell for 10 million? Chapter 51. Chen Feng's children's song became a sensation. Chen Feng, still in disbelief, repeated, Manager Qiu, did you say how much? Those 4 paintings were listed at 2 million, right? How could they sell for 10 million? On the other end, Qiu Zimo's voice still trembled with uncontained excitement. Mr. Xiefeng, I assure you, it is absolutely true. It was indeed 10 million. Just now, 2 customers were captivated by your 4 paintings and were utterly enamored. They began to compete, each raising their bids, unwilling to back down. Ultimately, one of the customers offered 10 million to secure the paintings. It was an unprecedented bidding war that I have seldom witnessed in my many years as a manager. As Chen Feng listened to Qiu Zimo's description, he could almost visualize the scene of those 2 customers fervently bidding against each other. A wave of immense astonishment surged through him, leaving him feeling somewhat lightheaded. He had already considered 2 million to be a windfall, but this 10 million felt like a grand fortune descending from the heavens, striking him upon the head. Is there truly such a thing? Chen Feng murmured, his voice infused with disbelief and joy. Qiu Zimo continued, yes, indeed, Mr. Xiefeng, congratulations. According to our consignment agreement, our gallery will take a 10 commission from the selling price, so you will actually receive 9 million. Chen Feng quickly calculated in his mind. Originally, at a listed price of 2 million, he would have received 8 million. Now, due to the bidding war, he had earned an additional 2 million. This was an extraordinarily fortuitous turn of events he had never dared to dream of. Yes, that's right, 9 million. Chen Feng struggled to maintain a calm tone. Qiu Zimo replied cheerfully, all right, Mr. Xiefeng, I will arrange for the finance department to transfer the 9 million to you immediately. It has been a pleasure collaborating with you. Thank you, Manager Qiu. I appreciate your hard work. Chen Feng concluded the call, still feeling as though he were in a dream. He set his phone down and walked to the window, gazing outside, and took several deep breaths to gradually calm his racing heart. Within a few minutes, his phone chimed sharply, signaling a bank notification. He picked it up to see the screen clearly displaying, your account ending in XXXX has received a transfer of 9,000,000 RMB at XX. Current balance. Staring at the long string of zeros, Chen Feng's heart raced once more. 9 million. It had indeed arrived. This sum was far greater than all his previous earnings combined. An overwhelming sense of joy and security enveloped him. With this money, his and his daughter's future was undeniably secure. At a nearby kindergarten, a young teacher named Jiang Yingxue was wearing headphones, her fingers gliding over her phone screen. She was beautiful, exuding charm, especially adept at dancing and choreography. Not only was she one of the most beloved teachers at the kindergarten, but she also enjoyed a modest following online as a popular teacher, frequently sharing videos of herself dancing with the children. Recently, while searching for suitable children's songs to choreograph, she accidentally clicked on a song titled Bouncing Little Feet. The lively and cheerful melody immediately captured her attention, and the lyrics brimmed with childlike whimsy and vivid imagery. Little feet, bouncing and jumping, 1, 2, 1, 2, running ahead. Meeting a little bird, saying good morning, encountering flowers. Smiling gently. As she listened, a smile naturally spread across her face. This song was delightful. The brisk rhythm, catchy melody, and energetic vibe made it perfect for choreographing a dance. She excitedly mused to herself, envisioning simple dance moves in her mind. Without hesitation, she listened to Bouncing Little Feet repeatedly, and based on the song's rhythm and lyrics, she quickly choreographed a simple, adorable, and lively dance. The next day, she eagerly taught the song and her choreography to the children in her class. As expected, the children were captivated by the song. The cheerful rhythm compelled them to move their bodies, and they enthusiastically learned the dance, their faces beaming with joy. In no time, the children had mastered the song and could perform the complete dance along with the music. Witnessing the children singing and dancing joyfully together filled Jiang Yingxue with a profound sense of accomplishment. She took out her phone, found the right angle, and recorded the entire process of the children singing Bouncing Little Feet loudly while happily performing her dance. After carefully editing the video, she posted this joyful creation on her personal social media account. Upon its release, the video attracted a multitude of viewers and garnered countless likes. Wow, this song is so delightful. The children are too adorable while dancing. What a magical children's song. Please, what is the title? Bouncing Little Feet. It's now added to my child's bedtime playlist. The dance Yuan teacher created is perfect for little ones, simple yet lively. Watching the children's smiles makes my mood brighter. Which kindergarten is this? The atmosphere is wonderful. The video's popularity soared, leading to Bouncing Little Feet being heard and loved by an ever-growing audience. Around 3:20 p.m., Chen Feng, as usual, walked to the kindergarten to pick up his daughter. He had not been there long when the children were released, bursting out of the classrooms like a flock of jubilant birds. Xiaoming, today, ran even faster than usual, akin to a little cannonball, dashing toward Chen Feng and hugging his leg. "Daddy, Daddy," she exclaimed, her rosy cheeks alight with excitement. Chen Feng grinned as he lifted his daughter. "Oh, my little Ming Ming. Why are you so happy today?" Embracing her father's neck, Xiaoming eagerly shared her joy. "Daddy, the song you wrote, Bouncing Little Feet, all the kids in my class love it. Everyone says it's wonderful." Her little face radiated pride as she continued. "I told them this song is written by my daddy." Li Mingho and Zhang Xiaoya said, "Your daddy is amazing. He is super impressive." Observing his daughter's proud demeanor, Chen Feng felt a sweetness in his heart akin to sipping honey. He gently kissed his daughter's cheek and inquired, "Is that so? Is Xiaoming happy?" "Happy. Super happy." Xiaoming nodded vigorously, her voice resonating with enthusiasm. "My dad is the best." Listening to his daughter's praise and sensing her genuine joy and pride, Chen Feng felt that all his previous efforts and sacrifices had been worthwhile. To be a source of pride in his daughter's heart brought him a happiness and satisfaction far surpassing the mere acquisition of 9 million. The father and daughter laughed and chatted as they strolled towards their apartment complex. Chapter 52. Accompanying my daughter to play basketball. Chen Feng held his daughter Xiaoming's hand and strolled leisurely back to the community. Along the way, Xiaoming spotted a little boy dribbling a basketball, the ball thumping rhythmically against the ground. Instantly captivated, her large eyes sparkled as she shook her father's hand and looked up, exclaiming, "Dad, look, basketball. I want to play too." Chen Feng glanced down at his daughter's eager face and smiled, nodding in agreement. "All right, if Xiaoming wants to play, then Dad will accompany you. Let's go home and grab the ball." "Yay!" Xiaoming exclaimed, joyfully bouncing in place. Upon returning to their apartment, Chen Feng retrieved a child-sized basketball he had purchased previously from the storage room. He took Xiaoming, who was brimming with excitement, and headed out again, taking the elevator directly to the underground garage. Upon reaching his domestic vehicle, he unlocked the car and carefully placed Xiaoming in the back seat's child safety seat, fastening her seatbelt before seating himself in the driver's seat. He started the car and smoothly drove out of the garage, heading towards a public basketball court he was aware of nearby. Before long, he parked the car in a space close to the basketball court. Holding Xiaoming and the basketball, he walked toward the court. The public basketball area was quite lively, with several courts hosting intense games and practice sessions. The sounds of dribbling, running, and the basketball striking the backboard blended together, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Chen Feng stood at the sidelines with Xiao Meng for a while, observing the players dribble, pass, and shoot. Suddenly, a series of system notifications filled his mind. Observing others play basketball, basketball skill proficiency 10. Observing others play basketball, basketball skill proficiency 15. Observing others play basketball, basketball skill proficiency 12. Chen Feng felt a surge of joy. He hadn't anticipated such benefits. Merely watching others play was enhancing his own basketball skills. As the notifications continued to sound, a distinct one suddenly chimed in. Ding! Your basketball skill proficiency has surpassed 100 points, elevating your basketball level from beginner to proficient. A profound understanding of the sport and muscle memory surged into Chen Feng's mind and body in an instant. He sensed a marked enhancement in his control over basketball. His current skill level was nearly on par with that of an average professional player. This unexpected improvement thrilled Chen Feng. It seemed that this super dad system truly possessed remarkable capabilities, enabling him to master basketball so swiftly. Surveying the area, he noticed a vacant half-court nearby. Xiao Meng, let's play over there. It's unoccupied, Chen Feng suggested, pointing towards the empty space. All right. Xiao Meng eagerly tugged at her father's hand and dashed toward it. Upon reaching the empty court, Chen Feng handed the basketball to Xiao Meng, saying, Here, Xiao Meng, let dad first teach you how to hold the ball and dribble. He patiently demonstrated and guided her in adopting the correct posture. Teaching daughter the basics of basketball, teaching skill proficiency 15. Teaching daughter the basics of basketball, teaching skill proficiency 18. Xiao Meng was earnest in her learning. Though her small hands and feet made her movements somewhat clumsy, her enthusiasm was palpable. Under the guidance of her proficient father, she quickly learned to embrace the ball with both hands and dribble it with her tiny hands, albeit not very high or accurately. Yet she was already making commendable progress. Dad, look, I can dribble, Xiao Meng exclaimed excitedly, showcasing her newfound skill. You're amazing, learning so fast, Chen Feng praised, giving her a thumbs up. Next, Chen Feng began to play ball with Xiao Meng. He stood a short distance from the hoop and demonstrated a shot. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the basketball soared in a graceful arc, swishing through the net with a satisfying sound. Wow, Dad is so awesome. Xiao Meng clapped her small hands in cheer. Playing basketball with daughter, basketball skill proficiency 10. Playing basketball with daughter, basketball skill proficiency 12. Chen Feng retrieved the ball and handed it to Xiao Meng, saying, Now it's your turn, Xiao Meng. Hugging the basketball, which was nearly the size of her head, she earnestly aimed toward the hoop. However, her stature and strength were insufficient, and the ball fell short of even grazing the rim. After several attempts, her spirits began to wane, her little mouth pouting. Dad, I can't make it. Chuckling, Chen Feng approached her, scooped her up, and settled her in his arms, granting her the perfect height. Now, Xiao Meng, give it another try. Aim for the hoop and push the ball with your hands. With her father's assistance, she lifted the basketball once more and, with a determined push towards the nearby hoop, the ball soared through the air, thudding against the backboard before bouncing into the net. It went in. Dad, I made it. Yay. Xiao Meng erupted in joy, dancing with glee, and promptly pecked Chen Feng on the cheek. You interacted with your daughter while playing basketball, increasing your familial bond by 6 points. Your daughter kissed you, increasing your familial bond by 8 points. Listening to the system's notifications and feeling the dampness of her kiss on his cheek, Chen Feng felt a sweetness in his heart surpassing that of candy. Although she still couldn't shoot successfully from the ground, Xiao Meng's interest in basketball remained undiminished, especially in dribbling. She discovered that controlling the ball as it bounced on the ground was particularly enjoyable. Dad, I want to dribble again. Xiao Meng embraced the basketball and resumed her dribbling. Chen Feng stood beside her, guiding. Yes, use your wrist, control the direction with your fingers. Keep your eyes on the ball, but also be aware of your surroundings. Teaching daughter dribbling techniques, teaching skill proficiency 16. Playing basketball with daughter, basketball skill proficiency 11. Xiao Meng's dribbling skills progressed rapidly. From initially managing only a few dribbles in place, she soon began to walk while dribbling, and eventually, she even attempted some simple tricks, such as dribbling through her legs or alternating hands quickly. Her charmingly adept and playful dribbling quickly drew the attention of those playing nearby. Hey, look at that little girl. Wow, this kid has got skills. What a great sense of the ball. How old is she? Her moves are impressive. Many paused their games, gathering around with expressions of surprise and admiration as they watched Xiao Meng focused on her dribbling. Initially oblivious, she eventually looked up and found herself surrounded by older boys and uncles watching her, their praises echoing in her ears. She paused for a moment. Then her little face lit up with pride and joy. She became increasingly enthusiastic, intentionally executing several of her most impressive moves, which elicited a wave of good-natured laughter and fervent praise from the onlookers. Little one, you're truly remarkable. Your dribbling is even better than mine. Young lady, you have a bright future ahead. Listening to the accolades, Xiao Ming felt a surge of pride, her small chest puffing out even more. As she dribbled, she furtively glanced at her father, and upon seeing him gazing back with encouragement and pride in his eyes, she felt like the happiest and most formidable child in the world. Chapter 53. Chen Feng defeats a professional basketball player after dribbling for a while. Xiao Ming felt a slight ache in her small hands, so she cradled the basketball in her arms and paused, her cheeks flushed, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. A young man from the crowd chuckled and complimented, "Little one, your dribbling is quite impressive." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming proudly lifted her chin and declared, "It's all thanks to my dad's excellent teaching. My dad is even better at basketball." No sooner had she spoken than a slightly older boy beside her took exception. With hands on his hips, he stepped forward and proclaimed, "You're just bragging. My dad is the best at basketball. He plays professionally." It turned out that this boy's father was a professional basketball player who had taken his son out to play today. When Xiao Ming heard someone assert that her father wasn't the best, she immediately bristled, her face taut with determination. "My dad is the best. My dad is the best." The boy was equally defiant. "My dad is amazing. My dad is amazing." The two little ones exchanged words like two roosters in a sparring match, neither conceding an inch. The surrounding adults found the exchange quite amusing. After a prolonged verbal tussle, the boy devised a challenge, exclaiming, "What good is just talking? How about we have a contest? Let our dads compete and see who's better." Xiao Ming, still brimming with indignation, readily agreed without a second thought. "Let us do it. My dad will definitely win." This placed the pressure squarely on the two fathers. Chen Feng and the professional athlete exchanged glances, both recognizing the reluctance in the other's eyes. Neither of them truly wanted to compete, finding it somewhat childish. "Xiao Kai, don't be mischievous," the athlete urged, pulling his son back. "But Dad, just give it a try. You can definitely win," pleaded the boy, clinging to his father's leg and pleading. On the other side, Xiao Ming employed the same tactic, tugging at Chen Feng's leg. "Dad, compete with him. You're the best. Show him how great you are." Unable to resist the persistent pleas of the two children and the curious gazes of the onlookers, Chen Feng and the professional athlete could only share a resigned smile and nod. "All right, let us just have some fun," Chen Feng said. "Agreed, just for kicks." The athlete concurred. They quickly established the rules, alternating shots from a fixed position, aiming to see who could score the most baskets within a set time. The competition commenced. To avoid embarrassment in front of their children, both men took the challenge seriously. Although Chen Feng had recently advanced to a proficient level, his opponent was a professional with solid fundamentals. Initially, the score remained tightly contested, with both men scoring nearly the same amount. Through practical competition, basketball skill proficiency increases by 18. Through practical competition, basketball skill proficiency increases by 15. The system's notification echoed in Chen Feng's mind. Xiao Ming cheered from the sidelines. "Go, Dad, you're the best," while Xiao Kai shouted, "Dad, shoot faster. Outscore him." At that moment, a sharp chime resonated in Chen Feng's mind. "Ding! Your basketball skill proficiency has surpassed 1,000 points, elevating your basketball level from proficient to master level." An overwhelming surge of intricate basketball knowledge and instinct fused within him. Dribbling, breaking through defenses, shooting, layups, and even dunks. All aspects of basketball skills and practical experience reached an unprecedented pinnacle. At this moment, his basketball prowess rivaled that of the world's elite athletes. The dynamics of the game shifted dramatically. Chen Feng's dribbling became as graceful as a butterfly flitting through flowers. Fluid and deceptive, his shooting form extended elegantly, with the basketball tracing perfect arcs through the air, almost guaranteeing success. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the ball swishing through the net was incessant. "Wow, Dad scored again. You're amazing," Xiao Ming exclaimed, bouncing with excitement, her small hands red from clapping. The onlookers were left in awe, gasping in astonishment. "My goodness, this guy is incredible. His shooting percentage is terrifying. His moves are even more impressive than those of the stars on TV." Xiao Kai's expression darkened, his little mouth pouting in dismay. His father was equally astonished. Feeling as though he were caught in a turbulent wave, he could clearly sense that the man he had previously matched in skill had suddenly transformed, with technical execution, shooting accuracy, and court awareness elevated to an astonishing level. Ultimately, the competition concluded. Chen Feng scored 88 times, while the professional athlete managed 42. Chen Feng emerged victorious by a significant margin. "Yay, Dad won. Dad won. My dad is the best." Xiao Ming joyfully rushed onto the court, hugging Chen Feng's leg and even sticking her tongue out playfully at Xiao Kai. Disheartened, Xiao Kai hung his head, on the verge of tears. The athlete approached Chen Feng, shaking his hand with a look of admiration and disbelief. Brother, your skills are astounding. May I ask, which team did you retire from? Or are you still active? I've never heard of you before. Chen Feng wiped the sweat from his brow and chuckled, shaking his head. No, I'm not a professional. I just play occasionally to stay active. What? This revelation left the athlete utterly stunned, his eyes wide with astonishment. Not a professional, just occasionally. Brother, your skill surpasses that of many professional athletes I know. You are simply a genius. Surrounding spectators gathered, showering him with compliments. Dude, your technique is phenomenal. Those fadeaway jump shots were incredible. I almost want to ask you to be my coach. Chen Feng merely smiled humbly. Noticing the time, he turned to his daughter, still buzzing with excitement. Xiaoming, have you had enough fun? It's time to go home. Xiaoming nodded vigorously. I'm done playing. Dad, let us go home. She had certainly earned her share of pride today. Chen Feng took his daughter's hand, bidding farewell to the still astonished athlete and the other onlookers as they exited the basketball court. Once in the car, fastening their seatbelts, Xiaoming gazed out the window at the basketball court and suddenly sighed dramatically, channeling her inner adult. Dad, that basketball hoop is way too high. I couldn't score at all standing on the ground. It wasn't fun at all. Chen Feng chuckled at his daughter's complaint as he drove toward their neighborhood. That's because it's meant for adults. How about I take you to a dedicated children's basketball court tomorrow? The hoops there are much lower, and I'm sure you'll be able to score. Really? That sounds amazing. Xiaoming's spirits lifted instantly, clapping her hands. Dad, you always keep your promises. We're going tomorrow. Absolutely, I always keep my word. Chen Feng responded with a smile, his heart warming at the sight of his daughter's radiant smile. The car glided smoothly along the road home, the cabin filled with the cheerful sounds of Xiaoming's animated chatter. Chapter 54. Having created 4 new paintings, he mused that they might fetch an impressive 10 million. Chen Feng returned to their apartment with Xiaoming after leaving the basketball court. Xiaoming, why don't you play in the living room for a bit while Daddy prepares dinner? He ruffled his daughter's hair and donned an apron as he entered the kitchen. Xiaoming obediently agreed, preparing to find the toy car her father had won for her during their last ring toss game. As she made her way to the center of the living room, she suddenly noticed several new paintings adorning the walls. Oh, new paintings. Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with excitement as she was drawn closer. These artworks must surely be created by her father. She tiptoed closer, peering intently. On the left was a depiction of a colossal giant, muscles bulging, arms outstretched to embrace the heavens, standing atop a chaotic expanse. To the right was a portrayal of a beautiful and gentle woman, cradling earth in her hands while shaping tiny figures, accompanied by a serpent's tail. Xiaoming tilted her head, finding the images somewhat familiar. Is this Pangu creating the heavens? And is that Nuwa making humans? She scratched her head in confusion. These 2 paintings bore a resemblance to the Pangu opens the heavens and Nuwa creates humans illustrations her father had previously drawn for the adventures of an N and Yu. Yet they felt distinctly different. She couldn't quite articulate what set them apart, but the sensation was undeniable. Alongside these 2, there were 2 additional portraits that immediately captivated her attention. One painting depicted a monkey adorned in golden armor, crowned with a phoenix wing tiara, wielding a golden staff. Its eyes gleamed as if lit from within, exuding an air of majesty and vigor. The other featured a child clad in a red apron, barefoot, wearing a golden collar around his neck, brandishing a fiery spear and a magic ring, standing atop 2 flaming wheels. This was the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, and Neza. Xiaoming exclaimed in delight. She had seen Sun Wukong and Neza in animated shows before. However, her father's renditions appeared somewhat different from those she was accustomed to. The animated versions were more cartoonish and rounded, while her father's portrayals felt more realistic, detailed, and aesthetically pleasing. She adored them immensely. At that moment, Chen Feng emerged from the kitchen, carrying the prepared dishes and setting them on the dining table. Xiaoming, wash your hands. It's time to eat. Daddy, Daddy. Xiaoming, brimming with excitement, rushed to her father, tugging at his hand and pointing to the paintings on the wall. Daddy, are those 2 paintings Pangu and Nuwa? Chen Feng nodded with a smile. Indeed, Xiaoming, you are quite clever to recognize them at a glance. With her father's affirmation, Xiaoming became even more animated. Pointing at the paintings, her little face filled with curiosity. But Daddy, why do they look different from the Pangu and Nuwa you painted for an N and Yu story? They seem strange. Chen Feng chuckled at his daughter's observations and patiently explained, that's because the painting styles differ. The previous illustrations I created for the fairy tales were cartoonish, featuring vibrant colors and simple lines, designed to appeal to children. The ones hanging on the wall are oil paintings. They utilize different pigments, resulting in richer colors and greater depth, making them appear more lifelike and powerful. Look at Panga's muscles. Don't they seem robust? And observe the moist earth in Nua's hands. Oil painting. Xiaoming blinked her large eyes, intrigued by this new term. Daddy, what is oil painting? How is it different from cartoon painting? Chen Feng knelt down to her level, explaining in terms she could comprehend. Well, think of it this way. Cartoon painting is like you using colored pens, bright colors with clear boundaries. Oil painting, on the other hand, is akin to the various sauces I use when cooking. It can produce an array of colors, and layers can be applied one atop the other, resulting in a gradient effect with light and shadow, even creating a slight texture that resembles real objects. Do you understand? Xiaoming nodded, her understanding dawning. Oh, I think I get it. Oil painting looks more real, right, Daddy? Yes, Xiaoming, you are quite astute. Chen Feng praised. With that question settled, Xiaoming's attention shifted to the other two paintings. She pointed at the image of Sun Wukong and asked, Daddy, why does your version of the Monkey King look different from the one in the animated series? The animated one has a rounder face. And Neza, his character in the animation, has two little tufts of hair on either side, but yours doesn't. Chen Feng continued to explain with a smile. That's because the paintings I created utilize a different technique known as meticulous painting. Furthermore, the appearances of Sun Wukong and Neza are products of my own imagination. My own creation, which naturally differs from the animated versions. Meticulous painting? Daddy, what is that? Xiaoming inquired, her curiosity insatiable, firing off questions one after another. Meticulous painting is also a form of Chinese art, Chen Feng patiently elaborated. It requires great attention to detail and patience. One must use an extremely fine brush, dipping it in ink or color, and painstakingly outline the contours, layer by layer adding color. Observe the individual hairs on Sun Wukong. Aren't they depicted with exquisite clarity? And look at the intricate patterns on Neza's magic ring. Aren't they remarkably detailed? This is the hallmark of meticulous painting, producing artwork that is extraordinarily refined and beautiful. Listening to her father's explanation and gazing at the paintings on the wall, Xiaoming found them increasingly captivating. She nodded vigorously and declared, Daddy, your paintings are truly wonderful. They look even better than those in the animated series. You are the best artist ever. Hearing his daughter's unabashed admiration and praise, Chen Feng felt a sweetness in his heart akin to sipping honey. In truth, he had created these two oil paintings. Pengu opens the heavens and Nua creates humans. Along with the two meticulous paintings, the Monkey King and Neza, with the intention of sending them to the Rongbaozai consignment store the following day, hoping they might sell for a staggering 10 million. All right, my little inquisitive one, have you finished asking your questions? Chen Feng chuckled, playfully pinching her little nose. Let us wash our hands and eat. Otherwise, the food will get cold and lose its deliciousness. All right. Xiaoming obediently dashed off to wash her hands. The father and daughter settled at the dining table, beginning their dinner. After taking a bite of her father's cooking, Xiaoming's eyes squinted into crescent moons. Daddy, your cooking is getting better and better. If it's delicious, eat more. Chen Feng served her favorite dishes, watching her relish the meal, and he felt that such tranquil, warm days constituted his greatest happiness. Chapter 55. The peripheral products of the adventures of an UU were officially launched. After dinner, Chen Feng tidied up the dishes and cleaned the kitchen meticulously. He walked into the living room to find Xiaoming playing with her toys on the carpet. He approached her, sitting beside her gently, and said, Xiaoming, how about I teach you a few more Pinyin and Chinese characters today? Although Xiaoming was just over 3 years old, learning Pinyin and recognizing characters may be a bit advanced for her age, but Chen Feng had his own intentions. He believes that introducing his daughter to books at an early age will enable her to eventually peruse picture books independently, alleviating her reliance on mobile phones and tablets, which is beneficial for her eyesight and cultivates a lifelong love for reading. Furthermore, the process of teaching his daughter is itself a delightful form of parent-child interaction. Little Meng is quite obedient, promptly setting aside her toys to join her father. Chen Feng retrieves the phonetic cards and literacy picture books he had prepared beforehand. He possesses masterful teaching skills, particularly adept at guiding young children. Rather than adopting a dry teaching approach, he transforms learning into a playful game. Look, Little Meng. This resembles a small mushroom. It represents the vowel A. Come, repeat after Daddy. Wonderful. Now, this one, which looks like a small chair, is the initial consonant H. Say, he. When we blend them together, ha, it signifies hearty laughter. Can you giggle like that, Little Meng? Ha. Little Meng complies, opening her mouth in a delightful smile. Through engaging teaching, he instructs his daughter in phonetics, demonstrating a teaching proficiency level of 15. Through playful interaction, he teaches his daughter to recognize characters, showcasing a teaching proficiency level of 18. A system notification softly resonated in Chen Feng's mind. Little Meng is exceptionally bright, with a commendable memory, and coupled with Chen Feng's entertaining teaching style, she learns remarkably quickly. Before long, she had memorized several new phonetic sounds and characters, even managing to form simple words with her newly acquired knowledge. Little Meng is truly impressive. Having learned so much, Chen Feng praised her generously. Encouraged, Little Meng became even more enthusiastic about her studies. Unbeknownst to them, time swiftly advanced to 9:30 in the evening. All right, Little Meng, our study session concludes for today. Chen Feng gathered the cards and picture books, stating, "Now, let us prepare for a bath and bedtime." He took her hand, leading her into the bathroom. Little Meng had already learned to bathe herself. Chen Feng adjusted the water temperature, prepared a towel and pajamas. Standing by to observe, primarily concerned that she might slip or get shampoo in her eyes. Like a little adult, Little Meng busily created bubbles and rinsed herself off. Performing rather skillfully, Chen Feng watched, his heart swelling with pride. After a fragrant wash, Little Meng was enveloped in a large bath towel, cradled in her father's arms. Chen Feng encouraged her to put on her pajamas adorned with a little rabbit before carrying her into her small bedroom. Gently placing her on the bed and tucking her in, he settled beside her, softly patting her with one hand while humming a lullaby he had composed. The stars are sleeping. His voice was deep and gentle, the melody soothing and tranquil, softly echoing in the dimly lit room. By humming a lullaby to lull his daughter to sleep, he demonstrated a musical proficiency level of 12. By humming a lullaby to lull his daughter to sleep, he demonstrated a musical proficiency level of 10. Enveloped in her father's warm embrace and gentle song, Little Meng's eyelids gradually grew heavy, her breathing steady and deep. In no time, she drifted into a deep slumber. Chen Feng paused his humming, sitting quietly for a moment to ensure his daughter was sound asleep. Only then did he lean down, planting a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead, before rising cautiously, turning off the small bedside lamp, and stealthily exiting the bedroom. Softly closing the door behind him, he quickly took a shower in the bathroom to wash away the fatigue of the day. Dressed in his pajamas, he made his way to the living room, instinctively reaching for his phone to check his earnings for the day. First, he logged into the Bale Fairy Tale app. The backend data revealed that he had earned over 80,000 yuan on this platform today. His creation, The Adventures of an Un-Yu, consistently dominated the platform's major rankings in text, illustrated, and audio formats, maintaining high popularity. Next, he opened the Cool Music app. The 10 songs he uploaded, 5 pop and 5 children's songs, were steadily gaining traction, particularly the pop songs, which were experiencing rapid increases in play counts. Today's music revenue was also quite substantial, exceeding 30,000 yuan. Observing the combined daily income of over 110,000 yuan from both platforms, Chen Feng was filled with a myriad of emotions. Upon reflection, since activating the system, he had earned more than 10 million yuan through creating fairy tales, composing songs, translating, and the previous sale of artwork, which amounted to 9 million. Most importantly, the fairy tales and music continued to provide him with a stable and ever-increasing income. This was infinitely more than he had ever earned delivering takeout in all weather conditions, and far less taxing. Indeed, knowledge is power, he mused, genuinely understanding the meaning behind the phrase that books contain treasures. Only by possessing true skills can one create genuine value. The following day, as was his routine, Chen Feng safely dropped Little Meng off at kindergarten. Upon returning to the apartment, he carefully removed 2 oil paintings. Pengu opens the sky and Nuwa creates humanity, along with 2 meticulous paintings, the Monkey King and Neza, from the wall. He meticulously rolled them up and placed them into a specialized art tube, preparing to deliver these 4 new works to the Rongbozai consignment shop today. Ever since the last 4 landscape paintings sold for an exorbitant price, Manager Chiu Zimo had called him several times, indicating a desire for him to prioritize sending new works to Rongbozai. Chen Feng hoped these 4 paintings would similarly encounter discerning buyers and fetch a good price. Just as he secured the art tube on his back and prepared to leave, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Checking the caller ID, he found it was Editor-in-Chief Tang from Bale Fairy Tale. He immediately answered, "Hello, Editor-in-Chief Tang." On the other end, Tang Wenyuan's voice erupted with excitement, speaking rapidly as if firing a machine gun. "Teacher Xiefeng, good morning. I have monumental news for you. Our merchandise related to the adventures of an Un-Yu is officially launching nationwide today." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's mood lifted. "Oh, it's launching so soon? What products are available?" "Countless," Tang Wenyuan replied, brimming with enthusiasm. "All the main characters from our stories, Anin, Yu, Pengu, Nuwa, Fushi, Shinong, Songjia, Dayu, Hui, and Chang'e, are included. The types of products are incredibly diverse. There are exquisite figurines, adorable keychains, pendants, and stickers of various sizes. Additionally, we have necklaces and bracelets featuring character designs. And as for stationery, we have pencils, erasers, pencil cases, and backpacks, all covered. We even developed home items like pillowcases and cushions. We even have a children's clothing line featuring their favorite cartoon characters. As Chen Feng listened to this extensive list, he felt a mix of astonishment and joy. He had not anticipated the rapid pace at which Bale Fairy Tale was operating, nor the extensive variety of merchandise. The coverage was astonishing. Chapter 56. Copyright income surpasses 6.19 million. That's fantastic, Editor-in-Chief Tang. Your efficiency is truly commendable, and the product line is impressively comprehensive. Chen Feng praised sincerely. And that's not all. Tang Wenyuan's tone grew even more triumphant. We have also established licensing partnerships with several renowned pastry brands in the country. From now on, children will be able to purchase birthday cakes adorned with an UN and UU's likenesses for their birthdays. There will also be cookies and pastries guaranteed to delight the kids. Chen Feng felt a sense of satisfaction wash over him. This was akin to further propelling his work into a broader realm. Indeed, it was a splendid idea. Moreover, Tang Wenyuan continued, let us discuss the profits. According to our preliminary statistics, the copyright revenue generated by these peripheral products amounts to 6,190,000 yuan, based on our signed revenue sharing agreement. Your portion, therefore, is 6,119,000. We have already transferred this amount to the bank card you previously designated. Do check it at your convenience. This is merely the beginning. As product sales expand, the revenue will continue to flow in. 6,119,000. Although Chen Feng was no longer taken aback by million-level incomes as he once was, this figure still made his heart race. It represented yet another substantial influx of wealth. Thank you, Editor-in-Chief Tang, for your hard work, and please extend my gratitude to all my colleagues at the company. Chen Feng replied with a calm demeanor. You are too courteous, Teacher Xiefeng. It is we who should be thanking you. Please, carry on with your work. I will keep you updated on any developments. Tang Wenyuan cheerfully concluded the call. Not 2 minutes after hanging up, Chen Feng's phone chimed brightly. He unlocked the screen. And the bank notification message read, your account ending in XXXX has received a transfer of 619,000,000 yuan. Gazing at this message, Chen Feng was inundated with myriad emotions. The surprise was undeniable, yet it was eclipsed by a profound sense of accomplishment. Initially, he had merely crafted the adventures of an UN and UU to narrate stories to his daughter, Xiaoming, and to earn a modicum of living expenses. Who could have foreseen that this tale would not only gain immense popularity, but also evolve into physical books, audio dramas, and a plethora of peripheral products? Bestowing upon him such astonishing wealth, this sensation felt surreal, yet palpably real. After regaining his composure, he remembered that he still needed to consign his paintings. He found the phone number for Qiu Zimo and dialed it. Manager Qiu, hello, this is Chen Feng. Mr. Xiefeng, greetings. Qiu Zimo responded with evident delight. I have completed a few more paintings and would like to bring them over for consignment. Is that convenient? Absolutely. It is most convenient. Qiu Zimo's voice brimmed with enthusiasm. I am in the shop. Come over any time. We eagerly await your arrival. After ending the call, Chen Feng carefully picked up the 2 already prepared painting tubes, one containing 2 oil paintings and the other 2 meticulous brushworks. He departed his apartment, took the elevator to the basement, and drove towards Lilikang. Before long, he parked his car near Rongbiozai. As he entered the consignment shop, Qiu Zimo, with his keen eyes, immediately approached him, his face beaming with smiles. Mr. Xiefeng, you have arrived. Please come in. As he spoke, he gestured to the staff. Hurry, prepare a fine cup of tea for Mr. Xiefeng. Manager Qiu, there's no need for such formality. Chen Feng waved his hand. Nonsense. You are our esteemed guest. Qiu Zimo smiled, inquiring, Mr. Xiefeng, are you bringing more landscape paintings this time? Chen Feng shook his head. No. This time I have 2 oil paintings and 2 meticulous brushworks. Oil paintings? Meticulous brushworks? Qiu Zimo's smile faltered slightly, his brow furrowing involuntarily. He felt a twinge of apprehension. Previously, Chen Feng's 4 landscape paintings had astonished him, selling for a princely sum. He had naturally assumed that Chen Feng's forte lay in landscape painting. Would this sudden shift to oil and meticulous brushworks maintain the same caliber? He silently hoped that the reputation of the newly emerging Xiefeng Shanren would not be compromised. Yet, he would not voice his concerns. His smile quickly returned. Oh, Mr. Xiefeng is also proficient in oil painting and meticulous brushworks? Truly a polymath. Could you perhaps allow me a glimpse? Of course, Chen Feng nodded. With the assistance of Qiu Zimo and a staff member, they first carefully unfurled the oil painting Pangu Opens the Sky on a spacious table. The moment the canvas was fully laid out, Qiu Zimo's intended polite compliment froze on his face, replaced by sheer astonishment. In the painting, the giant Pangu stands tall, muscles rippling with explosive power, as if one could hear his roar while splitting heaven and earth. The chaotic background is rendered in bold, deep colors. with light and shadow treated with remarkable depth, infusing the whole scene with an epic grandeur and overwhelming presence. This, Xiao Zimo leaned in to inspect closely, then stepped back, his eyes wide with amazement, muttering, "Incredible, absolutely incredible. The brushwork, the colors, the composition, the sense of power, unparalleled. Mr. Xiefeng, the caliber of this oil painting is entirely on par with those of renowned oil painting masters. It even possesses a unique Eastern charm." His previous worries dissipated like smoke, replaced by profound admiration. Next, they unfurled the second oil painting, Nuwa Creates Humanity. In this piece, Nuwa's expression is tender and loving, her fingers deftly molding clay, as each little figure seems to come alive in her hands. The entire canvas emanates soft, sacred colors, imbued with maternal radiance and the joy of creation. "Marvelous!" Xiao Zimo exclaimed once more. The expression of Nuwa is captured perfectly, gentle yet powerful. The interplay of light and shadow, the details, simply exquisite. Then, they unveiled the meticulous brushwork, the Monkey King. Golden armor, golden crown, golden staff, each stroke meticulously delineated, and Sun Wukong's fiery eyes sparkled with a rebellious spirit and vivacity. Each strand of fur is distinct, and the patterns on the armor are vividly visible. "My heavens!" Xiao Zimo gasped. "This meticulous brushwork is astonishingly profound. This monkey has come to life. There is substance in its gaze. What immense effort this must have taken." Finally, they revealed the meticulous brushwork Neza, standing on wheels of wind and fire, wielding a fiery spear and a universe circle, surrounded by the swirling mystic silk. Neza's youthful face bears the innocence of a child, yet exudes an audacity that defies all fear. The lines are fluid and powerful, the colors bright and vivid, blending tradition with modernity. "Remarkable. What a splendid Neza, the third prince." Xiao Zimo nodded repeatedly, unable to tear his gaze away. Majestic yet adorable. The lines of this meticulous brushwork, the portrayal of the character, truly a masterstroke. "Mr. Xiefeng, you have truly opened my eyes." Xiao Zimo exclaimed. "Landscape painting, oil painting, meticulous brushwork, each is mastered at the pinnacle of excellence. I am at a loss for words." He looked at Chen Feng, his eyes brimming with disbelief and genuine respect. Originally presumed to be merely a landscape painting prodigy, he turned out to be a versatile artistic maestro. The 4 pieces he brought this time were of equal caliber to the previous 4 landscapes, and in certain aspects, the different themes and techniques provided even more striking visual impact. Xiao Zimo was overjoyed, knowing that once these 4 paintings were displayed, they would undoubtedly create a sensation. Chapter 57, Jiang Yingxue's Parents. Gazing at the 4 remarkably high-caliber new works before him, Xiao Zimo's excitement lingered, unable to settle. He gingerly re-rolled and secured the paintings before turning to Chen Feng, rubbing his hands together, a look of deliberation on his face. "Mr. Xiefeng, how much do you think is a suitable price for these 4 paintings?" Before Chen Feng could respond, he continued, "To be frank, ever since your last 4 landscape paintings were bid upon by 2 clients, the name Xiefeng Shanren has caused quite a stir in the capital's circle of calligraphy and painting collectors. Recently, several collectors have specifically visited the gallery to inquire about any new works by the renowned artist, Xiefeng Shanren." He paused momentarily, gauging Chen Feng's expression before continuing. "Given your current fame and the market's expectations, it is evident that we cannot price your pieces at the previous 50,000 each. Such a valuation would be akin to obscuring a pearl. My personal suggestion is to set a higher starting price this time, at 200,000 per painting, and test the waters. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Chen Feng felt assured. He had great confidence in his artistic prowess and understood the principle that rarity enhances value. With the market demand and his capabilities in mind, it was only natural to set a higher price. He nodded decisively, stating, "Very well, let us proceed as Manager Qiu suggests, at 200,000 for each piece." Xiao Zimo, delighted by Chen Feng's prompt agreement, exclaimed, "Splendid. We shall adhere to this price. I will prepare the consignment contract right away." Shortly thereafter, the new consignment contract was ready. Chen Feng meticulously reviewed the terms, and upon confirming their accuracy, he affixed his signature. With the arrangements finalized, Chen Feng rose to take his leave. Xiao Zimo personally escorted him to the entrance of the consignment house, his demeanor even more warm and respectful than before. "Mr. Xiefeng, please take care. Should you create any new works, be they landscapes, figures, oil paintings, or meticulous brushwork, do ensure you bring them to me," Xiao Zimo promised. "I guarantee that I will do my utmost to promote your art, helping you find the most discerning buyers and achieve the most satisfactory prices." Chen Feng smiled in acknowledgement, responding, "Thank you for your diligence, Manager Qiu. You are too kind." Xiao Zimo watched Chen Feng depart with satisfaction before returning inside, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he regarded the 4 art tubes. Chen Feng drove back to his apartment, his mood serene. For him, painting and selling art were merely facets of life. The more significant aspect was accompanying his daughter as she grew. In the capital, within a tranquil Sihiyuan, resided Jiang Yingxue. At this moment, he sat leisurely in a spacious, sunlit flower hall, savoring tea. Just then, a middle-aged couple entered. The man, approximately in his 50s, maintained an impeccable physique. Dressed in a well-tailored dark gray suit, his hair meticulously styled, exuding the composed demeanor of one accustomed to authority. He was Jiang Yingxue's father, Jiang Shiji, currently the vice chairman of Jiang Group. The woman appeared somewhat younger, adorned in an elegant champagne-colored dress, with a pearl necklace gracing her neck, her makeup refined, and her allure still vibrant. Her features bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Yingxue, though her aura radiated a more mature elegance. She was Jiang Yingxue's mother, Qi Miling, carrying a meticulously crafted wooden gift box. Upon seeing Jiang Yingxue, they both respectfully greeted him. "Father, we have come to see you." Qi Miling, smiling, extended the gift box, saying, "Father, knowing your fondness for tea, this is a premium Da Hong Pao that a friend just gifted me. Please, do try it." Jiang Yingxue's favorite was indeed Da Hong Pao, and upon hearing this, he immediately received it with a joyful grin. "Excellent. You are very thoughtful. Please, have a seat." Jiang Shiji and Qi Miling often visited the elder to engage in conversation and occasionally discuss significant matters pertaining to the company. Although Jiang Yingxue had effectively retired, delegating most of the power to his descendants, he remained the chairman of Jiang Group, and Jiang Shiji would still seek his counsel on major decisions. After a brief chat about family matters, Jiang Shiji's gaze fell upon 4 landscapes hanging on the adjacent wall, pieces he had never seen in their home before. Rising from his seat, he approached to examine them closely. Upon closer inspection, he found the paintings to be extraordinary, showcasing exquisite brushwork and profound artistic conception. Knowing of his father's passion for collecting calligraphy and paintings, he surmised these must be recent acquisitions. "Father, are these 4 paintings newly purchased? They are truly remarkable." Jiang Shiji praised. Jiang Yingxue, invigorated by his son's mention of the artwork, set down his teacup and approached the wall with a hint of pride. "What do you think? My eye for art is quite discerning, is it not? These are treasures I recently unearthed." Jiang Shiji leaned in closer, scrutinizing the signatures and seals on the paintings. "And read aloud, Chen Feng." His brow furrowed as he searched his memory, realizing he had never heard of such a figure in the art world. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Father, who is this Chen Feng? Is he a new luminary emerging in the capital, or perhaps an elder artist adopting a new pseudonym? I have never heard of him." Jiang Yingxue shook his head, replying, "I am uncertain of his background. I purchased these 4 pieces from the Rongba Ozai consignment house. According to manager Chiu there, this Chen Feng is merely in his 20s. "What? A 20-something artist?" Jiang Shiji exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. "Father, surely you jest. You mean to tell me that these 4 paintings, possessing such depth and skill, were created by someone so young? How is that possible?" He gestured toward the brushwork and composition. "Look at this texture, this layout. Without decades of immersion and life experience, it is inconceivable to achieve such mastery. A mere fledgling? This is utterly astonishing." At that moment, Qi Miling also approached. Coming from a distinguished background, she had developed a discerning eye for art from an early age. As she studied the 4 paintings, her astonishment grew. "What Shiji says is true," she remarked, her tone filled with wonder. "Father, these paintings indeed do not seem to have been created by a young artist. The maturity of the brushwork, the construction of the themes, especially this sense of composure and grace, could only have been produced by someone with extensive life experience. To attribute this to a mere 20-something is simply hard to believe." Both husband and wife were taken aback by this revelation, gazing at the 4 paintings on the wall and then at Jiang Yingxue, who appeared steadfast in his conviction. They found the notion utterly perplexing. An artist of whom they had never heard, yet one so remarkably youthful, had created works that left them in awe. Who exactly was this Chen Feng? Chapter 58. Jiang Yingxue's grandfather wishes to meet Xiao Meng. After admiring the 4 breathtaking landscapes, Jiang Yingxue, Jiang Shiji, and Qi Miling returned to the tea table. Jiang Yingxue lifted his teacup, taking a sip before suddenly recalling something, a nostalgic expression gracing his face as he remarked, "Speaking of which, I have not seen Xiao Meng in quite some time. That little girl, so full of spirit, I adore her. What has Yingxue been up to lately? Why hasn't she brought Xiao Meng to see me?" Qi Miling promptly smiled and explained, "Father, Yingxue went abroad a few days ago to negotiate an important business deal, and it seems she will be away for some time. That is why she hasn't been able to visit you recently." "Abroad?" Jiang Yingxue nodded thoughtfully, then inquired, "And what of Xiao Meng? She is with you, I presume? You both have busy schedules. But why not bring her here to stay for a couple of days this weekend?" I wish to see my great-granddaughter. Jiang Yingxue and Qi Mailing exchanged a glance. Their expressions subtly nuanced. Clearing his throat, Jiang Yingxue spoke. Dad, Xiaoming is not with us at the moment. Not with you. Jiang Yingxue responded, somewhat taken aback. Then where is she? Yingxue is abroad. She surely wouldn't take the child along. Jiang Yingxue had no choice but to convey the truth. It's like this, Dad. While Yingxue is overseas, Xiaoming has been clamoring to see her father, so Yingxue entrusted Xiaoming to her father's care. Entrusted to Xiaoming's father? Jiang Yingxue paused, his brow furrowing slightly. He set down his teacup, evidently surprised and somewhat uneasy about this arrangement. The Jiang family, from Jiang Yingxue to Jiang Yingxue and Qi Mailing, held a rather unfavorable impression of Xiaoming's father, Chen Feng. They were unaware of the truth behind the accident that had occurred 4 years prior. Jiang Yingxue had consistently misled everyone, including her own family, claiming that Chen Feng was her ex-boyfriend, and that they had parted ways due to incompatible personalities, only to discover later that she was pregnant. At that time, the Jiang family vehemently opposed Yingxue giving birth to the child, urging her to terminate the pregnancy. However, after a medical examination, they were informed that Yingxue had a rare condition, and if she were to undergo an abortion, it could lead to severe hemorrhaging and potentially render her incapable of bearing children in the future. Reluctantly, the Jiang family acquiesced to Yingxue's decision to carry the child to term. Initially, upon Xiaoming's birth, due to her father's lack of acceptance, the Jiang family did not harbor much fondness for her. Yet, as Xiaoming grew day by day, displaying her cleverness and lively charm, she gradually melted the hearts of her family members, especially Jiang Yingxue, who lavished affection on this only great-granddaughter. Upon hearing Chen Feng's name, Qi Mailing's face visibly expressed concern. Entrusting Xiaoming to him? Can he truly care for her? A grown man, a food delivery worker, clumsy and unrefined. How could he possibly understand how to nurture a child? We must ensure the child is not wronged. Jiang Yingxue turned to his son, his tone growing serious. Shiji, are you aware of Xiaoming's current situation? How well is that Chen Feng taking care of her? Jiang Yingxue replied, Dad, I spoke with Yingxue over the phone. She assured me that Chen Feng is taking excellent care of Xiaoming, so we need not worry. She even sent some videos of Xiaoming, who appears quite lively and happy. Yingxue is too soft-hearted. Qi Mailing interjected, her tone laced with dissatisfaction and skepticism. What she says may not be the truth. Perhaps she is merely trying to reassure us, deliberately presenting a rosy picture. I have never had a good impression of that Chen Feng. I truly cannot fathom what Yingxue was thinking, getting involved with a food delivery worker. Such a mismatch. What common ground could they possibly have? She had long harbored grievances regarding Chen Feng's occupation. Jiang Yingxue frowned and glanced at his wife, Mailing. We cannot speak in such definitive terms. Let us not view him through a colored lens. Regardless, Chen Feng is Xiaoming's biological father. The bond of blood cannot be severed. He will surely put his heart into caring for his own child. Biological father? Qi Mailing seemed stung by the term, scoffing, her voice sharpening as her pent-up worries and prejudices poured forth like a floodgate unleashed. I fear he may exploit this biological connection for ulterior motives. Shiji, have you considered this? Now that he knows Yingxue's true identity and is aware of our Jiang family, how could he not harbor ulterior thoughts? How could he not be envious? The more she spoke, the more her worries seemed justified, bordering on an uncanny insight into human nature. His current kindness towards Xiaoming, who knows if it's genuine? Anyone can pretend. Perhaps he is merely putting on a show for Yingxue, hoping to use this opportunity to rekindle their relationship and smoothly integrate into our Jiang family. Before long, he, a man with no education, no abilities, and no family background, could suddenly ascend to great heights, transforming from a commoner into a phoenix. I suspect he is primarily interested in the wealth of our Jiang family, scheming to get his share. Such scheming intentions, she believed, warranted their utmost vigilance. In her imagination, Chen Feng had been thoroughly demonized, depicted as a calculating individual intent on climbing the social ladder and coveting the Jiang family's substantial fortune. His kindness towards Xiaoming was merely a guise. Jiang Yingxue listened to his wife's increasingly absurd conjectures, shaking his head in resignation. His tone grew somber, imbued with a weight meant to stabilize the situation. Mailing, you are overthinking and complicating matters. Things may not be as dire as you presume. I have faith that Yingxue is no longer a child. She has navigated the world long enough to possess her own judgment. Since she chose to entrust her child to Chen Feng, it must have been a decision made after careful consideration, believing that he could indeed care for the child well. Even if we were to take a step back, the future of the child ultimately lies in Yingxue's hands. As elders, we can offer advice and caution her to be prudent, but we must not interfere excessively or continually assume the worst of others. Such an approach is counterproductive. Overthinking? I am merely acting in the best interest of my daughter and granddaughter. I fear for their well-being, worried they might be taken advantage of, Chen Feng retorted defiantly. Feeling that her husband completely misunderstood her good intentions, accusing him of speaking in favor of an outsider. Enough, Jiang Yingxue, listening to the back and forth between his son and daughter-in-law, grew impatient and interrupted them, his expression darkening. He rapped his knuckles against the table, producing a dull sound that silenced them instantly. He seemed largely unconcerned with the various speculations, prejudices, and conspiracy theories surrounding Chen Feng, rather, having lived a long life. He placed greater trust in first-hand experience and tangible outcomes. He disregarded Chen Feng's impassioned words, his gaze piercing as he turned to his son, Jiang Yingxue, commanding with an undeniable authority, "Put aside your wild speculations for now. What purpose does arguing serve?" He paused momentarily, delivering his directive clearly. "Yingxue, this Saturday. Find a way to bring Xiaoming here. I wish to see my great-granddaughter with my own eyes. It has been too long since we last met, and I miss her. I need to ascertain that she is indeed well." Upon hearing his father's resolute words, Jiang Yingxue felt a sense of relief. As the emphasis was now on bringing the child over, rather than continuing the unpleasant discussion about Chen Feng, he promptly nodded in agreement. "All right, Dad, I understand. Rest assured, I will find a way to bring Xiaoming to see you this Saturday." Chapter 59. Jiang Yingxue urged her father not to make things difficult for Chen Feng. After concluding his discussion with his father and wife, Jiang Yingxue stepped aside, took out his phone, and located his daughter Jiang Yingxue's number, dialing it. After a few rings, the call was answered. "Hello, Dad." Jiang Yingxue's voice came through, clear yet tinged with a hint of fatigue from across the ocean. "Yingxue, how are you over there? Is work going well?" Jiang Yingxue inquired with concern. "Everything is fine, Dad. You and Mom need not worry," Jiang Yingxue replied. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Yingxue got to the point. "Yingxue, today your grandfather asked about Xiaoming. He said he misses her dearly. He has requested that I pick Xiaoming up this Saturday and bring her to spend the day with him. Please share with me Chen Feng and Xiaoming's current address." On the other end of the line, Jiang Yingxue fell silent for a moment, appearing somewhat hesitant. She was acutely aware of her family's sentiments towards Chen Feng. However, her grandfather's desire to meet his great-granddaughter was a request she could not refuse. "All right, Dad," she ultimately acquiesced, but not without adding a specific admonition. "I can provide you the address. However, once you meet Chen Feng, please do not put him in a difficult position. He has been taking excellent care of Xiaoming." Her tone bore an unrecognized yet protective undertone. During these days, she had diligently video-called Xiaoming every single day, and from her daughter's excited yet trivial updates, she could distinctly sense the genuine joy emanating from her. Xiaoming had overcome her picky eating habits, becoming more independent, dressing and brushing her teeth on her own, her little face perpetually adorned with a smile, constantly referring to her father with endearment and admiration. All of this was a result of Chen Feng's meticulous care. Her perception of Chen Feng had undergone a profound transformation unbeknownst to her, even blossoming into a budding affection. Though she was yet to clearly recognize that this affection was quietly evolving into something deeper, Jiang Yingxue discerned the protective nuance in his daughter's words, chuckling softly. And with a hint of probing, he inquired, "Yingxue, speak honestly with your father. Do you still have feelings for Chen Feng? After all, you were once." "Dad, please don't jump to conclusions." Jiang Yingxue promptly interrupted him, her voice tinged with an imperceptible fluster, instinctively denying, "That's not the case. I merely believe he is genuinely good to Xiaoming now. She is quite dependent on him. It's simply a matter of fact. You promise me. Do not make things difficult for him." Having navigated the tumultuous waters of business for many years, Jiang Yingxue was astute. He noted his daughter's subtle reactions and had a general understanding of her feelings. Yet, he chose not to confront it directly, simply responding with warmth. "All right, I understand. My dear, rest assured, I am merely going to pick up Xiaoming. I will not create any trouble for him." Upon hearing her father's assurance, Jiang Yingxue felt a measure of relief and proceeded to share the address of the upscale apartment where Chen Feng and Xiaoming currently resided. After concluding the conversation with her father, Jiang Yingxue held her phone, pondering that it would be prudent to inform Chen Feng in advance, allowing him some mental preparation. She retrieved Chen Feng's number and dialed. At the apartment, Chen Feng was taken aback when he saw Jiang Yingxue's name flashing on his phone. It was quite unexpected. At this hour, it must be late night, or even the early hours for her. He answered, "Hello, Yingxue. Why are you calling at this hour?" Xiaoming hasn't finished school yet. He instinctively assumed she was reaching out for another video call with their daughter. "I'm not calling about Xiaoming." Jiang Yingxue's voice came through. "I have something else to discuss. My grandfather misses Xiaoming, and my dad will be coming over this Saturday to pick her up and take her to visit him for a day." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng immediately comprehended the situation. It was Xiaoming's great-grandfather and grandfather wanting to meet the child. "Oh, I see. No problem, he readily agreed. Jiang Yingxue paused for a moment, her tone softening with a hint of caution. When you meet my parents, try not to be too nervous. They are quite amiable and easy to converse with. She was concerned that Chen Feng might feel pressure due to their differing statuses and past relationship. Chen Feng chuckled lightly on the other end of the line, his tone calm and assured. Thank you for the reminder. But you needn't worry, I can handle it. His mindset had evolved significantly. Now firmly grounded through his own abilities, he felt fulfilled and self-assured. He took the opportunity to inquire, by the way, how are things on your end? When do you expect to return home? Things are going quite smoothly, and I should be back in a few days, Jiang Yingxue replied. Once I return, I'll go see Xiao Meng. Good, travel safely, he said. With that, the call came to an end. Chen Feng set his phone down, feeling no particular anxiety about the impending meeting with Jiang Yingxue's parents. His sole focus was on caring for their daughter. Everything else would unfold in its own time. Once he had addressed this matter, Chen Feng found himself with some leisure time. Leaning back on the sofa, he casually scrolled through short videos on his phone. His finger glided across the screen, with various humorous, adorable, and educational videos flashing by. Suddenly, one video caught his attention. In it, a beautiful, graceful young female teacher was leading a group of kindergarten children in a dance. The children danced with sheer joy. Their movements, though unrefined, were imbued with innocence and vitality. The background music was none other than the children's song he composed, Bouncing Little Feet. What delighted him further was how the choreography crafted by this teacher perfectly aligned with the melody, rhythm, and even the lyrical essence of his song. The lively leaps, mimicking the actions of little feet running and the joyful smiles when encountering flowers. Each movement seemed tailored to express the carefree and exuberant emotions encapsulated in the song. How splendid! Chen Feng couldn't help but exclaim, genuinely impressed by the choreography's quality. As he became engrossed in the video, meticulously observing the dance movements, a familiar system notification chimed in his mind with clarity. Ding! You have diligently observed another's dance, grasping the essence of the art, and have acquired dance skills. Current level, beginner. Chen Feng was momentarily stunned, blinking in disbelief as a torrent of knowledge concerning dance fundamentals, bodily coordination, and rhythm surged into him. Is this possible? He mused. He merely watched a short video and unexpectedly gained dance skills? He couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head at the omnipresent super dad system, which continually brought him unexpected joys. Chapter 60. The dance video of Bouncing Little Feet goes viral in kindergarten. Chen Feng, observing the video of the dance to Bouncing Little Feet on his phone, found it quite amusing. He glanced at the account that published the video, belonging to Teacher Yuan. He casually clicked into Teacher Yuan's profile. To his surprise, she had amassed quite a following, with over 350,000 fans. The homepage was brimming with various dance videos, showcasing both her solo performances and those with the children. He randomly clicked on another dance video to watch. In it, Teacher Yuan's movements were elegant and fluid, radiating infectious energy. As he watched, the familiar notification chimed in his mind once more. Diligently observing dance videos. Dance skill proficiency, 12. Diligently observing dance videos. Dance skill proficiency, 15. Diligently observing dance videos. Dance skill proficiency, 18. The notifications rang out in succession. Chen Feng found it quite exhilarating, simply by watching the videos. His skill proficiency was increasing. He continued to view several different styles of dance videos. By the time he finished the fourth video, a distinct notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Your dance skill proficiency has exceeded 100 points, elevating your dance level from beginner to proficient. A wave of significantly clearer and more extensive knowledge of dance and bodily coordination instantaneously melded with his consciousness and muscles. He felt as if he could effortlessly dance along to the music, and his skill level would certainly not disappoint. With a mastery level of dance skills that rival those of an ordinary professional dancer, Chen Feng felt a surge of delight within him. This was truly an unexpected blessing. He had never imagined that merely scrolling through short videos and watching a few dance clips would elevate his own dancing abilities to such remarkable heights. Through the various videos and comments on Teacher Yuan's account, he discovered that the dance choreograph for the song Bouncing Little Feet had gained immense popularity online. Its simplicity and childlike charm had captured the hearts of not only many children, but also numerous amused adults eager to imitate the moves. Meanwhile, at the Stephen International Bilingual Kindergarten, a lively activity class was in session. A young female teacher clapped her hands and cheerfully addressed the children. All right, little ones. Today I will teach you a new dance. Does that sound good? Yes. The children chorused in unison. The teacher then took out her phone, connected it to a small speaker, and pressed the play button. Instantly, a brisk and catchy melody filled the air. It was none other than Bouncing Little Feet. Upon hearing the familiar tune, Xiao Meng's eyes sparkled with excitement. She immediately raised her little hand high, her face beaming with enthusiasm. The teacher noticed her and smiled, pointing her out. Xiaoming, do you have something to share? Xiaoming stood up straight, her voice ringing clear and proud. Teacher, this song was written by my daddy. He is the one who sings it. The teacher was momentarily taken aback, her expression one of astonishment and disbelief. Initially, she found it hard to accept. After all, children sometimes blur the lines between imagination and reality. However, she quickly recalled that Xiaoming had previously brought in the original illustrations for an In and Yu's adventure, confirming that the beloved fairy tale was indeed penned by her father. The author's pen name appeared to be Chen Feng. She glanced once more at the song information displayed on her phone. Bouncing Little Feet, lyrics by Chen Feng, composed by Chen Feng, original performance by Chen Feng. Could it truly be the same individual? Xiaoming's father? If this were the case, then he must be extraordinarily talented, crafting fairy tales, illustrating, and now composing and singing. What an exceptionally gifted individual. Suppressing her amazement, the teacher smiled at the entire class. Children, this song is indeed delightful. Shall we learn the dance that accompanies it? This choreography was created by a very talented teacher named Yuan. The children's enthusiasm was ignited. The teacher began to teach the simple yet adorable dance step by step, precisely that which had been choreographed by the internet sensation, teacher Yuan. Xiaoming was particularly attentive. Her little eyes were fixated on the teacher's movements as her hands and feet diligently followed suit, perhaps knowing that her father had written the song. She danced with extra passion, mastering the steps remarkably quickly. Before long, she had become the best dancer in the class. The teacher noticed this and cheerfully praised her. Look how wonderfully Xiaoming dances. Shall we give her a round of applause? Amidst the applause of her classmates, Xiaoming's cheeks flushed with pride as she exclaimed, "This song was written by my daddy. Of course, I must dance the best. When I get home, I will perform it for him." The teacher chuckled at her earnestness, her curiosity about the unseen Xiaoming's father intensifying. "Yes, Xiaoming, you are fantastic. Your father will surely be overjoyed to hear you say that." At 3:30 in the afternoon, Chen Feng arrived punctually at the kindergarten gate. It wasn't long before a flock of cheerful children burst from the classroom. Today, Xiaoming dashed out particularly quickly, almost being the first to exit, her eyes immediately locking onto her father's position as she raced towards him like a little cannonball. "Daddy!" Chen Feng smiled, bending down to embrace his daughter warmly, planting a kiss on her soft cheek. "Slow down, my little treasure." Xiaoming wrapped her arms around her father's neck, bubbling with excitement, her little mouth chattering like a machine gun. "Daddy, today, I learned a new dance at kindergarten. The music was your song, Bouncing Little Feet." Chen Feng was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected the kindergarten teacher to teach that dance as well. "Is that so? Did our Xiaoming learn it well?" "I did. I danced the best." The teacher praised me. Xiaoming's face radiated with a desire for affirmation. "Daddy, can I show you right now?" "Of course. I'm eager to see," Chen Feng replied, gently setting his daughter down. Xiaoming quickly ran to a small clear space, steadied herself, took a deep breath, and began to sing along to Bouncing Little Feet while earnestly dancing. Her little hands clapped, her feet leaped, twirling and smiling at the imaginary flowers. Every movement was executed with charm and joy, perfectly in rhythm. Soon, other parents waiting to pick up their children and some lingering little ones were drawn in, forming a small circle to watch. "Oh, this little girl dances beautifully. How adorable. Her movements are so precise. Isn't this the popular Bouncing Little Feet dance? She is amazing." Hearing the praises from the surrounding adults, Xiaoming danced even more energetically, her face aglow with pride and joy. As she danced, she scanned the crowd for her father, and upon seeing him watching her with encouragement and pride, her heart swelled with sweetness. Chen Feng watched his daughter perform confidently before everyone, filled with warmth and contentment. His daughter's health and happiness were his greatest joys. Chapter 61, Xiaoming's Victory. As Xiaoming finished her dance and returned with rosy cheeks, Chen Feng affectionately ruffled her hair. "You danced splendidly, even better than I imagined." "Of course," Xiaoming replied, tilting her chin proudly. Chen Feng recalled their earlier agreement and said, "Xiaoming, do you remember I promised to take you to a special children's South basketball court? The hoops there are much lower, and you'll surely be able to score. Shall we go now?" "Yes, yes. Let us go right now." Upon hearing this, Xiaoming was elated, bouncing with joy, still riding the high from her dance. Now she would get to play basketball as well. Chen Feng took his daughter's hand and walked to his domestic vehicle. He skillfully opened the back door, carefully securing Xiaoming in a child's safety seat, fastening her seatbelt with care before taking his place in the driver's seat, starting the engine, and heading towards a pre-identified indoor basketball court. Before long, they arrived at their destination. After parking, Chen Feng led Xiaoming into the bustling basketball facility, clearly designed for children's training. Numerous young children donned matching sports uniforms, practicing under the watchful eyes of coaches, the sounds of bouncing balls, running feet, and coaches' whistles creating a vibrant atmosphere. There were also a few vacant half-courts available for rent. Chen Feng completed the necessary arrangements at the front desk, securing one of the empty courts exclusively for Xiao Ming to enjoy. "Daddy, this place is huge. So many kids," Xiao Ming exclaimed, her large eyes filled with excitement and wonder as she surveyed her surroundings. "Indeed, today we shall let our Xiao Ming play to her heart's content here." Chen Feng smiled, one hand grasping a basketball while the other held his daughter's hand as they made their way to the court they had rented. He first handed the basketball to Xiao Ming, saying, "Here you go, Xiao Ming, let us begin with some shots. Do you see how this hoop is considerably lower than the one we saw last time?" "Yes, it's much lower." Xiao Ming looked up at the noticeably shorter children's hoop, her confidence soaring. She took the basketball and with a determined throw, aimed at the hoop. However, being still quite young, her strength and accuracy fell short. The ball arced through the air, striking the rim and bouncing away. She tried again, but it still didn't go in. On her third attempt, the ball didn't even touch the hoop. Xiao Ming's small face fell, her lips pouting. "Daddy, I still can't make it." Chen Feng displayed no signs of impatience. He knelt down, placing a reassuring hand on his daughter's shoulder, and encouraged her. "It's all right, Xiao Ming. Everyone starts off like this. I can see your throwing stance is already correct. Just a bit more strength and a tad more accuracy, and you'll definitely score. Come on, give it another try, Daddy believes in you." With her father's warm encouragement, Xiao Ming regained her confidence. She cradled the basketball once more, aimed carefully, and threw with all her might. This time, the ball soared through the air, thudding against the backboard before rolling into the hoop. "I did it. Daddy, I scored. Yay!" Xiao Ming exclaimed, her excitement causing her to leap up, her face glowing with pure joy. By patiently guiding his daughter in shooting, teaching skill proficiency 18. Engaging in basketball with his daughter, basketball skill proficiency 12. Chen Feng clapped and laughed. "See, I told you Xiao Ming could do it." With that initial success, Xiao Ming's confidence surged. She attempted a few more shots. While she wasn't hitting every time, her success rate was clearly improving. Each time she scored, she would cheer enthusiastically and run a circle around her father. By patiently guiding his daughter in shooting, teaching skill proficiency 15. Engaging in basketball with his daughter. Basketball skill proficiency 10. Just then, a slightly older boy approached, clutching a basketball. He glanced at Xiao Ming and spoke. "Hey, you're pretty good at basketball. Want to challenge me? Let us see who can score more." Feeling buoyed by her recent success, Xiao Ming puffed out her chest confidently and declared, "I'll take you on. I'm sure I can win." Chen Feng and the boy's parent chuckled at the playful challenge between the children. The competition commenced. The boy, being older, was stronger and taller, which gave him an advantage in stealing the ball. He quickly snatched the ball from Xiao Ming's hands and shot frequently. Initially, he clearly outperformed her. Xiao Ming began to feel anxious as she watched the score slip away. Her little face fell, and her actions became a bit frantic. "Xiao Ming, don't fret," Chen Feng called out from the sidelines. "You're taller, so be more agile. Move around, don't let him steal the ball so easily. When he shoots, try to distract him." Adjusting tactical guidance to his daughter based on the actual situation, teaching skill proficiency 20. Observing the game situation, basketball skill proficiency 15. Xiao Ming, being clever, quickly grasped her father's advice. No longer standing idly, she started to move nimbly, making it harder for the boy to approach her. When he prepared to shoot, she would jump and wave her hands. Though she couldn't reach the ball, it still served to distract him a little. She even attempted to swipe the ball from the boy's hands from the side. Although her success rate was low, her tenacity emerged. Gradually, Xiao Ming adapted to the rhythm, finding more opportunities to shoot. She recalled her father's teachings, focusing intently on her shots. 10 minutes passed. Chen Feng kept score. Xiao Ming managed to score 45. Chen Feng announced. The young man scored 41. Xiao Ming wins. "Yay, I won. I won," Xiao Ming exclaimed, leaping into the air, shaking her little fists in pure excitement. Although the boy looked disappointed, he approached Xiao Ming with grace and said, "You won. You're definitely better than me. Especially towards the end. You ran so fast, I couldn't steal the ball from you." Hearing her opponent's praise, Xiao Ming beamed with pride. "Thank you, big brother. You're really good too. Let us play together." The two children quickly became engrossed in play. Glancing at the time, Chen Feng felt it was about time to head home and walked over. "Xiao Ming, did you have fun today? It's time for us to go home for dinner." "Absolutely. I had so much fun." Xiao Ming ran to her father, her cheeks flushed from the exercise. "Daddy, can we come back again?" "Of course. As long as you enjoy it, I'll bring you here often," Chen Feng replied with a smile. He took Xiao Ming's hand and bid farewell to the new acquaintance as they strolled toward the exit of the basketball court. Xiaoming continued to chatter excitedly about the shots and the match they just had. At that moment, Chen Feng's phone rang. He pulled it out to find the caller ID displayed as Editor-in-Chief Tang from Bale Children's Stories. Chapter 62. The third edition of the physical book is reprinted. Royalties accounted for 2.8 million. Just as Chen Feng reached the entrance of the basketball court, his phone rang. Upon seeing it was Tang Wenyuan, he promptly answered the call. Teacher Xiefeng, I have great news. Absolutely fantastic news. As soon as the call connected, Tang Wenyuan's excited voice burst forth. Rapid as a machine gun. The second edition of an Un and Yu's adventures with a print run of 200,000 copies has sold out. Not a single copy left. This speed has shattered our company's records. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng felt a surge of joy. 200,000 copies, sold out so quickly? This was beyond his expectations. He stifled his excitement and responded, so fast? That's wonderful, Editor-in-Chief Tang. Indeed, the market response has been overwhelming. Tang Wenyuan continued enthusiastically. Thus, the board of directors has decided to immediately print a third edition. This time we plan to print 500,000 copies all at once. What do you think? 500,000 copies? Chen Feng took a slight breath before responding affirmatively. No problem. I agree. Let us go ahead with that quantity. Wonderful. With your affirmation, we can proceed with confidence. Tang Wenyuan's voice radiated pleasure. According to the contract, the royalties for these 500,000 copies total 2.8 million. I will arrange for the finance department to transfer it to your account immediately. Chen Feng calculated in his mind. 500,000 copies, priced at 28. With a royalty rate of 20%, indeed amounts to 2.8 million. He nodded, saying, all right, thank you for your efforts. No trouble at all. Tang Wenyuan chuckled. By the way, the company knows you have a lovely daughter, so we've prepared some merchandise related to an Un and Yu's adventures, such as plush toys, cushions, and little backpacks, which have already been sent to you. They should arrive tomorrow. It's a small token. Please be sure to accept it for you and your daughter. Chen Feng anticipated such a delightful surprise and quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Editor-in-Chief Tang. You're too kind. You are being overly courteous, Teacher Xiefeng. Please, go ahead with your tasks. I shall not disturb you further. Less than 5 minutes after ending the call, Chen Feng received a notification from the bank regarding a deposit. Upon seeing the figure 280 and 000,000 on his screen, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. His fortune had suddenly increased by 2 million. The acquisition of this wealth was remarkably swift and stable. He put away his phone and bent down to his little darling, who was gazing at him with wide, innocent eyes, saying, Xiaoming, I have wonderful news for you. Tomorrow, plush toys of an Un and Yu, along with little cushions and backpacks, will be delivered to our home. Really? Xiaoming's eyes widened in sheer astonishment, bursting forth with immense delight. Is it the Un and Yu from the stories? Daddy, I want them all. She tugged at her father's hand, bouncing with excitement, her face radiating anticipation and joy. All right, they are all yours. Chen Feng chuckled as he lifted his daughter into his arms. Now let's head home. Daddy will prepare something delicious for you. Upon returning to their apartment, he encouraged Xiaoming to watch a cartoon while he donned an apron and ventured into the kitchen to prepare dinner. His actions, washing vegetables, chopping, and stir-frying, were executed with a grace that spoke of familiarity. Culinary skill level 12, home-cooked dishes. Culinary skill level 15, experimenting with new flavor combinations. The system's notification chimes echoed intermittently, signifying that his culinary prowess quietly ascended to new heights with each passing day. Before long, enticing aromas wafted from the kitchen. Xiaoming, wash your hands. It's time to eat. Chen Feng announced as he emerged from the kitchen with a platter of dishes. I'm coming. Xiaoming obediently dashed to wash her hands and then settled into her little dining chair. As she surveyed the colorful and aromatic feast laid before her, she eagerly scooped a bite with her tiny spoon, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Daddy, your cooking is getting better and better. It's even tastier than at kindergarten. Chen Feng smiled and served her a piece of her favorite chicken wing. If it's delicious, then eat more. During their meal, Chen Feng recalled an important matter and said to Xiaoming, Xiaoming, I must tell you that tomorrow is Saturday. Your grandfather and grandmother will come to pick you up and take you to see your great-grandfather. It's been a while since you last saw them. Do you miss them? Yes. Xiaoming nodded vigorously, her mouth still full of food. She mumbled, I miss great-grandfather. I miss grandfather and grandmother too. I can see them tomorrow. Seeing his daughter's eager anticipation eased Chen Feng's heart considerably. The next day, shortly after they had finished breakfast, the doorbell rang. It must be the delivery, Xiaoming exclaimed, darting to the door with even more enthusiasm than Chen Feng. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a delivery person carrying an enormous cardboard box. After signing for it, he dragged the large parcel into the living room. "Daddy, hurry, open it. Open it." Xiaoming circled the box, bubbling with excitement. Chen Feng chuckled as he took scissors to the tape and unveiled the contents. The box was brimming with exquisite toys. There were charming cartoon figurines of an Un and Yu, plush toys, cushions adorned with scenes from the story, and delightful little backpacks and pencil cases. The array of merchandise was dazzling. "Wow," Xiaoming gasped, rushing to the side of the box. Gingerly pulling out each toy and hugging them to her chest, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. "It's an In. It's Yu. Daddy, look. There's Pangu. And Yuwa. I love them all." She picked up one toy after another, utterly enchanted. Suddenly, she looked up, her curiosity piqued, and asked, "Daddy, where did these toys come from? Did you buy them?" Chen Feng knelt beside her, pointing to the Bale fairy tale logo on the toys, patiently explaining. "These were not purchased by Daddy. They were sent to us by the company that produced the story The Adventures of an Un and Yu, which I created. Moreover, they not only sent us toys, but also help sell them externally, so Daddy earns money from it as well." Xiaoming's eyes widened, her little face beaming with admiration. "Daddy is amazing. Writing stories can earn toys and money too. Daddy is the best in the world." Hearing his daughter's unabashed admiration filled Chen Feng with a joy that surpassed even the delight of receiving 280 million. Meanwhile, in a prestigious toy store within a well-known shopping mall in the capital, Jiang Yingxue and Qi Meiling were weaving through the dazzling array of merchandise. They were about to pick up their granddaughter Xiaoming, and naturally, they could not arrive empty-handed. They planned to select a few suitable toys to bring along. However, the variety of toys in the store was overwhelming. Remote control cars, dolls, building blocks, puzzles, plush toys, all were dizzying. After pondering for a while, Qi Meiling, somewhat indecisive, inquired of a nearby sales assistant, "Excuse me, what toys do 3 to 4-year-old girls generally prefer?" The sales assistant, a young woman, smiled brightly and enthusiastically replied, "Currently, the most popular among children is The Adventures of an Un and Yu series. Almost every child knows about it. All the toys related to an Un and Yu, such as figurines, puzzles, and stationery, are selling exceptionally well. The children absolutely adore them." Jiang Yingxue and Qi Meiling exchanged glances, both finding the sales assistant's suggestion rather appealing. Since The Adventures of an Un and Yu was so well received among children, Xiaoming would surely love it too. "Let's go with this," Jiang Yingxue declared. Qi Meiling nodded in agreement, her earlier indecision dissipating. They had made a splendid choice, and it was certainly fashionable enough to save face. The sales assistant beamed with delight, promptly leading the two seemingly affluent customers to the designated section. This area was a veritable paradise for an Un and Yu, overflowing with a plethora of items. Jiang Yingxue and Qi Meiling were both captivated, leaning in together to examine their selections closely. "Look at this in figurine. The craftsmanship is quite exquisite. And the eyes are so expressive," Qi Meiling remarked, holding up a boy figurine dressed in blue overalls. "Yes, this Yu is lovely as well, with a fluffy skirt. Xiaoming will surely adore it," Jiang Yingxue added, picking up a girl figurine dressed in a pink dress, her hair styled in 2 little pigtails. They felt that just the 2 cartoon figurines seemed a bit lacking, so they also selected a pair of plush toys that were even softer and perfect for hugging. Next, Qi Meiling's eyes landed on a cute little backpack adorned with a charming illustration of an Un and Yu holding hands. Imagining how adorable Xiaoming would look wearing it. "Let us also grab a deluxe edition of the fairy tale book. Toys can become monotonous after a while, but a good book can be enjoyed repeatedly. We'll choose the one with the most beautiful packaging," she thoughtfully suggested. "All right, I trust your judgment." Jiang Yingxue agreed without hesitation. Before long, their shopping cart was piled high. Looking at the carefully selected gifts, both felt a sense of satisfaction, believing this meeting gift was substantial enough to convey their heartfelt intentions. "Let us have all these wrapped separately, and please be meticulous," Jiang Yingxue instructed the waiting sales assistant, handing over his credit card. "Absolutely, sir. You can rest assured." The sales assistant swiftly began to pack, and soon, multiple shopping bags were filled to the brim. With their burdensome spoils in hand, the two departed from the bustling shopping mall. Once seated in the car, Jiang Yingxue ignited the engine and adeptly configured the navigation system to the apartment address sent by his daughter, Jiang Yingxue. The vehicle smoothly merged into the flow of traffic as he attentively focused on the road ahead. Qi Meiling occupied the passenger seat, gazing out at the passing scenery, her mind still pondering the appropriate demeanor to adopt when meeting Chen Feng. Inside the apartment, Chen Feng was engaged in play with Xiaoming on the living room carpet, entertaining her with the newly received Un and Yu figurines. Xiaoming manipulated her toys, occasionally glancing up at the clock on the wall, her face alight with anticipation. "Daddy, why haven't Grandpa and Grandma arrived yet?" she inquired. Chen Feng gently ruffled her hair and replied, They might be caught in traffic. Let us wait a little longer with patience. Xiaoming tilted her head and asked, Daddy, have you met my grandpa and grandma before? Chen Feng shook his head, candidly responding, No, today will be our first meeting. That is all right, Xiaoming declared, puffing out her small chest. When they arrive, I'll introduce them to you. My grandpa and grandma are wonderful. Observing his daughter's innocent exuberance, Chen Feng smiled. All right, I will eagerly await your introduction. At that moment, the doorbell chimed melodiously. They're here. It must be Grandpa and Grandma, Xiaoming exclaimed joyfully, springing up from the carpet and dashing to the door, tiptoeing as she endeavored to open it. Upon the door's swing, she indeed beheld Jiang Yingxue and Qi Miling standing outside, burdened with their offerings. Grandpa, Grandma, Xiaoming shouted with glee. The sight of their granddaughter instantly brought forth affectionate smiles on Jiang Yingxue and Qi Miling's faces, momentarily casting aside their earlier thoughts about Chen Feng. Oh, my little treasure, Qi Miling exclaimed, crouching down to envelop Xiaoming in a warm embrace, planting a kiss on her cheek. I've missed you so much. Jiang Yingxue, grinning broadly, bent down as well, presenting the shopping bags. Xiaoming, look at the delightful treasures Grandma and Grandpa have brought for you. As he spoke, he produced the newly purchased N&U figurines, plush toys, a small backpack, and a set of fairy tale books. Surprisingly, Xiaoming merely blinked her large eyes and replied, Grandpa and Grandma, I already have these toys and books. She then scampered back to the living room. Retrieving her identical collection of toys and books, Jiang Yingxue and Qi Miling exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback as a hint of embarrassment washed over their faces. Unbeknownst to them, their meticulously chosen gifts had been duplicated, rendering them somewhat superfluous. Xiaoming, however, was unfazed. She set down the toys, grasped one hand of her grandpa and the other of her grandma, and eagerly led them into the living room, enthusiastically pointing at Chen Feng. Grandpa and Grandma, this is my daddy. She turned to her father, saying, Daddy, these are my grandpa and grandma. Chen Feng approached with a calm and gentle smile, politely greeting, Hello, uncle. Auntie, I am Chen Feng. His demeanor was neither subservient nor arrogant, marked by decorum. Jiang Yingxue scrutinized Chen Feng from head to toe. He is quite tall and has a respectable appearance, certainly a handsome young man. Alas, he is merely a delivery driver, he mused internally, maintaining a neutral expression as he acknowledged Chen Feng with a slight nod, saying nothing further. Qi Miling's reaction was particularly frosty. Her underlying discontent and condescension towards Chen Feng peaked upon encountering him in person, especially given his exceedingly ordinary attire. She scrutinized him with an unyielding gaze, her face betraying no emotion as she scanned him from head to toe. Noticing his plain cotton loungewear, devoid of any accessories that might denote status or wealth, she felt her disappointment deepen. Had it not been for her husband's repeated admonitions prior to their visit and their daughter's specific request to refrain from making things difficult for Chen Feng, she would have undoubtedly voiced her disdain. The atmosphere in the living room turned somewhat peculiar, as an invisible tension and silence enveloped the three adults. Only Xiaoming remained blissfully unaware of the undercurrents, feeling elated that everyone was meeting. Suddenly recalling something of utmost importance, she bent down and triumphantly retrieved the N figurine from her pile of old toys, clutching it tightly in her small hand. She then looked up at Jiang Yingxue and Qi Miling, her big, dark eyes sparkling with pride. Grandpa and Grandma, my daddy is amazing. The story you bought, The Adventures of an N&U, was written by my daddy. She pointed to the illustrations on the book and the toys. And these drawings, N&U, Pengu, and Nuwa, were all created by my daddy. These toys were made to resemble my daddy's drawings. My daddy is the best daddy in the world. Her enthusiastic proclamation detonated like a small bomb in the ears of Jiang Yingxue and Qi Miling. Both were momentarily stunned, their faces registering a profound disbelief. What? The wildly popular The Adventures of an N&U, which even we have heard of, was penned by this very Chen Feng? Those vibrant and charming illustrations were his handiwork? How could this be possible? Chapter 64. The Shock of Jiang Yingxue's Parents. The astonishment on Jiang Yingxue and Qi Miling's faces was unmistakable. Jiang Yingxue crouched down to Xiaoming's level, his tone infused with skepticism. Xiaoming, tell Grandpa. Did your daddy truly write and illustrate The Adventures of an N&U all by himself? Xiaoming nodded vigorously, her expression earnest. Of course it's true. Xiaoming never lies. Qi Miling furrowed her brow, her tone stern as she cautioned. Xiaoming, children must be honest. We must not exaggerate for the sake of pride. I'm not exaggerating. Everything I said is true, Xiaoming protested, her cheeks flushing in frustration as she tugged at Qi Miling's hand. Grandma, do you believe me? It really is Daddy who wrote it. Jiang Yingxue raised his gaze, examining the silent Chen Feng who stood to the side, and asked, Chen Feng, is what Xiaoming said true? Chen Feng maintained his calm demeanor, nodding in affirmation. Yes, uncle, the adventures of an N and Yu is indeed my creation. Humph. Qi Miling snorted derisively, her tone dripping with skepticism. You claim it is so, but how can we believe you without proof? A delivery driver writing such a popular children's story, illustrating such exquisite drawings? Who would believe that? Her disbelief was palpable. She suspected either that Chen Feng was boasting or that he had resorted to some disreputable means. Jiang Yingxue remained silent, yet his expression clearly conveyed his skepticism. He too found the notion incredulous. How could a lowly delivery worker be juxtaposed with a talented best-selling author and illustrator? The disparity was simply too vast. Little Ming, seeing that her grandparents still did not believe her father, grew increasingly anxious. She ran to Chen Feng's side, tugging at his clothing. Her small face tilted upwards as she earnestly implored, Daddy, please show Grandpa and Grandma that you're not lying. Chen Feng gazed into his daughter's large, eager eyes, and his heart softened. In truth, he was indifferent to whether Jiang Yingxue's parents believed him. Their opinions held little significance. However, he was reluctant to disappoint his daughter, not wanting little Ming to feel that her father's words were untrusted. He gently patted her head and replied, all right. With that, he retrieved his phone, unlocked it, and located the icon for the Bale Children's Stories app, tapping it open. He deftly entered his account credentials and logged into his creator's dashboard. Turning the screen towards Jiang Yingxue and Qi Miling, he spoke in a calm tone. Uncle, Aunt, this is the creator's dashboard of the Bale Children's Stories platform. This account is mine. It contains all the creation records of an UN and UU's adventures, including upload times, drafts, and all income details. The text version, illustrated version, and audio version are all published and managed through this account. Jiang Yingxue and Qi Miling leaned in, their skepticism wavering as they observed the clear interface of the dashboard. The undeniable author information, and the familiar titles and thumbnail illustrations of the fairy tales they had seen from their granddaughter. Their doubt was swiftly replaced with astonishment. It truly was him. This dashboard could not be faked. The detailed data and unique creator identification pointed unequivocally to one fact. The delivery man Chen Feng, whom they had always looked down upon, was indeed the true creator of the wildly popular UN and UU's adventures. Jiang Yingxue, almost in disbelief, took out his own phone, downloaded the Bale Children's Stories app on the spot, and swiftly registered before opening the homepage. Indeed, at the top of the bestseller list, the new book list, and the rewards list was an UN and UU's adventures. Following closely was the author's name, Chen Feng. Qi Miling also leaned over to take a look, and upon seeing the prominent rankings and staggering sales figures, her mouth fell open, speechless, her expression a complex blend of emotions. Chen Feng put away his phone and calmly explained, when I initially wrote these stories, my main intention was to provide little Ming with something unique, allowing her to learn about our own myths and history. I uploaded them to the platform, not expecting them to be so well received by many children and parents. Jiang Yingxue took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. When he looked at Chen Feng again, his gaze had transformed entirely, now infused with awe and admiration. I never anticipated, Chen Feng, that you possessed such remarkable literary and artistic talent. We were indeed short-sighted. His words bore a certain sincerity. Although Qi Miling refrained from vocal praise, the sharp, disdainful expression she had worn earlier had considerably softened, while her gaze remained scrutinizing. It was now accompanied by a sense of embarrassment and reevaluation. She bit her lip, withholding any further sarcastic remarks. Seeing that her grandparents finally believed in her father, little Ming instantly regained her exuberance, excitedly continuing to divulge, Grandpa, Grandma, my daddy doesn't just draw cartoons. The landscape paintings, oil paintings, and meticulous brushwork he creates are all exceptionally wonderful. Jiang Yingxue, taken aback, turned to little Ming. Little Ming, you know about landscape painting, oil painting, and meticulous brushwork? With pride, little Ming puffed out her chest. All thanks to Daddy. He knows everything. Upon hearing this, Qi Miling felt the doubts she had just suppressed beginning to resurface. While one might argue that proficiency in cartoon drawing could stem from talent and interest, landscape painting, oil painting, and meticulous brushwork required deep foundational skills and systematic study of traditional arts. How could a young man, still a delivery worker, possibly be proficient in all? A look of incredulity returned to her face. Little Ming, perceptively catching the disbelief on her grandmother's countenance, immediately pointed to the wall in the living room. Grandpa, Grandma, look. The paintings hanging on the wall, those landscape paintings, oil paintings, and meticulous brushwork, were all painted by my daddy. They are so beautiful. Chapter 65. Chen Feng is Shui Feng Shanren. Jiang Yingxue and Qi Miling followed little Ming's finger and turned their eyes to the wall. Upon seeing it, they were once again dumbfounded. There hung several paintings, arranged with aesthetic appeal. There were magnificent landscapes, oil paintings rich in color and power, and meticulously detailed works where figures appeared lifelike. Though they were not top-tier art appraisers, they possessed basic appreciation skills. These paintings, in terms of composition, brushwork, artistic conception, and attention to detail, were of exceptionally high caliber. They were certainly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary artist. If all these paintings were indeed created by Chen Feng, then his artistic skill was nothing short of astonishing. Seeing her grandparents in awe, little Ming beamed with pride and continued to boast, "Grandpa, Grandma, the paintings my daddy creates are worth a fortune. He sold 4 paintings recently. Can you guess how much they sold for?" She deliberately paused for effect, then crossed her 2 little fingers and exclaimed, "They sold for 10 million. A full 10 million. 10 million. Jiang Yingxue and Qi Meiling exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes wide with shock. A young man in his 20s could sell 4 of his own paintings for 10 million? This was utterly preposterous. Even some well-established artists would struggle to reach such a price point. Amidst their extreme astonishment, a sudden thought struck Jiang Yingxue like a flash of lightning. He suddenly recalled that his father, Jiang Yingxue, had recently spent 10 million at the Rongba Ozai consignment shop to purchase 4 landscape paintings signed by Shui Fengshanren. Could it be that fate had orchestrated such a coincidence? He instinctively glanced at Qi Meiling, who was looking at him with a similar expression of doubt and surprise. Lowering her voice, she almost hissed, "Could the 4 paintings that Dad bought be?" Jiang Yingxue, grappling with the tumult within, forced himself to appear calm and whispered back, "No. It couldn't be that coincidental, could it?" In unison, they turned their attention back to the inscriptions on the wall. Whether it was the landscape paintings, oil paintings, or meticulous brushwork, the seals or signatures on each clearly read the 4 characters, Shui Fengshanren. And the 4 landscape paintings bought by Jiang Yingxue bore the same seal, Shui Fengshanren, Shui Fengshanren. This could hardly be dismissed as mere coincidence. Jiang Yingxue inhaled deeply, striving to quell the storm within him. Pointing at the paintings on the wall, his voice trembled slightly as he asked Chen Feng, "Chen Feng, are all these paintings on the wall truly yours?" Chen Feng maintained a calm demeanor, nodding gently, "Yes, uncle, they are all paintings I created during my leisure time." Upon receiving this affirmative reply, Jiang Yingxue and Qi Meiling felt their minds buzzing. Qi Meiling could not help but exclaim, "How is this even possible? The mastery evident in these paintings is inconceivable without decades of immersion." "How old are you?" Jiang Yingxue spoke solemnly. "Chen Feng, it is not that we are unwilling to believe you, but the truth is simply too astonishing. How can we trust that someone as young as you possesses such profound literary knowledge and remarkable artistic talent simultaneously?" Their skepticism was not entirely unfounded, as it transcended the bounds of reason. Xiao Meng, witnessing her grandparents' disbelief, stamped her feet in urgency. "Daddy's paintings are the best. Grandma and Grandpa, why don't you believe it yet? Daddy, paint something for them. Do it right now." Qi Meiling, caught up in the moment, echoed Xiao Meng's plea, glancing at Chen Feng with an eagerness that demanded validation. "Indeed, Chen Feng, if you can produce a painting on the spot that not only rivals these on the wall, but demonstrates a comparable level of skill, we shall believe you." Chen Feng observed his daughter, whose anxious desire to vindicate her father was palpable. He then looked at the 2 elders, whose skepticism was tinged with a glimmer of anticipation and inquiry. A gentle smile graced his lips as he spoke with a tone imbued with respect. "Uncle, Auntie, as this is our first formal meeting, I have not prepared any special gifts. Since you are interested in calligraphy and painting, allow me to humbly present a landscape painting as a token of my regard. I hope it meets your approval." His words were articulated with great propriety. Although he shared no legal ties to Jiang Yingxue and Qi Meiling, they were, after all, Jiang Yingxue's parents and Xiao Meng's grandparents. Out of both sentiment and reason, respect was warranted. Moreover, deep within, he harbored a flicker of hope for the future. Should he indeed find himself with Jiang Yingxue, these 2 would be his in-laws. Presenting them with a painting he created himself would not only serve to demonstrate his abilities, but also convey heartfelt sentiment, an exquisitely fitting gesture. "To us?" Jiang Yingxue exclaimed. Taken aback, Qi Meiling was equally astonished, not expecting Chen Feng to make such an offer. Without further ado, Chen Feng retreated into the study, swiftly returning with a roll of blank rice paper, along with brushes, ink, an inkstone, and pigments, an array of painting tools. He laid them out on the spacious coffee table in the living room, his movements deliberate and unhurried. Xiao Meng eagerly leaned in, her large eyes wide with anticipation. Jiang Yingxue and Qi Meiling could not help but step closer, holding their breath in rapt attention. Standing there, Chen Feng slightly closed his eyes, as if centering himself. When he opened them, his gaze radiated intense focus. He grasped a larger brush, dipping it into the meticulously ground ink, its consistency just right. With no hesitation, his wrist poised, He let the brush fall onto the pristine rice paper. The brush danced across the paper as if animated, at times pressing firmly to render the rugged texture of the mountains, and at other times, lightly dabbing to outline the shapes of trees. The strokes varied in weight, capturing the robust essence of towering peaks and the majestic contours of the winding Great Wall. At times, they were quick and agile, as if coaxing tender green shoots to sprout forth from the paper, radiating the freshness of spring. His entire painting process flowed seamlessly, devoid of any stutter, as though the entire scene had long been envisioned in his mind and was now merely cascading onto the paper through the tip of his brush. The use of ink was masterful, wet and dry, bold and faint, all transformed in his hands. With just a few strokes, the painting conveyed a sense of depth, layering mountains that receded into the distance, creating an expansive spatial quality. The Great Wall, like a great dragon coiling through the lofty peaks, though merely sketched in outline, already exuded an imposing grandeur, infused with the vibrant essence of spring. Jiang Yingxue and Qi Miling, observing from the side, transitioned from initial skepticism to astonishment, and finally to an overwhelming sense of shock, their expressions almost frozen in disbelief. While they might not articulate the intricacies of brush techniques, they could deeply sense the spirit and vitality emanating from the painting. It was evident that Chen Feng's brushwork was imbued with an innate confidence and an absolute command over the medium, qualities that were undeniably authentic and could not be feigned or hastily acquired. This was the hallmark of a true master, one whose skills were remarkably profound. Yet, Chen Feng's work was not yet complete. He switched to a slightly smaller brush, meticulously adding finer details to the spring dawn at the Great Wall, enhancing the painting's vibrancy and spirit. Jiang Yingxue and Qi Miling's eyes widened further, as waves of astonishment surged within them, each crest more formidable than the last. With a steady wrist, Chen Feng's brush glided fluidly across the rice paper, delineating the final intricacies. Before long, a complete spring dawn at the Great Wall emerged vividly on the paper. The mountains cascaded into the distance. The Great Wall slithered like a dragon atop them, and the morning glow painted the horizon in hues of crimson. The entire composition was majestic, imbued with the vitality of a spring morning. Upon completing the painting, Chen Feng did not cease his work. He selected a smaller calligraphy brush, dipped it in ink, and inscribed 4 lines of poetry in the blank spaces of the artwork with an effortless flow, spanning the ages like a great dragon. Spring morning's warmth paints the sky in crimson. The grand fortresses remain steadfast, the passes stand tall, proud against the azure sky. The verses were powerful and harmonious, reflecting a meticulous structure. Finally, he affixed his signature, Xiefeng Shanjin, and pressed his seal, crafted from chicken blood stone, beneath it with steady precision. The entire process unfolded like a graceful dance, leaving Jiang Yingxue and Qi Miling utterly astounded. Jiang Yingxue was the first to approach, nearly pressing against the painting. He scrutinized every stroke, every texture, growing increasingly awed. The technique for rendering these rocks is vigorous and seasoned. The Great Wall's trajectory is sinuous and potent, truly resembling a mighty dragon, and the treatment of distance and perspective conveys such depth. The warmth of spring and morning light are captured with incredible clarity, he murmured, his tone brimming with incredulous admiration. Next, his gaze shifted to the 4 lines of poetry, and he gasped in astonishment. This script, the calligraphy is profound, the structure impeccable, exuding a unique character while embodying the essence of classical styles. It is undoubtedly the work of a master. Just this writing alone holds immense value. A seasoned businessman, well acquainted with the world, he had a discerning eye for art appreciation and was thoroughly captivated by the mastery Chen Feng had displayed. Qi Miling leaned closer to examine the poem. Coming from a scholarly background, she had cultivated an appreciation for poetry since childhood. She softly recited the verses, spanning the ages like a great dragon. Spring morning's warmth paints the sky in crimson. The grand fortresses remain steadfast, the passes stand tall, proud against the azure sky. After finishing, her eyes sparkled with delight. Unable to restrain her praise, what a splendid poem. Spanning the ages like a great dragon captures the grandeur of the Great Wall, transcending time. While spring morning's warmth paints the sky in crimson highlights the specific beauty of a spring dawn. The latter 2 lines, the grand fortresses remain steadfast, the passes stand tall, proud against the azure sky, evoke profound imagery, both a lament for the passage of history and an expression of pride and resilience in the landscape of our homeland. The poem is meticulously structured, with a commendable balance in its couplets, making it a rare gem. After expressing their admiration for both the painting and the poem, Jiang Yingxue and Qi Miling's gazes instinctively gravitated once more towards the 4 characters inscribed as Xiefeng Shanren and the adjacent crimson seal. The calligraphy was identical to the inscriptions on the 4 precious landscape paintings in the study of the esteemed elder Jiang Yingxue. The seal matched perfectly as well. Previously, they had harbored a sliver of hope that it could be a mere coincidence, but at this moment, the spring dawn at the Great Wall was a piece they had witnessed Chen Feng complete stroke by stroke, including the poem, the signature, and the seal, all executed without any pretense. Facts speak louder than words. The elder's investment of 10 million was indeed for the artwork created by this young man before them. This realization struck them like a boulder cast into a serene lake, stirring tumultuous waves within their hearts. When Jiang Yingxue lifted his head to look at Chen Feng again, the disdain had vanished from his eyes, replaced by profound astonishment and a hint of respect. He sincerely praised, "Chen Feng, I truly find myself at a loss for words. At such a young age, you possess such profound mastery in painting and poetry. Remarkable. Truly, the youth is formidable." Qi Miling's attitude underwent a complete transformation as well. The coldness and skepticism that once adorned her face had long since dissipated, supplanted by genuine appreciation. She regarded Chen Feng with a warm tone, even tinged with familiarity. "Indeed. Chen Feng, we misjudged you earlier. I never expected you to be so exceptionally talented at such a young age. My family has always valued true scholarly achievement, and we hold those possessing genuine talent in high regard." Her words served to amend her previous stance, clearly expressing her recognition of Chen Feng. Little Ming, witnessing her grandparents' complete conversion, began to praise her father with glee, clapping her tiny hands. "See, grandfather and grandmother, now you believe my dad is amazing, right?" Qi Miling bent down, affectionately lifting little Ming and affectionately rubbing her little face. "Indeed, indeed. Our little Ming's father is one of the most remarkable dads in the world." At this moment, Chen Feng smiled and said, "Uncle and Auntie, please wait a moment while I simply mount this for easier transport." He fetched pre-cut silk and glue, skillfully adhering the artwork to the backing paper, meticulously smoothing it with a small brush. He then adorned the edges with a light golden silk border and finally reinforced it with several layers of rice paper on the back, gently brushing it smooth. The entire process flowed seamlessly, executed with utmost professionalism. Jiang Yingxue and Qi Miling nodded in approval once more. Jiang Yingxue remarked, "I never anticipated that your mounting skills would be so exquisite. Such craftsmanship cannot be honed overnight." Soon, the completed spring dawn at the Great Wall was presented before them, flat and elegant, exuding even greater charm. Chen Feng handed the scroll to Jiang Yingxue with both hands, sincerely stating, "Uncle, Auntie, please accept this small token of my appreciation." Jiang Yingxue accepted the painting, still imbued with the fragrance of ink, with a sense of excitement. He understood that with Chen Feng's current reputation as Xiefeng Shanren in the collector's circle, coupled with the painting's exceptional artistic quality and their first-hand experience of its creation, this spring dawn at the Great Wall could easily fetch millions at auction. Naturally, a few million was not a significant amount for the Jiang family. However, the significance of this gift was extraordinary. This was not merely a painting of immense value, but also a symbol of respect and goodwill from a remarkably talented young man, marking the beginning of a thaw in their relationship. He solemnly secured the scroll, repeatedly expressing, "This gift is too precious. It holds great meaning. Thank you, Chen Feng." Chapter 67. Little Ming's continuous revelations shocked Jiang Yingxue's parents. Jiang Yingxue carefully stored the spring dawn at the Great Wall, glanced at the time, and said to Chen Feng, "Chen Feng, it's getting late. We must take little Ming to her great-grandfather." Chen Feng nodded and politely inquired, "Uncle, do you need me to drive you there?" Jiang Yingxue waved his hand dismissively. "No need to trouble yourself. We drove here, and our car is downstairs." "All right. Please drive safely." Chen Feng accompanied them to the elevator at the entrance of the apartment. As the elevator doors opened, Jiang Yingxue and Qi Miling, holding little Ming, stepped inside. "Uncle and Auntie, take care." Chen Feng bid farewell at the door and gently reminded his daughter, "Little Ming, be obedient while playing with great-grandfather, and stay safe." "All right. I know, Daddy. I'll miss you." Little Ming, nestled in Qi Miling's arms, waved her small hand, her voice bright and clear. As the elevator doors gradually closed, Chen Feng watched the numbers descend before he turned back into the house. In the underground parking garage, Qi Miling held little Ming as they got into the car with Jiang Yingxue. Qi Miling and little Ming settled into the back seat, while Jiang Yingxue started the vehicle, smoothly driving out of the garage towards the traditional courtyard where his father, Jiang Yingxue, resided. During the journey, Qi Miling, cradling her soft granddaughter, gently asked, "Little Ming, tell your grandma how well your daddy treats you." "He is great. Daddy is so good to me." Little Ming immediately answered without hesitation, her little mouth recounting her father's kindness. "Daddy makes me delicious meals every day, plays blocks with me, paints with me, and at night tells me wonderful stories to help me sleep. He takes me to kindergarten in the morning and picks me up on time in the afternoon. Daddy is the best daddy in the world. Listening to little Ming's expressions of reliance and happiness, both Qi Meiling and Jiang Shiji exchanged glances, feeling a wave of comfort wash over them. Regardless of their previous opinions of Chen Feng, the happiness of the child was paramount. Little Ming grew increasingly animated. Grandma and Grandpa, my daddy's cooking is so delicious. Even carrots and vegetables taste amazing. I love eating vegetables now. And when Aunt Lin visits our home, she praises Daddy's cooking. Jiang Shiji and Qi Meiling were taken aback by this revelation. They were aware that little Ming had previously been notoriously picky, especially about vegetables, to the extent that the household staff had to devise clever methods to get her to eat even a bite of greens. Now she was voluntarily claiming to love vegetables? It seemed Chen Feng's culinary skills were indeed exceptional. Jiang Shiji, glancing at his daughter through the rearview mirror, smiled in agreement. Is that so? Then little Ming's daddy is truly impressive. Well, if the opportunity arises, Grandma and Grandpa will definitely come to taste your daddy's cooking. Little Ming nodded vigorously, and then suddenly remembered something, her face brimming with pride. Oh, and Daddy can speak English too. He has taught me so many English words and sentences. My English is really good now. This statement left Jiang Shiji and Qi Meiling even more astonished. They had previously investigated Chen Feng's background and knew he was merely a middle school graduate, having graduated many years ago, and worked in a physically demanding job that didn't require English. How could he possibly teach little Ming English? Although little Ming attended a bilingual kindergarten, she had been enrolled for less than a month, so her progress couldn't have been so remarkable. Qi Meiling, harboring some skepticism, casually tested little Ming's English. Really? So what did you have for breakfast this morning? Without a moment's hesitation, little Ming responded in clear, fluent English. I had a glass of milk, an egg, and some delectable vegetable porridge prepared by my father. Qi Meiling was somewhat taken aback and continued to inquire in English. That sounds delightful. What is your favorite color? Xiao Ming promptly responded. Pink and blue. I adore them both. How old are you? I am 3 years old. Qi Meiling asked several questions in succession, and Xiao Ming answered fluently, her pronunciation impeccable, and her sentences coherent, far exceeding the average proficiency of a child who had just begun attending a bilingual kindergarten for less than a month. Jiang Shiji and Qi Meiling were utterly astonished. They exchanged glances, each perceiving disbelief reflected in the other's eyes. Could Xiao Ming's remarkable command of English truly be attributed to Chen Feng, a mere junior high school graduate possessing such authentic spoken language and teaching aptitude? Before Xiao Ming could finish her thought, she excitedly exclaimed, My dad is also incredibly skilled at basketball. Previously, a dedicated basketball uncle competed against my dad, and my dad won. He even teaches me to play basketball, and I'm quite good at it too. Just yesterday at the children's basketball court, I defeated a little boy. Jiang Shiji and Qi Meiling were left at a loss for how to respond. With culinary skills, artistry, writing, English, and basketball, what else could Chen Feng possibly excel at? How could he possess such a vast array of knowledge? Moreover, each skill seemed to reach a remarkably high standard. This was in stark contrast to the ordinary, even somewhat downcast image of a delivery worker they had previously investigated. What on earth was happening? A profound sense of confusion enveloped the couple's minds. Chen Feng was shrouded in mystery. Along the way, Xiao Ming's little mouth was incessantly busy, sharing with her grandparents all the impressive feats of her father, her words brimming with admiration and pride. As Jiang Shiji and Qi Meiling listened, their initial shock gradually transformed into a complex sense of comfort. Ultimately, it was a joyous occasion that Xiao Ming had such a loving father who seemed capable of anything, truly cherishing her. As long as the child was happy and healthy, that was all that mattered. In the apartment, after bidding farewell to Jiang Shiji and the others, Chen Feng tidied up the living room slightly when his phone buzzed in his pocket. He took it out and saw the name of the caller clearly displayed on the screen. Editor-in-Chief Tang, from Bell Fairy Tales. Chapter 68, Great-Grandfather. The painting my father created is with you. Chen Feng answered the call. Hello, Editor-in-Chief Tang. Hello, Teacher Xiefeng. I hope I'm not interrupting you. Came the enthusiastic voice of Tang Wenyuan. Not at all. Please go ahead. Tang Wenyuan's tone was tinged with barely contained excitement. Teacher Xiefeng, I have monumental news. A highly renowned animation producer, Ms. Diane, has reached out to our company. She is very keen on your series The Adventures of an Un, and Yu Yuan wishes to adapt it into a feature-length animated film. What are your thoughts on this? Upon hearing this, Chen Feng felt a surge of joy. It was indeed a wonderful opportunity for the story to be adapted into animation, allowing it to reach a broader audience of children. He promptly replied, That sounds splendid. I agree to the adaptation. However, he quickly added a stipulation. I do have one request. While I welcome the adaptation, I hope that the core plot will be respected and not undergo significant alterations. Rest assured. Tang Wenyuan immediately assured him, Ms. Diane is interested in collaborating precisely because she values the original story. There will be no arbitrary changes. Furthermore, he continued, Ms. Diane has another idea. She greatly appreciates the illustrations you created for the story, believing that the characters and style are already very mature and well received. She wishes to use your illustrations as the foundational material for the animation, which would ensure a high degree of consistency in character representation, making it easier for children to accept and enjoy. Would you be willing to grant authorization? Chen Feng found this idea quite appealing, as it spared him the trouble of redesigning the characters while preserving their essence as he envisioned them. He readily agreed. Certainly, I have no objections. Using my illustrated characters would be ideal. Wonderful. You are incredibly accommodating, Teacher Xiefeng. Tang Wenyuan's voice brimmed with delight. There's one more thing. Ms. Diane wishes for you to personally take on the role of screenwriter for this animation. She believes that only the original author truly understands their work, and having you craft the script will ensure the story's soul is preserved and prevent any distortion of the plot. May I inquire if you would be available for this significant responsibility? Chen Feng pondered for a moment. The workload of a screenwriter would undoubtedly be substantial. Yet he harbored profound affection for the adventures of and Yu Yuan genuinely did not wish for it to be transformed beyond recognition. After a brief contemplation, he nodded and responded on the phone. All right, I will accept the role of screenwriter. Fantastic. Truly fantastic. Tang Wenyuan exclaimed with exuberance. Teacher Xiefeng, the specifics of our collaboration, such as authorization fees, screenwriter compensation, and copyright sharing, cannot be adequately conveyed in a single phone call. Would it be convenient for you to visit our company for a more detailed discussion? Of course. Chen Feng glanced at the time. I can come over right now. Excellent. I shall await your arrival. After hanging up, Chen Feng tidied himself up and departed the apartment, driving towards the Bell Fairy Tales Company. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Jiang Yingxue was driving, carrying his wife Qi Miling and Xiao Meng, heading towards a serene, tree-lined street. Finally, the car came to a stop in front of a well-maintained, elegant Sihiyuan that appeared to have a rich history. This Sihiyuan served as the residence for Jiang Shiji's father, Jiang Sihai, during his retirement. Jiang Sihai cherished tranquility and held a fondness for traditional architecture, believing that residing here was far more comfortable than in high-rise buildings. After parking the car, Jiang Shiji carefully took the scroll painting, Spring Dawn at the Great Wall, gifted by Chen Feng. Qi Miling cradled Xiao Meng from her safety seat, gently adjusting her slightly askew dress. Upon seeing the familiar courtyard, Xiao Meng's face lit up with joy. She adored coming here to play, relishing the spacious yard and the company of her great-grandfather. Holding the scroll, Jiang Shiji and Qi Miling, with Xiao Meng in tow, entered the grand entrance of the Sihiyuan. Passing through the screen wall that obscured the view, they were greeted by a small courtyard filled with blooming flowers and plants, leading to the reception hall. The door of the hall was ajar, revealing Jiang Sihai standing behind a large rosewood writing desk, slightly leaning forward, holding a brush, and preparing to inscribe upon the unfurled rice paper. A faint aroma of ink permeated the entire hall. Xiao Meng, with her keen eyes, spotted the familiar figure in the hall as soon as they entered the courtyard and immediately called out in her sweet, slightly childish voice, "Great-grandfather." Jiang Sihai was poised to inscribe his first character, his wrist suspended in the air. Upon hearing the voice of his cherished great-granddaughter, an immediate pause ensued, as he gently set down the brush upon the stand, momentarily disregarding the unfinished character. A tender smile of affection and joy illuminated his face, and he swiftly rounded the writing desk, hurrying towards the entrance to greet her. "Ah, my darling little one has arrived. Come, let great-grandfather have a look." Jiang Sihai hastened a few steps to stand before Qi Miling, his arms wide open in delight. With a smile, Qi Miling presented the little one nestled in her embrace, and Jiang Sihai expertly and securely received the child, cradling her in his arms. The little girl, in turn, instinctively wrapped her tiny arms around great-grandfather's neck. "Oh dear, you've gained quite a bit of weight. It appears our little Meng has been enjoying her meals lately." Jiang Sihai, holding his noticeably sturdier great-granddaughter, felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and happiness. How he had missed her. Seating himself in the armchair, he invited the little one to sit on his lap, scrutinizing her rosy, cherubic face. "Has little Meng been thinking of great-grandfather?" "Yes," she replied earnestly, nodding her head with conviction, her expression serious, as if fearing that great-grandfather might doubt her sincerity. "I've missed you so much." Jiang Sihai's laughter deepened the creases at the corners of his eyes. He embraced the soft little bundle and inquired with concern, "You've been attending kindergarten for a while now. Have you adjusted? Do you enjoy going?" He vividly recalled the harrowing scene from nearly a month ago on her first day of kindergarten, when the little one had clung desperately to her mother's leg, crying inconsolably and refusing to let the teacher take her away. The sound of her anguish had tugged at his heartstrings. The family had fretted over how to help her adapt smoothly. To his surprise, upon hearing the question, little Ming displayed no hesitation whatsoever. Swinging her tiny legs, she replied with a bright and cheerful voice, "I'm used to it. I love it." Her tone was filled with genuine enthusiasm, a stark contrast to the fear she had previously exhibited at the mere mention of kindergarten. This transformation left Jiang Yingxue momentarily stunned, before he could fully process it. Little Ming continued to chatter excitedly, her face beaming with pride. "Daddy has taught me so many things. I can draw now, like little houses and flowers. I can sing new songs. I even know some English now. And guess what? Daddy taught me how to play basketball. I think I'm getting good at it. The teacher praises me every day." Her words flowed forth like a cascade of pebbles, each one brimming with references to her father, Chen Feng, imbued with unabashed admiration, trust, and reliance. Jiang Yingxue listened, a mixture of gratification and astonishment swelling within him, alongside a tinge of complex emotion. He felt pleased to see little Ming flourishing and becoming so outgoing and confident. Yet, he was astonished by the extent of her transformation, as if she were an entirely different child. The complexity arose from the mention of her father, Chen Feng, whom Jiang Yingxue had previously regarded with skepticism. Could it be that Chen Feng possessed such remarkable capabilities? How had he managed to teach the child so effectively in such a short span? To elicit such fondness and even reverence from her? What methods had he employed? While Jiang Yingxue pondered these questions, little Ming, oblivious to her great-grandfather's contemplations, began to explore the floral hall with her round, glistening eyes, akin to black grapes. Suddenly, her gaze landed upon 4 exquisitely framed landscape paintings adorning the side wall. Her eyes sparkled with discovery, as if she had unearthed a great secret. She promptly pointed at the paintings, turning her head to ask Jiang Yingxue in wonder, "Great-grandfather, great-grandfather, those 4 paintings were done by my daddy. How come they are here with you?" Chapter 69, Jiang Yingxue. The younger generation is fearsome. Jiang Yingxue was momentarily taken aback by little Ming's declaration, almost doubting his hearing. He quickly turned to the little one, uncertainly asking, "Ming, what did you just say? These 4 paintings were created by your father?" With a vigorous nod of her head, she affirmed, "Yes, great-grandfather. It's true, Daddy painted them." Initially, Jiang Yingxue remained skeptical, suspecting that the child had mistaken or imagined something. He smiled kindly, his tone slightly coaxing. "Ming, good children must not tell lies. These paintings were purchased by great-grandfather from a shop. I'm not lying." Little Ming's cheeks flushed red with urgency as she pointed at the paintings, her voice rising in pitch. "Great-grandfather, those 4 paintings hung on the wall in our living room for a long time. Then Daddy said he wanted to sell them. A few days ago, he mentioned that they sold for 10 million. Great-grandfather, could it be that you bought my daddy's paintings?" Her words struck Jiang Yingxue like a thunderclap. He had indeed spent 10 million on those 4 paintings. Few were privy to this information. How could a child possibly know such intricate details? Even the price was exact. Unless everything little Ming had said was true. Were these paintings genuinely created by her father, Chen Feng? Jiang Yingxue instinctively tightened his embrace around little Ming, his face reflecting profound shock and disbelief. At that moment, Jiang Yingxue and Qi Miling exchanged glances, and Jiang Yingxue spoke with a hint of resignation yet certainty. "Dad, Ming truly isn't lying this time. Those 4 paintings are indeed by her father, Chen Feng." Qi Miling nodded in affirmation. "Yes, Dad. We just saw numerous paintings in Chen Feng's apartment, landscapes, oil paintings, and meticulous brushwork, all signed by Xiefeng Shanren, identical to the signatures on the 4 works you have." Jiang Yingxue's gaze sharpened as he turned to his son and daughter-in-law. "How can you be so sure? Can you ascertain just from the signatures?" Jiang Yingxue did not answer directly, but instead carefully handed over a painting scroll he had been holding. "Dad, please take a look at this." Puzzled, Jiang Yingxue accepted the scroll and gently unfurled it on the writing desk. As the full depiction of spring dawn at the Great Wall emerged before him, his eyes widened in astonishment, his breath momentarily caught. He nearly lunged at the painting, scrutinizing it intently, involuntarily expressing his awe. Before him, the Great Wall wound like a colossal dragon amidst the towering mountains, bathed in the vibrant hues of spring's morning light, exuding an atmosphere both grand and vivacious. The brushwork was vigorous and powerful, the trees painted with life, the strokes fluid and expressive, creating a vivid spirit. Magnificent, majestic, what a splendid piece. Spring dawn at the Great Wall. Jiang Yingxue couldn't help but pound the table in appreciation. The direction of the mountains, the application of ink, the evocation of mood were undoubtedly of the highest caliber. More importantly, he could clearly see that the overall style, Brushwork characteristics of this painting were identical to the 4 landscape paintings he had purchased for 10 million, all undeniably the work of the same artist. The unique techniques, the handling of spatial dynamics, were precisely the same. Furthermore, the signature Xiefeng Shanren, along with the accompanying poem's handwriting, matched perfectly with the inscriptions on the 4 paintings he had treasured. Even the seal made of chicken bloodstone was an exact replica. Where did you acquire this painting? Jiang Yingxue inquired, his voice trembling slightly. Jiang Yingxue observed his father's astonished expression and replied earnestly, "Father, this painting, Spring Dawn at the Great Wall, was created right before our eyes by Chen Feng. We witnessed him meticulously prepare the paper and ink, and then, stroke by stroke, he brought it to life, composing a poem and sealing it on the spot. Both Xiaoming and I were there, witnessing every moment. There is absolutely no possibility of forgery." Ji Miling added, "Indeed, Dad. We were initially skeptical, but after he painted this piece for us on the spot, we had no choice but to believe." Xiaoming, nestled in her great-grandfather's arms, nodded vigorously in affirmation. "Great-grandpa, it's true. I saw Daddy paint it with my own eyes. He painted so quickly and beautifully." Upon hearing the unanimous confirmation from his son, daughter-in-law, and great-granddaughter, Jiang Yingxue found himself compelled to accept this astonishing reality. He had treasured the 4 paintings, believing them to be the work of some reclusive master, only to discover they were indeed crafted by Chen Feng, a young delivery man he had previously underestimated. After the overwhelming shock subsided, an indescribable complexity of emotions arose within him, culminating in a long, drawn-out sigh of amazement. "Ah, the youth are truly formidable. I never imagined that at my age I could have misjudged so gravely. This Chen Feng, despite his youth, possesses such remarkable artistic prowess. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable." Seeing that her great-grandfather had finally accepted the truth and was praising her father, Xiaoming's face lit up with joy. She wrapped her arms around Jiang Yingxue's neck and excitedly asked, "Great-grandpa, do you really love the paintings my daddy made?" Jiang Yingxue, gazing into his great-granddaughter's sparkling eyes, nodded with a smile. "Indeed, I love them. Your father's artistry is truly exceptional." Upon hearing this, Xiaoming's heart soared. She felt that her father's recognition by great-grandpa was an immense blessing, and she immediately became generous, patting her chest and proclaiming, "If you like them, great-grandpa, that's simple. I'll ask Daddy to paint a few more for you. He asks the best, and he always listens to me. If I ask him to paint, he will surely agree. What would you like to see? Majestic mountains? Grand rivers? Or perhaps a great tiger? Daddy can paint them all." Jiang Yingxue was amused by Xiaoming's innocent and unguarded words, and the remnants of his earlier gloom dissipated entirely. He extended his rough finger to gently tickle Xiaoming's nose, half laughing, half crying. "Oh my dear, do you think this is merely a game? Your father's paintings are now treasures, worth a fortune. A piece like that on the wall could easily fetch several million. He cannot simply paint them at will, nor would he part with them so freely." "That's not true," Xiaoming retorted, shaking her small head vehemently like a rattle, her face radiating the unconditional trust and admiration that only a child possesses. "My daddy is the most generous. He wouldn't hold back. He loves to paint. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gifted such a beautiful painting to Grandpa and Grandma without asking for anything in return. Great-grandpa, you are my great-grandpa, and if you love Daddy's paintings, he will be even happier and will definitely paint for you. He'll paint as many as you want." Listening to Xiaoming's innocent yet unwavering statements and witnessing her heartfelt admiration for the young man named Chen Feng, Jiang Yingxue felt an unprecedented and profound interest in the individual he had never formally met and whom he had previously held in disdain. Who exactly is this Chen Feng? Chapter 70. An unexpected visitor. Chen Feng drove his domestic car smoothly out of the community garage and merged into the traffic. He was en route to Bale Children's Company to discuss an animation collaboration with Tang Wenyuan. However, just as he exited the community gate and had yet to accelerate, a flamboyant black luxury car abruptly swerved into his lane, blocking his path and forcing him to slam on the brakes. Furrowing his brow, Chen Feng observed as the driver's door of the luxury vehicle swung open, revealing a tall young man clad in conspicuously high-end brand attire. The man, though handsome, emanated an air of arrogance. He strode directly to Chen Feng's car and unceremoniously knocked on the driver's side window. Suppressing his irritation, Chen Feng pressed the window down and calmly inquired, "Sir, why have you blocked my vehicle?" The stranger loomed over Chen Feng, his gaze filled with disdain as he issued a warning. "Chen, I advise you to immediately distance yourself from Jiang Yingxue. Stay away from her." Chen Feng's expression hardened as he retorted, "And who might you be? The affairs between Jiang Yingxue and myself are none of your concern. You have no right to know who I am." The stranger sneered with an air of superiority, dripping with sarcasm. "Take a good look at yourself. A lowly insect crawling up from the bottom. What makes you worthy of Jiang Yingxue? Only I am her equal. If you know what is good for you, you'll get lost, and the farther, the better. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude." Unfazed by the man's words, Chen Feng merely chuckled coldly. "Whether I am worthy or not is not for you to decide. You have no authority to dictate anything here. Move aside. Do not obstruct my path." "Huh, how audacious." The stranger's face twisted with disdain when he realized Chen Feng was unfazed. He pulled out a checkbook and a pen from his pocket. As he hastily wrote on the check, he spoke in a condescending tone. "Is it money you want? 1 million. Enough for you to find a horde of women. Take the money and vanish immediately." With a swift motion, he tore off the check for 1 million and, with a demeaning gesture, threw it at Chen Feng's face. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed, his reflexes sharp. Just as the lightweight check was about to hit him, he extended his right hand like lightning, deftly pinching it between his index and middle fingers. Without even glancing at the check, he swiftly tore it into shreds. "Keep your money. It would be better spent on your own coffin. I have no need for it," Chen Feng coldly declared, flicking the torn pieces back towards the stranger's face. The unexpected reaction left the stranger utterly dumbfounded. The gratitude or panic he had anticipated did not materialize. The delivery boy he had investigated, whom he considered a mere impoverished courier, had the audacity to dismiss 1 million without a second thought. His astonishment swiftly transformed into a torrent of rage. "You're asking for death." The stranger was completely incensed, shouting as he lunged towards Chen Feng through the car window, fingers splayed like claws, intent on seizing Chen Feng by the throat to teach him a lesson. However, just as his hand reached through the window, before he could make contact, his wrist was seized firmly by a hand that felt like iron. It was Chen Feng who took action. His physique, having undergone relentless enhancement through the system, had long surpassed that of an ordinary person, with strength that even eclipsed that of professional boxers. Seemingly with a casual grip, he made the unfamiliar man feel as though his wrist were ensnared by steel, an excruciating pain surging through him in an instant. Let go. You damn well better release me." The stranger cried out in agony, his complexion paling in an instant. He struggled fiercely, attempting to retract his arm. But Chen Feng's grip remained unyielding, the vast disparity in strength inducing a flicker of fear deep within him for the first time. Chen Feng coldly regarded the man's contorted face, twisted in pain, and applied a bit more pressure. It hurts. Let go. Please, do you hear me?" The stranger felt as though his wrist bone might be crushed at any moment, the searing pain causing beads of cold sweat to form. He could no longer concern himself with dignity or appearance, his cries for mercy taking on a pleading tone. Observing the man's wretched state, with tears streaming down his face, Chen Feng understood that the lesson had been sufficiently imparted. With a swift motion, as if discarding something foul, he released his grip. The stranger immediately recoiled as if scalded, hastily withdrawing the hand that was now throbbing and nearly numb. Glancing down, he was horrified to find a vivid ring of deep red finger marks etched upon his wrist, a sight that was truly alarming. His emotions swirled, fear, anger, and bewilderment, culminating in a tempest of feelings. "I shall say this one last time." Chen Feng's voice remained icy, devoid of any sentiment, akin to a final ultimatum. "Do not disturb me again. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." With that, he cast one last glance at the man, who he perceived merely as a bothersome presence, and pressed the button to raise the car window. He then deftly started the vehicle, gently turning the steering wheel as the tires traced a smooth arc, skillfully maneuvering around the imposing black luxury car that stubbornly occupied its space. Shifting into the adjacent vacant lane, he pressed the accelerator, and the car glided away from that tumultuous locale, quickly merging into the distant stream of traffic, vanishing from sight. The stranger remained rooted in place, one hand tightly clutching his still agonizing wrist, watching as Chen Feng's ordinary domestic vehicle, perceived by him as mere scrap metal, disappeared from view. His gaze transformed into one of profound resentment and fury, akin to a wounded viper. "Chen Feng, just you wait. This matter is far from over. I will not let you off the hook. You better be ready." He ground his teeth, forcing those venomous words through clenched jaws, his voice trembling with pain and rage. As the last echo of his shout faded, a fresh wave of searing pain engulfed his wrist, causing him to grimace and involuntarily gasp for breath, his back instinctively bending down. Gone was the previous arrogance and haughtiness that had marked his demeanor. Chapter 71. I do not seek a licensing fee. I desire a share of the profits. Chen Feng drove swiftly to the stately office building housing Bale Children's Fairy Tale Company. He parked in the underground garage and then took the elevator directly to the company's floor. Upon entering, a young woman in professional attire at the front desk greeted him with a warm smile. "Good day, sir. Whom may I assist you in finding?" "Hello. My surname is Chen. I have an appointment with Editor-in-Chief Tang Wenyuan," Chen Feng replied. The receptionist's smile broadened with enthusiasm upon hearing his name. Ah, Mr. Chen. Editor Tang specifically mentioned you. He is waiting for you in his office. Please, follow me. She guided Chen Feng through the office area to a door marked with the title of Editor-in-Chief. After a gentle knock, she opened the door. Editor Tang, Mr. Chen has arrived. Upon entering the office, Chen Feng noticed that besides Tang Wenyuan, there was also a woman present. This lady appeared to be in her 30s. Impeccably dressed in a tailored business suit, her makeup refined, exuding a competent air of professionalism, clearly a figure of prominence in the corporate sphere. Chen Feng surmised that this must be the renowned animation producer, Diane. As soon as Tang Wenyuan saw Chen Feng, he promptly rose from behind his desk. Warmly welcoming him, Teacher Xiefeng, you have arrived. Please come in. He quickly turned to the woman, introducing her, Director Diane. This is the author of The Adventures of an Un-Yu, as well as the illustrator and voice storyteller, Teacher Xiefeng, whose real name is Chen Feng. Afterward, he addressed Chen Feng, Teacher Xiefeng. This is the distinguished animation producer I mentioned to you over the phone, Ms. Diane. Diane also stood, extending her hand with poise. A professional smile gracing her lips, though her eyes held a hint of surprise. Mr. Chen, it is a pleasure to meet you. I did not expect someone so young to have created such a wildly successful series of works. You truly are a remarkable talent. Chen Feng shook her hand gently, offering a modest smile. You flatter me, Director. I have merely been fortunate. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the three of them settled onto the guest's sofa within the office. Diane promptly steered the conversation to the matter at hand, speaking earnestly. Mr. Chen, Editor Tang. I shall not beat around the bush. I have read The Adventures of an Un-Yu and closely examined the illustrations you crafted, and I am thoroughly impressed. The story and character designs are brimming with childlike innocence and creativity, deeply rooted in our own culture, making them beloved by children. I am confident that if we adapt this into an animated series, it will undoubtedly captivate a wider young audience and achieve greater success. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. Thank you for your recognition, Director. I too hope that an Un-Yu can enter more children's lives through the vibrant medium of animation. Noticing Chen Feng's positive response, Diane directly proposed a collaboration. Mr. Chen, regarding the adaptation into an animated series, I would like to acquire the animation production rights for The Adventures of an Un-Yu. I am prepared to offer 5 million. What do you think? This price was not insignificant within the industry for a work yet to undergo cinematic adaptation. Tang Wenyuan, listening attentively, found it reasonable as well. However, Chen Feng subtly shook his head and replied, Director Diane, I appreciate your generous offer. However, I do not wish to adopt a buyout approach regarding the animation rights. Not a buyout. Both Diane and Tang Wenyuan were momentarily taken aback, their expressions revealing their surprise. Tang Wenyuan could not help but inquire, Teacher Xiefeng, may I ask why? The buyout fee of 5 million is a guaranteed income. Chen Feng regarded them, his tone calm, yet resolute. Because I too foresee the promising future of an Un-Yu animated form. Therefore, I wish to explore a different collaboration model. I can grant you the rights to produce the animation without charging an upfront licensing fee. No licensing fee? Diane was even more astonished. Indeed, Chen Feng affirmed. I wish to partake in the revenue sharing from the animation's subsequent broadcasts. I would require only 20% of the total earnings. This proposal completely took Diane and Tang Wenyuan by surprise. Tang Wenyuan, unable to contain himself, quickly urged, Teacher Xiefeng, please consider this carefully. A buyout is a tangible 5 million, readily available. But this revenue sharing bears considerable risk. What if, let's say, if the animation does not perform as expected in the market, and the broadcast revenues are low, you might end up with nothing, which would be a significant loss. His concern was genuine. As he believed this choice was far too perilous, Diane immediately joined in persuading him, her expression earnest, as if entirely focused on Chen Feng's well-being. Indeed, Mr. Chen, Editor-in-Chief Tang, is absolutely correct. The animation production cycle is extensive, the investment substantial, and the market risks considerable. The revenue sharing indeed carries significant uncertainty. A buyout fee of 5 million would represent a remarkably stable and considerable income for you, one that could immediately enhance your quality of life. I would recommend you opt for the buyout, as it would be most advantageous for you. However, in reality, Diane harbored her own calculations. Her desire for a buyout stemmed from her firm belief in the project's potential. She was convinced that the animated series would thrive, yielding substantial derivative income and viewership revenue. Should she agree to a mere 5 million buyout now, any future profits would no longer concern Chen Feng. Conversely, if they settled on a revenue share, given the potential of this work, the amount Chen Feng could ultimately claim would likely far exceed 5 million. Naturally, she was unwilling to relinquish a slice of such a promising future. Chapter 72. creating the animated script on the spot? Faced with the persistent persuasion from Diane and Tang Wenyuan, Chen Feng merely smiled serenely, his tone calm, yet resolute. Thank you both for your kindness. However, I am not currently in need of money. The adventures of an Un and Yu Yue is akin to my child, a creation into which I have poured countless efforts. I possess absolute confidence in the potential of my work. Therefore, I shall adhere to my stance and pursue a revenue-sharing partnership. His determination was unwavering. Diane and Tang Wenyuan attempted to persuade him further, appealing to logic and emotion, enumerating various risks, yet Chen Feng remained unmoved, maintaining a composed and confident smile throughout. Diane gazed into Chen Feng's calm, yet resolute eyes, and understood that this young man was not easily swayed. She weighed her options internally. Should they miss out on this highly promising intellectual property due to disagreements over revenue sharing, the loss could be far more significant. Ultimately, she exhaled softly and conceded, "Very well, Mr. Chen, I respect your choice and your confidence in your work. We shall proceed as you suggest, with a revenue-sharing collaboration." Subsequently, the two parties engaged in negotiations over the specific revenue-sharing ratios. Diane attempted to lower the percentage, yet Chen Feng steadfastly held his ground. Eventually, they reached an agreement and signed a contract. Diane acquired the animation production rights for the adventures of an Un and Yu Yu, while Chen Feng would not charge an upfront fee, but would retain 20% of the total revenue from the animated series. Having settled one matter, they turned their attention to the negotiation of character design rights. Diane addressed Chen Feng, stating, "Mr. Chen, for animation production, a unified and exquisite character design is essential. The illustrations you created for An and Yu Yue are truly remarkable, and I hope to obtain authorization for these character designs for the purposes of animation production and subsequent promotional activities." This time, she refrained from suggesting a revenue share and instead proposed a buyout price. "I am willing to pay 3 million for the exclusive rights to use these characters in the animation realm. What do you think?" Chen Feng considered the offer. The character design authorization was indeed more specific compared to the entire story rights. The 3 million price seemed reasonable. He nodded, "Agreed, I accept this." The two parties swiftly finalized the character authorization agreement, with Diane paying 3 million. Finally, they arrived at the most crucial aspect, the screenwriting. Diane looked at Chen Feng, her voice laced with curiosity. "Mr. Chen, regarding the screenwriting for the animated series, you previously mentioned your willingness to take on this role. I would like to confirm whether you possess experience in screenwriting or have undergone formal education in this field." Chen Feng's response remained concise, yet confident. "I can write scripts." Diane pondered for a moment before proposing, "If you are willing to serve as the screenwriter, I can offer you 2 million as a writing fee." It was indeed a generous remuneration. She hoped to secure costs with a fixed high fee, thus avoiding further discussions of revenue sharing. However, Chen Feng shook his head once more, presenting a proposal that startled Diane. "Director Dai, I do not wish to accept a fixed fee of 2 million for the screenwriting. I would prefer to participate in the revenue share." He extended 3 fingers, clearly stating, "If I serve as the screenwriter and ensure the quality of the script meets your satisfaction, I would like to receive 30% of the total revenue." 30%. Diane's voice involuntarily rose, her brow furrowing tightly. "Mr. Chen, that percentage is rather excessive." After a pause, she expressed her concerns. Moreover, screenwriting is highly specialized. Animated scripts differ significantly from literary narratives. They possess unique narrative rhythms and visual requirements. I must admit, I am somewhat apprehensive about whether the script you create will meet the professional standards required for animation, as the success of the entire project hinges on this. Chen Feng detected the skepticism in her words, yet he felt no anger. Instead, he smiled and replied, "I understand your concerns, Director Dai. How about this? Words alone are insufficient. I can create the first episode's script on the spot. You and Editor-in-Chief Tang are both professionals and may observe closely. If you find that my script does not meet your expectations or the required style, then we can proceed with the 2 million fixed fee for the screenwriting. Without any further objections on my part. How does that sound? Creating the script on the spot?" Diane and Tang Wenyuan exclaimed in unison, exchanging astonished glances. Creating on the spot? How could that be possible? Scriptwriting necessitates a process of repeated contemplation and refinement. It is not an endeavor akin to typing on demand. They both found it utterly incredible, yet the sight of Chen Feng's assured demeanor ignited their intense curiosity. "Very well," Diane promptly agreed. "If Mr. Chen can indeed produce a satisfactory first episode script on the spot, I will seriously consider your proposed 30% revenue share." Tang Wenyuan quickly added, Yes. Teacher Xiefeng, you can use my computer." Chen Feng did not decline. He rose, switched places with Tang Wenyuan, and seated himself at the computer behind the desk. He opened a blank document, flexed his fingers. Diane and Tang Wenyuan stood closely behind him, their eyes fixed intently on the screen, eager to witness how he would create on the spot. The first episode Chen Feng intended to write was the opening of the story, Pangu Opens the Heavens. He hardly paused for thought. Placing his hands on the keyboard, his fingers began to strike the keys with astonishing speed, as if they possessed a life of their own. The crisp and rapid sound of keystrokes resonated throughout the office, forming a harmonious symphony. Text on the screen emerged at a breathtaking pace, line after line, page after page. Diane and Tang Wenyuan were utterly mesmerized. Tang Wenyuan's mouth fell slightly agape, his mind racing. My heavens! What is this typing speed? This is not mere creation. It is as though he is transcribing from a pre-written manuscript. No, even transcription has never been this fast. And look at him, hardly glancing at the keyboard. His gaze intensely fixed on the screen, his thoughts flowing with astonishing fluidity. Diane's astonishment surpassed that of Tang Wenyuan. As a seasoned producer, she had encountered numerous screenwriters, certainly more than 100. Which screenwriter does not engage in the painstaking process of editing, revising, and meticulously deliberating over dialogue and scenes? Who, like Chen Feng, seems as though the script has long existed in the recesses of his mind, merely transcribing it now? The swiftness and fluidity of such creativity is utterly unprecedented for her. What astonished them even more lay ahead, as the content of the script continued to unfold. Although Tang Wenyuan was not a professional screenwriter, his expertise as the literary editor endowed him with discerning taste. The more he read, the more he was astounded. This script is extraordinarily professional. The scene descriptions are vividly clear, brimming with imagery. The character dialogues resonate with their personalities yet retain a sense of childlike wonder. The pacing is impeccably balanced, featuring a grand opening alongside intriguing little suspense points that entice children to continue watching. This is certainly not the work of a novice screenwriter. The caliber is undoubtedly professional, even top tier. Diane's eyes sparkled with excitement, her breath unconsciously becoming more measured. Her internal evaluation surpassed even that of Tang Wenyuan. This script transcends the mere conversion of a narrative into screenplay format. It thoroughly considers the expressive characteristics of animation, allowing ample room for visual creativity. With cleverly implied storyboarding and a well-managed rhythm, the opening captivates the audience's curiosity instantly through imaginative visuals and succinct, powerful narration. The characterizations of the two young protagonists, Anen and Yu, are established through just a few simple lines of dialogue. The writer's skill is simply exquisite. It far exceeds her expectations, even surpassing many seasoned screenwriters she has collaborated with. Standing behind Chen Feng, their expressions transitioned from initial skepticism and surprise to complete astonishment and admiration as they beheld the script that seemed to magically generate before them. What astonishing talents does Chen Feng possess? Chapter 73, Reaching an Agreement, 50% Profit Sharing. Chen Feng struck the final period, signifying the official completion of the first episode of Pangu Opens the Heavens. No sooner had he paused than Diane's voice, brimming with incredulous excitement, resonated behind him. Simply magnificent. Diane had nearly held her breath throughout the reading, and now she exhaled deeply, her face alight with admiration. Mr. Chen, this script is truly exceptional. She pointed at the screen, her pace quickening with enthusiasm. The ambience created in the opening is simply marvelous. The use of chaotic clouds and twinkling starlight to depict the undivided universe is visually striking. The setting of Anen and Yu's journey is handled cleverly and naturally, with no jarring elements whatsoever. Most importantly, the dialogue preserves childlike innocence while aligning perfectly with each character's identity. Just look at Pangu's line, "This is my mission," so majestic and poignant that it sent shivers down my spine. And Anen's curious inquiries, Yu's timid reactions, they are all so vivid and three-dimensional. This is undoubtedly one of the most outstanding and mature animated scripts I have encountered in recent years. Tang Wenyuan nodded in agreement, his face equally unable to hide his admiration. Indeed, Teacher Xiefeng, while I may not be a professional in animation, I have reviewed numerous scripts. Your work possesses a masterful balance of pacing, an engaging plot, and most crucially, it seamlessly blends the grand mythological essence of the original text with the playful perspective of children. Professional, utterly professional. I am truly impressed. Listening to the abundant praise from the two professionals, Chen Feng merely smiled humbly. Director Diane, Editor Tang, you flatter me. I simply endeavored to present the story within my heart in an appropriate manner. That is certainly no flattery, Diane asserted, her gaze towards Chen Feng transformed entirely, now filled with appreciation and trust. Mr. Chen, I am now wholly convinced of your screenwriting abilities. I previously overthought, and I apologize. She took a deep breath, making a decision. The screenwriting for the adventures of an and Yu animation will be entrusted solely to you. I agree to your proposed 30% profit share. Let us proceed as you have suggested. This decision meant that Chen Feng, through the animation adaptation rights and screenwriting duties, would receive 50% of the total future earnings from the animation. In other words, if the animation were to achieve immense success, generating 10 million in revenue, Chen Feng would earn 5 million. If it reached 20 million, he would obtain 1 million. The higher the earnings, the greater his share. Marvelous. Congratulations to both of you. A powerful alliance indeed. Tang Wenyuan expressed genuine happiness for them. Diane, decisive in her actions, promptly instructed her assistant to prepare a new screenwriter contract. After both parties reviewed it meticulously, they solemnly inscribed their names. Upon finalizing the contract, Diane extended her hand towards Chen Feng, beaming with sincerity. Mr. Chen, here's to a successful collaboration, crafting a classic animation for our children of Huaxia. Chen Feng shook her hand. It will undoubtedly be so, Director Diane. Diane glanced at the time, warmly inviting, Mr. Chen, Editor Tang, it is already noon. Would you do me the honor of allowing me to treat you to a meal? As a celebration of our successful collaboration? Chen Feng initially intended to decline, but Diane's insistence was unwavering. Mr. Chen, you must grant me this favor. Consider it our team's first informal communication. Tang Wenyuan chimed in. Indeed, Teacher Xiefeng, let us share a meal, providing us the opportunity to discuss subsequent details. Unable to refuse their hospitality, Chen Feng nodded in agreement. Then let Director Diane treat us. The three departed the company and arrived at a nearby well-regarded restaurant. Within the private dining room, the atmosphere was congenial as the trio dined and exchanged preliminary ideas regarding the animation style, production timeline, and target audience. Diane and Tang Wenyuan raised their glasses frequently, toasting to the smooth production and grand success of this animation that carried so much hope. Meanwhile, in the courtyard where Jiang Yingxue resided, it was also lunchtime. In anticipation of his great-granddaughter Xiaoming's visit, Jiang Yingxue had specially invited a master chef, skilled in Tan family cuisine, to provide their services. He was aware of Xiaoming's discerning palate. Yet she held a particular fondness for a few classic dishes from the Tan family. One after another, beautifully presented dishes filled with aroma were brought to the dining table. Shi Miling, as usual, scooped a small bowl of rice and selected some of Xiaoming's favorite dishes, preparing to feed her. Come, Xiaoming, Grandma will feed you. Open your mouth. Oh. Habitually, she brought the spoon to Xiaoming's lips. To her surprise, Xiaoming tilted her head and, extending her little hand, pushed the spoon away, her voice ringing clear. Grandma, I can eat by myself now. Upon hearing this, the three adults at the table were taken aback. Jiang Yingxue, Jiang Shiji, and Shi Miling exchanged astonished glances, their faces reflecting disbelief. Xiaoming can eat by herself now? They distinctly remembered how, in the past, they had tried every method to encourage this little darling to feed herself. Yet she had stubbornly insisted on being fed. How could it be that after less than a month with her father, she had transformed? Under their astonished gazes, Xiaoming skillfully grasped her pair of children's training chopsticks. Though her little hands were still somewhat pudgy, her movements were steady. She deftly picked up a piece of tender shrimp and steadily brought it to her mouth, chewing with a look of utter nonchalance. Jiang Yingxue, Jiang Shiji, and Shi Miling exchanged glances once more, each reflecting the same astonishment and incredulity in their eyes. Little Ming could actually feed herself. Moreover, judging by her adeptness, it was evident that this skill had not been acquired overnight. Shi Miling, both surprised and delighted, promptly set down her bowl and spoon. Leaning closer to Little Ming and inquiring, Little Ming, when did you learn to eat by yourself? How come your grandmother didn't know? Little Ming swallowed the morsel in her mouth, lifted her face with a hint of pride, and replied, it was after my daddy started taking care of me. Daddy said I'm a big kid now and need to learn to eat by myself. He taught me how to use chopsticks and a spoon. And he also said that babies who eat on their own are the best. So I learned. Her words seemed casual, yet to the three adults, they resonated like thunder. The very thing they had struggled so hard to teach her, that Chen Feng had accomplished so effortlessly? How had he managed it? What kind of magical method had he employed? Jiang Yingxue gazed at his great-granddaughter, now resembling a little adult as she adeptly picked up her food and savored it with delight, his curiosity about the unknown Chen Feng reaching new heights. This young man, not only gifted in art, seemed to possess a remarkable approach to child-rearing as well. Chapter 74, The Shock of Lin Ruoxi's Grandfather. Jiang Yingxue, enchanted by the sight of his great-granddaughter eating so skillfully, could not help but praise her with a smile. Our little Ming is truly impressive. You've learned to eat by yourself so quickly. You are indeed a big child now. Upon hearing her great-grandfather's compliment, little Ming puffed out her chest even more. Yet she shook her head and earnestly stated, Great-grandfather, it's my daddy who is amazing. As she spoke, she picked up a piece of chicken from the table, chewed it thoughtfully, and remarked in a tone befitting an adult, this chicken isn't as delicious as what my daddy makes. His dishes are far tastier than this. Jiang Yingxue and Qi Miling exchanged glances again, having heard little Meng say the same thing for the second time that day. Could it be that Chen Feng truly possessed extraordinary culinary skills, capable of winning over such a discerning little eater? Jiang Yingxue, however, found it hard to believe. He chuckled. "Oh, is that so? Your daddy's cooking can surpass that of the top chefs invited by great-grandfather?" "Absolutely." Little Ming nodded vigorously, her determination to defend her father unwavering. "If you don't believe me, I'll have daddy cook for you one day. You'll see for yourself." Amused by his great-granddaughter's earnest demeanor, Jiang Yingxue playfully replied, "All right, I'll be waiting to taste your father's culinary skills." Just then, Jiang Yingxue noticed little Ming's chopsticks reaching toward a plate of stir-fried vegetables. She confidently picked up a few vibrant green pieces and, without hesitation, popped them into her mouth, relishing them with gusto. Now, Jiang Yingxue was truly astonished. He clearly remembered how, in the past, the family had to resort to elaborate schemes to trick little Ming into eating a single bite of green vegetables, often chopping them finely and mixing them with meat or spinning elaborate tales to entice her, with minimal success. This little girl was notoriously resistant to vegetables. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Little Ming, what made you willing to eat vegetables now? Great-grandfather remembers that you used to dislike them the most." Little Ming swallowed her greens and replied matter-of-factly, "Because Daddy told me that eating more vegetables is good for my health, helps me avoid getting sick, and makes me grow taller. Daddy's words must be right, so I eat them." Jiang Yingxue, Jiang Yingxue, and Qi Miling exchanged incredulous glances for the third time, their faces mirroring the same astonishment and disbelief. Was it really that simple? A single assertion of Daddy is right had resolved the picky eating dilemma that had stumped their family for years? The reverence that Chen Feng commanded in little Ming's eyes was astonishing. How had he earned such unconditional trust and obedience from her? The three adults were filled with profound questions. In the afternoon, at Lulikang, in the Rongbiozai consignment shop, an elderly gentleman donned in a well-tailored Zhongshan suit. His hair meticulously styled, strolled in leisurely. His name was Lin Yiru, the grandfather of Lin Ruoxi, who had previously held a leadership position in another province and was now enjoying a tranquil retirement at home. He had few hobbies, primarily enjoying the appreciation and collection of various calligraphies and paintings, making him a frequent visitor to the shop. With his hands clasped behind his back, he ambled through the store, his gaze sweeping over the array of treasures. Suddenly, he halted before two walls, captivated by two oil paintings hanging there. They were Pangu Opens the Sky and Nuwa Creates Humanity. Lin Yiru hurriedly approached and examined them closely. Upon closer inspection, a look of astonishment graced his face. What magnificent paintings! He couldn't help but exclaim softly, "This Pangu Opens the Sky is truly grand. Just look at the muscular lines. The sense of power in the act of creation, it seems to burst out of the canvas. And the use of chaotic colors, bold and ingenious." Turning his attention to Nuwa Creates Humanity, he continued, "This one is even more remarkable. Nuwa's expression embodies compassion and solemnity, radiating maternal warmth. The transitions of color, the handling of light and shadow, entirely reflect Western oil painting techniques, yet the essence expressed is rooted in our Eastern ancient mythos. A synthesis of styles. This is the work of a true master." Excitedly, he glanced at the inscription, eager to discover the name of the artist. Upon seeing it, he froze in surprise. Xiefeng Shansher? That name sounded familiar. Suddenly, he recalled visiting his old friend Jiang Yingxue a few days prior, where the old fellow had proudly boasted about acquiring 4 landscape paintings, all signed by Xiefeng Shansher. At the time, those landscapes had left him equally awestruck. Showcasing a mature brushwork and lofty artistic conception, he had assumed them to be the work of a reclusive elder. Little did he expect that Xiefeng Shansher not only excelled in landscape painting, but was also remarkably skilled in Western oil painting, and at such an astonishing level. He had even heard Jiang Yingxue, with a mix of pride and reluctance, recount how he had clashed with President Sun of the Calligraphy and Painting Association to secure those 4 landscape paintings, ultimately acquiring them at a staggering price of 250,000 each, despite their original valuation of 50,000. Jiang Yingxue still felt he had gotten a bargain. At that moment, a keen shop assistant, noticing Lin Yiru's prolonged admiration before the 2 paintings, approached with a smile. "Mr. Lin, your discerning eye is commendable. These 2 oil paintings, Pangu Opens the Sky and Nuwa Creates Humanity, are the treasures of our shop. The artist is none other than the recently acclaimed Xiefeng Shansher." The assistant enthusiastically elaborated, "Currently, Xiefeng Shansher's works are immensely sought after, making this a rare opportunity." Seeing Lin Yiru's interest, the assistant smoothly guided his attention to another section. "Mr. Lin, look over here. We also have 2 of Xiefeng Shansher's meticulous paintings, the Monkey King and Neza. Lin Yiru followed the assistant's gesture and beheld the Monkey King, adorned in golden armor, with fiery eyes, as if the golden rod were about to pierce the heavens. The rebellious spirit and indomitable essence were vividly captured. Neza was even more vibrant, with the flowing silk of the wind and fire wheels appearing as if they were genuinely ablaze, perfectly blending the innocence of childhood with the majesty of a deity. Lin Yiru was once again astounded. He leaned closer to the painting, nearly pressing his face against the paper. The meticulous brushwork, the delicate lines, as fine as a strand of hair, yet imbued with an undeniable strength. The fur of the Monkey King was rendered with exquisite clarity, and his eyes sparkled with life. Neza's garments flowed gracefully, his demeanor vivid and lifelike. The colors were elegant, and the spirit of the piece was vibrant. Such mastery in meticulous painting could only be achieved through decades of dedicated study. And these two nearly flawless works of art were boldly signed by none other than Chen Feng. Lin Yiru glanced at the oil painting on his left, then at the meticulous painting on his right, his heart racing with overwhelming astonishment. Landscape, oil painting, meticulous painting. This Chen Feng was not merely proficient. He had attained a level that could only be described as that of a master in each discipline. This was no longer a matter of genius. It transcended such a simple term. Who was he? What extraordinary artistic polymath was this? Lin Yiru's mind was filled with an insatiable curiosity and a fervent desire to explore further.